In a world where all of humanity traverses into a foreign realm, Qin Chuan is reborn and awakens to the summoning system, beginning his journey with a dual base vehicle from Red. Alert! What is this? My troops are still in the age of cold weapons, yet he possesses tanks and aircraft already? What the hell? I just hatched griffins and wyverns, and he is piloting a starship to escape the planet. Don't even get me started. I have just established a magic academy in my territory, but he has already slain a god. Game legions, anime armies, celestial beings from mythology, all can be summoned. Chapter 1. The Rise of All Lords, Summoning Red Alert. The Earth has perished, and humanity has transcended, inheriting the legacy of the planet. Lord Crystals, basic resource packs, chat channels, visual data, and linguistic comprehension. Qin Chuan felt disoriented, witnessing the blinding light of the planet's destruction fade, his consciousness shifting from the ethereal to the tangible. As the dust settled, he finally grasped his surroundings. Amidst jagged rock formations, the harbinger of death cawed its ghastly cry. How did I end up here? I was merely exploring the ruins of the gods when I discovered, oh, have I perished? What is happening now? The final message from Earth is about to play. Children, I can no longer protect you. Inherit my final gift and strive to survive in this foreign world. This is all I have left. Beware the shadows in the dark. Instinctively, Qin Chuan mumbled, beneath the black tide, all is lost. Beneath the black tide, all is lost, Qin Chuan. He has been reborn. This final message from Earth is indelibly etched in the depths of every survivor's soul. As the black tide surged, the planet crumbled, civilization collapsed, and homelands were lost. Earth, in its ultimate act of sacrifice, sent all of humanity into another realm. Reborn. Ah, a chance to rewind time? Within seconds, a century of memories surged through Qin Chuan, bringing him to a state of calm. Open the world chat channel. As he spoke, a torrent of messages flooded before his eyes. What's happening? Am I dreaming? What? The Earth has been destroyed? Surely this must be a joke. I have to work 996 tomorrow. I need to wake up soon. Much like the beginning of his previous life, many were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, even suspecting they were merely dreaming. Every second was precious now, and Qin Chuan had no time for idle chatter. He promptly closed the chat channel. Claim, Lord Crystal. In the next instant, a radiant octahedral crystal materialized in his hand. Through the crystal's illusion, he could see a dilapidated thatched cottage. In addition, 3 farmers clad in coarse linen were present. The Lord Crystal, this was the greatest legacy left by the devastated Earth. None could compare. Qin Chuan gingerly cradled the octahedral crystal in his hands. His immediate priority was to find a suitable location to establish his territory. Constructing homes, gathering resources, surviving against the impending first wave of the black tide in 3 months. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Suitable host detected. Loading the summon legion system. Loading successful. Commencing the first summon. Summon successful. Red alert base vehicle 2, Evil Alliance. Qin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a system? In the next moment, he witnessed a sudden transformation within the octahedral crystal. The thatched cottage and farmers vanished without a trace. 2 colossal vehicles, brimming with futuristic technology, appeared at the crystal's core. Beside the vehicles stood 12 soldiers, fully armed and wielding rifles. Surrounding them were several grizzly and rhino tanks patrolling the area. Instinctively, Qin Chuan recalled the items he had obtained before his demise in the ruins of the gods. Summoning legions? Suppressing his excitement, Qin Chuan opened the introduction to the Summon Legion system. As the name suggests, Summon Legion allows one to call forth armies, buildings, and other entities from the realm of imagination. For instance, the current Red alert-based vehicle, soldiers, tanks, and more. Of course, occasionally, other items may also be summoned. The stipulation is that the energy bar for summoning must be filled. However, after observing the energy bar for several minutes, Qin Chuan noticed no changes whatsoever. Ultimately, he had to relinquish that thought. Yet even so, this was an astounding start. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan deftly manipulated the octahedral crystal. Extract all items within. Whoosh! In a flicker of light and shadow, a massive apparition emerged from the rubble before Qin Chuan. Large, truly immense. Qin Chuan had only seen the Red alert-based vehicle in games, a mere trifle. Now, brought into reality, he never imagined its size could expand to such a degree. 2 Red alert-based vehicles. At a glance, they dwarfed heavy trucks by several folds. However, considering their purpose as the core of construction, it made perfect sense that they required substantial size to function as a building factory. Commander! A call brought Qin Chuan's thoughts back to the present. Looking up, he saw 2 rows of soldiers, divided between the Allies and the Soviets, saluting him solemnly. Behind them, several tanks elevated their cannons, safeguarding the base vehicles against any potential attacks. Commander! Shall we deploy the base here? The inquiry came once more, this time from within the base vehicle. Qin Chuan realized, to his surprise, that there were individuals inside the vehicle. Of course, this aligns with reality. In the game, engineers and soldiers could be sold alongside the base, but he no longer lingered on this revelation, pondering briefly before issuing a command. No, hold off on deployment for now. The initial location of the territory is of utmost importance. Not only must geographical advantages be considered, but thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding resources, development prospects, and lurking dangers. Qin Chuan would not forget how, in his previous life, his territory was breached early on, forcing him to become a wanderer. After enduring countless hardships, he achieved some success, but it also severed his path to greatness. With this in mind, determination flickered in his eyes. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. You all, scout the surrounding environment and find a suitable location for encampment. Understood, Commander. As the sun set in the west, the day swiftly turned to twilight. In the interim, Qin Chuan sat within the base vehicle, devising plans for the future while observing the world chat channel. At this moment, some individuals had begun to grasp the reality of their situation, awkwardly attempting to navigate their new circumstances, even though swift of action had already determined their territories. Their initial bases were merely thatched cottages, unlike Qin Chuan's mobile red alert base vehicle. Once established, such locations were exceedingly difficult to alter in a short time. Consequently, numerous tragedies had already unfolded. Recently constructed territories were obliterated by monsters, leading to their complete annihilation. Those with better luck, akin to Qin Chuan in his previous life, became vagrants. In this tumultuous foreign world, they struggled to survive, that if given the opportunity, one might aspire to become a professional, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. As for those less fortunate, they shall face obliteration alongside their territories. Qin Chuan pondered, contemplating ways to alter this predicament. As fellow survivors of Earth civilization, he found himself inextricably allied with these individuals. Although a minority of treacherous beings may exist in the future, the overwhelming majority would serve as facilitators for Qin Chuan's advancement. Could the tragic events of mass casualties that transpired shortly after his arrival have been averted to mitigate loss? In this world, the chat channel not only allowed for instantaneous communication, but also incorporated the functions of forum. After a moment of reflection, Qin Chuan promptly posted a message in the world chat channel. Survival Manual for Another World, the Lord's Edition. Having completed this task, Qin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a soldier's voice resonated in his ears. Commander, we have discovered a suitable location to establish the base. Chapter 2. The Deployment of the Base, named Xinhuang. The commander commanded, find a suitable location for the base. The soldier who approached to report was a mobilized soldier from the Soviet Army. His entire body was smeared with camouflage paint, and he bore numerous small wounds from branches and leaves. Yet, despite this, his expression remained utterly unperturbed. A true elite, the kind that fights in independent regiments. You've worked hard. Lead me there, Qin Chuan instinctively remarked. Although he was unaware of the soldier's background, he maintained a fundamental respect for them. At your command. The Soviet soldier replied, saluting with a face devoid of emotion, resembling an emotionless war machine. Only in the depths of his gaze did a barely perceptible ripple emerge, fleetingly vanishing with a blink. What remained was his figure, tirelessly hewing away at branches and foliage ahead, striving to clear a smoother path for Qin Chuan. Observing this, Qin Chuan said, "There's no need for that. Conceal the base vehicle well, and summon the rhino tank to clear the way." After the soldier departed to fulfill his orders, the sound of tracks soon echoed in the air. The enormous rhino tank ground over rubble and dry branches as it approached. Qin Chuan activated his visual data capabilities to assess the attributes of the rhino tank. Rhino tank, Tier 3 type, main battle tank armor type, heavy armor weapon, 125mm 2A46 skills, mobile turret, dynamic targeting cost, 900 resource points Tier 3. Qin Chuan was taken aback by the high rating of this tank, devoid of any extraordinary powers. However, upon seeing its frigid turret and formidable armor, the rating seemed reasonable. Now was not the time for such musings. With this thought, Qin Chuan addressed the previously reporting Soviet soldier. Come up, you will guide the way. Within the alluvial fan surrounded by mountains lay a vast plain, with a river several meters wide rushing past one side. It was indeed an excellent site for a base. And Qin Chuan remarked thus. The art of war states, he who occupies the advantageous terrain first will surely prevail against the enemy. Being surrounded by mountains means that, barring exceptional circumstances, one need only guard against attacks from one direction. Moreover, the mountains are likely to harbor valuable minerals, a rare resource that can facilitate the territory's transition to development. This shall be the place, Qin Chuan proclaimed decisively, establishing the site for the base. Moments later, as the base vehicle arrived at the plain under the tank's protection, and after confirming that there were no other dangers aside from a few animals, Qin Chuan faced a choice. Which base should be deployed? Ideally, he would deploy both base vehicles simultaneously. However, This would inevitably pose a problem of resource allocation, particularly regarding power distribution. In the red alert system, without power, most facilities simply cannot operate. Ultimately, he chose to deploy the Allied base vehicle. Resources, after all, for Qin Chuan, who had lost the initial 3 farmers gathering resources. It was imperative to utilize every resource judiciously. The Allies possessed time-space mining vehicles capable of instantaneously transporting materials back to the ore refinery, significantly enhancing safety. In contrast, while the Soviet-armed mining facility had some combat capability and could extract a greater quantity of minerals, its uncertainty was too great. Furthermore, with a squad of soldiers, 6 Allies and 6 Soviets, and 8 tanks at his disposal, he did not require the meager combat power of a mining vehicle. Of course, in terms of efficiency, Yuri's slave mining vehicle was undoubtedly the fastest, but that was not yet an option. Now was not the time for reckless militarization. Only when resources were abundant would it be time to unleash a tide of troops. At Qin Chuan's command, the Allied base vehicle transformed like a transformer. The entire process taking only a brief moment. Before long, a massive construction site materialized in the location. While it could not compare to the instantaneous deployment seen in games, it was hard to believe such a structure was erected in mere minutes. Territory established. Please expedite the construction of troops to defend your territory from being breached. The prompt arrived just in time, yet Qin Chuan paid it no heed. Open the territory interface. Unnamed territory. Lord. Qin Chuan buildings. Allied construction yard resources. Unexplored population. 0. The Lord and troops do not count towards population statistics. Producers. None tax revenue. 0 per month. Resource points. Army. Allied soldiers. 6. Soviet mobilized soldiers. 6. Grizzly tanks. 4. Rhino tanks. 4. Special. Soviet base vehicle. 1. Awaiting collection. Basic resource package evaluation. An initial territory with moderate combat capability. However, if resources are not acquired swiftly, it is destined for demise. Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead. That evaluation was rather unflattering. Yet, he knew these circumstances were temporary. Claim the basic resource package. Claim successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 10,000 resource points. 10,000. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that even the remnants of Earth were not entirely uniform. The most significant distinction lay in the basic resource points, which ranged from 3 to 4,000 at minimum, to a maximum of 10,000. Qin Chuan recalled that in his previous life, he had only received 5,000 points. So it was surprising to see this amount double, receiving the utmost treatment. However, with such abundant resources, many tasks could be streamlined. He immediately ordered the Allied construction yard to construct a power station. As soon as the order was given, the construction yard sprang into action at full speed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he seemed to have overlooked something. Just then, an unexpected prompt arrived. Please name your territory as soon as possible. Realizing this, Qin Chuan responded without much thought. Xinhuang, are you sure you want to name the territory Xuanhuang? Note, once confirmed, the name cannot be changed. Confirmed. Qin Chuan stated with utmost seriousness. The dragon battles in the wild, its blood is Xinhuang. In this vast and alien world, Qin Chuan wished nothing more than to see the title of the dragon's descendant rise to greatness once again. Suddenly, another unexpected prompt chimed in. Ding. Your message in the World Chat Channel Survival Manual for Lords in Another World has received multiple accolades. Please check it out. Qin Chuan opened the World Chat Channel forum. Upon entering, he indeed saw several different colored tags appearing behind his post. Pinned. Essence. Must read. Exciting. Worth 1,000 words. Such popularity? Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. This was an unexpected delight. Clicking in, he scrolled past the content he was already familiar with and went straight to the bottom. Appreciation. 5,173 resource points. Honor. 1. Beneath this list of accolades was a dense compilation of reward notifications. Opening the comments section, he found an overwhelming number of messages. In less than a day, there were already tens of thousands of comments. Li Yinsong, Sofa, Luo Jia, deeply appreciative. Thank you, esteemed one. A humble offering of a mere 100 resource points. Ling Yunyan, your talent is extraordinary, sir. You have rescued us from peril. We are at a loss for how to repay you. Moved to tears. Thus I present another 100 points as a token of respect. Wang Yu, the person above, is impressive. Unfortunately, I lack culture and can only express my awe with a simple exclamation. Wow, you're remarkable. Esteemed one, you're incredible. I offer 10 resource points. Lu Fei, truly remarkable. The analysis you've provided in such a brief time is astounding. Might I inquire if you are in need of a girlfriend? Here S1 resource point as a token of my admiration. Wow, impressive. The variety of responses vividly reflects the excitement of these individuals. Chapter 3, Outlaws Beyond the Law, Collaboration with the Infantry. A delightful surprise. The resource points amassed through these offerings can hardly be deemed insignificant. Although they amount to merely 100 or 200 points, and some may even be absent, the majority of individuals find their basic resource points insufficient. Thus, to be able to contribute these points is undeniably moving. Qin Chuan recalls that the farmers at the outset of the territory could only convert a meager total of 510 resource points from all the resources collected throughout the day. It cannot be said that these individuals are stingy. With these points, Qin Chuan can afford to be bolder in his early development, such as deploying the Soviet military base vehicle. After extracting these resource points and formulating a plan, Qin Chuan then turned his attention to the solitary honor point. Do not underestimate this solitary point. Acquiring such a thing is fraught with challenges. It is said that possessing it brings unimaginable benefits. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had traversed the tides of fate for a century without ever obtaining even a single point. Based on the information at his disposal, there are but a few ways to earn honor points: slaying deities, establishing a nation for the first time with a populace exceeding 1 million. To his astonishment, a mere strategy post led the world chat channel to deem it an honor. However, this point is of little immediate use, so he chose to set it aside for now. The pressing concern is to secure provisions and shelter. After deploying the Soviet military base vehicle, the construction of the power station remains unfinished. Waiting idly is not an option. Reality is not a game. This simple truth applies universally. If one does not eat, one shall perish. How do you manage your daily sustenance? Qin Chuan inquired of the vigilant soldiers stationed at their posts. Report. We have nutritional fluids and military rations sufficient for a battle deployment. And how long will a battle's provisions last? How many days can they sustain us? Qin Chuan pressed further. If we conserve, 3 days' worth can sustain us for a week. At this, a young Soviet conscript appeared to recall something. A flicker of fear passing over his youthful features as he cautiously continued. Commander, I implore you not to send us to the Gene Replication Center for recycling. We only require a small amount of resources. I do not wish to refrain from serving you, but I have only been created for less than a day and have yet to contribute to your cause. Qin Chuan. Indeed, this mechanism exists in the Red Alert game, where soldiers can be sent to the replication center in exchange for some resources. However, applying such a notion in reality is utterly chilling. Observing the sudden silence enveloping the atmosphere, Qin Chuan reassured them. Rest easy. I shall not disassemble you for hunting. Strive to live well. Understood. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's assurance, the atmosphere around them immediately lightened, and a small detachment of soldiers set off to hunt on the plains. Before long, several animals were brought back, most of which had been slain with a single shot, attesting to the soldiers' marksmanship. Most astonishing to Qin Chuan was the presence of a porcupine among them. Build a fire. We shall roast the meat. Barbecue. Qin Chuan joyfully commanded, relishing the rare pleasure of a campfire feast. In response, only the sounds of compliance filled the air. Moments later, Qin Chuan took a bite of the roasted meat. Delicious. The meat is succulent, with a firm texture, truly a delicacy fit for the divine. Suddenly, he noticed the soldiers nearby, consuming their nutritional fluids. He called out, "Come join me. The nutritional fluids lack flavor. I cannot consume it all alone." But Commander, only officers of the rank of captain and special troops are permitted to partake in meat. We lack the qualifications, one soldier replied, his throat visibly constricting as he swallowed. Yet he remained steadfast. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. While it is commendable that his subordinates adhere to discipline, their inflexibility is problematic, particularly since he is aware that, according to their design, these recruited troops are fundamentally transformed beings. The Lord is akin to their creator. Yet, human hearts can change. Though it may not manifest externally, they all possess a hidden attribute: loyalty. When loyalty dips below a certain threshold, troops may mutiny, or worse, rebel, striking when it matters most. In his previous life, many lords who treated these troops merely as tools suffered significant losses. Although the Red Alert units Qin Chuan summoned are 100% loyal, and many are immune to mental manipulation, ingrained habits are difficult to alter. Ultimately, through his insistence, the soldiers reluctantly set aside their nutritional fluids and, with tears in their eyes, consumed 3 large bowls of meat. At midnight, Qin Chuan retired to the construction facility for rest. The sounds of machinery were somewhat noisy, yet in the current situation, having a place to rest was all that mattered. The soldiers took turns keeping watch. The following day, upon awakening, Qin Chuan first checked the construction progress. After a night of hard work, the basic framework of the power station was complete. Additionally, the Soviet construction facility was now operational, preparing for the rapid construction of barracks. As for the Soviet or refining plant, that would have to wait until a suitable mining site was located. Qin Chuan stretched, rubbing his slightly sore neck as he ambled around the vicinity. The surroundings appeared much the same as yesterday, though the land had been tidied, and the grass surrounding the camp had been cleared. However, on one side of the perimeter, Qin Chuan spotted the carcasses of several carnivorous animals. It seemed that last night's camp was not without its disturbances. Excellent. Today's food supply is secured, Qin Chuan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. The soldiers around him exchanged glances, their eyes alight with evident joy. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Qin Chuan awaited the completion of the power station while perusing the world chat channel. The chat was filled with talented individuals, and he found great enjoyment in it. However, some of the operations displayed left Qin Chuan astounded. In the early stages, resource acquisition was challenging, Some outlaws brazenly raided the affluent households in nearby cities, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Indeed, it was clear who the truly impoverished were. Some even emulated Qin Chuan strategies, posting detailed instructions in the forum on every step of robbing the rich to benefit the destitute. Upon examining the username of the poster, Zhang San, it seemed to perfectly align with charges of theft and incitement. The peculiarities of this alternate world. Yet, this individual's experiences were not without merit for Qin Chuan. Of course, he had no intention of emulating this individual's thievery. Rather, it was the communication with local forces that held significance. In this alternate realm, they were not the only lords reincarnated from Earth. The indigenous powers are the true masters of this land. Kingdoms, cults, guilds, and extraordinary beings, dragons, elves, dwarves, and goblins, even gods and demons. Although Qin Chuan has yet to encounter them, such an event is merely a matter of time. It is prudent to prepare in advance. A low hum filled the air, pulling Qin Chuan back to reality. The apparatus whirred to life, electricity surging as the power plant reached its completion. This signified that the Allied construction facilities could now redirect their resources. Presently, two options lay before him: to construct a barracks or a mineral refinery. Of course, he could opt to build both simultaneously, though this would significantly impede progress, given the limited capacity of the construction plants and engineers available. Hence, it would be wise to prioritize the more cost-effective option. However, he now possessed two construction facilities. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan commanded, build the Allied mineral refinery, construct the Soviet barracks. The two construction plants dutifully resumed their operations, functioning like a well-oiled machine. At this moment, Qin Chuan's time was no longer leisurely. Once the mineral refinery was erected, it would signify the full operational status of his domain. Yet, there remained one prerequisite to address: the mine. Although the surrounding mountains were highly likely to harbor mineral veins, a thorough field investigation was still necessary. After all, while the transdimensional mining facility boasted high efficiency, it lacked any self-defense capabilities. Qin Chuan must eliminate obstacles for his future development. Moments later, accompanied by 6 soldiers and 4 tanks, Qin Chuan boldly advanced toward the mountains. The inaugural joint operation of infantry and armor commenced. Chapter 4. You cannot take away my candle. The tracks of the rhino tanks crushed the withered branches and leaves underfoot, heralding the arrival of autumn. Within the rugged terrain of the mountains, numerous hidden dangers lurked. Qin Chuan maintained a heightened state of concentration, diligently observing and recording the surrounding flora and fauna. The alluvial plain where the base was located was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow passage to the south. The direction of Qin Chuan's expedition was set toward the western mountains. The rationale for this choice was simple: proximity. The territorial base was situated relatively close to the western mountains, and Qin Chuan had no intention of seeking distant alternatives. However, if this expedition yielded no results, "Commander, a discovery ahead." The voice of a soldier acting as a scout resonated in his mind. "Look, there it is. Everything is moving in the 10 o'clock direction." The soldier pointed, lowering his voice. Moments later, Qin Chuan took the binoculars, immediately understanding the reason for his hushed tone. A cave. Just as one might think of a shaded path bustling with activity, the cave's entrance, though narrow, clearly bore signs of human activity. Most crucially, the faint sounds of clanging echoed from within. There were living beings present. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan chose not to act rashly. "Send in 2 individuals to investigate. And be cautious. Do not act without my command." Understood. 2 soldiers stepped forward, one an Allied soldier, the other a Soviet conscript. Utilizing the shadows cast by trees and rocks, they stealthily approached the cave entrance without making a sound. Qin Chuan exhaled softly, relieved to see that there were no sentinels stationed outside. However, as he watched the 2 soldiers crawl silently into the cave, he held his breath. This was the pivotal moment. For the next several minutes, his mind remained taut with anticipation. The cave loomed like a monstrous maw, ready to devour the unwary. The barrels of several tanks were aimed at the entrance. Should any hostile emerge, Qin Chuan vowed they would soon experience the true meaning of divine retribution. The sounds of chirping birds eventually allowed Qin Chuan to relax slightly. This was a signal of communication, primarily to prevent any friendly fire incidents upon the return of his soldiers. Moments later, the 2 soldiers returned, their clothing slightly soiled but otherwise unharmed. Qin Chuan inquired about the situation within. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, and it was the conscript who spoke first. "Commander, there exists an anomalous group or genetically modified beings inside. They appear as follows." As he spoke, the conscript hastily produced paper and pencil, quickly sketching. Before Qin Chuan could fully grasp the situation, a detailed drawing emerged before him within moments. The depicted creatures wielded shovels and pickaxes, possessing human bodies yet with the heads of canines. Dog-headed miners. More accurately, dog-headed miner hybrids. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan's attention was not focused on this aspect. His eyes widened as he pointed at the sketch and asked the soldier, "Did you draw this? Are you certain you are merely a conscript? This skill surely rivals that of a KGB agent." The conscript blushed at the compliment, scratching his head awkwardly. Commander, when you created us, memories of this kind were already implanted in my mind. Qin Chuan remained silent, pondering how he knew about the implanted memories. Meanwhile, the allied soldier at his side seemed unwilling to let the conscript bask in the glory alone. Commander, upon observation, these anomalous beings appear frail and tattered, indicating a low social status. Furthermore, based on the destructive potential of their shovels, they exhibit low combat effectiveness and possess no discernible long-range attack capabilities. Good heavens! Qin Chuan exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the two soldiers' insights. He felt an urge to ask, are you truly those low-cost infantry soldiers? Suppressing his desire for sarcasm, Qin Chuan knew he had to make a swift decision, to fight or to retreat. He contemplated posting in the global chat channel. Discovered a dog-headed miner settlement in the wild. What should I do? Urgent assistance needed. However, he soon realized that this motley crew of newcomers would likely be unable to offer any constructive advice. Ultimately, the decision rested solely on him. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Chuan concluded that engaging in combat was unwise. Given the cave's narrow entrance, tanks could not be deployed inside. Forcing a path would consume time and create considerable noise, undoubtedly alerting the occupants. Should they call for reinforcements or attempt to escape, Qin Chuan's forces would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Thus, if conflict arose, only the 6 soldiers and Qin Chuan himself would be available to fight. Therefore, retreat was the most prudent choice. Once the barracks were operational and the steel factory established, he could lead a formidable force of SEALs and transdimensional troops, clearing the way with light tanks. No, although a promising future lay before him, Qin Chuan chose to decline. This was not due to any mental lapse, but rather the essence of time. Indeed, while the future could allow for an effortless conquest of this small mining settlement, it would come at no immediate cost. But how long must one wait? Until the barracks are completed? Until the factory for steel war chariots is established? Or perhaps until the combat laboratory is constructed? He could not afford such a lengthy delay. After all, how many things in this world are guaranteed to be 100% certain? One could not dismiss the possibility that these goblins, also known as the Desert Reapers, might possess the ability to unleash soul-harvesting strikes or wield hammers that could shatter continents. Qin Chuan could never forget his previous life, when beneath the black tide, he was besieged by those monstrous beings lurking in the shadows. Ultimately, his territory was breached, and he was left to struggle aimlessly for survival. Retreat was not an option. It was simply impossible. Now, he could only hope that the soldiers' claims regarding the goblins' feeble combat prowess were indeed true. You 6, follow me inside. Keep the tanks stationed at the entrance and ensure that no life escapes. Understood, Commander. The soldiers voiced no objections. Qin Chuan's commands were the very essence of their survival. Thus, equipped with tactical goggles, the 7 of them cautiously ventured into the cavern. Qin Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief. As anticipated, the cave's entrance was unguarded. The group moved silently deeper within, and although no orders were given, the soldiers instinctively placed Qin Chuan at the center of their formation for protection. After traversing nearly 100 meters, a flicker of light emerged ahead, accompanied by a wretched scream. You can't take my candle. Qin Chuan could only think how fortunate it was that the goblin did not utter phrases like life and death, an unending cycle, or the fallen shall rise again. Otherwise, he would have turned on his heel and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 5. The Candle, the Goblin Chieftain. In the darkness, through the faint light, Qin Chuan witnessed a scene of bullying that evoked both sorrow and anger. A robust goblin had knocked a weaker one to the ground with a kick and mercilessly yanked the candle from its head. The candle is mine. The goblin, having lost its precious candle, appeared to be gripped by the greatest terror known to mankind, babbling incessantly, you can't take my candle. It was soon silenced by a swift kick that ended its life. Qin Chuan observed this spectacle with an air of indifference. Those not of my kin harbored different intentions. The elimination of their living forces was, in fact, advantageous for him. His gaze was steady and composed, just as he prepared to signal the soldiers beside him to remain vigilant for combat. However, upon turning to look, he found all 6 guns fully loaded, firmly aimed at the goblins ahead, even equipped with silencers. Qin Chuan thought to himself, could you not display such efficiency? It makes me, as their commander, seem rather mundane. With no other choice, he nodded, signaling them to engage. The muffled sounds of gunfire erupted, suppressed entirely by the silencers, barely audible beyond a few paces. The goblins standing in place suffered instant fatalities, blood oozing from their foreheads, necks, and chests, their lives extinguished before they could utter a sound. How considerate of them. Following the conclusion of this skirmish, soldiers moved forward to clear the battlefield. Before long, a collection of spoils lay before Qin Chuan. Foul-smelling garments, crudely fashioned pickaxes and shovels, unidentifiable ores, and notably candles. His ability to visualize data allowed Qin Chuan to immediately discern the candle's unique properties. Goblin candle. Grade, white. Function, fluorescent illumination, or perhaps it can serve other purposes. Evaluation, you have obtained it. Gazing at the panel, Qin Chuan felt utterly exasperated. What an absurd item. Aside from illumination, What else could a candle possibly be used for? To ignite fires? Moreover, even if he wished to explore its other potential applications, there were no whips to be found here. Ahem. To return to the main point, this candle could barely be considered his first piece of equipment, albeit reluctantly entering the white grade. Nevertheless, it marked a modest beginning. According to the visual data classification, the levels of equipment items were distinctly clear: common, white, enhanced, blue, rare, purple, uncommon, pink, epic, gold. Of course, this was merely a general classification, and there were numerous other categories, such as heritage equipment and complete sets. Qin Chuan had even heard tales of artifacts that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Regrettably, in his past life, he had never encountered such wonders due to his own limitations. However, one must not generalize. It is not to say that lower-tier equipment is inherently inferior to higher-grade items. There are numerous factors to consider, but such matters were not of immediate concern to Qin Chuan. With a casual wave of his hand, the candles before him vanished, absorbed into the crystal of the Lord's gem. The gem was not a one-time use item. It was one of the privileges of being a lord. Utilizing it as spatial equipment was its fundamental function. Having completed this task, Qin Chuan gazed into the depths of the cavern and commanded, "Let us continue our advance." The soldiers promptly obeyed. Following this auspicious opening skirmish, not only did Qin Chuan's heart settle, but their unease regarding the unknown was significantly alleviated. The ensuing combat lacked any semblance of grace. Though the soldiers formed a mere six-man team under Qin Chuan's command, their disciplined execution and flawless coordination allowed them to utterly dominate the goblins on every front. Even their six-man shooting squad evoked memories of a bygone era when Europe wielded its might through lined infantry tactics. It could be aptly described as a true dimensional strike. The dynamics of warfare had evolved, and he was prepared to wager that his guns were loaded. Not even Qin Chuan had anticipated such smooth progress as they advanced. While directing the soldiers, he mentally calculated the demographics of the goblin tribes. Typically, a tribe consists of approximately 40 to 400 adult males, with a similar number of females. Yet, the total number of goblins in a tribe rarely exceeds 1,000. Among them, the combat guards, aside from the lower-tier goblin miners, primarily consisted of the chieftains and their bodyguards. This became evident as Qin Chuan and his team penetrated deeper into the mine. Compared to the gaunt miners, these goblins appeared significantly more robust, equipped with long spikes, crossbows, javelins, and wooden shields, evidently the members of the goblin combat unit. Although they seemed to possess some combat capability, it ultimately proved inconsequential. Before they could even reveal themselves, they surrendered their lives. Despite the ease of their progress, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. Regardless of the size of a goblin tribe, a chieftain would undoubtedly exist, with a possibility of encountering a shaman. He had always exercised caution regarding such fantastical forces. Thus, amidst the sporadic muffled gunfire, they gradually reached the innermost depths of the cavern. Here, Qin Chuan beheld a slumbering giant. No, a giant dog. Within the vast underground chamber, a terrifying creature lay atop a pile of ores, its enormous canine head adorned with flame-like fur, clutching a colossal candle in its left hand, while its right rested upon a nearby spiked mace. Goblin Chieftain. Rank, level 5. Skill, magical candle, charge. Hiss. Qin Chuan cautiously lowered his breath, instantly gripped by an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. This was nearly the worst-case scenario one could imagine. 5th tier. What a jest. A rank of 4 or higher typically indicates the presence of extraordinary abilities. Moreover, given its skills, which even touch upon the arcane, the situation becomes even more dire. It would be prudent to withdraw and return once one's strength has grown. Yet, Qin Chuan soon shook his head, dismissing this thought. Not to mention that the emptying of the cave of goblins could not be concealed. If this goblin leader were to escape, it would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for his early territorial development. It was best to resolve this matter here and now. But how to devise a plan? Qin Chuan surveyed the situation before him, his gaze shifting. You all, bring out your grenades. The soldiers asked no further questions, and soon a dozen grenades lay before Qin Chuan. He pondered, while it might be a tad insufficient, it should suffice. You few come here. I will direct you to specific locations. Make sure to throw accurately. Yes, Commander. With preparations complete, mere seconds later, the ground shook with a thunderous explosion accompanied by the furious barks of dogs. Chapter 6. Combat Record, Intruder. The deafening barks tore through the air like the ripping of flesh. The goblin leader's golden fur, in the throes of its frenzied roar, resembled flickering flames. As the waves of heat surged forth, this leader-class monster awakened completely. Retreat. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan immediately commanded his squad to withdraw from the cavern. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. How could it still be alive? Nevertheless, the explosion had not been without effect. The blood seeping from the goblin leader's eyes and nose indicated it had sustained serious injuries. This was precisely why it was currently in a state of madness. Qin Chuan was unwilling to suffer unnecessary losses. Seizing the opportunity while it was momentarily blinded, he quickly retreated. Who would have thought that the goblin leader's nose would twitch? instantly turning its head toward the cave's entrance. Otherworlders, the dark winds shall consume your souls. The power of language allowed him to immediately comprehend the goblin leader's words. A chill ran down Qin Chuan's spine. The foe knew they were from another world. This implied that these goblins were undoubtedly linked to the Black Tide. With this revelation, Qin Chuan's resolve to eradicate them strengthened. However, seeing the goblin leader charging toward the cave entrance, it was wise to momentarily avoid its wrath. Tactical retreat. Set up a crossfire net and lure it out of the cave. Although the goblin leader's eyes were rendered blind from the grenade blasts, its innate olfactory prowess remained keen, relentlessly tracking Qin Chuan and his men. Fortunately, Qin Chuan led his soldiers in a strategic withdrawal. Each time the goblin leader charged like a frenzied beast, it was repelled by a barrage of firepower. While the bullets from their rifles could not penetrate the goblin leader's hide, they seemed to have a mind of their own, targeting its eyes, nostrils, and throat. As they fought and retreated, they drew nearer to the cave's mouth. Qin Chuan signaled, and the squad's firepower surged anew. They then rushed out of the cave. The goblin leader hesitated momentarily. As an intelligent being, it had to consider the ambush. However, this hesitation lasted only an instant, quickly extinguished by the raging instinct within. Without a second thought, it surged forward. Following this was a cold command: fire. The cannon roared. The earth trembled with a force tenfold that of the previous explosions, and the goblin leader barely had time to utter a howl before its body disintegrated into tatters. The era has changed. Qin Chuan exhaled in relief, preparing to collect his spoils. The value of such an extraordinary creature's corpse, even in death, was not negligible. Just then, he suddenly froze. World Chat Channel. Announcement: Lord Qin Chuan has annihilated the Black Tide's minion goblin tribe for the first time, earning the title Goblin Slayer. Reward: 1 honor point. World Chat Channel. Personal notification: the current battle has been detected to possess immense value. Would you like to upload the battle record? Note: once uploaded, each viewer will provide you with 1 resource point. The unexpected world announcement left all survivors reborn from Earth in a state of shock. What the heck? 9999, what is this? Someone actually obliterated a goblin tribe? The surviving lords from Earth fell into deep contemplation. They recalled the events of their own territories that day. First, they had their farmers weeping in frustration, then spent the night in terror in their drafty straw huts. Some particularly unfortunate souls even had farmers snatched away by wolves and tigers, or their territories breached. Now they were being told that someone had wiped out a goblin tribe. Quickly, someone noticed a blind spot. By the way, that name in the announcement sounds familiar, doesn't it? Have you noticed? You upstairs kid. You must have had a tough time growing up, always getting scared, huh? Your reflexes are truly slow. Lord Qin Chuan, forever the strongest. Skipping over the uproar in the World Chat Channel, Qin Chuan himself was somewhat astonished. The notifications from the World Channel not only shocked others, but also left him in disbelief. Another title, another honor point. These rewards seemed excessively generous. However, upon seeing the goblin's prefix, he felt a sense of understanding. Black Tide minions. As the chief culprits behind Earth's destruction, they were the greatest enemies of these lords. Anything associated with this term was no small matter, although he was unsure how these goblins were connected to the Black Tide. Since it was a judgment made by the remnants of Earth's will, the chances of error were minimal. In any case, this was advantageous for Qin Chuan. As for the inquiry about uploading the battle record, upload. Though Qin Chuan felt the battle record held little value, why not take advantage of it? Even the smallest gain adds up, providing an additional avenue for resource points. With a mere thought, a previously unopened section appeared in the World Chat Channel. Battle Record Room. Others noticed this and upon entering, found only one battle record. Battle Record: the annihilation of the goblins. Party A: Xianhuang Territories Expeditionary Force. Composition: Lord Qin Chuan. Allied soldiers 3, Soviet soldiers 3, Grizzly tanks 2, Rhino tanks 2. Party B: Goblin Tribe. Composition: Goblin Leader 1, Goblin Chieftains 4, Goblin Diggers 177. Battle result: complete victory for Party A. The battle record is as follows: reconnaissance, infiltration, 10,000 words omitted here. Battle footage is as follows. The entire footage vividly illustrated the events. What pleased Qin Chuan the most was that the recorded content primarily focused on tactical aspects, rather than emphasizing the ferocity of the soldiers or the might of the tanks. After all, in comparison to him, others did not possess modern soldiers or tanks. They could merely serve as a reference. With all tasks completed, this signified a temporary conclusion to the Western expedition, yielding abundant rewards. However, after surveying the battlefield, a perplexity arose. The quantity of or within the dog-headed creature's lair was remarkably scant, as if it had recently been depleted. Fortunately, the reserves of this vein appeared substantial, so Qin Chuan did not dwell on this minor detail. After leaving half of his men to guard the mine, Qin Chuan led his team triumphantly back home. Little did he expect that upon entering the camp, he would be taken aback. He gazed at the several individuals who were restrained and bound before him, his expression turning serious. Who are they? Chapter 7, City of the Waning Moon, Move Yourself. 3 individuals had intruded into the camp. Leading them was a warrior clad in medieval armor, accompanied by an archer wielding a bow and a slender scout. Battle priest? The term sprang to Qin Chuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. They were likely just a warrior, an archer, and a rogue. Spellcasters were too precious, and priests were treasures of the major churches. It was unlikely they would venture into danger so recklessly. Nevertheless, these individuals appeared within his territory. The soldiers responsible for guarding the base reported to Qin Chuan, "Commander, while you advanced westward, these three have been spying on the base. We suspect they are agents of hostile forces and have detained them, awaiting your orders." After inquiring in detail about the events that transpired during his absence, Qin Chuan finally grasped the situation. Spies. That seemed implausible. No agent of any faction would appear in such a guise. Judging by their configuration, they were clearly a standard adventuring party, a meat shield MT, a ranged DPS, and a scout tasked with reconnaissance. Having been an adventurer himself in his former life, Qin Chuan was no stranger to this setup. "I understand." After acknowledging, Qin Chuan approached the three individuals. "From where do you hail?" At that moment, as they realized they could communicate with someone, the three grew exceedingly excited. The red alert soldiers lacked linguistic comprehension and were reluctant to engage with them. Their attempts at dialogue had been akin to a chicken speaking to a duck, utterly devoid of understanding. Initially, upon witnessing the formidable alchemical artifacts, guns, in their hands, alongside the menacing alchemical constructs, tanks, the adventuring party had felt a sense of despair. Now, seeing what appeared to be the leader of their captors capable of conversing with them filled them with unexpected hope. The armored warrior hastily exclaimed, "Esteemed sir, our party deeply regrets trespassing upon your camp and offers our sincerest apologies for any inconvenience caused. We are willing to purchase our lives." The man's demeanor was decidedly humble. In this Holy Spirit continent, weakness was indeed the gravest sin. The adventuring party stood before their captors utterly devoid of the means to resist. As individuals seasoned by the harshness of society, they were acutely aware of their predicament. To ensure the continuation of their lives, they had no choice but to adopt a submissive stance before this seemingly alchemical master. On the other hand, Qin Chuan observed the group before him, fully cognizant of their psychological state. After all, this was a scenario he had once experienced himself. At this moment, Qin Chuan was not in a hurry to provide an answer. He scrutinized the trio carefully. The leading warrior, though his armor appeared intimidating, bore numerous scratches and signs of wear. It was evidently an old relic. Presumably, it had been passed down through several generations, and its preservation over the years was commendable. As for the other two, the scout was curled up, a dagger and various vials strapped to his waist. Qin Chuan recognized them as inept thieves from the Rogue Guild. Upon noticing the last individual, the archer's features, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. An elf? No, a half-elf. The half-elf maiden seemed to notice Qin Chuan's gaze and quickly lowered her head, concealing herself within her hood. Not only that, but the other two also momentarily forgot their pleas for mercy and negotiation, their fists clenched in quiet tension, their eyes warily fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, choosing not to continue staring at the half-elf maiden. He resumed his inquiries. "It is time for you to provide your answers. Origins? Purpose? Age? Rank? How many members are in your family? How many acres of land do you possess?" The adventuring party was taken aback. Although Qin Chuan's questions were indeed excessive, the circumstances dictated the power dynamics. Norson, a second-tier warrior, leader of the adventuring party. Hull, a first-tier rogue. Amlin. As the trio relayed their information, Qin Chuan snapped his fingers, regrettably finding that nothing transpired. "Bingo. Now, let us calculate your trespass into my territory." "Territory? You are a noble?" Norson was taken aback. Having keenly grasped the implication of that term, it was well known that dealing with nobles was fraught with difficulty. Falling into their clutches could lead to dire consequences. Qin Chuan neither confirmed nor denied it, continuing, "Speak of the nearest city, as well as the situation of the powers within it." This was his primary objective. The location of his arrival in this realm had been entirely random. The place where he had crossed over in his previous life was markedly different from now. To facilitate better development and mitigate surrounding dangers, he needed to ascertain the strength of nearby factions. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's inquiry, the adventuring party exchanged glances. And immediately a term sprang to mind. Expansion Lord. In noble families, the second son held no right to inherit titles or territories. Aside from idling away, they had another option, to adhere to the expansion decree and venture to the kingdom's periphery to establish new territories. Clearly, they had mistaken Qin Chuan for such an individual. While they were somewhat curious as to why Qin Chuan had not inquired about the local powers before determining his expansion site, they could only answer honestly. The nearest city is the city of the Waning Moon, which belongs to the borders of the Fran Kingdom, nestled against the Judgment Mountains, with few noble lords. As they elucidated, Qin Chuan gradually formed a rough impression in his mind and confirmed his own position. The Fran Kingdom, located in the northern part of the Holy Spirit continent, bordered by the Judgment Mountains, could be considered on the fringes of human society. Beyond the Judgment Mountains lay the lands inhabited by the other races, such as orcs and elves. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief. At least his territory was not situated within the domain of these alien races. Otherwise, while there might be some advantages, development would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Subsequently, his gaze turned toward the city of the waning moon, the closest to him. Tell me about the situation in the city of the waning moon. The city of the waning moon was renowned as the adventurer's city within the Fran Kingdom. As night fell, after sending off the 2 members of the adventuring party, the base returned to a state of tranquility. What? Why only 2? One could easily deduce from the forlorn expression of the half-elf maiden Amlin, who remained at the base. Seizing the opportunity to capture a few useful pawns, Qin Chuan had no intention of letting them go so easily. It was the perfect chance to have them assist in gathering intelligence while also assessing the local power dynamics. Additionally, Qin Chuan intended to retrieve some items he required for his experiments. As for the reason behind leaving this half-elf maiden behind, it certainly has nothing to do with Qin Chuan's infatuation with the fair sex. His primary concern lies with the potential fate of the other 2. What if they were to vanish without a trace, or worse, return with a local army to launch an assault? Observing the camaraderie among the trio, it seemed illogical not to retain a hostage. Thus, the current situation came into being. At midnight, Qin Chuan once again found himself gathered around the campfire, engaging in the art of barbecuing. The soldiers on patrol were filled with fervor, their eyes glued to the sizzling meat skewers over the flames. Meanwhile, the half-elf maiden huddled against the chilly wind, wrapping herself tightly in the straw covering. In the next moment, Qin Chuan beckoned her over. Come here, help yourself. Lin. Chapter 8. Territory Evaluation, Conflict. Regarding Qin Chuan's wolfish words, the half-elf maiden naturally could not comprehend their implications. However, she did understand the invitation to approach. Cautiously, Lin advanced towards Qin Chuan, her gaze darting to the soldiers, who resembled wolves ready to pounce. Qin Chuan took a bite from a skewer. Although lacking seasoning, it was nevertheless quite palatable. Would you care for some? I recall elves do not partake in meat. Gulp. Before Qin Chuan could finish his sentence, the sound of Lin's swallowing echoed in the air. Noticing the surprised look on Qin Chuan's face, her cheeks flushed crimson as she replied cautiously, Forest elves do not consume meat, but half-elves have no such restrictions. Otherwise, survival would be quite challenging. Qin Chuan mused for a moment, recalling that this was indeed the case. He promptly tossed her a generous portion and chose not to dwell further on the matter. By midnight, having satisfied their appetites, Qin Chuan contemplated the current development of his territory. Xuanhuang Territory. Lord, Qin Chuan. Buildings, Allied Construction Factory, Allied Power Plant, Allied or Refinery. Soviet Construction Factory, Soviet Barracks. Resources, Unknown Mine, under extraction. Population, half-elf captive, 1. Producers, Time-Space Mining Vehicle, 1. Tax revenue, 200 per day, resource point. Military, Allied soldiers, 6. Soviet conscripts, 6. Grizzly tanks, 4. Rhino tanks, 4. Special, none. Pending claims, none. Resource points, 13, for 120. Honor points, 2. Evaluation, a military territory with considerable combat capability and immense development potential. However, it lacks sufficient population, leading to a social imbalance detrimental to long-term growth. Upon reviewing the territory evaluation, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief. What awaited him was not annihilation, but rather vast potential for growth. Compared to other territories where farmers barely gathered resources, the mining site's daily collection of 200 resource points was far from slow. With a mining site, barracks, and a fundamental operational system already in place, the path to rapid development was clear. As for the alleged lack of residents and social imbalance, Qin Chuan paid it no mind. All preparations were aimed at facing the first wave of the dark tide that would arrive in 3 months. Recalling the monstrous horde that surged forth from the darkness in his memories, a resolute expression crossed Qin Chuan's face. Not nearly enough, far from it, he declared. Commence construction of the Steel War Vehicle Factory and ensure the barracks operate at full capacity to train soldiers. With his command, the entire base sprang into action. Meanwhile, another strategic move made by Qin Chuan was also unfolding its purpose. Outside of Myhua City, Norsen and Hall returned in a disheveled state, burdened by a large sack behind them, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Hey, isn't that Norsen? After a few days, why does the team only have 2 left? Hey, I say, this Tin seems to have come to a realization and sold that half-elf from their squad. Didn't you see what they were carrying behind them? Indeed, while we cannot provoke elves, the allure of a half-elf maiden, how could one resist? As they made their way to the Adventurers Guild, a cacophony of taunts ensued. Unable to contain himself, Norsen nearly charged at the jeering crowd, but Hall held him back. Think of Lin, we don't have time to waste on these fools. Once we rescue her, I'll make sure to remember the faces of those who mocked us. Hall stated solemnly. Reluctantly, Norsen swallowed his indignation and continued forward in silence. Upon reaching the reception of the Adventurers Guild, they dropped the sack with a resounding clang. Clang. The tremendous metallic sound echoed, plunging the entire hall of the Adventurers Guild into silence. Oh, Norsen, have you struck gold? It seems you'll be able to redeem your father's cross sword. The staff at the front desk, initially startled by the noise, quickly shifted their tone, recognizing that the items were likely the result of their betrayal of a teammate. Norsen's suppressed anger flared once more. Hall swiftly pulled him behind him, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Enough chatter. We wish to procure some books, resources, and a batch of alchemical goods for sale. We need you to contact buyers. With that, as Hall unwrapped the package, a gasp resonated through the hall. Hiss. At his words, a collective intake of breath filled the hall. Initially, their jests about Norsen selling his half-elf teammate were merely to provoke him, yet now they found themselves questioning their assumptions. After all, who wouldn't prefer a soft and adorable elven maiden in their ranks over brawny warriors or shadowy rogues? Even if she were a half-elf, jealousy warped their expressions, fueling their caustic remarks. However, at that moment, neither Norsen nor Hall had any inclination to engage with the crowd. As they revealed the firearms given to them by Qin Chuan, their gaze fixated on the front desk staff. The staff, taken aback by the array of items before them, realized that alchemical goods hinted at mystery, and mystery, in most cases, bore significant value. Not to mention, the exquisite craftsmanship of these items was immediately apparent. The staff swallowed hard, trembling slightly as they stated, "I need to assess their value." Hearing this, Hall's brow furrowed. "No need. You simply need to assist us in contacting buyers. According to the rules, the Adventurers Guild will not miss out on its share." Before he could finish, an irksome voice, etched in his memory, interrupted. "Oh, alchemical items? It seems you have indeed struck it rich. I heard you sold Lin to a slave trader? TSK. Why didn't you sell her to me instead? My offer was quite generous." A flamboyantly dressed young man emerged from the Adventurers Guild, wearing a nonchalant expression, flanked by two burly bodyguards. Norsen could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Andal, what are you doing here? Get lost." The tension was palpable, their past grievances were evident, and the air crackled with animosity. Andal, unfazed by Norsen's outburst, casually adjusted his ear as if annoyed by the noise. "Why can't I be here? Is the Adventurers Guild your family's property? Besides, aren't you looking for buyers? I suddenly find myself interested. Show me the alchemical goods you have. Get lost. We want to sell to you." Norsen shot back coldly. Andal frowned, appearing as if he were swatting away a bothersome fly, his expression darkening menacingly. "Be sure to consider carefully, for the city of Luminous Crescent is not vast, and you may find no one willing to purchase your wares." As the threatening words escaped his lips, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. All eyes were fixed upon the two peculiar individuals from Northern, awaiting their reaction. Just as Andal had asserted, his family undeniably possessed the ability to stifle their sales. After a brief silence, Hall suddenly spoke up. "All right, since Master Andal is so eager to witness, allow me to provide a demonstration." Turning to face the scene, he brandished a 9mm parabellum handgun, the weapon of allied soldiers. The crosshairs were aimed squarely at Andal's head. Chapter 9. The Might of Firearms, Shaking the City of Luminous Crescent. Suddenly, confronted by Hall wielding the peculiar alchemical device, Andal felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. This was a primal response of living beings in the face of peril. "Wait," he exclaimed hastily. "While I doubt you possess anything of true alchemical value, I refuse to take such a risk. Simply demonstrate on him." With that, Andal forcefully yanked a burly man from behind him to shield himself from the firearm. The man, now thrust into the line of danger, felt a sense of foreboding, yet found some solace in Andal's words. "Huh, then let this toy be aimed at me," he retorted. Seeing Andal's retreat, Hall sighed. Nevertheless, should any harm befall Andal, they likely would not escape Luminous Crescent unscathed. At present, however, it seemed of little consequence. In truth, he and Northern were quite oblivious to the weapon's true power. Just yesterday, they had stumbled into a camp and were so intimidated by the tanks that they dared not retaliate. No significant conflict had ensued. He recalled the lessons imparted by Qin Chuan, grasped the buttstock firmly, disengaged the safety, and aligned the sights. Ultimately, squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, and the thunderous roar of gunpowder resonated throughout the adventurers' hall. Dust, accumulated over years, cascaded from the ceiling. The crowd of onlookers winced, clutching their ears in agony. Just as they pondered whether this might be some form of sonic weapon, their attention was drawn to the burly man's countenance. Grotesquely contorted in pain, beads of sweat streamed down his face, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. He was in such agony that he lacked the strength to utter a cry. As their gaze fell to his abdomen, a gruesome cavity appeared. Flesh and blood, a macabre tableau. The wound, measuring a terrifying diameter of several inches, oozed a steady flow of blood. Even more chillingly, fractured ribs were visible within the gory maw. It was evident that survival was beyond reach. The onlookers were not the only ones struck by horror, even Hall. The perpetrator of this chaos felt a wave of dread wash over him. He turned the gun's muzzle, causing those nearby to instinctively recoil. Witnessing the scene, Hall felt a mixture of despair and disbelief. This was nothing like what he had envisioned. He distinctly remembered Qin Chuan stating that after firing a blank into the sky, this so-called handgun was merely of average potency. Average. If aimed at the head, it could surely result in a fatality. It was akin to the devastating fireball spells wielded by the elder mages. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Among the many peculiar items Qin Chuan had bestowed upon him, there were indeed several extraordinary objects. You dare to commit murder within the Adventurers Guild. Andal was jolted back to reality, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He was immensely grateful that his companion had taken notice. Otherwise, he would likely have been en route to the underworld by now. Hall refused to relinquish control of the narrative. Everyone is a witness. From beginning to end, it was you who insisted upon this experiment. With that, he glanced at the stricken man on the ground, gasping for breath, and continued, I advise you to rush him to the church, or he shall surely perish. Andal's expression oscillated between rage and despair as he glared at the two, hissing, You will pay for this. With those words, he hastily departed, dragging the wounded man with him. In an instant, the entire hall's attention converged upon Hall, or rather, upon the assortment of alchemical items they had displayed. One voice hesitated. Did they not just mention that these items were for sale? It seemed so, implying that they were open to purchases. Come now, can we truly afford such things? Do not be foolish. How will we know unless we try? Hall is my dear friend and brother. Hey Hall, how much for these items? In but a moment, the Adventurers Guild erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Hall and Northern exchanged glances, and, in unison, they hastily wrapped their wares once more. Instead of slinging them over their shoulders, they clutched them closely to their chests, retreating towards the exit without a backward glance. As they pushed through the throng, they shouted, Make way, make way. We shan't sell these just yet. Contact us at the inn. You know where our thief friends reside, so keep your hands clean, or I shall not hesitate to show you what I possess. With that, they surged through the crowd, heedless of the reactions around them, and swiftly vanished into the streets. Yet their departure did not quell the storm. Rather, the events unfolding within the Adventurers Guild reverberated through Luminous Crescent with astonishing rapidity. A new tempest was brewing, and there was no stopping it. At midnight, a grand banquet unfolded at the Lord's Manor. Northern and Hall received invitations, an acknowledgement of their presence among the city's elite. They were acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind their invitation. Focused on the bountiful feast, they feigned ignorance to the scrutinizing gazes surrounding them. They understood that those stares were not directed at them, but at the two parcels of goods beside them. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and ventured. I heard your team has a half-elf. Why wasn't she present this time? And what are these alchemical items? Northern and Hall exchanged a knowing glance. Adhering to the prearranged narrative, Hall lifted the tablecloth to dab at his mouth and replied, The esteemed alchemist resides in Half Moon Valley. He entrusted us with the task of selling these items while we procure some materials. He holds Anlin in high regard and wishes to take her as an apprentice. Which is why we came alone, concerned about fulfilling the master's wishes. Oh, I see. The guests at the banquet remained skeptical. But this was precisely the response Hall and Northern desired. They recognized that relying solely on their own strength to safeguard their possessions would be arduous. So they invoked Qin Chuan's name as a shield. Only by instilling caution in the city's residents could they alleviate their own fears. Thus, until the banquet concluded, no one approached to express interest in purchasing. This was a matter of dignity for the nobles, who believed that discussing monetary transactions in such a setting would tarnish their status. Naturally, they anticipated contact in due course. As Northern and Hall exited the banquet, they wiped the sweat from their brows in a secluded alleyway. Northern lamented, Ugh, dealing with these scheming nobles is revolting. Just now, they kept probing for my alchemist's name. Indeed, these nobles are insufferable. Exactly. Who do they think they are? Northern began to respond, only to suddenly realize something amiss. Upon turning to discern the source of the sound, a shadowy figure clad in a hood emerged from the depths of the alley. Hall, ever vigilant, speculated. Could it be the band of hyenas from the Thieves' Guild, or perhaps an assassin? No, please don't brandish that fearsome weapon at me. It frightens me. The figure in the shadows reassured, Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to engage in a business transaction on behalf of the guild, and also to negotiate a significant deal with the elusive alchemist who may or may not lurk behind you. The assassin, perceptive to Hall's movements, called out as they melded further into the shadows. Chapter 10. The Assassin's Strike, the Knight's Integrity. Are you implying that you have sold everything behind you to the Assassin's Guild? Qin Chuan inquired, rising from his reclined position to address the two anxious individuals before him, Norsen and Hall. Norsen, fearing Qin Chuan's displeasure, hastily explained, Indeed, but my lord, please do not misunderstand. The remuneration they offered was exceedingly generous. All the resources you desired have been delivered, as well, indeed. And what of that? Qin Chuan pressed. They mentioned that while these alchemical devices possess immense power, they are rather noisy. A quieter version would be preferable, Norsen replied. Goodness. Have they begun to provide customer feedback for their own clients? Qin Chuan shook his head, gesturing to the tense soldiers nearby. Go, bring those rodents forth. If they have complaints, let them voice them directly to me. I strive for zero negative reviews in my dealings. As he spoke, rustling sounds emanated from the distant woods. Soon, a motley crew was ushered before Qin Chuan, each adorned in various garbs. Realizing they had encountered the main authority, the captives erupted into a cacophony. "My lord, the city lord sends his regards," declared one. "Esteemed sir, the Zijingwa family desires your friendship." Another chimed in. "I represent the Warriors Guild and seek to establish a collaboration with you." Norsen and Hall stood agape. Norsen, lacking deeper thought, failed to grasp the magnitude of the situation. But Hall had anticipated potential followers. However, he never envisioned such a multitude. "Silence. I have not inquired of you," Qin Chuan barked, firing 3 shots at their feet to silence the uproar before turning his attention back to Norsen and Hall. "Is this the individual you speak of?" He gestured towards a person whose face was entirely concealed beneath their hood, remaining silent throughout the encounter. After a careful examination, Hall confirmed, "My lord, it is indeed him." "Hee, you are indeed astute, sir. I bear no malice." The hooded figure stepped forward, only to be met with a barrage of gun barrels aimed in her direction, prompting her to hastily raise her hands and surrender. "As a buyer, I am fully aware of the potency of these items." "Fear not." Qin Chuan raised a hand, signaling the soldiers to lower their weapons, though he did not permit her to advance any closer. "Now, lift your head and state your name, origin, and purpose." Complying, the figure unveiled a white mask. "Ah, are we to play a guessing game?" Qin Chuan mused. The features beneath the mask were of little concern. What mattered was the intent behind her approach. "Oh, you may call me Rose. I come representing the Assassin's Guild with goodwill, seeking to forge a long-term partnership with you. The price will undoubtedly satisfy you," she articulated. Qin Chuan, his expression inscrutable, replied, "Is that so? Following you here is hardly a benevolent act, is it?" The assassin, named Rose, sheepishly responded, "It's merely a professional habit, a career instinct." "Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. Please wait aside." Qin Chuan waved her off, directing his gaze towards the others. Upon meeting Qin Chuan's eyes, the group hastily proclaimed, "We too wish to collaborate with you." "Me as well." "I too." Faced with the renewed clamor, Qin Chuan was compelled to raise his gun once more, restoring silence in an instant. Pondering, he mused. Collaboration is not entirely out of the question. The crowd erupted in joy at this prospect, but before they could elaborate, Qin Chuan continued. "I recently contemplated opening a shop within the city. Return and have your masters arrange it. Once it is set, you may return. Rest assured, I shall provide rewards for those who fulfill their duties." At this, a cautious voice piped up from the crowd. "Does this include those constructs beside us?" "Ah, so they have their sights set on my armored vehicles?" Qin Chuan retorted, somewhat exasperated. "That will depend on your sincerity." As the crowd began to voice further inquiries, Qin Chuan, uninterested in further entanglements, declared, "See them out." Once the crowd dispersed, only Qin Chuan's allies, Norsen, Hall, and the persistent Rose remained. Ignoring the latter, Qin Chuan turned to the trio. "You have managed to complete your task, albeit barely. You are now free. What rewards do you seek for your efforts?" This time, it was the trio who were taken aback. Norsen, ever forthright, blurted out his initial thought. "Rewards? Oh, Hall, what are you doing?" Hall shot a reproachful glance at his unrefined captain before carefully addressing Qin Chuan. "Is there truly a reward? Might we acquire those alchemical products you crafted?" This caught Qin Chuan off guard. Observing Hall's sudden shift in tone, he quickly corrected himself. "Of course, we understand the rarity of alchemical items, especially those of such formidable power. We merely wish to inquire if we might purchase them from you." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I can offer you 2 firearms. Are you implying that you didn't already take some when you sold your wares?" On the other side, Norsen, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly sprang to his feet as if insulted, exclaiming, "You may belittle our combat prowess, but you shan't tarnish our honor. I swear upon the honor of my family, the Becks, that I would never embezzle even a copper from my employer." The others were taken aback by his vehement reaction. Even the red alert soldiers were stirred, guns trained on him, wary of any potential threat to Qin Chuan. However, his 2 comrades reacted swiftly. Hall yanked him back, while Anlin nervously explained to Qin Chuan, "My brother Norsen hails from a knightly lineage, possessing an unblemished character, though he has yet to undergo the knightly trials." Realization dawned on Qin Chuan as he recalled tales of the Silver Hand's resistance against the Abyss in his previous life, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "My apologies. I was unaware of that." Hall, eager to amend the situation, chimed in, "Not at all, my lord. You mentioned that we could acquire those alchemical items, correct?" "Indeed," Qin Chuan confirmed. For him, these items were merely the byproducts crafted by engineers at the construction factory from surplus materials. Compared to those wielded by the red alert soldiers, their potency was significantly diminished and not particularly user-friendly. Such items were plentiful. The more he could exchange for resources, the more advantageous it would be. Distributing a few trinkets among them was of little consequence. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's affirmative response, Norsen and his companions were elated. "Thank you, my lord." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the side. "Wow, such enormity, length, and robustness. Could it possibly be made of tempered steel?" Qin Chuan turned his gaze and immediately spotted the individual indulging in frivolity, the shameless assassin from the Assassin Guild, Rose. At that moment, she was exclaiming in astonishment as she circled a rhinoceros tank. Chapter 11. Spatial Equipment, Carnage. Though her features were obscured by a hood and mask, the assassin's exquisite figure was unmistakably revealed as she strained to touch the tank S turret, showcasing a perfect S-shaped silhouette, slender where it should be, and voluptuous where it ought to be. Instinctively, Qin Chuan's attention shifted to another female being in the vicinity, a cautious half-elf. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded, adorable, yet utterly lacking in comparison to the allure before him. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. Although Qin Chuan had previously permitted Rose to roam the camp, the emotionless red alert soldiers would not tolerate her frolicking about. The tank emitted a low hum, its turret pivoting gently, and Rose, caught unawares, tumbled backward in a dramatic fall. With the agility characteristic of an assassin, she sprang back to her feet in an instant, only to be met with the amused expressions of those around her. Frustration bubbled within her, but the collective gaze of the onlookers left her feeling somewhat sheepish. Ultimately, she darted away with the swiftness of the wind to avoid further humiliation, stopping only behind Qin Chuan, where she mischievously made faces at the tank from beneath her mask. How childish, murmured the young and innocent Anlin, observing her antics. To her surprise, Rose, keenly perceptive, swiftly grasped the nature of the remark directed at her. A smirk graced her lips as she sauntered over to Anlin, affectionately ruffling her cheeks, and saying, "Little sister, what I engage in is a delightful revenge, not childishness." Anlin shook her head, finding herself unable to escape Rose's playful grasp, and indignantly retorted, "Even half-elves are long-lived. I am certainly older than you. Is that so?" Rose replied dismissively, her chest unconsciously puffing out as she spoke. In an instant, Anlin fell silent, resembling a defeated little chick, murmuring under her breath, "It's just a bit of excess fat, which is hardly advantageous in combat." In stark contrast, Rose paraded about like a triumphant peacock, her head held high, until she caught sight of Qin Chuan's amused expression, which abruptly halted her exuberance. "Speak, what is it that you shamelessly linger here for?" Qin Chuan inquired. With a playful giggle, Rose responded, "I'm here to discuss business." Qin Chuan maintained a stoic demeanor. "Speak plainly. Do you require me to procure you a bottle of green tea?" "Oh, what is green tea?" Rose inquired, her curiosity piqued. "That is of no consequence." Qin Chuan dismissed her question, redirecting the focus. Realizing his seriousness, Rose conceded, "The Assassin Guild indeed wishes to establish a profound partnership with you. Didn't I already agree? State your case in its entirety." Qin Chuan replied, astonished. Did you?" "Hee. Aside from that, I personally wish to procure something unique from you." As she spoke, her demeanor shifted to one of feigned vulnerability, casting a sorrowful glance at Qin Chuan. Unfortunately, the mask obscured much of her features, leaving Qin Chuan unaffected. "Pray tell, what price are you willing to pay?" he inquired with a hint of formality. Seeing her goal achieved, Rose hastily abandoned her pretense, exclaiming, "I have plenty of money. Look at this and this." With that, a plethora of various items materialized from the void before her. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Spatial equipment. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, nearly unseen outside of the legendary realms of the Holy Domain. Of course, the spatial abilities of the Lord's crystal belonged to the gifts of Earth and did not fall into this category. Qin Chuan was astonished that this petite assassin possessed such wealth. This lass is quite the affluent one. He had always thought that women merely slowed his blade's draw, but a wealthy woman could procure him a superior weapon. Thus, Qin Chuan's attitude shifted dramatically, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, Rose, having gained his approval, began to sift through her small treasury, contemplating what she might exchange. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Qin Chuan's enigmatic smile, which chilled her to the bone, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps, clutching her treasure. "What do you want?" Qin Chuan mused. "Is this woman from the northeast?" However, he recognized that this was merely a linguistic quirk, an oversight that could not be placed upon Rose. He said, "No worries, continue counting. I have plenty of valuable goods here. Just ensure you don't run out of money." "Oh," Rose nodded, still skeptical, before returning to her task of counting her wealth. Qin Chuan struggled to divert his gaze from the pile of coins and items she had produced, turning to a soldier beside him. "Take them to the armory. Allow them to select a few items." Until the exuberant trio of adventurers departed, Qin Chuan paid no heed to the mutterings of the small assassin, attending to his own affairs. Before him lay a mound of gold coins procured from the firearms sold by Norson and Hall. Additionally, there were books and materials that Qin Chuan had instructed them to purchase. He retrieved a coin, silently connecting it to his territory, and murmured, "Convert resources. Resource point 1. Indeed, the conversion efficiency of gold coins remained impressively high. Resource points for a territory are somewhat conceptual. This is an advantage inherent to lords. Any item can be converted into resource points. However, resource points can only be transformed into materials necessary for territorial development. The crux lies in the conversion efficiency. Theoretically, even the soil beneath one's feet could be converted into resource points, provided the quantity was sufficient, although the required number would be astronomical. Precious metals and gems could also be converted, though at varying rates. Based on Qin Chuan's past experiences, gold coins undoubtedly offered the best value for resources. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. In his previous life, his territory had fallen into ruin early on, leaving him with little concept of this. Thus, when he sent Norsen and Hall to sell firearms in the city of Myeonju, he also instructed them to procure various items. Gold, silver, swords, leather armor, herbs, and even some jewelry were among the acquisitions. After testing each item, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the rumors do not deceive." Gold and silver proved to be the most cost-effective resources for conversion, certainly more so than many others. For instance, gems yield a greater number of resource points upon conversion. But in terms of accessibility, acquiring gold coins is decidedly simpler. When considering a single gold coin, it equates precisely to 1 resource point. However, a new dilemma arises. These coins hold significant value and are challenging to acquire. The annual income of an average family of 3 barely suffices to earn a single gold coin. By this calculation, the Earth has granted each individual no less than several thousand, and potentially tens of thousands of resource points, an immense fortune indeed. It is no wonder that in a previous life, so many individuals chose to convert all their resources into gold and silver, abandoning their territories to lead a life of affluence. However, this is far from the existence that Qin Chuan aspires to. At this moment, the World Chat channel, which had long been silent, suddenly buzzed with new activity. Request for assistance. Chapter 12. The Call for Aid, War Relief. Global Channel Broadcast. The Request for Assistance feature is now active. Those in peril may expend a certain cost to seek help from other lords. Should anyone accept the request, reinforcements will be teleported directly to the designated location. Note, the total tier cannot exceed 15, otherwise, teleportation is not possible. Qin Chuan carefully absorbed this new information, his expression one of surprise. It seemed he recalled that the Request for Assistance feature did not appear until a month later in his previous life. Why was it activated so swiftly this time? Could it be the butterfly effect? Surely, it couldn't be related to him? As Qin Chuan scrolled down to the introduction of the Request for Assistance, he finally grasped the reason. Request for Assistance. This function activates when a lord possesses the capacity to dictate a minor war, total tier 25. The function is as follows. The so-called total tier is the cumulative level of all troop types within a territory. Qin Chuan calculated 4 tanks at tier 12, 34, and 12 soldiers at tier 11, 112. 12 plus 12 only amounts to 24. Is it possible that someone surpasses his current strength? In the next moment, a report reached his ears. Commander, the barracks have completed training. Here is the new recruit. Turning to look, Qin Chuan indeed saw a youthful soldier from the Soviet army standing before him, saluting. Aha, the mystery is solved. It truly is his doing. All right, join the ranks, Qin Chuan commanded. At your service. For the commander. For the Xuanzong territory. Qin Chuan's lips twitched. Was that a scripted entrance line? Internally scoffing. He barely had time to revel in his newfound strength before turning his attention back to the World Chat channel. With the request for assistance appearing so early, these individuals would surely find their circumstances improved. As expected, the Global Chat channel erupted into a grand celebration. Ah! Request for assistance. Someone save me. I have sent a request. A pack of wild wolves is eyeing my camp. The wind is howling. I am so frightened. Is there a handsome gentleman to comfort me? Fast food for 50, all night for 100 resource points. The one above, report your ID. I'm just that enthusiastic. Just as the conversation threatened to devolve, a clever soul pointed out the glaring oversight. By the way, aren't you all curious about who exceeds the total level of 25? I'm still at 0. Same here. My goodness, level 25 is terrifying. What does that mean? Frankly speaking, if he struck me once, he'd be begging on his knees for mercy. Who exactly is this mighty figure? Come forth, so we may worship you. You can't guess who it is? Seriously? Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan. The Great One, forever. Qin Chuan, my superhero. Qin Chuan, Father, save me. I'm dying, I'm dying. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched again. He loathed the absence of anonymity in this platform. Did they not see how they were all addressing him as father? It was infuriating. He had no partner. So when did he acquire so many sons? Nevertheless, his curiosity regarding the request for assistance was piqued. In his previous life, he seldom utilized this feature. The only time he had requested aid was during the first wave of the Black Tide. However, at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. And aside from a benevolent soul who sent a knight, it was but a drop in the ocean. Now, he could thoroughly examine this function. Qin Chuan glanced at the bustling territory. For the time being, he had no pressing matters. He casually opened the request for assistance section. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a multitude of flashing red distress signals. To his surprise, he noticed several pleas specifically naming him. Ah, this. Qin Chuan could only wish them good luck. Many seemed oblivious to their own limitations, boldly sending out requests for aid. For instance, the one being pursued by a dragon. Did they really dare to cry for help? With so few men, he would hardly be enough to fill the dragon's teeth. Moreover, there were those openly soliciting favors. Qin Chuan thought, this is amusing. Clearing his throat, he resolutely dismissed that line of thought. Qin Chuan had once vowed he would never associate with gambling or drugs. Furthermore, who could predict what kinds of creatures awaited him should he venture forth? The waters of the chat channel were far too murky. He felt he was still too inexperienced to navigate them. However, as he reached the end, his gaze sharpened. Request for assistance. Requester, Lin Wei. Facing crisis. Goblin Siege. Number 7. Tier 1. Equipped with ranged attack capabilities. Reward. 300 resource points. Knight's Legacy. Qin Chuan had to admit he was immediately captivated by this request. The allure was not merely the 300 resource points or the Knight's Legacy. Rather, it was Lin Wei. His memories surged back to his previous life. Under the black tide, countless malevolent creatures surged forth like a relentless wave. In a heartbeat, they shattered the paltry defenses of his territory. His final glimmer of hope lay solely in requesting assistance. Yet, as time ticked away, there was no response. Others were too occupied with their own survival to lend support. Ultimately, when despair enveloped him, a ray of light emerged from the darkness. Lord, Lin Wei has received your request for assistance. Troops are being dispatched. Although only a single knight arrived, and it did not save his territory, it preserved his life, guiding him through the black tide. This was a life-saving grace. Recalling this, Qin Chuan hesitated no longer. He accepted Lin Wei's request for assistance. World Chat Channel. Acceptance successful. Please add reinforcements. Qin Chuan surveyed the battlefield. Goblins were among the most common dark creatures. Although not particularly strong, they could pose significant challenges to newly reincarnated lords lacking combat capabilities. Resolving the situation wouldn't be arduous. A few soldiers would suffice. Nevertheless, to play it safe, after selecting 6 soldiers, Qin Chuan also opted to send a tank. Total tier 9 perfectly meets the reinforcement criteria. However, as he made his final selections, he hesitated. This request for aid had a bug, or rather, a deliberately embedded mechanism. The Lord did not count against the total tier limit of 15. It did not affect troop strength. Currently, this was of little consequence given the Lord's weakness, but in later stages, it would become a decisive advantage. Qin Chuan now found himself pondering whether he should personally intervene. He glanced at the stealthy assassin, Rose, still calculating her small treasury. Then he looked at the trio of adventurous comrades celebrating their newfound equipment, and quickly made his decision. He would go and take a look. After all, having received a life-saving grace, one cannot avoid meeting the benefactor. Though, this grace had yet to manifest, and likely, opportunities for such would be scarce in the future. Qin Chuan turned to the group and said, I shall take my leave for a moment, but I will return shortly. With that, a shimmering silver light flickered, and Qin Chuan's figure vanished from sight, accompanied by several soldiers and a tank. Within the Xinhuang territory, the assassin Rose and the trio from the Adventurers Guild were left in stunned silence. By the gods, is this the greater teleportation spell? This esteemed individual is a sanctum mage. Chapter 13, A Divine Weapon Descends. The astonishment of Lin Wei. Within the knight's territory, a low fence enclosed an area of about 100 meters, amidst which a few scattered thatched cottages lay. However, the situation at this moment was drastically different. The farmers within the territory huddled in the corners of the cottages, trembling in fear. At the center of the territory stood a young woman, furrowing her brow as she gazed at a group of diminutive green-skinned creatures several dozen meters away. These timid goblins, true to their cowardly nature, were frantically hurling stones within the territory. Thud! A stone struck the ground, creating a sizable crater, its impact substantial. Lin Wei furrowed her elegant brow, gritting her teeth as she grasped a makeshift spear, ready to charge forth. At that moment, a prompt halted her in her tracks. Your distress signal has been received. Reinforcements from Lord Qin Chuan of Xinhuang are en route. Please select the location for their arrival. Could it be that reinforcements were truly on their way? Lin Wei felt a flicker of surprise. She had only sent the distress signal on a whim, never anticipating it would bear fruit. Yet, as she turned her thoughts to the current plight of the lords, it seemed they were not much better off than she was. Aside from a select few, what combat power could the others possibly muster? That name, however, sounded somewhat familiar. She momentarily failed to grasp the significance of the name, but with a hope akin to grasping at straws, she declared, let the reinforcements arrive at this thatched cottage. The more, the merrier. If all else fails, I shall reward this benevolent soul and bid him farewell. To her surprise, the anticipated reinforcements did not materialize. Instead, a new prompt reached her. Large units are present among the reinforcements. The current area is insufficient for their arrival. Please choose again. Large units? Lin Wei was now utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. How large could they be? She resolved not to waste any more time pondering. She would discover the circumstances once the reinforcements arrived. Let them descend behind the thatched cottage, she decided. Surely this would suffice. No further prompts followed. As a flash of silver light flickered, she hurriedly stepped out of the cottage to behold 6 modern soldiers standing tall and striking, their rifles at the ready. Yet, that was not what left her in awe. Beside them, a fearsome metallic beast with treads slowly turned, its thick armor, precise tracks, and the barrel exuding an aura of destruction. Lin Wei stood there, dumbfounded. At that moment, A clear male voice rang in her ears. "Hello, you must be Lin Wei. The reinforcements have arrived. Where are the enemies?" Lin Wei turned to see a handsome young man smiling at her. In that instant, she felt as though she had laid eyes upon an angel. "Over there," she stammered, her cheeks flushing. Internally, she chided herself. "Lin Wei, what is wrong with you? It's just that he is a bit handsome. Why can't you even speak properly?" Qin Chuan, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts of the striking young woman beside him, nodding towards the soldiers who promptly charged like wolves at the goblins beyond the fence. The goblins, realizing the imminent danger, scattered in panic. The soldiers, naturally, pursued relentlessly. The sporadic gunfire confirmed to Lin Wei that these individuals were not mere cosplayers. They wielded genuine weapons. Her gaze was vacant, her mouth agape. "I apologize for damaging your farmland with the tank. I was primarily concerned that I could not handle the enemies," Qin Chuan said, looking curiously at the young woman, feeling she might be a bit dazed. "Oh, it's quite all right. The land had just been tilled. Nothing had been planted yet." Lin Wei quickly waved her hands, her thoughts racing. Is this truly your justification for driving a tank? Moreover, in this world of swords and sorcery, how can the appearance of a squad of modern soldiers and a tank not seem out of place? With this thought, she couldn't help but glance in the direction the soldiers had departed. In truth, the goblins had not fled far. Could a human outrun a bullet? Certainly not those little green creatures with their short legs. By this time, 6 of them had already been gunned down, while the 7th lay wounded and subdued. To prevent any chance of reinforcements returning too swiftly, as Qin Chuan observed the soldiers returning with the goblin corpses in tow, he turned to Lin Wei and said, "Shall we have a chat?" Though Lin Wei was perplexed, she acquiesced. "Very well, let us converse in the Lord's Hall." What was dubbed a hall was merely the thatched cottage Lin Wei had previously occupied. By now, the farmers had emerged to pummel the hapless goblins. Once Qin Chuan and Lin Wei took their seats as host and guest, they began to discuss matters of valor. Alas, there is no wine here. Not even fresh water is at hand. As soon as they were seated, Lin Wei produced a parchment-bound book. "Lord Qin Chuan, this is the inheritance of the knight's breathing technique. It is the original." Believing that Qin Chuan's intent was to discuss this matter, she presented it directly. Qin Chuan took the parchment, perused its contents, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. He did not decline but set it aside, stating, "Then I shall not be remiss. However, this inheritance possesses immense value. Allow me to offer you some form of compensation. What would you desire?" Compensation? Qin Chuan's approach left Lin Wei momentarily flabbergasted. She had only ever heard of haggling, not of someone proactively offering to raise the stakes. No, Lord Qin Chuan. You have already assisted me greatly. How do you know my name is Qin Chuan?" he inquired, only to realize that it was not so strange after all. After all, as the central figure behind 2 major upheavals, it would be odd if she did not know him. Lin Wei gazed at him with a hint of admiration. "I initially failed to recognize you. I thought it was merely a coincidence of names. I just recalled the battle records that mentioned you." Qin Chuan nodded, choosing not to linger on the matter. His offer of compensation stemmed not only from a sense of indebtedness for the life he had saved, but also from the undeniable value of the knightly inheritance Lin Wei had provided. In his previous life, he too had received a knightly legacy, yet even the most potent of those could not compare to this one. This was the legacy left behind by a titled knight. No wonder he had heard tales of Lin Wei being a noble lady, a knight's king, though her beauty had been marred, preventing the tales from spreading widely. Otherwise, she would surely have found her place among the ranks of the most beautiful women, as recounted by good-hearted individuals. One could not help but wonder if the scar on her face mentioned in those tales was a result of this very incident. At this moment, Lin Wei continued to shake her head in refusal, feeling unworthy of the offered compensation. "I have memorized the contents of this knightly inheritance. I merely intended to hand you the original as previously agreed. You have already saved me. There is no need for further words." Qin Chuan did not linger on this issue. In truth, even if he had not intervened, Lin Wei might not have encountered any trouble. The strength of the goblins was indeed mediocre. If they fought desperately, although the cost could be substantial, it was not impossible to hold the line. With such a knightly inheritance in her possession, given some time, anything was conceivable. Chapter 14. The Knightly Inheritance and New Members of the Territory. Current support has been completed. Do you wish to return immediately? Note, a maximum stay of 10 minutes is allowed. Qin Chuan turned to Lin Wei, who was clutching a pile of firearms, and waved goodbye. Support concluded. Rating, 5 stars. Perfect. Xianwang Territory. The time Qin Chuan spent with the soldiers was brief, no more than half an hour. Yet during this interval, the shock experienced by the 3 members of the adventuring party and Rose had yet to subside. Collective spatial transfer. It was said that this realm could only be accessed by mages who had stepped into the holy domain. They had once speculated that Qin Chuan might be an extraordinary alchemist, but they had never considered this possibility. After all, it was the holy domain, a place where cities were razed and nations destroyed, revered as deities upon the earth. Even upon Qin Chuan's return, as he strode before them, the 3 remained in a daze. What's wrong with them? Qin Chuan queried the station soldiers. After a moment's contemplation, one soldier replied, "Commander, they have been in this state ever since you led the troops out." Understood. Qin Chuan's mind was now consumed with the knightly inheritance he had just acquired, leaving him little inclination to wait for these individuals to regain their composure. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots into the sky with his handgun, which had yet to be secured. The thunderous gunfire finally jolted the 3 adventurers back to reality. The holy domain. The adventuring trio trembled, unable to articulate a complete sentence. However, Rose was the quickest to react. She rushed to Qin Chuan, cradling a trove of treasures. My lord, do you seek followers? This is my entire fortune, please accept it. I may be weak, but I can still lend a hand. Observing her fervent demeanor, Qin Chuan frowned slightly, but soon deduced the reason behind her behavior. He was disinclined to offer an explanation. Yet, her mention of followers sparked a thought within him. Although the territory was still in its infancy, future growth would necessitate the infusion of fresh blood. Such new blood could come from those earthlings who had faced territorial breaches. But more viable options lay with the inhabitants of this world. The earlier these matters were arranged, the better. With this in mind, Qin Chuan addressed Rose, who appeared intent on clinging to him. I need to consider this. He then turned to the 3 adventurers. If you have no other pressing matters, you may stay. I will discuss some matters with you shortly. His words elicited joy among the 4. Rose had already made up her mind to stubbornly remain by Qin Chuan's side. As for the adventuring trio, they had nowhere else to turn. After causing such a commotion in Myhwa City, returning home was out of the question. Without Qin Chuan's shelter, they would have to evade the fallout for at least a few months. Now, with everything resolved, they were about to express their gratitude when they noticed Qin Chuan had already entered the central steel structure. Inside the construction facility, Qin Chuan found himself in a vast chamber, once again retrieving the knightly inheritance. Previously, he had merely skimmed through it. Now he finally had the time to delve into its depths. This inheritance was bequeathed by a knight known as Silver Flash, a so-called titled knight, one who transcended the 9th tier, entering the holy stage. However, not all holy stage beings possessed titles. While not every holy stage individual bore a title, those who did undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. The rarity of this inheritance was evident. Qin Chuan leafed through the pages, breathing techniques, secret potions, combat skills, and ultimate techniques. An utterly comprehensive inheritance. He pondered how Lin Wei had come into possession of it. Yet now, this inheritance belonged to him. Initially, Qin Chuan had intended to wait until he found a superior inheritance before seeking to elevate his own tier. After all, in his memories, many top-tier inheritances would emerge in the vast world ahead. With the foresight he possessed, acquiring them would not prove difficult. However, now that a top-tier knightly inheritance lay before him, there was no longer any need to wait. After all, compared to more exclusive inheritances, those of warriors and knights were the most versatile. Whether he chose to dual train or switch paths later, it would be immensely convenient. The pinnacle of this inheritance was merely the starting point for him. Indeed, Qin Chuan had seen numerous mythological entities in the summoning system's listings. The day would come when he could summon them. Achieving immortality and becoming an ancestor was within reach. Xianwang territory. Since entering the construction facility, the atmosphere outside had become stagnant. The red alert soldiers dutifully attended to their tasks, while the additional 4 felt somewhat adrift. They were unaware of what future awaited them. For the 3 members of the adventuring party, leaving meant they had no destination. The nearest city to Myhwa City lay a month's journey away. Relying on their own stamina, they might not even survive the journey without being devoured by beasts along the way. As for Rose, she was even less inclined to depart. For the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope regarding her own fate. Unconsciously, she fell into reminiscence. That fateful year, a renowned legendary assassin faced off against the current president of the Warriors Guild. The outcome was a dismal defeat for the legendary assassin. Young Rose, witnessing her father's helpless collapse within the hall, had wept inconsolably. That image was etched into her memory forever. In that moment, she vowed, if given the chance, she would conquer all. Now, with Qin Chuan, who appeared to be a holy domain mage, before her, she had to consider whether this was her only opportunity in life. Her current special status within the Assassin's Guild was largely due to her legendary father's influence. Yet, if she could become a follower of a holy domain mage, she could reclaim the glory of assassins. Rose felt an undeniable obligation. Clang. The sound of a door closing echoed, and Qin Chuan reappeared before the 4. Qin Chuan observed Rose, who had inexplicably become fervent, feeling somewhat perplexed. He did not dwell on this matter for long, nor did he beat around the bush. He spoke directly. I do not require followers. At this, disappointment washed over the faces of the 4, particularly Rose, whose eyes had just begun to glimmer with hope, now faced the prospect of extinguishment. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Chuan's words took a turn. Although I do not need followers, this territory is in need of inhabitants. Would you be willing to remain here as residents? Territory? The others were puzzled, but Rose was the first to react swiftly. Willingly, I most certainly am. Provided that you do not disdain my presence. Only then did the other 3 awaken to the realization that, whether as followers or otherwise, it sufficed to remain. We too are eager to have an audience with the Lord. Thus, the permanent residents of the Xianwang territory number 4. Chapter 15. The Aerial Command. in search of medicinal herbs. Following the integration of Rose and the adventurers into the territory, Qin Chuan did not linger on this matter for long. While attending to the development of the territory, the remainder of his thoughts were devoted to the knightly legacy he had acquired. Central to this legacy was, undoubtedly, the breathing technique. Altering one's breathing rhythm may be simple at first glance. However, transforming it into instinct proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, with the experience from his previous life, Qin Chuan swiftly accomplished this initial step. Yet, he considered this only a tentative beginning. To truly attain the status of a professional, another crucial element was required, the secret medicine. This stood as the most significant hurdle to becoming a knight. Without exception, should one endure this trial, they would naturally ascend to professionalism, soaring as high as the sky allows birds to fly, and leaping through the vast ocean as fish do. If one falters, however, all hope is lost. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan felt a confident assurance in his capabilities, for he was well versed in no fewer than 100 methods to enhance his chances of success. Yet, resources were imperative. Whether for concocting the secret medicine or augmenting the likelihood of success, a considerable amount of resources was essential. The resource points within the territory could only be converted into materials necessary for the territory's development, and not into specific items. For an ordinary individual, this would often boil down to mere fortune, utilizing whatever was available. Without the backing of a formidable power, one could squander a lifetime without amassing sufficient resources. Yet, this predicament did not apply to Qin Chuan. The very next moment, a new post was published in the global chat channel. Seeking to purchase, by high price for, fork-tailed dragon spine marrow, flying lion monster venom gland, albinistic vampire's tongue, OC yam, longleaf plantain, mandrake root. Buyer's message. Those in possession, please contact me swiftly. Generous rewards await. Offering, resource point, modern firearms. Publisher, Qin Chuan. Upon the release of this post, the global chat channel erupted into exuberance akin to a festive celebration. The sole reason, the publisher, Qin Chuan. Countless individuals flocked to comment beneath, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of replies accumulated. Offer the Great One. The items sought by the Great One are utterly unfamiliar to me. I feel a sense of recognition. There seems to be one near my territory. I shall venture to see if I can procure it. I have it. No charge. Just for the sake of the Great One's guide, I shall gift it freely. Please take note. Is there not a single soul curious as to what the Great One requires these items for? They appear to be quite formidable, yet enigmatic. Shall we engage in an exhilarating game of Gwent? I am here, prepared to make you weep in defeat. The conversation veered off course, as it often does. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed by this diversion. As long as the post garnered increased visibility, he was satisfied. Given the current number of lords on Earth, all possibilities were conceivable. Indeed, he found himself pleasantly surprised by the rapidity with which the required materials began to accumulate. Within a short span, he had gathered more than half of what he sought. In fact, many of the items were generously offered to Qin Chuan without charge. He had not anticipated that a mere momentary strategy could influence so many. As is the case with all actions, there are consequences, and Qin Chuan's reward lay in wait. Ahem, returning to the main topic. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. During this time, there were indeed those who sought to exploit the situation, hoping to extort a hefty sum from Qin Chuan. To these individuals, he responded by directly blocking them. Henceforth, they would not be privy to his communications. This was, in effect, the most severe punishment he could impose upon them. Ultimately, when Qin Chuan chose to cease trading, he had nearly completed the assembly of the entire set. Even if many items were insufficient, he could easily find substitutes. After all, the secret medicine was not strictly defined. However, one critical component remained absent, the crescent moon grass. Strictly speaking, this herb did not fall within the category of knightly secret medicines. Its absence would not hinder the success of the concoction. It served as Qin Chuan's personal safeguard. As a healing elixir, it could significantly enhance the efficacy of the secret medicine while maximizing safety. Regrettably, such herbs were exceedingly rare. Once discovered, they were promptly hoarded by various organizations. Presently, as the Lords of Earth struggled to establish their foothold, the hope of acquiring such resources was virtually non-existent. Qin Chuan, however, remained unperturbed. He had alternative channels available to him. Gazing into the distance, he silently wished, "May I not be kept waiting for too long." 3 days after Qin Chuan received the knightly legacy, the Xianhuang territory had transformed significantly compared to his initial arrival. Rows of steel structures, imbued with a robust aura, stood tall. Nearby, numerous fully automated sites were under construction. All buildings operated with remarkable efficiency, signifying the rapid advancement of the Xianhuang territory. Qin Chuan stood outside a colossal edifice on the periphery of the territory, waiting in silence. Territory, aerial command established. You can obtain the surrounding map and construct warplanes. Qin Chuan felt his spirits lift and immediately issued orders to commence the construction of warplanes. He then plunged into the aerial command building. Within, numerous personnel clad in Air Force uniforms were diligently at work, saluting as Qin Chuan entered. "Commander, As a pivotal technological hub for the Allied forces, the significance of the aerial command is self-evident. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, avoiding excessive deliberation, and stated plainly, "Show me the nearby holographic map." Upon his command, a deep azure radiance materialized, and moments later, a scene of a canyon appeared before him, an actual depiction of the map surrounding the Xianwang territory. Qin Chuan casually pointed to the south. There lay a sizable city, presumably Myhua City, where a convoy of horse-drawn carts was gradually making its way toward the Xianwang territory. He zoomed out on the map, adopting a bird's-eye view. Beyond the small hill to the north lay a majestic mountain range that seemed to stretch infinitely. To the west, the mountains were less expansive. From the vantage point of the aerial command, one could vaguely discern the adjacent grasslands. As for the east, Qin Chuan was pleasantly surprised. A bay. The bay presented a crescent shape. Upon witnessing this, a melody surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. Whose heart, I wonder, remains lonely and abandoned? Ahem. Returning to the main topic, the existence of nearby maritime regions signified that the construction of a shipyard could now be prioritized. Comprehensive development across land, sea, and air. Excellent. Connect a holographic projection to my residence, and ensure that you monitor the surroundings closely. Report any developments to me immediately. At your command, Commander. The airman of the aerial command solemnly affirmed. As Qin Chuan departed the aerial command, his spirits were considerably lifted. The establishment of the aerial command indicated that, once the combat laboratory was completed, all structures of the Allied forces would be unlocked. The ensuing tasks would merely require methodical execution. As for the structures of the Soviet forces, although their progress lagged slightly, it was not significantly delayed. Qin Chuan had already formulated his forthcoming plans. Allied Combat Laboratory, Soviet Combat Laboratory, spy satellites, weather controllers, transdimensional teleporters, mine detectors, nuclear missile silos, iron curtain devices. The only regret is the uncertainty of whether Yuri's architecture can be unlocked. Chapter 16, Selection of Shops, Rocket Flyers. The carriage halted at the outskirts of the Xianwang territory, and numerous elegantly attired individuals disembarked. They were precisely the entourage that Qin Chuan had observed on the real-time holographic map. These individuals represented the various factions within the city of Myhua. Many were familiar faces from their previous departure, now utterly astonished by the transformation of the Xianwang territory in such a brief span of days. What an abundance of iron structures. This was not present before. How exquisite. Is this the allure of alchemy? No wonder the elders hold it in such high regard. How magnificent. How terrifying. While these individuals were still reveling in their astonishment, a petite figure approached them. Upon closer inspection, they recognized her to be a bashful half-elf. Those with some knowledge identified her as a member of the former Norse adventurer team. They even recalled Hall's earlier tales of grandeur at the banquet. Was the alchemist intentionally taking this half-elf as an apprentice? What fortuitous luck, a meteoric rise indeed, many mused inwardly. However, before their thoughts could fully form, the half-elf gently addressed them. Anlin, esteemed guests, please follow me. The Lord awaits you in the reception hall. The mention of a Lord instantly piqued the interest of those who had returned, all of whom were astute enough to catch this key term. Like the three members of the former adventurer group, they instinctively considered the prospect of the exploration edict. Yet, they were baffled as to why a millennium-old family would take such a risk, sending an alchemist to the farthest reaches for exploration. At this moment, Anlin had already begun to lead the way. Without time for further contemplation, they hurried to follow. Shortly, an imposing structure loomed before them. They felt somewhat reassured that, although the building retained a somewhat somber appearance, it was at least not made of steel, and its architectural style aligned with the aesthetic of this world. Frankly, those steel edifices conjured by their imagination were akin to the gaping jaws of colossal beasts under the persona of Qin Chuan as the alchemist. In reality, this reception hall was designed after consulting Rose's opinions and referencing the schematics of the assassin's hall she had provided. This was the reason for the hall's somewhat dim ambience. Indeed, due to the simplicity of the construction materials, this brand new reception hall was erected in less than half an hour. At this moment, following Anlin, they soon encountered the center of their visit. Qin Chuan was currently engrossed in constructing an aircraft model, specifically, a model of an aircraft carrier. The Black Hawk fighter jets from the Air Command Center could not be produced in the immediate future, nor could the Nighthawk helicopters from the steel factory. However, due to Qin Chuan's relentless urging, they had no choice but to craft two models for their eager commander to play with. The people of Myhua City were oblivious to what Qin Chuan was toying with. Were these two crafted items merely diminutive birds of fine iron? Yet, who among the blacksmiths would be foolish enough to utilize precious fine iron for such trinkets? Naturally, they dared not voice these thoughts, instead murmuring respectfully in their hearts. Greetings, my lord. Qin Chuan looked up, setting down the Black Hawk and Nighthawk models. This realization fulfilled a childhood dream of model making, though it was not entirely as enjoyable as one might expect. After all, it was not akin to a figure of his 181 paper doll wife. He bypassed any unnecessary pleasantries and spoke directly. It appears you have provided me with an answer. I hope it does not disappoint. Upon hearing this, they eagerly began their introductions, albeit their rhetoric was rather clumsy. The shop we selected boasts exquisite decorations. My establishment surpasses yours in style. Our family has chosen a prime location. This shop will nurture 3 generations. We present a grand establishment with 7 entrances and 7 exits. Qin Chuan's face remained impassive, while his mind swirled with sarcastic remarks. He scoffed at the self-important introductions from these apparent lackeys of the major factions within Myhwa City. He simply overlooked their self-aggrandizement and took the land deeds from their hands. Subsequently, he summoned a holographic projection of Myhwa City onto the conference table. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. As an alchemist, it was hardly surprising for them that Qin Chuan could cast spells, even if this particular spell was somewhat peculiar. With this in mind, they could not help but lean closer to observe the holographic projection. Qin Chuan paid them no mind, diligently comparing the locations recorded on the land deeds with those on the map. In no time, he had pinpointed a location. This one. The assembly beheld as Qin Chuan selected a shop of moderate size, which was not situated within the bustling commercial district, leaving many perplexed. Qin Chuan did not elaborate further, instead addressing the group. Among them, only the chosen ones exhibited expressions of joy, while the others could not suppress their disappointment. However, once something had entered Qin Chuan's possession, would he relinquish it? The other locations might still hold significance in the future. Only children make selections. As for the remaining locations, I wish to discuss them with you all. Ultimately, Qin Chuan acquired over a dozen land deeds. Observing the array of parcels before him, with smiles on their faces, Qin Chuan returned their smiles. We all have a bright future ahead. Suddenly, one among them seemed to recall something. My lord Qin Chuan, the city lord and esteemed nobles have extended an invitation for a banquet. What say you? Upon receiving this unexpected invitation, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before responding. Very well, I shall make a trip to Myhwa City in the coming days. Please ensure they are prepared. Yes, I trust the nobles will warmly welcome your arrival. Once he had seen off the guests, Qin Chuan casually placed the land deeds along with the 2 aircraft models into the Lord's crystal. There was no rush to head to Myhwa City. Of course, this was not to imply that Qin Chuan's acceptance of the invitation was merely to placate them. Myhwa City was the only human settlement accessible to him at present. Whether for the expansion of resource points or to strategize concerning the crescent moon grass, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly need to pay a visit. However, that visit was not imminent. At this moment, his territory was gradually taking shape, and with each passing moment, the overall strength of the Xianhuang territory was poised for explosive growth. He intended to wait until he had sufficient ability to ensure his own safety before confronting the indigenous powers of this world. As he contemplated this, suddenly a fervent voice echoed from the skies above the Xianhuang territory. Ignite the thrusters. Boost. Glide unimpeded. Qin Chuan looked up to see an enthusiastic figure clad in a simple spacesuit, sporting a rocket thruster on their back, saluting him from the air. Reporting in, Commander. Your vision is ever expansive. This is a new troop type, Allied Rocket Flyers. Chapter 17. The grand opening of the first offline shop. Air supremacy. Powerful mobility. These 2 aspects are the most vivid descriptors of the rocket flyers. Of course, they are not without their drawbacks. The cost of summoning and training amounts to a staggering 600 resource points, nearly equivalent to the price of a tank. Its frail physique resembles that of mere paper, proving to be quite fragile. Without a substantial quantity, it cannot exert an absolute aerial dominance. Yet, none of this diminishes Qin Chuan's exhilaration. This contraption is capable of flight, especially since Qin Chuan could don a rocket propulsion device and experience the thrill of being a rocket airborne soldier. Aerial cruising epitomizes the romantic ideals of manhood. Regrettably, upon inquiring about this, he learned that specialized training is imperative. Otherwise, mastering the rocket propulsion device is far from effortless. Reluctantly, he set aside this aspiration for the time being, secretly vowing to seize the opportunity to attempt it in the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On a flat expanse of land, the powerful wind generated by the helicopter's propellers bent the grass at ground level, and Lin stood shivering at the helicopter's door, too fearful to board. Hush, little Lin. Do not be afraid, Rose said, extending her hand to hoist the trembling half-elf girl, leaping into the cabin with her. At that moment, Qin Chuan, already seated within, observed the 2 distinctly styled girls crowding beside him. Despite Rose's outward bravado, once seated, her demeanor mirrored that of Lin. The 2 clung tightly to one of Qin Chuan's arms, as if only this could offer them a semblance of security. Qin Chuan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. His gaze turned to the entrance, where Norsen and Hall gritted their teeth as they boarded the Nighthawk helicopter, promptly clutching the arm of a nearby Allied soldier. Indifferent to the philosophically laden scene before him, Qin Chuan issued the command. Let us depart. Destination, Crescent Moon City. In Crescent Moon City, particularly at the center of the southern district, the atmosphere was festively adorned. At the street corner, a sizable shop was thronged with people. Their attire was remarkably refined. Tailcoats, gentlemanly canes, and top hats. The beads of sweat upon their foreheads betrayed the lengthy wait they had endured. Nevertheless, no hint of impatience marred their expressions. The primary reason for their composure was the sign affixed to the shop front. Qian Mall. Flanking the entrance stood 2 armed soldiers, a formidable deterrent. Qin Chuan's initial plan had envisioned a welcoming committee of 2 rows of hostesses. Unfortunately, the absence of suitable candidates left him at a loss. Among those in the Qianhuang territory, only Tanya would have been ideal for the role. Regrettably, despite the imminent establishment of the Allied Forces Experimental Lab, the recruitment and training of Tanya would require considerable time. However, these were not the crux of the issue. The paramount concern was that Qin Chuan was rapidly running out of funds. The cost of his territory's accelerated development was an exorbitant drain on resource points. Although the Steel War Vehicle Factory was operating at full capacity to manufacture mining vehicles, the income generated was insufficient to keep pace with Qin Chuan's expenditures. This journey to Crescent Moon City was not solely to strategize over the Crescent Moon grass, but also to explore additional revenue streams. Without this, the development of his territory would undoubtedly face significant delays. At that moment, the upper echelons of Crescent Moon City wiped the sweat from their brows, periodically inquiring with their attendants if anyone had arrived from outside the city. Alas, the answers were consistently negative. Yet, even in such uncertainty, they dared not act impulsively. For the soldiers stationed before the shop wielded a formidable intimidation factor. They had witnessed firsthand a thief infiltrate the premises, only to be riddled with bullets in the blink of an eye. The sequence of gunfire, murder, and cleanup transpired seamlessly, leaving the soldiers unperturbed. This display effectively quelled any simmering resentment among the onlookers. Additionally, a small device the size of a fist mounted on the shop door emitted a continuous sound, announcing the grand opening of Qianhuang's first offline mall, where alluring soldiers were online selling firearms, emphasizing the value of time. And Lin's slightly dulcet voice resonated, leaving the crowd astounded. They could scarcely fathom how such a diminutive box could produce such a thunderous sound. Could it be that the alchemist had somehow encapsulated that woman within this tiny contraption? Unbeknownst to them, a touch of malevolence now clung to Qin Chuan's persona. Evil alchemy. Confirmed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, drawing the attention of the crowd. They looked skyward to witness a colossal steel bird emitting a thunderous clamor. A flying beast. Quickly, summon Lord Flandra at the Mage Guild. Where are the city guards? Hurry, hurry. In the ensuing chaos, the crowd scattered in disarray. It was not until the steel bird hovered majestically overhead that the chilling shadow descended, its powerful winds knocking several individuals off their feet. The gentlemen of Crescent Moon, their top hats whisked away, gazed in terror at this wingless steel monstrosity. Moments later, several figures emerged from the belly of the beast. I have exited the cabin and feel splendid, Qin Chuan instinctively exclaimed, followed by the excited shouts of Rose. How exhilarating. Do I truly feel this way when flying? Was it thrilling? Qin Chuan grimaced as he nearly felt his arm being crushed, then pried off the tree kangaroo, and Lin, that had completely latched onto his shoulder. Only then did he have the leisure to gaze at the astonished throng. Ultimately, a middle-aged gentleman, striving to maintain his composure, approached Qin Chuan and extended his greetings. You must be Master Qin Chuan, correct? This is your alchemical creature? Quite a sight to behold. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, regarding the man. I apologize for startling you all. May I ask your name? Please, call me Norton. I am the current lord of Crescent Moon City. I had initially intended to invite the city's nobility to congratulate you on your store's grand opening, but given the circumstances, might I inquire if you are available tonight for a banquet at the lord's residence? Surveying the disarray surrounding him, it was evident that the Nighthawk helicopter had left an indelible impression on these indigenous inhabitants. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall attend. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Lord Norton waved his hand, signaling attendants to present congratulatory gifts. At this juncture, the previously startled nobles gradually regained their composure, seizing the opportunity to exchange pleasantries with Qin Chuan while presenting their gifts. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Qin Chuan reciprocated their formalities graciously, ensuring not a single gift went unacknowledged. Thus, the first step of Qin Chuan's plan to conquer Crescent Moon City was successfully realized. Chapter 18. Wealth flows like water. Plotting the Crescent Moon. An alchemical master has opened a shop in Crescent Moon City. The shop offers alchemical tools that allow ordinary individuals to triumph over professionals. These 2 pieces of information spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city within mere hours. Countless curious individuals flocked toward the southern city shop, and soon, they departed at an even quicker pace. Their wallets simply did not permit them to linger for even a second longer. Dark. It is utterly too dark. In the store, there exists nothing priced below a gold coin. Even those items referred to as bullets, akin to arrow-like consumables, commence at a price of silver coins. This is utterly beyond the financial reach of an average household. Qin Chuan had anticipated this scenario long before, thus it did not come as a surprise. After all, his initial target clientele was never these individuals. From the moment he selected the store's location, he had already calculated the implications. The southern district is neither the esteemed eastern district, where the nobility congregate, nor is it the densely populated Western District. In fact, it lies quite a distance from the primary commercial hub of North City in Miyu City. However, there is a crucial aspect to consider. All major guilds in Miyu City are situated in the Southern District. The Adventurers Guild, the Warriors Guild, the Assassins Guild, and the Thieves Guild. Even the modestly sized Mages Guild is located no more than 100 meters from the store. This was the principal reason behind Qin Chuan's choice of this location. Of course, this does not imply a complete abandonment of the markets in the other 3 districts. There are still numerous shop leases available, and this will require a gradual approach. Moreover, for those whose purchasing desire is fervent, the location of the store becomes inconsequential. Although Miyu City may not be small, traversing a few steps is hardly a daunting task. Firearms possess a unique status in this world, although Qin Chuan has no worries regarding buyers. The Southern District undoubtedly boasts the highest number of potential clients. As night fell, the only luminous sign illuminating the entire street was the neon plaque of Qin Chuan's customized Xian Yellow Mall. At that moment, he was in the innermost office of the store, converting the gold coins obtained today into resource points. 2,145. At first glance, this figure may not appear remarkable, but viewed from another perspective, it equates to over 20 mobilized troops, 3 or 4 tanks, 2 or 3 power plants. And this is merely the yield from a single day. Qin Chuan knew he had made the right decision in pursuing this path. Although this was only the first day of operations, it would undoubtedly be challenging to maintain such high figures in the future. Yet, he harbored no concerns about one-time transactions. Firstly, firearms and ammunition are consumables. Once utilized, replenishment is inevitable. Even if one maintains their firearms impeccably, they will eventually require ammunition, will they not? In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the exhilarating sensation of merely pulling the trigger to ascend in power and take another's life is something that, once experienced, few can resist. Furthermore, the marketing knowledge Qin Chuan acquired on Earth was not in vain. Concepts such as promotional discounts, 618, and double 11, though one may not have personally partaken, they have certainly observed the phenomenon. Qin Chuan firmly believed that these individuals could not escape from his grasp. Of course, this refers to their wallets. As the lights began to twinkle, the midnight hour in Miyu City was undeniably serene. There was minimal light pollution and a scarcity of entertainment facilities. The only establishments still in operation were taverns and centers for the re-employment of fallen women. At that moment, a steel war chariot whizzed past the street, ultimately coming to a halt before the Lord's Manor. After disembarking from the multifunctional infantry vehicle, Qin Chuan, flanked by 2 soldiers, entered the rear courtyard of the Lord's Manor. The banquet had already commenced. Lord Norton, sharp-eyed amidst the crowd, immediately proclaimed, "Haha, is Master Qin Chuan here? Let us raise our glasses in gratitude for Master Qin Chuan's arrival." Upon his words, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Qin Chuan, devoid of any restraint, greeted everyone with composure. "Hey, have you eaten? As long as I am not awkward, the awkwardness lies with this group." The nobles of Miyu City, fortunately. As the host of the gathering, Lord Norton would certainly not allow such an uncomfortable atmosphere to persist. He swiftly navigated through the crowd to stand before Qin Chuan, simultaneously introducing the other nobles present at the banquet. "This is Lord Joel of the Azalea family. Do you fancy golf clubs? This is Baron Gordon. Struggling for half a life? This is Lord Jason. You." At this juncture, Qin Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to inquire about this individual's fief at Crystal Lake, whether he had ventured to the island for adventures, or if he had a brother named Guoda. "Master Qin Chuan, how do you find things?" Norton seemed to sense Qin Chuan's discomfort and turned to ask in confusion. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. You simply reminded me of some familiar faces from my past." "Oh, is that so? What a coincidence, haha." Thus, Qin Chuan maintained a facade of joviality while internally unleashing a torrent of sarcastic thoughts. Eventually, after Qin Chuan had acquainted himself with all the nobles present, Norton raised his glass once more. "Gentlemen, let us toast again to Master Qin Chuan's arrival." At last, they had officially entered the formal segment of the banquet. From the outset, Qin Chuan became the focal point of the entire soiree. "Welcome, Master Qin Chuan. The items in your store are truly marvels of craftsmanship. Does Master Qin Chuan have a betrothal? What are your thoughts on the current situation in the kingdom?" In an instant, a plethora of peculiar inquiries bombarded Qin Chuan. While he deftly managed these questions, he also observed the dynamics within the gathering. Eventually, as the banquet progressed, he suddenly remarked, "Alas, I have recently been struck by a surge of inspiration and should be able to create numerous high-value, powerful alchemical creations, but..." As soon as Qin Chuan's words fell, the eyes of those surrounding him began to shimmer with interest. Even individuals with more forthright personalities immediately spoke up. "Master, if there is anything troubling you, please do not hesitate to tell us. If we can assist." This individual seemed to set the tone, prompting the others to follow suit. "Indeed, we are friends, are we not? Speak freely, I have some connections in the capital. The Heber family has trade routes even in the Orc Kingdom, so fear not." Observing the animated chatter surrounding him, Qin Chuan steadied his resolve. Their enthusiastic reactions were a testament to his earlier groundwork. Given this circumstance, Qin Chuan saw no reason to hold back. What he required was not much: items such as silver threads, crescent moon grass, moonlight water, and shadow horse scales. Qin Chuan rattled off a long list of rare materials as though they were as common as dirt. The nobles encircling him twitched at the corners of their mouths, and some appeared on the verge of retreat, but due to the constraints of their pride, they could only listen in resignation. Eventually, when someone could no longer contain themselves, they interjected, "Master Qin Chuan, many of these items may not even be found in the king's treasury. Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan feigned a look of sudden realization. "Oh, my apologies. I used to use these frequently and thought they were quite common. I truly am sorry." After hearing his words, the others nearly choked on their astonishment. "You use these items to practice alchemy? This is not merely a family with a mine. It's a mine with a family, isn't it?" Unbeknownst to him, the perception of Qin Chuan's origins had been elevated a notch. He was undeniably a figure of the highest nobility. Chapter 19. The Disaster in the Celestial Dog, System Charging 30. In truth, the origins of Qin Chuan have always been a subject of relentless inquiry among these individuals. However, in accordance with the naming conventions of the Holy Spirit continent, they are only aware of his given name, while his surname remains an enigma. Any assertions they make are purely speculative. For instance, they ponder over his status as a pioneering lord or an alchemical master. Yet, the words Qin Chuan uttered at the banquet unmistakably revealed his illustrious lineage in their eyes. What a jest! They failed to comprehend the immense value of what he had referenced. Is it any wonder that he possesses such remarkable skills at a tender age? It is no surprise that his demeanor is so distinct. This Qin Chuan must certainly hail from an esteemed noble family. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to possess such advantages. As they grasped this realization, their smiles became increasingly amiable. The ensuing discussion centered around Qin Chuan's concession. Enduring the pangs of his heart, he meticulously eliminated numerous impractical materials, leaving behind only a select few. Among them was the coveted crescent moon herb. Ultimately, after several nobles confidently assured their support, the banquet reached its conclusion. As they departed, many noblewomen and young maidens cast suggestive glances toward Qin Chuan. He chose to feign ignorance, utterly disinterested in the decadent lifestyles of the nobility. In any case, he had already exceeded his mission's expectations. The construction of the combat laboratory within his territory was imminent, leaving him little time to squander in such frivolities. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the land, Qin Chuan stood between the majestic white edifice and the square palace. The building gleamed in silver white, adorned with blue embellishments and antennas. The palace, with its square structure, bore fluttering banners and glimmered with a terrifying red light. It was none other than the recently completed combat laboratories of the Allied forces and the Soviet Army. The establishment of these two facilities marked the complete realization of Qin Chuan's Red Alert base. From this point forward, nothing would impede further construction. The technology tree of the Red Alert system had been climbed to its zenith. Naturally, in contrast to the game where such structures merely served to unlock technologies, their existence in reality was far from simple. After thoroughly exploring both establishments, Qin Chuan rendered his judgment. They were cutting-edge research centers for advanced technology. They were born from Red Alert, but transcended its confines. In the span of a single day, these two institutions had delivered their inaugural findings. Hound of Doom. Rank, Tier 2. Unit type, gene-synthesized police hound. Armor type, light armor. Weapons, sharp fangs, magical assault. Skills, infernal fire, rend. Cost, 450 resource points. Tengu Hound. Rank, Tier 2. Unit type, gene-synthesized police hound. Armor type, light armor. Weapons, sharp fangs, charge. Skills, rapid digestion, gigantism. Cost, 400 resource points. New species. Units that had never appeared in Red Alert before. Surely, the nomenclature was conjured by Qin Chuan. This was the first report presented to him by the two combat laboratories. After they had removed the corpse of the Null Lord, Qin Chuan had hoped they would yield some valuable discoveries. Yet, he never anticipated such a splendid surprise. Two new breeds of hounds, firmly placing them within the realm of the fantastical after integrating the genes of the Null Lord. There existed the potential for further evolution to even higher tiers. For a long time, Qin Chuan had felt an acute sense of urgency. This anxiety stemmed from the threat posed by the Black Tide, as well as the inadequately low average tier of his territory's forces. Indeed, he now stood unparalleled among earthly players. However, he belonged to the technological realm and had yet to attain the godly technology that transcended the stars and dimensional planes. With this, dispatching lower-tier opponents was a simple task. A mere assault would suffice. He was confident that even high-tier professionals would not withstand nuclear bombardments or lightning strikes from weather control devices. But what of the sanctum? What of the divine beings? At that level, they became conceptual entities, and relying on his current technological weaponry to resist them bordered on delusion. Unless he were to acquire items like two-dimensional foils or Death Star cannons. Qin Chuan had once pinned his hopes on the summoning system and his own cultivation. Yet now, it seemed he had glimpsed an unimagined path. At noon, A Black Hawk helicopter descended upon the makeshift helipad within his territory. A contingent of soldiers hastily descended, carrying cultivation boxes. Before long, a small plant composed of numerous round leaves appeared before him. Despite the sweltering sun, Qin Chuan could discern a hint of silvery radiance emanating from it. The crescent moon herb, as he had anticipated, although this healing elixir was precious. Acquiring it was not arduous as long as the proper methods were employed. With an insignificantly modest price, he had the herb delivered right to his doorstep. At this juncture, the secret medicine for his knightly inheritance was completely assembled. Everything was in place. It was time to advance to the next tier. The pain coursing through his bones caused Qin Chuan to emit a muffled groan, and he momentarily contemplated surrender. Indeed, he had become so powerful. With his territory on the right track and the subsequent reinforcement of various units, his strength would undoubtedly continue to grow. Sweeping through the waning moon would be a trivial matter. With caution, resisting the black tide in over 2 months would pose no challenge. Awaiting him would be power, wealth, and beauty. Just as he was on the verge of losing himself in these thoughts, countless phantoms seemed to materialize before his eyes. Countless images flickered before him. The scene of endless black tide monsters inundating his territory, the specter of his past wandering aimlessly, and the cataclysmic collapse of Earth, with countless luminous points scattered across the heavens. This is not the future I desire. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, forcing his mind to regain clarity. Ultimately, upon sensing his body reaching its limits, he unhesitatingly produced the silvery crescent moon herb. Break, command, and light cease. An exquisite sensation of relief surged through his limbs and torso. A rare smile graced Qin Chuan's face. It has succeeded. Within his territory, Qin Chuan indulged in copious amounts of roasted meat, replenishing the energy expended during his breakthrough. In his heart, he silently chanted, opening the personal panel of the Lord. In an instant, a rather straightforward interface unfolded before him. Qin Chuan. Territory, Xianhuang territory. Race, descendant of Yanhuang. Rank, Tier 1 Knight, Moonlight. Vassals, Allied soldiers, 10. Soviet mobilized troops, 25. Rhino tanks, 4. Bear tanks, 4. Rocket infantry. Weapons, none. Talent, summon thousands. Trait, unique. Charge time, 30. The other information on the panel did not come as a surprise to Qin Chuan. His system's ability to summon thousands was also accounted for and categorized under talents. This was to be expected, likely recorded later on. In a previous life, speculations arose that although the Earth had perished, its core consciousness might not have entirely dissipated. It is believed that this residual consciousness sustains various elements, such as the global chat channels. Some even posited that once they attained sufficient power, they might have the opportunity to reconstruct or even revive the Earth. However, such thoughts seem distant at present. Qin Chuan's gaze fixated on the final line of the panel, where the talent was enclosed in parentheses. Summon 1,000 armies. Charge time, 30. Chapter 20. The satellite encountered setbacks and was discovered. 30% charge? Qin Chuan doubted his eyes and pulled up the summoning system's interface once more. To his astonishment, the progress bar indeed indicated that it had reached 1/3 of completion. Finally, he had uncovered the method. It turned out that this charging progress was linked to his own strength. Realization dawned upon Qin Chuan. No wonder the progress bar had remained stagnant before. Initially, he believed that the system's primary function was to cultivate his power base. Now, it was evident that it required him to consolidate the might of countless beings within himself. The two aspects complemented each other, making sense in retrospect. However, this meant he would need to pay closer attention to enhancing his personal strength moving forward. Once everything became clear, Qin Chuan found himself surprisingly unhurried. The greatest fear for any individual is the absence of a goal. Now that he possessed a clear direction for advancement, he merely needed to proceed step by step. At present, Qin Chuan had just entered a new tier, and his body was still in an adaptation phase, with his strength, speed, and constitution improving with every passing moment. When he reached a point where he could no longer accumulate strength, it would signify the time to prepare for the next breakthrough. For now, that moment was still distant. As time swiftly passed, Qin Chuan stood within the construction factory, surveying the territory that had begun to take shape. He commanded, open the territory panel. Yellow Heaven territory. Lord, Qin Chuan. Buildings, Allied construction factory, Soviet construction factory, power plant, Allied or refinery, Soviet barracks, operations command center, or refining device. Defensive structures, walls, 200, prism towers, 3. Magnetic storm coils, 3. Machine gun bunkers, 9. Resources, mines, in operation, remaining reserves 73. Population, 4. Producers, transdimensional mining vehicles, 4. Armed mining vehicles, 3. Tax revenue, 1,750 resource points per day. Management, 1,500 resource points per day. Moonlight Yellow Heaven Marketplace. Military, Allied soldiers, 15. Soviet mobilized troops, 30. Grizzly tanks, 4. Rhino tanks, 4. Rocket soldiers, 1. Black Hawk fighters, 4. Night Eagle helicopters, 3. Pending collection, none. Resource points, 21, 311. Honor points. 2. Evaluation. A military territory with formidable combat capability, possessing immense development potential. When it fully mobilizes, the world will be awestruck. Indeed, the world shall be in awe. During this period, Qin Chuan refrained from hastily expanding his military forces. Instead, he focused on solidifying the foundational structures of his territory. Only with a sturdy foundation could he aspire to greater heights. For instance, he constructed or refining devices to enhance the resource acquisition efficiency of his mining vehicles. He also erected walls, prism towers, magnetic storm coils, and machine gun bunkers as defensive installations. Aside from diligently producing armed mining vehicles, he did not rush to manufacture other high-value military units. After all, the impending black tide was the pressing matter that required resolution. Everything else could be postponed. After closing the territory interface, Qin Chuan was about to indulge in some fruits recently transported from Moonlight City when he suddenly noticed a message in the global chat channel. Brothers, I think we've been discovered. I'm surrounded. Help. Image. Upon clicking the message, he beheld a simple thatched hut, surrounded by countless soldiers arranged in a tiered formation. At the forefront stood soldiers clad entirely in gleaming steel armor, distinct from the antiquated gear of the Northmen. Their armor was polished to a shine, meticulously structured, with even their joints well protected. Clearly, those capable of maneuvering such heavy armor had already ascended to a new tier. Moreover, behind the dense ranks of armored warriors, there were two formidable lines of archers. In the distance, he even spotted spellcasters garbed in priestly robes, softly chanting incantations. A rough estimate suggested they numbered no fewer than 1,000. What merit did their territory possess to provoke such a powerful force? However, upon glimpsing the insignia on their attire, Qin Chuan immediately comprehended the situation. The Holy Crusaders, the elite force of the sacred church. They were also one of the church's most formidable trump cards. They had been discovered. This they referred to the collective lords reincarnated from Earth. He recalled that in his previous life, they had been similarly discovered by local forces around this time, hadn't they? The Holy Spirit continent, as a material realm endowed with extraordinary powers, had seen numerous individuals cross over from various dimensions throughout history, be it from the abyss, the astral plane, the elemental plane, or the soul plane. Visitors from alternate dimensions were not an uncommon sight on the Holy Spirit continent. Coupled with the relatively poor flow of information in this realm, the emergence of Earth's lords went unnoticed for a time. Perhaps a few individuals had already been discovered, yet they had garnered little attention. After all, they were beings from other planes, who hadn't encountered them before. However, as time progressed and the Earth Lords became increasingly active, they began attracting considerable attention. First and foremost, there was the sheer number. While Earth once boasted billions of inhabitants, not every soul had traversed to the Holy Spirit continent. Yet, even a minuscule fraction constituted an astonishing force. Just how vast was the Holy Spirit continent? Each lord claimed a territory, necessitating a considerable expanse of land to accommodate them. From memory, it seemed that the major churches had taken the lead in regulating these lords, imposing restrictions among various nations. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had devoted some thought to this matter. He recalled that it ultimately did not escalate into a major incident. In any case, during his tenure, only one individual had come to register information in his small territory, after which he was left in solitude. Compared to the vividly memorable black tide, this seemed rather trivial. He had heard many speak of others choosing to align with local powers, even reaping considerable benefits. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then decided to disregard it. After all, there was nothing of grave concern at the moment. His singular focus was clear: to exert every effort into promoting development. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Almost daily, the strength of Qin Chuan's territory surged exponentially. On this day, he found himself in the makeshift rocket launch facility at the deepest part of Half Moon Valley. His expression was somewhat grim. How many times has this been now? Commander, this is our third satellite launch, but the outcome? An engineer beside him lamented, his face equally troubled. Qin Chuan sighed. What suggestions do you have? It was evident that their launched reconnaissance satellites had either been torn apart by flying magical beasts in the skies or encountered crises in the astral plane. None of the satellites had survived. Commander, currently, our aerial and space combat capabilities are lacking. I recommend we wait until the Operations Command Center successfully develops the lunar rocket flight soldiers before we devise a new strategy. I understand that the launch plan for the spy satellite has been postponed. Such a significant investment squandered will eventually warrant an inquiry into what audacity dares to target my satellite. With that, Qin Chuan's tone turned fierce as he cast a glance skyward. The ambition of unveiling the entire map lay in ruins, leaving him no choice but to continue vigorously advancing the construction of his territory's infrastructure. Of course, the infrastructure to which he referred consisted solely of light spires and machine gun bunkers. Commander, there have been developments in the city of Myhua. At that moment, an intelligence officer responsible for map surveillance approached him with a report. Chapter 21, Conversations and the Mage's Onslaught. Upon arriving at the recently established intelligence department, Qin Chuan found everyone already in position. Commander, Acting upon your orders, we have been closely monitoring the Mage Guild in Miyue City, and today we discovered an unexpected addition to their ranks. With that, a blue light flickered, and a three-dimensional silhouette materialized before Qin Chuan. The figure, adorned in a gray robe, bore a white beard, suggesting advanced age. Most critically, Qin Chuan's gaze was drawn to the collar of the robe, where 7 stars glimmered. Based on Qin Chuan's knowledge, if 1 star signifies a rank, then this individual is a high-ranking mage. Instantly, Qin Chuan's expression turned grave. He could not fathom why a prestigious high-ranking mage would venture to the remote Miyue City. Previously, the Mage Guild there had only a handful of members, predominantly apprentice mages, rank 13, with merely 1 official mage among them. Yet now, a high-ranking mage had suddenly appeared, akin to a colossal abyssal crocodile emerging in shallow waters. He must ascertain the purpose of this esteemed individual and contemplate the implications for the current Xianwang territory. Immediately track his every movement and uncover his intentions. Qin Chuan commanded decisively. Even after departing the intelligence department, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of what the arrival of a high-ranking mage might herald. At that moment, Adolf, under the guidance of the Mage Guild's president, Flandra, was slowly surveying the city before him. Flandra, your mentor asked me to check on your well-being before my arrival. And it appears you are faring quite well, Flandra remarked humbly. My lord Adolf, I had once aspired to dedicate my life to the pursuit of arcane truths. Yet my innate talent proved insufficient. Being assigned here is already a testament to my mentor's generosity. Please extend my regards to him, Flandra replied respectfully. Indeed, I shall convey your greetings. Do not let the allure of prosperity blind you. If you possess the courage to explore, the hope of ascending to a higher rank in this lifetime is not entirely out of reach. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the conversation inevitably circled back. My lord, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Flandra ventured. Adolf stroked his beard and chuckled. It is not a matter of great import. The masters of the association have commanded us to compile information on the Void Lords appearing across the continent. I seized this opportunity to venture out and accept this task. Flandra, puzzled, inquired, what exactly are the Void Lords? The Void Lords emerged abruptly on the Holy Spirit continent approximately a month ago, their origins shrouded in mystery. As per their own accounts. As he spoke, a look of perplexity crossed Adolf's face. Flandra, acting as an astute foil, interjected, and from where do they claim to hail? Adolf's expression turned contemplative as he replied slowly. Their narratives vary. Some assert they come from the Valoran continent, while others proclaim origins from the Arad continent, and many utter bizarre names. What sort of peculiar names? Flandra inquired. Well, Earth, Flower Fruit Mountain, Primordial Chaos, Liangshan, and the Eastern Tang Dynasty. Adolf articulated these terms with some difficulty, then continued. However, according to analyses from the church, they are likely fabricating their stories. It is highly probable that these individuals originate from a singular location, and there are speculations regarding potential mental issues among them. Flandra responded thoughtfully, indeed. Adolf scratched his head and added, many of those apprehended were heard shouting phrases like, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and other nonsensical remarks such as crest of the immortals, proud of the world. I cannot articulate them all. Well, it does seem that they might possess some degree of mental instability. With that, Adolf shifted the conversation away from the Void Lords and posed a question. Have there been any sudden appearances of places or individuals around Miyue City lately? Perhaps a thatched cottage and a few farmers? Flandra furrowed his brow, deep in thought, clearly stumped by Adolf's inquiry. As a noble mage, he typically remained oblivious to the struggles of the common folk. Extra thatched cottages and farmers? Such matters are hardly of concern to me. However, he did possess some knowledge. I shall inquire with the city lord regarding the cottages and farmers. As for the recent appearances, Miyue City has indeed seen the unexpected arrival of an exceptional alchemist. His skills are extraordinary. After I introduce you to the city lord, I will take you to meet him. Adolf expressed his astonishment. Oh, an alchemist who has garnered your admiration? That certainly warrants a visit. Within the Xianwang territory, Qin Chuan stared at the invitation card before him, furrowing his brow. The invitation had just arrived from Miyue City, bearing the city lord's family crest. Invitations of this nature had been declined by him countless times, rendering them unremarkable. The reason this particular card lay before him was due to its contents. To honor the esteemed high-ranking mage, Lord Adolf, a special gathering has been organized. Through this card, Qin Chuan finally learned the name of the high-ranking mage. However, the card's insistence on Qin Chuan's presence, claiming that Adolf held a keen interest in him, was the source of his frown. Why would a middle-aged man specifically request to meet me? How utterly distasteful. Coughing, Qin Chuan meticulously analyzed the intentions behind the invitation. Ultimately, he concluded that the lack of information prevented him from deriving any substantial insights. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision not to attend the banquet. He had never entrusted his safety to others. Feasts are seldom pleasant affairs, though ostensibly merely a banquet. What if, amidst the festivities, the host summoned a certain Xiang Zhuang to perform a sword dance? Or worse, what if, upon a signal, a few axe-wielding assailants charged forth? While the probability of such occurrences was low, they remained a concern. Should a high-ranking mage choose to unleash havoc during the banquet? Qin Chuan found himself devoid of means to counter it. However, remaining within the Xianwang territory would yield a different outcome. If the other party dared to provoke trouble, Qin Chuan would ensure they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, ever since Qin Chuan declined the invitation from the city lord's residence, he had prepared himself for an impending confrontation. To his astonishment, however, days passed without incident, akin to a king carp leaping from the water without consequence. This left Qin Chuan questioning whether he had been overly paranoid. At that moment, a soldier approached with a report. Something has occurred. Simultaneously, Adolf and Flandra appeared outside the Xianwang territory. One a high-ranking mage, the other an official mage. No one in Mius City surpassed their strength. Moreover, both individuals eschewed extravagance, arriving unencumbered, without even bringing apprentices, to the outskirts of the Xianwang territory. Flandra, clearly perplexed, posed a question during their journey. My lord, is this Xianwang territory truly worthy of such attention? Could it be related to the Void Lords? Chapter 22. Two Identical Flowers. Is the Xianwang territory indeed connected to the Void Lords? Upon hearing Flandra's words, Adolf's expression turned grave. At present, it should have no connection to the Void Lord, however. As he spoke, he produced 2 identical M5 pistols from his pocket, authentic products of the Xianwang territory. Flandra gazed at the 2 weapons, perplexed. Is there an issue? These alchemical items do possess some power, but they are merely first-tier spells at best. How could they cause you such concern? Before Flandra could finish his sentence, he observed Adolf skillfully dismantling the pistols into their individual components. Do you discern the difference between these 2 components? Adolf inquired. Flandra, bewildered, shook his head. Adolf sighed. This is the most terrifying aspect. Noticing that Flandra remained oblivious to his meaning, he shook his head in disappointment, inwardly thinking, thank goodness he is not my apprentice. Adolf continued, attempting a different approach. Are you familiar with the Empire's copper coins? Flandra sensed Adolf's impatience but could not grasp the connection. So he awkwardly replied, I know of them. But how does this relate to the alchemical components? I beseech you. Enlighten me, my lord. Adolf responded, do not underestimate the humble copper coin. Be it gold, silver, or the seemingly insignificant copper, these are blessed by the goddess of wealth. Produced under the auspices of the 3 great empires, amalgamating countless sanctified realms and even demigods to forge them. At this point, astonishment flickered in Adolf's eyes as he continued. Although the uniform standardization is but one reason, the alchemical device before us, even under my light magic, reveals no discernible differences. Would you not agree that this is terrifying? Upon hearing this, Flandra began to comprehend. You mean, of course, I do not imply that this mere alchemist can be equated with those entities I previously mentioned. However, the power behind it is undeniably formidable. As he spoke, Adolf regarded Flandra, who was left speechless by the revelation, and chose to remain silent. Continuing forward at a measured pace, Flandra dutifully followed, his mind racing with thoughts on what had just been said. Suddenly, he sensed the figure ahead come to a halt. Glancing up, he beheld the imposing steel and concrete walls of the Xianwang territory. Just a short while ago, this place was barren. How little time has passed, and yet. My lord, you are correct. He began, but then sensed something amiss. The figure ahead seemed transfixed. Flandra quickened his pace to walk alongside Adolf, only to notice beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Alarmed, Flandra exclaimed, My lord, what is the matter? After a few minutes of silence, Adolf appeared to regain his senses, gasping for breath as if he had just resurfaced from underwater. There is a great terror here. Did you see something? Flandra's heart raced. He knew that Adolf specialized in prophetic magic and must have perceived something ominous. I sense an impending catastrophe, a crimson sphere exploding, a towering mushroom cloud, and wrathful thunder annihilating all. Although Flandra could not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, it was evident that Adolf was not in a proper state. Hesitantly, he suggested, Then should we leave? No. The closer we get, the more I long to uncover what lies within these walls. Come, we must enter. Without further ado, Adolf pressed forward, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a solemn demeanor. Before long, they arrived at the majestic walls of the Xianwang territory. A commanding voice rang out from ahead, Halt. This is private property. Unauthorized personnel must refrain from entry. What is your business? Having undergone some training, the soldiers were now able to communicate in basic language. Flandra stepped forward. Do you not recognize me? We are from the Mage Guild. He was about to elaborate when he noticed Adolf shaking his head. Adolf interjected, Soldier, please inform your master that Adolf and Flandra from the Mage Guild have come to pay a visit. The soldier regarded him skeptically, then lowered his head to speak into a communicator. Moments later, as Flandra's patience waned, the soldier finally turned to them and said, You may enter. My lord has been expecting you. Someone will escort you. The gates slowly opened, revealing a realm forged of steel before the 2 men. Indeed, there awaited a figure, an erstwhile member of the adventuring party, now a resident of the Xianwang territory. Hall. Greetings, esteemed mages. Welcome to the Xianwang territory. The long-awaited recognition rekindled Flandra's sense of identity. Yes, he was a revered spellcaster, not merely an idle bystander as the soldier had implied. "Your lord has been waiting for you. Please follow me," Hall stated, refraining from unnecessary pleasantries, as he did not consider there was much to discuss with these mages. As Hall led the way, Adolf and Flandre followed closely. Suddenly, as they passed two unfinished constructions, Adolf trembled. "What is being built here?" Hall, following the direction of his finger, observed the two bustling sites. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It appears to be some significant structure called a nuclear missile silo and a weather controller. We are generally not permitted to approach. Let us hurry along." Hall's demeanor made it clear he was reluctant to divulge more information regarding the Xianwang territory. Meanwhile, Flandre noticed that Adolf seemed unsteady, nearly losing his footing. Flandre rushed forward to assist him, but to his surprise, Adolf forcefully pushed him away. "I am fine." With that, he raised his gaze toward the two buildings, seemingly trying to bolster his courage. Hall, having walked some distance ahead, noticed that the two had not kept pace, and a look of confusion crossed his face. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up, do not keep the Lord waiting." "Oh right, we are coming." The two snapped back to reality and hastily followed Hall's lead. Yet, Adolf's movements were conspicuously deliberate, positioning himself as far from the two structures as possible, clearly afraid. Chapter 23, Deception and More Deception. When Hall and the two mages encountered Qin Chuan in the reception room, all three simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Hall was relieved to have fulfilled his task. Flandre was concerned about Adolf's well-being, and as for Adolf himself, no one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze from the map before him and directed his attention to the two, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings the two esteemed mages here?" Though addressing both, his gaze was fixed on Adolf. Flandre, though unfamiliar with Qin Chuan, understood that the Mage Guild of Myos City recognized his existence. It was evident that today's focus was not on him. Adolf scrutinized Qin Chuan's demeanor, uncertain of the depth of his character, and replied, "It is nothing significant. Merely executing the guild's task of locating the Void Lord. We heard that there is an alchemical master here, so we made a special visit." "Oh," Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. The utterance of a mere "oh" left Adolf momentarily astounded. "Show some reaction, you imbecile." He chided himself, adjusting his collar. He harbored doubts about whether Qin Chuan had noticed the 7 stars adorning his attire, a symbol of a high-ranking mage. It is common knowledge that within the realm of the Holy Spirit continent, a hierarchy exists among professions. Warriors disdain thieves, thieves look down upon archers, and archers scorn those plagued by misfortune. Yet, regardless of their quarrels, there exists a cadre perched atop this hierarchy, the spellcasters, who declare, "I harbor no animosity towards anyone. All present here are mere trifles." This prevailing attitude cultivates a profound sense of superiority among spellcasters, even if they seldom exhibit it overtly. Conversely, alchemists, though possessing a respectable societal standing, still fall short when juxtaposed with mages. The current predicament facing Qin Chuan, as an alchemist, was audacious. How could he dare to adopt such a demeanor towards a mage? Do you wish to court disaster? Adolf and Flanders, their minds racing, found themselves at a loss for how to reprimand Qin Chuan, especially Adolf, who recalled the two formidable edifices he had recently beheld, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Unconsciously, his demeanor softened considerably. "I have come primarily to express my admiration for your exquisite craftsmanship. The precision with which you have created these two alchemical devices is truly awe-inspiring." Qin Chuan cast him a sidelong glance, questioning whether he was truly intimidated by automated machinery. It was understandable, given that the advent of fully automated lathes must be utterly incomprehensible in this medieval world of production. Observing their reactions, an idea began to brew in Qin Chuan's mind. With a smile, he proposed, "This is my exclusive alchemical secret. Would the Mage Association be interested? We could collaborate." Adolf found himself taken aback by Qin Chuan's sudden shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, their interaction had been rather tepid, and now it had veered into the realm of business. Nevertheless, he diplomatically replied, "The Mage Association does not lack for powerful alchemical devices. As outstanding representatives of extraordinary power, mages indeed possess ample resources. Yet, could Qin Chuan possibly elude his grasp? With the West Mountains mines nearing depletion and the shops of Crescent Moon City entering a period of stability, the lack of additional resource points would spell stagnation for the development of the Xinhuan territory. This was something Qin Chuan could not abide. He promptly declared, "Esteemed mage, let us not dwell on uncertainties. Come, allow me to showcase the latest products from my Xinhuan territory." Without waiting for a response, Qin Chuan strode purposefully outside. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a warehouse. Pointing at the items before them, he began to introduce each one. "This is a graduated cylinder. This is a test tube, and behold, this remarkable instrument, a microscope. But wait, there's more. Here we have evaporating dishes, crucibles, and precision balances." Adolf stood bewildered, observing his confusion. Qin Chuan took it upon himself to elucidate the uses of these devices. No matter what, he was determined to make a sale. Just as a chef might consult a military treatise rather than a recipe, Qin Chuan aspired to divert these mages from their arcane studies towards the exploration of practical methodologies. As he continued his engaging presentation, Adolf gradually succumbed to Qin Chuan's persuasive rhetoric. Flanders, brimming with excitement, placed an order for several sets on the spot, completing the transaction with alacrity. Thankfully, by the conclusion of their discussion, Adolf kept his reservations intact, refraining from hastily agreeing to a deep collaboration between Xianyuan territory and the Mage Association. Qin Chuan sighed with a tinge of regret. However, he dismissed it as inconsequential. He was confident that the allure of his products would ensure repeat customers. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Once accustomed to the superior wares produced by Xianyuan territory, could they ever revert to using antiquated crucibles? Qin Chuan had already pinned several plans. The first step would be to establish branches of various professional guilds within Xianyuan territory, ultimately relocating their headquarters there. Of course, he recognized that Xianyuan territory was still in its infancy, and thus, there was no urgency for this particular endeavor. As Adolf and Flanders departed the gates of Xianyuan territory, both remained in a daze. These unfortunate souls had been thoroughly bamboozled by Qin Chuan's salesmanship, particularly Flanders, who clutched an array of vials and containers, gazing around in confusion. Adolf, have we been duped? He pondered, the realization of his impulsive spending dawning upon him. Although Adolf had also placed an order, he displayed no outward sign of distress. Instead, he contemplated, one cannot say we were deceived. While many spells could achieve similar effects, these items are exceptional and possess immense utility for magical research and experimentation. Flanders exhaled in relief. As long as we haven't incurred a loss, all is well. Suddenly, a thought struck him. My lord, did you perceive anything? Is this gentleman perhaps a void lord? This inquiry struck a chord, and Adolf's expression turned pained. Very much so. Yet, it remains elusive. Those void lords should have inadvertently descended upon the Holy Spirit continent, whereas Master Qin Chuan. As he spoke, he extracted a gleaming emblem from his pocket, its resplendent colors shimmering. One thing was now certain. This alchemical master was certainly not a native of the Holy Spirit continent. After bidding farewell to the two mages, Qin Chuan found himself reflecting on his recent actions. He pondered whether he had inadvertently revealed any telltale signs of his true nature. Yet, he dismissed such concerns as trivial. What would it matter if he were exposed? Today, he had deliberately led Hall to escort those two near the nuclear launch silo, both to display strength and to serve as a deterrent. In this era, where sanctuaries seldom revealed themselves, such power would undoubtedly safeguard Xianyuan territory's security. Just then, an urgent message arrived from the intelligence department. A shift in the West Mountain. Chapter 24, The Orc Trading Caravan, a professional team. Beyond the West Mountain, a procession of several hundred individuals advanced in a serpentine formation towards this direction. Qin Chuan soon discerned that amidst the jagged rocks of the West Mountain, a narrow pathway remained. Or rather, it could hardly be termed a pathway. The West Mountain boasted no roads. However, under the charge of armored beasts, a thoroughfare wide enough for 3 men had been forged. Though the caravan appeared substantial in number, their pace was remarkably swift. According to Qin Chuan's estimations, they would reach the Crescent Moon Valley, where Xianyuan territory was situated, before sunset. Who were these newcomers? What was their purpose? This question swiftly occupied Qin Chuan's mind. While the caravan did not resemble a military force, who could say for certain? He had to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, within the West Mountain, the blood and wine caravan erupted with a cacophony of voices. Let us hasten, for we must reach Crescent Moon Valley before nightfall, where we can establish camp and rest. Agreed. Huzzah! May the deities bless us. By the orc god above. As cheers echoed through the ranks, the caravan's speed noticeably increased. At the heart of the procession, surrounded by carts, stood 2 individuals evidently leading this trading party. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in a flowing robe. The old man bore an extraordinary appearance, with fiery red tufts of fur adorning his face in the pattern of flames, and behind him swayed a flickering tail. A foxman. Priest, how much longer until we reach human territory? Can we truly exchange our kind for sustenance? Inquired the cow-headed man, adorned with a mask and crowned with horns, while expressing concern over young Parker's injuries. Indeed, the priests among humans possess remarkable abilities. They will surely heal young Parker, affirmed the fox priest. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, Me Tao, remain vigilant. Humans are cunning. The safety of our caravan rests in your hands. Leave it to me, he boomed, thumping his chest to bolster his confidence. As the caravan proceeded, the fox priest suddenly twitched his ears. He commanded Me Tao with urgency, halt. Me Tao scratched the back of his head, perplexed. What is it? The priest's expression turned grave. This area has been unsettled of late. With that, he gestured towards several fresh tracks imprinted upon the ground, unmistakably left by the mining carts of the Xianyuan territory. Ah, what shall we do? Didn't you say there were once inhabitants here? Me Tao lamented, his limited intellect failing him in devising a suitable solution. The fox priest sighed at this. Since we have come this far, notify the warriors to exercise caution and not stray too far from the group. As dusk fell, they emerged from the western mountains into a vast expanse. What followed was an overwhelming sensation of awe. Towering walls loomed high, warplanes soared, belching forth flames. Menacing steel war chariots roamed about. They were, indeed, surrounded. A thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Outsiders, declare your identity. The group was immediately engulfed in turmoil, as uncertainty gripped the hearts of many. Ultimately, the fox priest stepped forward, shielded by Mitao. Noble human warriors, we are a caravan from the Maida plain. Bearing no ill will, may we converse. On the other side, Qin Chuan gazed upon the holographic display before him, his eyes alight with intrigue. Beastmen, a caravan? While the term was easily comprehensible in isolation, its conjunction with beastmen baffled him. It was difficult to reconcile the notion of commerce, a meticulous endeavor, with the beastmen. This was not to imply that beastmen were intellectually inferior. Although some lower-tier tribes exhibited various shortcomings, the mid- and upper-tier tribes matched humanity in intellect. However, their inherent pride rendered them disdainful of engaging in such undertakings. The ineptitude of the lower tribes and the disdain of the upper tribes had resulted in the current state of affairs. Bring their leader to me, Qin Chuan commanded. The subordinates promptly obeyed, and soon after, two individuals were ushered before him, the fox priest and the cow-headed Mitao. Qin Chuan mused, as expected, no upper-tier race. The fox priest led the way, with Mitao trailing behind, burdened by a large chest. Greetings, esteemed lord. I am Kohler of the fox tribe, he said, bowing in an ancient gesture before signaling to Mitao. With a resounding thud, the chest struck the ground, eliciting a startled reaction from the guards, who immediately aimed their weapons at the two figures. The sharp prick of the gun barrels sent shivers down their spines. No need for alarm, Qin Chuan waved dismissively, scrutinizing the chest. Inside were gold coins, various peculiarly textured bones, herbs, and leather. Is this a bribe? He looked up at the two beastmen, unsure of how to respond. I never anticipated that you, with your prominent brows and large eyes, would resort to such tactics. Indeed, even in a fantastical world, life was not solely about conflict. It also encompassed the intricacies of human interaction. At that moment, Kohler and Mitao exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how their gifts would be received by the noble figure before them. If possible, they wished to avoid conflict, for those iron contraptions were undeniably formidable. In their tribe, they had never been so extravagant as to utilize fine iron. Qin Chuan gestured for the soldiers to remove the large chest. As the saying goes, a short hand is easily grasped, and his demeanor had softened significantly, influenced by the visitor's intentions. So what brings you here? Merely for trade? He inquired. Indeed. Or perhaps to exchange for some goods, salt, clothing, fine iron weapons. Your human caravans are notoriously exploitative. And concerning young Parker's curse and injuries? Qin Chuan keenly seized upon the keywords. Kohler shot a reproachful glance at Mitao before turning back to Qin Chuan. It is nothing grave, esteemed lord, rest assured. There is no infectious disease. We merely seek to reach the grand city to find a priest for treatment. May I see the afflicted? Qin Chuan replied, his tone earnest. Our Qin Chuan territory is quite proficient in addressing certain ailments, and you need not worry. Our team is undoubtedly professional. He was determined not to let them pass too easily. From the items they had presented and the weight of their caravan, it was evident they were high-value clients. Chapter 25, Foot and Mouth Disease. Both Kohler and Mitao wore expressions of distress at Qin Chuan's insistence. Kohler replied, Noble lord, the patient's condition is rather peculiar. Even our chief priest is at a loss. Which is why we sought the grand city for a priest. Does your castle house a priest? He inadvertently regarded the Qin Chuan territory as Qin Chuan's castle. However, we do have professional battlefield medics in our castle. You need not harbor any concerns. After all, merely examining the patient will not cause harm, correct? Although Qin Chuan's words were couched in negotiation, his tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Would he allow them to escape? Ultimately, the two beastmen could not refute him, and reluctantly led Qin Chuan to the heart of the caravan. Before long, he found himself beside a beast cart in the center of the caravan, where he glimpsed a young calf. Indeed, a young bull-headed child. In truth, aside from some subtle differences, the young bull-headed ones were not dissimilar to human infants, appearing to be about 3 or 4 years of age. Little Parker, do not be afraid. Grandfather has brought individuals to examine your ailment. The young bull-headed child furrowed his brow, revealing a pained expression. He mumbled indistinctly, Grandfather Kohler, it hurts. Little Parker, do not speak. Simply wait patiently while Grandfather finds someone to heal you. Then, you will no longer suffer. With that, the elderly foxman gently lifted the burlap that enveloped the young bull-headed child, revealing his frail form. Even with mental preparation, Qin Chuan was taken aback by the sight before him. It was a harrowing scene. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the child's limbs and chest were covered in vivid red spots. But upon further scrutiny, these were not mere spots. They were clusters of painful blisters. This is not the end. At this juncture, young Parker displayed remarkable bravery, did he not? Fear not. Come, extend your tongue. The young minotaur hesitated for a moment. Yet ultimately, trust triumphed over his dread of pain. Upon parting his lips, he revealed an array of blisters, ranging in size from fava beans to apricot pits, nestled upon his gums, tongue, and the inner surfaces of his lips. Hiss! It is no wonder he was unable to articulate a single coherent word. Kohler and Mythaw exchanged glances toward Qin Chuan, their eyes glimmering with hope, although they were acutely aware of the slim odds. This was a curse borne by the Minotaur clan throughout the ages. Though the occurrence of this curse is rare, its manifestation yields but a handful of survivors. Their journey to the human city in search of a priest was merely a faint hope. Could this individual truly possess a solution? Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, gazing at the grim scene before him, fell into a contemplative silence. He gestured to those behind him, instructing them to summon the camp's physician. Qin Chuan's command was the highest decree within the Xianhuang territory. None dared to disregard it. In no time, the physician arrived swiftly, his instruments in tow. "This is the patient. Please conduct an examination," Qin Chuan instructed. The physician, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached the young Minotaur and began a meticulous inspection. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his brow. To one side, Qin Chuan and the two orcs watched anxiously. Finally, as the physician concluded his examination, he exhaled with a sigh of relief. Before he could utter a word, the impatient Mythaw pushed forward. "I said no one should look. Young Parker is already in agony. And you still." His discontent with the physician's earlier examination of the young Minotaur was unmistakable. The physician glanced at Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking permission to disclose the diagnosis. Qin Chuan nodded. There was no reason to conceal the truth. If it could be treated, they would endeavor to do so, and if not, there was little more to be done. The physician carefully chose his words, delivering a succinct report. The patient exhibits signs of lethargy, an abnormal rise in body temperature, extensive blistering, with some having ruptured to form ulcers. His heart rate is elevated and irregular, and the heart shows signs of considerable weakness. Qin Chuan frowned at the barrage of medical jargon, interrupting decisively. "Just tell me plainly, what ailment does he have, and can it be treated?" At this moment, the elder foxman, drawn in by their conversation, turned his attention to the physician's assessment, his eyes widening in shock. No one understood the curse afflicting young Parker better than he. The fact that this individual could provide such an accurate diagnosis with but a brief observation was astounding. He stared intently at the physician, akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment. "This is a classic manifestation of foot and mouth disease. It is treatable." "What did you say?" "It can be treated." Kohler sprang to his feet, grasping the physician's hand tightly. He wished to articulate further, yet his lips trembled uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. The physician attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it impossible. Though the foxkin priest did not excel in physical strength, he was not easily resisted by a mere support staff of 0 rank. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan who rescued the beleaguered physician. "Kohler, calm yourself." With a flicker of silver light, Kohler involuntarily released his grip on the physician's hand, leaving only a dazed expression as he gazed at the shimmering radiance. At this moment, Mythaw finally regained his composure. Unfazed by Qin Chuan's display of power, he shouted exuberantly, "What? It can be treated? Really? Truly?" Qin Chuan nodded, allowing the physician to step back before turning to the two. "Whether it can be cured still requires further attempts, but it should be feasible. For now, you may stay. I will have the physician prepare a treatment plan." With that, he turned to exit. It was an opportune moment to grant these individuals some time and space to gather their thoughts. Just as he stepped outside, he overheard the departing physician murmuring about doctor-patient relations. Not only the physician, but even Qin Chuan could not suppress a mental scoff at the absurdity. Why should minotaurs be afflicted with foot and mouth disease? In the river? In the palace? The brothers were overjoyed. The York merchant caravan did not keep Qin Chuan waiting long. He had scarcely entered the command center when they approached him. After a brief discussion, the York merchant caravan resolved to have Qin Chuan assist in treating young Parker, the Minotaur, and were willing to offer a king's ransom in compensation. In truth, their journey to the human city in search of a priest was underpinned by a sense of duty, leaving the rest to fate. The curse inherited by the Minotaur clan since ancient times would be miraculous to heal by a priest, unless the deity they worshipped intervened personally. As for Qin Chuan, he had a more straightforward approach. Administer a muscle injection of 500 milligrams of isopropylphenazine, 30 milligrams of dexamethasone phosphate, and a subcutaneous injection of 5 milligrams of epinephrine. After a period of recuperation, he would be restored to health. Chapter 26, The Artifact Murder Blade. The treatment for the Minotaur's foot and mouth disease was not particularly complex. In fact, after administering an emergency injection of various medications, his symptoms had already improved significantly. However, to err on the side of caution, Qin Chuan opted to keep them there for the time being. On one hand, this was to guard against a relapse. On the other hand, he had yet to reap the benefits. How could he allow them to depart so easily? The York merchant caravan was quite astute in this regard. With a grand gesture, they prepared to bestow upon the Xianhuang territory all manner of gifts, declaring that their ability to cure young Parker was already an extraordinary blessing. And they dared not ask for more. Yet, was Qin Chuan a mere freeloader? Ultimately, under his insistence, the York merchant caravan loaded several carts with fine iron and peculiar grains. The fine iron was sourced from the Shishan mine, while part of the grains was provided by the barracks, with the remainder transformed from resource points. All told, this amounted to no more than 500 resource points. The goods from their caravan, when converted to resource points, were worth tens of thousands. Of course, this did not suggest the caravan had suffered a loss. Judging by their expressions of gratitude, they had indeed profited handsomely. Fine iron and grains. Both were the most sought-after resources for them, and under ordinary circumstances, they would not have been able to exchange even a fifth of this quantity for their local specialties. On one hand, human merchants were relentlessly driving down prices. On the other, the preciousness of fine iron spoke volumes. Not every place possessed the refining technology found in the Xianhuang territory. This exchange could only be described as mutually beneficial. However, when Qin Chuan prepared to convert the caravan's hodgepodge of local specialties into resource points, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise. High-value item detected. Would you still like to convert it into resource points? Note, the conversion process is irreversible. High-value item. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Whether in this life or the previous one, this was his first encounter with such a prompt. Just how valuable was high value? He had once heard that only truly unique and irreplaceable items would elicit such a notification. Unconsciously, Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the assortment before him. This was one cart of goods from the orc merchant caravan, predominantly comprising broken swords, armor, and other weaponry. Initially, Qin Chuan paid little heed to such matters, yet now, he has fully activated the visual data perspective. This ability, bestowed upon him by the earthly heritage, is typically kept in a dormant state. For otherwise, opening his eyes would bombard him with an overwhelming array of data, dazzling to the point of disorientation and easily dismissed as mere verbosity. However, this instance diverges from the norm. He must uncover the so-called high-value items. As Qin Chuan's words resonated, the world around him transformed abruptly. An endless cascade of green data streams composed of zeros and ones flooded his vision. As these verdant digits dissipated, the reality before him metamorphosed, revealing everything in a digitized form. Tattered burlap, decayed armor, broken swords. A plethora of utterly worthless objects lay before Qin Chuan, none exuding any glimmer of value. Yet, he felt no disappointment, proceeding to scrutinize each item. Until, after shifting aside these trinkets of no consequence, a faint red light materialized suddenly. With a swift kick, Qin Chuan sent the pile of debris flying, and instantly, a blinding crimson hue engulfed the entire expanse. Upon the moment his gaze met it, an excruciating sting surged through him, provoking an uncontrollable flood of tears. He hastily averted his eyes, but the tears continued to stream down his face. Yet in that fleeting instant, the information of that object was imprinted into his mind. Murderous blade. Tier, divine artifact. Function 1, godslaying. Function 2, soul absorption. Function 3. Function 9. Evaluation. This weapon has slain a multitude of deities. Now decayed, it still retains formidable power. You can imprison the souls of mighty beings, deities preferred, within it, allowing them to reclaim their former glory. Simultaneously, as Qin Chuan activated the murderous blade, a great statue within the sacred empire, thousands of miles away, erupted in radiant white light. This brilliance was such that it seemed to overshadow even the midday sun. After a brief moment, the bells of the cathedral tolled. The long-awaited divine decree had arrived. Seek the god-slaying blade. Annihilate the successor of the god of slaughter. At any cost. Such a scene unfolded not just here, but across all major churches. The Holy Spirit continent plunged into an era of turmoil. The next day, within the Xianhuang territory, Qin Chuan sat amidst the newly constructed garden, idly toying with a rose-hued magical dagger that faintly shimmered with red light. This was none other than the murderous blade. Having traversed the vicissitudes of life for a century, he had indeed heard of the legends surrounding this weapon. In truth, this world harbors more than just this singular god-slaying weapon. Many are not even weapons in the traditional sense. For instance, the grimoire of Mishra, the legendary archmage's floating citadel. Yet among these artifacts, the renown of the murderous blade is indisputable, for it is the weapon that instills the greatest terror among the gods. According to legend, the form of the murderous blade is not fixed. It could manifest as an unremarkable rogue's dagger or a knight's lance of war. Yet invariably, its appearance heralds chaos. It has directly or indirectly birthed numerous deities who assumed the roles of slaughter and assassination. Of course, the fates of these deities were far from favorable. This weapon seems inherently cursed. Those who achieve greatness through it often meet their end either in confinement or in eternal slumber. Now, this most illustrious weapon rests within Qin Chuan's grasp. He is uncertain how to express his feelings. A curse? What a trivial concern. If this weapon were truly so malevolent, he could simply dismantle it into resources. Days later, as Qin Chuan secured the murderous blade into its sheath, he heard the familiar chant that had been ringing in his ears at regular intervals. Brave little bull, fear not the challenges. Heya, brave little bull, fear not the challenges. Upon glancing up, he beheld a young bull, known as Parker, joyfully frolicking across the grass of the Xianhuang territory, reminiscent of his own lost youth. As he bounded about, stretching his limbs in exuberant exercise, it seemed as though he was determined to compensate for the lack of movement caused by his previous illness. Radiating boundless energy, Initially, the camp's physician had taught him a regimen called eagle soaring. However, the stubborn little bull adamantly insisted he was a cow, not an eagle. Left with no choice, Qin Chuan had to teach him a different routine, the era calls. Just look at how jubilantly this little bull jumps about. He resembles a pure-hearted warrior who has betrayed his organization. The bovine tribe remains in peril. In truth, following the recent cure for his foot and mouth disease. The goods of the merchant convoy had been entirely consumed by Qin Chuan, prompting the orcs to set up camp just outside the Xianwang territory. They intended to wait until the young bull recovered before departing, having established a commercial agreement with Qin Chuan for future trading endeavors. Qin Chuan welcomed this wholeheartedly, wishing for even more divine artifacts. Of course, he understood the improbability of such a wish. Finding even one was already a stroke of fortune. Yet one must always harbor dreams. Who knows what may come to pass? Chapter 27. The bull warrior never removes his mask. The orc merchant convoy encamped just beyond the Xianwang territory, leaning against the western mountains. This does not imply they are idle. Qin Chuan would never disregard such a multitude of laborers. When he proposed to hire these individuals, both Kohler and Mythal were elated. As for compensation, what could be better than a full meal? Thus, many tasks unsuitable for the red alert soldiers were handed over to these individuals. It was only at this juncture that Qin Chuan truly grasped their capabilities. First and second tiers were as common as dust, while third and fourth tiers roamed freely. He felt fortunate that he had not rashly engaged in battle with these beings. Otherwise, unless he resorted to employing a last resort superweapon that would inflict significant self-damage, the Xianwang territory might not have been a match for them. Of course, there is no need to dwell on occurrences that never transpired. Regardless of their capabilities, they had joined forces, and that was what mattered. Multifunctional infantry vehicles sped through the intricate mountainous terrain. This contraption was decidedly uncomfortable. It could not compare to his own beast of burden. Crouched uncomfortably within the confines of the vehicle, Mythal exclaimed, suddenly, my clever mind sparked with a brilliant idea. My lord, why don't we disembark? You could ride on me, and I assure you I can run faster than this metal beast. Absolutely unnecessary. I have no habit of riding men. A bull is no different. Qin Chuan resolutely declined him. However, he found himself somewhat skeptical of Mythal's claim that he could indeed outrun a multifunctional infantry vehicle. As a unit in red alert, the multifunctional infantry vehicle, apart from aerial units and temporal forces, was undoubtedly among the fastest. It could easily traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Yet here stood a bullman proclaiming he could run even faster? Doubtful. Qin Chuan retorted, you stay put. Do not move. Mythal the bullman. He always felt he was at a disadvantage, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Moreover, in such a confined space, he found himself incapable of making any movements. At this moment, Qin Chuan did not entertain the idea of purchasing oranges for him. Instead, he tucked the rose-tinted short sword into a visual blind spot behind his back and silently recited a mantra. He activated the visual data stream. Familiar data flows emerged, and Qin Chuan focused his gaze on the minotaur before him. Metao blood hoof. Race, beastman minotaur. Rank, level 6. Talent, golden blood. Equipment, bloodline totem pillar, thunder mask. The first thing that struck Qin Chuan was the impressive rank of level 6. Goodness, he had anticipated that this simpleton might possess considerable strength. But he never imagined he would be so formidable, almost on the verge of reaching the ranks of high-tier professionals. When he claimed he could outrun a multifunctional infantry vehicle, he was certainly not exaggerating. Continuing his examination, he turned to the talents and equipment. He had vaguely heard of this golden blood in his past life, which seemed to carry significant implications. However, Qin Chuan felt no desire to delve deeper into it, as it was ultimately someone else's affair. In contrast, he was far more curious about the Minotaur's equipment. First was the totem pillar, nothing unusual there. It was a weapon commonly wielded by Minotaurs, especially in the initial war trample. The only question was, given its size and girth, where on earth had he concealed it? To date, he had never seen him produce it. Enough of that. Qin Chuan halted his dangerous musings and shifted his attention to the next item, the thunder mask. This was undoubtedly the mask adorned with thunder patterns that Mitao wore. One could only wonder how fond this simpleton was of it, as he had never seen him remove it. This thought led Qin Chuan to recall the legendary artifact known as the persona mask, which was also a type of mask. Wasn't he it? Since he had already managed to procure one artifact from these individuals, the chance of obtaining a second one was not out of the question. Mitao, might I have a glimpse of the mask upon your face? Mitao was taken aback by Qin Chuan's sudden inquiry. After a moment of bewilderment, he quickly became flustered. Then, as if struck by a thought, he shook his head vigorously like a rattle. No way. The bull warrior never removes his mask. Qin Chuan. With a resigned sigh, Qin Chuan did not press the issue further. If he did not wish to show it, so be it. The multifunctional infantry vehicle traversed mountains and valleys, finally halting in a secluded bay. It was precisely the crescent bay marked on the map of the former command division. They had timed their departure perfectly, arriving just as a large dock and shipyard were completed. Observing the giant crane above the shipyard moving back and forth, It was evident that the establishment of the first naval fleet of the Qin Huang territory was imminent. Of course, Qin Chuan's visit served two purposes: to inspect the area and to address the disturbances reported here. The place he had dubbed the Qin Huang First Shipyard was purportedly haunted. Originally, as a staunch materialist, Qin Chuan did not believe such nonsense. Yet, considering the fantastical nature of this world, he reconsidered. While the probability of a connection to the underworld here was low, it was still prudent to be cautious. If indeed spirits like Xiao Qian were to appear, he would not mind adopting the profession of a necromancer. Returning to the matter at hand, if a gateway to the underworld truly existed here, it would warrant serious attention. However, Qin Chuan believed the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. Rather than restless souls from the underworld, he suspected a different possibility was far more probable. Install the radar components we constructed at the shipyard. Qin Chuan commanded the convoy behind him. The distance from the shipyard was indeed considerable. Aside from the shipyard on the water, constructing other buildings posed significant challenges. Yet, this was not a game. Many things could be achieved through alternative means. By bringing in a handful of engineers and construction teams, completing the materials at the shipyard and then assembling them here would prove much more convenient. Qin Chuan and a small contingent of the engineering team were merely the advanced party, with a continuous stream of supply convoys to follow. Though this method was somewhat slower than constructing directly near the shipyard, it should still yield results within a few days. By then, under the radar's detection, the truth would be unveiled. As night fell, Qin Chuan resided in a wooden cabin at the dock. The reason he chose not to stay within the shipyard was simply due to the cacophonous noise. The cranes worked relentlessly day and night, and even from the relatively distant dock, the sounds were audible, let alone from within the shipyard itself. However, Qin Chuan began to question whether his choice had been wise. Snore, snore, snore. The deafening snoring emanating from the adjacent room made the cabin's soundproofing seem non-existent. After learning of Mi Tao's formidable combat prowess, Qin Chuan had allowed him to sleep in the adjoining room as a bodyguard, considering the haunting rumors warranted some caution. Yet, he never anticipated that one individual's snoring could be so thunderous. No, it was more akin to that of a bull. As he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The snoring from next door had stopped. Then, a resounding shout echoed through the night. Who was singing? Qin Chuan. Warming the loneliness? Chapter 28. The young boy's true form, the siren's song. Who is singing? When Mi Tao posed this question, Qin Chuan instinctively responded, warming the loneliness. However, he immediately sensed something was off. This was clearly not a venue suitable for a square dance. What was wrong with Mi Tao all of a sudden? Qin Chuan opened the door, nodded at the guard stationed outside, and walked up to Mi Tao's door. Just as he prepared to knock, the door swung open from within. Mi Tao emerged, scratching his head, looking as though he had just awakened. However, Qin Chuan's focus was not on that. He had no time to inquire about the singing. His eyes were fixated on Mi Tao's face. Seeing Qin Chuan's expression, Mi Tao felt somewhat perplexed. What are you staring at me for? Did you hear that annoying song? Suppressing a laugh, Qin Chuan continued to gaze intently. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminded of something joyful. You mentioned hearing a song? What is the situation? Please, do elaborate. Mi Tao appeared bewildered, but, being of a simple disposition, paid little heed to Qin Chuan's teasing tone. He mumbled, it sounded like a woman singing. I couldn't understand the words, but I felt like someone was about to die. Qin Chuan. A woman's song leads to a man's demise? Yet, how could he have heard nothing? He turned to the two guards behind him and inquired. Did you hear anything? Report to the commander. Aside from the snoring, we heard no song. They hadn't heard anything? Was the song perhaps exclusive to minotaurs? The pure-hearted warrior was fuming. At that moment, Mi Tao had already stepped out of his room, shaking his head and looking around as if trying to locate the source of the song. To his surprise, upon exiting, he found not only Qin Chuan staring at him, but even the soldiers of the Qin Huang territory, whom he had always regarded as possessing iron wills, could not help but cast him curious glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Mi Tao instinctively touched his face, only to find nothing out of the ordinary. Aru, a minotaur, with a forceful bellow, emitted the sound of a knoll, prompting Qin Chuan to exclaim in astonishment. In an instant, Mi Tao charged back into the room like a rampaging bull, as swift as lightning. He finally realized that he had forgotten to wear his mask. Ha ha. Qin Chuan laughed heartily, embodying the essence of a mischievous villain. It was no wonder his mirth was so unrestrained. The visage concealed beneath Mi Tao's mask was utterly comical. Who would have imagined that a creature who spoke in a coarse and boisterous manner, constantly babbling in a rough dialect, would possess such an unexpectedly youthful countenance? The disparity was so striking it was almost jarring. At first glance, Mi Tao's face was so tender it could be described as almost dewy, perfectly fitting the term lowly. His muscular frame, when juxtaposed with the boyish features beneath his horns, created a contrast that was undeniably striking, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Qin Chuan. In that moment, he understood why the bull warriors never removed their masks. Come on, Mi Tao. Step out. No one will mock you. You're quite handsome, aren't you? A muffled, booming voice emanated from within the room, as if it were coming through a barrier of sorts. Qin Chuan's mind conjured an image of this hulking figure, ensconced in blankets with only his head peeking out. Oh, how terrifying. With a smack of his lips, he steeled himself and began to ponder the inexplicable melody. Did the minotaurs hear it? Why could I not? This defied the laws of nature. However, Qin Chuan also considered another possibility. The normal range of human hearing spans from 20 to 20,000 Hz. While bovine hearing is nearly identical, with the added ability to detect some higher frequencies inaudible to human ears. Could it be? With that thought, Qin Chuan closed his eyes and stood still. In an instant, a faint silvery glow emerged in the night, harmonizing with the luminous full moon above. Gradually, this glimmer coalesced around Qin Chuan's ears. As a gentle breeze whispered past, his brows furrowed. He could hear it. It was a melody that seemed to celebrate something yet was imbued with sorrow, compelling one to seek understanding. Come forth, our hero, glorious warrior. Please pause and listen to our song. No ship can sail from the beautiful Moon Bay unless you are willing to heed our enchanting melodies. Our exquisite songs shall bestow upon you joy and wisdom, guiding you safely on your maritime journey. We are fully aware of the hardships endured by heroes, as decreed by the deities across the boundless lands. Our wisdom shines like the sun and moon, fully cognizant of the wars and loves that unfold among mortals. Qin Chuan thought, how delightful. Upon hearing the first line of this song, he immediately recognized the peril they faced. Sirens, legendary creatures, half woman and half fish or half bird, whose enchanting voices lure sailors to their doom, leaving behind a graveyard of bones. Qin Chuan never expected to encounter such beings in Moon Bay. These creatures embodied both virtue and vice. If left unchecked, they would pose a tremendous threat to the naval development of the Xianhuang territory. Therefore, he had to devise a means to locate them. Whether to slay or capture them was of little consequence. What if we can't defeat them? Then we certainly must flee. With that thought, Qin Chuan kicked open the door to the makeshift cabin. There, he beheld Mi Tao, his upper body swathed in blankets. The reason he wasn't fully covered was due to his massive stature, which the blankets could not encompass. Upon yanking the covers away, Qin Chuan was surprised to find that, at some point, the mask had been reaffixed to Mi Tao's face. Don't be so self-conscious. Take me to the source of that song you heard. Currently, the moonlight energy within Qin Chuan was insufficient to sustain prolonged listening. All right, Mi Tao replied, his voice muffled. The mask obscured his expression, but Qin Chuan had little interest in that at the moment. Urgent matters lay ahead. Whether Mi Tao sought to shake off the embarrassment or was purely retaliating against Qin Chuan's earlier jests, their pace was that of a blood-crazed bull, charging recklessly. They smashed through stones in their path without even flinching, showing no inclination to slow down. Qin Chuan, struggling to keep up, marveled at Mi Tao's speed. At long last, they arrived at the terminus of the waning crescent moon at the bottom of Moon Bay, where Mi Tao finally halted. Before them lay an endless expanse of ocean. He pointed and proclaimed, "It's over there. The singing is coming from that direction." Qin Chuan exclaimed, "So we are to swim over?" Mi Tao scratched his head. "I only heard it coming from this direction, but I don't know how far. Maybe we should swim." Qin Chuan replied exasperatedly, "Swim? Not a chance. Let us wait until the amphibious landing craft and armored personnel carriers are ready." In truth, the wait would not be long. By the following evening, the necessary transport would be completed. Chapter 29, Tanya, Yuri Island. Set sail. With a command from Qin Chuan, the crew boarded the amphibious landing craft, which, notably, lacked sails. It was worth mentioning that the composition of personnel aboard the landing craft was quite intriguing. Given the nature of naval warfare, larger units like tanks were rendered unnecessary, thereby limiting their options. The landing craft boasted ample space, comfortably accommodating 12 individuals. Though this was clearly intended for soldiers of average build. First was Qin Chuan, occupying one slot. Next was his hired muscle, the renowned dual-stick wielder, a spirited youth, and the young minotaur Mi Tao, who took up 2 slots. The remaining positions were meticulously arranged by Qin Chuan, prioritizing water-capable soldiers. Considering their mission to scout for enemies, dogs were indispensable. Unlike in games, dogs excelled in water, particularly the 2 breeds recently developed in the combat laboratory. Of course, humans also had their aquatic specialists, such as the elite special forces. Additionally, there were 2 exceptionally unique individuals. Tanya Adams. Race, human. Rank, Tier 3. Abilities, robust, amphibious, super healing, perfect mind. Skills, special operations. Dual pistol mastery, extensive explosives. Equipment, bulletproof vest, customized Black Hawk handgun, sapper, C4. Trait, unique. Only one Tanya may exist at any given time. Evaluation, Tanya is proficient in 15 methods of unarmed killing, excels in dual pistol sniping, demolition, freestyle swimming, and possesses an indomitable will, making her an unmitigated killing machine. Even though Qin Chuan was somewhat prepared for this, he couldn't help but gasp upon seeing Tanya's data panel. From a certain perspective, Tanya can indeed be regarded as the pinnacle of humanity beneath the extraordinary. However, that singular trait shatters Qin Chuan's fantasies of assembling the Tanya squad. Moreover, this characteristic is not exclusive to Tanya. It is a quality found in most notable beings. Take, for instance, the individual below. No lies Yuri. Race, human. Rank, 5th tier. Talent, extraordinary intellect, perfect mind. Skills, mind control, mental scanning, psychic shockwave, telekinetic explosion. Equipment, bulletproof vest, mind control device. Trait, gene programming. Only one no lies Yuri can exist at a time, yet you can create genetic replicas of him. Evaluation, an exceptional scientist, a brilliant commander, a formidable mental mentor, and an ambitious strategist. Yuri possesses the ability to control the minds of others, enabling him to dominate most foes with weak wills. In contrast to Tanya, the assessment of Yuri is undoubtedly less favorable. His combat prowess cannot even be compared in one-on-one scenarios, as Yuri's strength is clearly not manifested in direct confrontations. 5th tier. This power stems entirely from his mental capabilities, untouched by any extraordinary abilities. With a mortal frame, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary. Examining his talents and skills, if utilized effectively, they could surpass the might of countless armies. Thus, Qin Chuan's expeditionary team was officially confirmed. Leader, Qin Chuan. Bodyguard, Matao. Heroic units, Tanya, Yuri. Scout unit, police dogs, Huido, Tiango. Elite force, Navy SEALs. This meticulously crafted selection considers every aspect. All members possess commendable swimming skills, meeting the conditions for maritime combat. Furthermore, taking into account the seductive power of song, the troops are, to a certain extent, immune to mental control. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, Yuri is there to provide support. As if that were not enough, 3 rocket troopers, recently summoned and trained, accompany them in the sky. This level of combat capability is sufficient to conquer a medium-sized city on the Holy Spirit continent. Qin Chuan is confident that they will not falter. With skillful maneuvering, the annihilation of an entire nation is within the realm of possibility. Of course, this is primarily due to Yuri's presence at this early stage. Returning to the matter at hand, the amphibious landing craft, a type of floating airship, is not slow. Moreover, due to its propulsion, it is minimally affected by the waves and winds. As Qin Chuan stepped onto the deck of the landing craft, he felt a sense of exhilaration, as if the sea breeze was gently tousling his hair and intertwining with his hand in a mysterious dance. Commander? Tanya gazed sternly at Qin Chuan. Though she did not voice her thoughts, her intent was unmistakable. Clearing his throat, Qin Chuan, unable to restrain himself, pretended that nothing had transpired and released his hold on Tanya's hand. He mused inwardly. I wonder how Tanya's hands are so uncalloused despite her prolonged gun use. Commander, based on available intelligence, this world lacks effective contraceptive methods. Should you choose to undertake reproductive actions, it will significantly impair my combat effectiveness, which is unfavorable. As the conversation threatened to veer into the perilous territory known as 404, Qin Chuan quickly interjected. Stop. He discreetly wiped his brow, feeling somewhat speechless, as if his playful attempts were being reprimanded. Let us bypass this topic. Tanya inquired, puzzled. Why, Commander, do you wish to avoid me? Commander, there is a situation ahead. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through, rescuing Qin Chuan from the precarious subject. He turned his approving gaze to see a gleaming bald head smiling back at him. Yuri, you've gone wide of the mark. Qin Chuan, what have you discovered? Yuri closed his eyes for a moment to sense, then replied. Approximately 1 nautical mile ahead. There is a small island, which should be our destination. I also sensed a powerful mental entity present there. That settles it. Qin Chuan felt invigorated. Yet he did not rush to set sail immediately. He instructed the troops to conserve their energy while he regarded Yuri with astonishment. 1 nautical mile. Nearly 2 kilometers. How could Yuri perceive something from such a distance? What is the maximum range of your mental scanning? Without hesitation, Yuri replied. Within 5,000 meters. I can sense vague impressions. Within 2,500 meters, I can clearly discern targets. This, truly a human radar? Qin Chuan did not linger on this query for long. Before long, as the crew reached a state of readiness, the rocket troopers on reconnaissance relayed their findings. Commander, the aerial reconnaissance results are as follows. The island ahead is of medium size, approximately 1,000 square kilometers, classified as a coral island. And no intelligent life forms have been detected. Understood. Qin Chuan acknowledged and promptly retrieved a simple holographic map. At this moment, the marine area on the map had updated in real time to reflect the shape of the island. He was not one to dwell on the past. After studying the map briefly, he marked a point and decisively commanded. Full speed ahead towards this target. Chapter 30, The Divine Siren. Buzz. The amphibious landing craft sailed forth, riding the winds and cutting through the waves. Before long, the crew spotted a distant, indistinct black dot on the horizon. This must be the island. At this proximity, Qin Chuan no longer needed to invoke the power of moonlight. He could already hear the ethereal song clearly in his ears. Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the island, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ouch! Yuri suddenly let out a muffled groan, as if struck by immense pain. Qin Chuan looked over to see his eyes bulging, with serpentine veins faintly pulsating on his bald head. What happened? He inquired seriously. Yuri gritted his teeth, articulating each word with difficulty. Discovered. My mental power is inferior to theirs. Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the group, and they collectively turned their gaze towards Qin Chuan, awaiting his command. To fight, or to retreat from the danger. Qin Chuan was about to contemplate his retreat strategy when, in the next moment, an alarm blared in his ears. Upon focusing his gaze, he found that they need not deliberate. The enemy had come to them. A thin mist began to rise, and a hazy figure appeared near the rocks, not far from the landing craft. This was a woman with an exceedingly indistinct visage. Leaning against the rocks, she propped her chin on her hands, her curious eyes surveying the landing craft, as if intrigued by why this peculiar vessel had not crashed and sunk. As she gazed at Qin Chuan and the others, the crew, too, could not help but stare back. The moment they noticed her, a chill ran through their hearts. She was undoubtedly not human. Indeed, while she bore a human visage and her upper body was fully exposed to the air, behind her were 3 pairs of delicate, translucent wings, resembling those of a cicada. As for her lower half, through the shimmering surface of the sea, Qin Chuan could vaguely discern a fish tail. A sea demon. The anthropomorphism is exceedingly elevated. The most troublesome kind. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt as if he were about to summon a cataclysmic fusion strike. Just as he was pondering this, the other party spoke first. What is this? A new skyship of mankind? Why can it only soar so low? Her voice was ethereal, identical to the melody he had heard earlier. Yet, in this moment of close proximity, there was an indescribable allure about it, coupled with her candid demeanor. It was enough to ignite the flames of curiosity in anyone's heart, compelling them to seek answers. Regrettably, she was soon met with disappointment. No one responded. Of course, while the humans remained silent, a single cow was still present. What are you? A fishman? Why do you not appear as such? The priest of our tribe once spoke to us about this. Mitao did not answer his question. Instead, she responded with a deep, resonant inquiry. Fishman? She laughed as if she had heard something amusing, covering her mouth and then glancing over Mitao with a newfound realization. Oh, so, you are a pitiful creature of the Golden Clan. After this remark, she seemed to lose interest in Mitao, her gaze wandering to others before finally resting on Qin Chuan, murmuring, a chosen one of the moon? No, a discarded piece. In that fleeting moment, Qin Chuan's eyes met hers directly, coinciding with the activation of his visual data analysis ability. Siren. Race, divine offspring. Rank, 7th stage. Sealed. Talent, divine throat, sealed, netherworld guidance. Skills, etherealization, blood surge, illusion, siren's voice. Evaluation, unknown deity's bloodline, seemingly recently fallen from grace, reliant on song to alleviate despair. Should you assist her in regaining her celestial status, unimaginable rewards await. Divine offspring. Qin Chuan had surmised that this woman might possess an extraordinary background, but he never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. In this present moment, deities seemed to exist solely within the realm of legend. Yet even so, anything remotely associated with them was deemed an absolute taboo, let alone the progeny of a deity. Qin Chuan tightened his grip on the rose-colored short sword. A mere gesture resulted in a splash. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the siren had vanished from the rocky outcrop. Gone. No, wait. Splash. Water sprayed as, the next moment, a figure appeared on the deck of the landing craft. It was indeed the siren. A light mist obscured her key features, yet her expression bore a mixture of fear and curiosity, leading Qin Chuan to believe he saw a pie chart reflected in her eyes. However, her evident trepidation suggested she sensed something amiss. Yet, driven by curiosity, she approached to investigate. This lady, in her past life, was she a cat or a foolish deer? Qin Chuan subtly placed the short sword at his waist, prompting the siren to instinctively take a step back, pointing at his waist. What is that? Qin Chuan, a goldfish. The crowd. The siren immediately exclaimed, show me. Not very convenient. You're not Jack, so what do you want to see? At this point, Qin Chuan discerned that the being known as the siren did not seem inclined to attack them. At least so far, he had not sensed any malice emanating from her. Oh, the siren expressed disappointment with a nod. Then, her expression returned to its previous cold, impassive state. So, mortals, what brings you to seek me? The swift change in her demeanor was akin to the rapid face changes of Sichuan opera. Qin Chuan nearly inquired which drama society she had trained with. Was it the Dian Society? Oh, wait, isn't that a comedic society? No matter. Witnessing the siren, who had previously displayed the mentality of a 3-year-old, now adopt a business-like attitude. Qin Chuan understood it was time to unveil his true intentions. I am the lord of the neighborhood committee not far from here. Someone has reported that your singing disturbs the peace. Let us have a word. The siren, oh. She sensed that this person spoke in riddles, not resembling a good-hearted individual. You wish to imprison me? Upon saying this, she burst into laughter, as if recalling something amusing. Why are you laughing? Please adopt a more serious demeanor. Qin Chuan admonished sternly. Following this, he discreetly gestured for his companions to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, The siren not only did not become enraged but instead obediently responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Her response left Qin Chuan bewildered. Were they to fight or not? A clear answer would be appreciated. If they chose not to engage, the potential threat she posed to the shipyard and docks was indeed substantial. However, if they opted for confrontation, the possibility of victory was uncertain. Moreover, given her currently amicable demeanor, launching an unprovoked assault felt akin to meting out punishment without education. Of course, the most crucial factor remained. Even engaging in battle did not guarantee success. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Chuan's mind. Little girl, listen to me. The ocean's depths are unfathomable. You cannot navigate them. Chapter 31. Lady Silafi, Catgirl Skura. Really? Oh. So that's how it is. The siren listened intently as Qin Chuan spoke at length, clearly captivated, occasionally voicing her agreement and astonishment. Enthralled, her wings fluttered behind her. Qin Chuan felt no pressure in narrating this tale. He relied on his extensive experience of over 69 years in this life, and the last to keep the inexperienced siren rapt with attention. Coupled with the rich combat experience of Yuri, who whispered encouragement from the side, it wasn't long before he had thoroughly convinced the siren. Until, I can visit your territory? Oh no, my sisters would be angry. The siren, utterly flustered, stumbled over her words, suddenly recalling the divine and muttering glumly. Sisters? Qin Chuan, keenly perceptive, caught the keyword in her speech and immediately inquired. The siren looked at Qin Chuan with a sense of regret, saying, yes. They are not as easy to deal with as I am. Their temperaments are quite poor. They constantly engage in strange antics. Qin Chuan frowned. This revelation had not crossed his mind. Just as he was about to secure this useful ally, she was about to slip away, which he found unacceptable. He pressed on. What are the names of your two sisters? The siren regarded Qin Chuan with a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure why he was asking. However, in an effort to dissuade Qin Chuan's curiosity, she replied, Silafi, Skura. Silafi, Selapar, Silafi. Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Do you know my elder sister? The siren inquired, perplexed. Certainly not. Qin Chuan shook his head. The siren was clearly dissatisfied with his answer. She retorted, how then do you know my elder sister's full name? Did the moon tell you? Kind of. Qin Chuan prepared to evade the question. Noticing the siren's lingering suspicion, he added a line to bolster his credibility. Siren, you haven't mentioned your name either, yet I know it, don't I? That's right. The siren tilted her head, pondering for a moment before reluctantly accepting his reasoning. With a sigh of relief, Qin Chuan finally felt he had managed to placate this curious soul. Subsequently, preparations were made for the amphibious landing craft to depart at full speed from this location. All of this was merely due to that name, Perselope, as a principal instigator of the land-sea wars in a previous life. How could Qin Chuan be unaware of this name? Especially given the legendary nature of the tale. It is said that Perselope fell in love with a human sailor. The two shared tender moments at sea, gazing at stars and the moon, pledging to accompany each other for a lifetime. However, when Perselope let her guard down, the sailor betrayed her, taking her treasured possessions and fleeing, ultimately becoming a significant sage in human society. Who would have imagined that although Perselope had perished, she clawed her way back from the underworld? Thereafter followed a tale of vengeance, destruction, and the cliched ambition to obliterate the world. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated encountering the pitiable female demoness, regarded by all earthly lords as the epitome of romantic folly. Upon witnessing the innate talent for guiding souls from the siren's underworld, he discerned the reason behind her resurrection from the netherworld. These three sisters. Siren, who are you conversing with? A voice suddenly echoed in their ears. At that moment, two figures appeared before them. The first, with long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shapely legs, regarded Qin Chuan and the others with a frown from her bright, inquisitive eyes. Unlike the siren, her anthropomorphism was markedly more refined. Not a trace of aberration could be found upon her. Following her was a petite girl, whose height barely reached Qin Chuan's chest. If the former exuded an aura of commanding presence, this girl was her complete opposite. She sported two cat ears atop her head that bobbed playfully as she moved, along with a sinuous tail that swayed back and forth. Noticing Qin Chuan, she left behind a fleeting afterimage. Soon after, Qin Chuan felt a gentle poke on his cheek. Lowering his gaze, he saw the girl sticking out her tongue and making a silly face before bouncing away to hide behind the commanding woman. Have the three sisters gathered? Qin Chuan chuckled bitterly. He had originally believed this outing to be a routine endeavor to cleanse the wilderness and ensure the safety of the Xinyuan shipyard. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself entangled with formidable adversaries. Taking a moment to access visual data, he examined the information on the two. They were not significantly different from the siren, save for disparities in innate talents and ranks. Notably, Perselope was classified as a 9th tier. Furthermore, she was a powerful sorceress, among the most formidable beings beneath the holy domain. This revelation compelled Qin Chuan to entirely abandon any thoughts of armed confrontation unless he was prepared to meet his own demise. Big sister, this is my friend. The siren interjected. Friend? Just these mortals? No, I must have misjudged. Parcelope remarked coolly, casting a sweeping glance over the group. Her gaze lingering on Mitao for a moment before fixating on Qin Chuan. This esteemed gentleman. With her sister's affirmation, the siren's expression brightened as she eagerly inquired, "Big sister, may I invite him to our home as a guest?" "Certainly, but do not damage my flowers," Parcelope replied, and then, as she had arrived, she faded from sight. A genuine teleportation. "Hooray!" the siren exclaimed, turning to Qin Chuan with excitement. "Let us hurry along." Qin Chuan was bewildered. What is happening? This is not the development I desired. Hadn't they agreed to coax the siren into the Qin Yuan territory? Now it seemed he was willingly walking into the lion's den. Could it be that the place the siren hailed from adhered to the principle of reciprocity? If so, she should certainly grasp the wisdom of not imposing upon others what one does not desire for oneself. Nevertheless, confusion aside, the consequences of his own actions were his to bear. Life was a gamble, and he was prepared to take the plunge. Well, it just so happens that I wish to see as well. Thus, the group from Qin Yuan, under Qin Chuan's leadership, set sail towards the small island. Along the way, the siren chattered incessantly, clearly enthusiastic about her newfound friend, while her catgirl sister, Skura, brimmed with curiosity. The petite figure transformed into a whirlwind aboard the landing craft, poking and prodding everything in sight. Qin Chuan even witnessed her snatch Tanya's handgun with astonishing speed, licking the barrel with her tiny pink tongue. Their father must surely be a cat. Chapter 32, Beyond the Sea Lies the Enemy. Amidst a grand sea of flowers, 3 quaint wooden cottages stood nestled within. Qin Chuan stood amidst the blossoms, gazing through the window, where he caught sight of the black-haired beauty tending to her hair in one of the cottages. "Do not mind, elder sister. She has always been this way, rather eccentric." The siren's voice drew his attention. He then observed Skura darting about the flower field, seemingly in pursuit of butterflies. Although her movements were chaotic, they were remarkably nimble, ensuring no flower was harmed. In no time, she had managed to gather dozens of butterflies, creating a beautiful ring from them. With delight, Skura placed the butterfly crown atop her cat ears and made a face at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan could only sigh in exasperation at the sight. Turning to the earnest siren, he felt utterly drained of any sarcasm. Compared to their elder sister, it was evident that they were the ones who were truly peculiar. Oh, I misspoke. While Parcelope may not seem excessively eccentric, the legends of her romantic folly are enduring. The eldest, a love-struck fool. The second, airhead. The third, a curious cat. None of the 3 are normal. Despite his complaints, Qin Chuan was determined to fulfill the role of a courteous guest. And what did that entail? Naturally, it meant enjoying the hospitality of the host. "Please, have some tea. Dear older brother who keeps stealing glances at me," Skura said, carefully presenting a cup of flower tea to Qin Chuan. His expression was one of disbelief. He nearly choked on her words. What did she mean by stealing glances? He had been looking openly, with a clear conscience, staring at the flower tea in hand. He hesitated to take a sip. After all, who could say if this curious cat had licked it before? Setting the teacup aside on the windowsill, he cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. "Ahem, how long have you been here?" 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the little cat girl reacted the quickest, raising her tiny hands to count. Ultimately, it was the siren who interrupted her sister's embarrassing display, pulling her behind herself and replying. "Approximately half a month." "Half a month? So that's about 15 days, Qin Chuan mused, surprised by the brevity of their stay. This meant they had only just arrived when he stumbled upon them. Seizing upon this topic, they engaged in conversation, which stretched late into the night. Fortunately, Qin Chuan, having lived 2 lives, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Otherwise, he might have been thoroughly drained by the 2 sisters. Upon their arrival in the sacred spirit continent, the 2 sisters, still somewhat naive, found themselves utterly captivated by Qin Chuan. Setting aside the siren for now, Skura gazed at Qin Chuan with wide, starry eyes. He knows so much. This was the shared sentiment among the 3 of them. As for the query regarding the trio, the following morning, Qin Chuan felt a bit breathless. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a fluffy creature nuzzling against his chest. "Skura, what are you doing here?" The little cat girl lazily lifted her head and replied, "I came to ask the big brother who knows so much for breakfast." Oh, Qin Chuan refrained from questioning why she had ended up on his chest instead of simply asking for breakfast. His attention was diverted to another matter. Observing the shimmering cat ears that quivered with each movement, he extended his hand to perform an action he had long desired but had never had the opportunity to execute. "Rua, Rua, Rua." The little cat girl let out a purr. Skura, whose ears were being playfully tugged by Qin Chuan, did not exhibit any annoyance. Instead, she squinted her eyes in enjoyment, emitting an ambiguous purring sound. She truly resembled a cat more and more. "Skura, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Don't rush me." "Purr, I'm coming right away." Although Skura spoke these words, her body remained utterly still. Seeing this, Qin Chuan sighed and finally ceased his playful antics. However, Skura seemed oblivious to his pause, nudging her head against his hand. Ultimately, Qin Chuan grasped the scruff of her neck and lifted her from the bed. Once they ventured outside, they beheld a clearing amidst a sea of flowers, where tables and chairs had already been arranged. "Lord Qin Chuan, you have arrived?" Siren greeted him warmly. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, even the usually expressionless Celeb had graced him with a rare smile. Celeb raised her lips slightly and said, "Lord Qin Chuan, please do not feel constrained. Yesterday you graciously promised to assist the three of us." Qin Chuan was taken aback. What had he promised? After a brief reflection, he recalled having made polite remarks upon learning of the sisters' plight. However, it was now evident that they had taken his words seriously. Yet, another question arose. He had only conversed with Siren and Skura last night. How had this transformed into a commitment to all three? At that moment, Skura, who had been inching closer to Qin Chuan, seemed to sense his confusion. "When we were chatting yesterday, our eldest sister was eavesdropping by the corner of the door, and many of the questions were prompted by her." "Oh." Qin Chuan stared in astonishment at Celeb. He had not expected this seemingly aloof and dignified woman to engage in such eavesdropping. His perception of her character had been shattered. Before Qin Chuan could fully process this revelation, Celeb spoke again. "Let us have breakfast first. Afterward, we can discuss how to deal with our adversaries." Adversaries. Qin Chuan suddenly felt a surge of alertness. Based on the information currently available, the three sisters had been cast down from the divine realm to the sacred spirit continent. This meant that their enemies were, at the very least, of divine caliber. Qin Chuan could hardly believe how his casual remarks had spiraled into such a complicated predicament. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly enjoy breakfast? Clinging to the slightest hope, he inquired, "Who are the enemies? Where are they?" Upon hearing this, the three sisters exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Celeb, as the eldest, who rose with a commanding presence. She gazed beyond the nearby coastline and pointed towards the endless sea. "Beyond the sea lies our enemy. If we can vanquish them, the three of us will regain our freedom." Qin Chuan was momentarily speechless. Celeb's declaration was fraught with implications, leaving him at a loss for words as he struggled to formulate a response. Finally swallowing his initial retort, he managed to ask, "So who exactly are these enemies?" At this juncture, Siren interjected, breaking the tension of the moment. As she produced an object, she said, "The elves." Chapter 33, Life Branches, Poor, Weak, and Helpless. "We harbor no deep-seated animosity towards the elves," Siren stated, effectively refuting her sister's earlier fervent claims. As she elucidated the circumstances, Qin Chuan quickly pieced together the narrative. Drawing from the information he had gleaned the previous night, the root of the issue lay in their insatiable curiosity. They had inadvertently come into possession of a treasure of immense significance to the elven race, which in turn had incited their wrath. There exists a divine saying, "All beings are equal." Yet, such ideals remain unattainable in a world devoid of magic, let alone in a fantastical realm marked by stark individual disparities. To put it more plainly, are dragons and goblins truly equal? Such equality depends entirely on the speaker. If proclaimed by a deity, a dragon might begrudgingly accept it, but if uttered by a goblin, the reality was indeed as such. Despite the existence of an ideal of equality, the elves, who once ruled the world and still possess formidable divine lineages, enjoy a status far superior to that of common beings. Offending such a powerful faction, even for three sisters of divine descent, would not be easily resolved. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan was particularly curious about what exactly they had acquired that provoked such ire from the elven race. This question was soon answered as Siren revealed a small branch. The branch appeared somewhat withered, save for a solitary green leaf that clung to it. At the moment the branch was unveiled, Qin Chuan was immediately enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance and a revitalizing sensation. Even from the corner of his eye, he observed the surrounding flower sea sway as if drawn towards the branch, all its leaves bending in its direction. Having learned to activate the visualization feature when encountering unfamiliar objects, Qin Chuan promptly did so. Name, Life Branch. Quality, Extraordinary Item. Source, Tree of Life. Function, Bloodline Refinement, Healing, High Priority. Advancement, Consume 1 leaf, unconditionally advance 1 level. Condition, below Tier 9. Evaluation, an accidental fallen branch from the Tree of Life. Fortuitously or unfortunately picked up by a cat girl. Relevant information has been marked. You may be able to invoke its power to gain the elf's friendship. Of course, presenting it alongside the cat girl's head would yield even better results. The Tree of Life? Contemplating the significance of this tree to the elven race. It was indeed akin to poking a hornet's nest. Especially upon reading the evaluation, Qin Chuan cast a sympathetic glance at the squinting Skura. The evaluation suggested that it was indeed Skura who had fortuitously discovered the branch, but it had also thrust the three sisters into a precarious position. So annihilating the elves? Qin Chuan gazed at the trio, seeking clarification. As the words fell, the three sisters, even Solorpo, who had just been clamoring to annihilate the enemies across the coast, displayed a somewhat unnatural expression. Despite their previous bravado, they dared not utter such words as the extermination of the elven race. It is well known that in this world, all words are inevitably heard. She stammered, That is unnecessary. It suffices to drive them away. However, even if they were to be driven away, it would still require our efforts. Qin Chuan, somewhat exasperated, addressed the trio, attempting to make them aware of the reality at hand. Yet, when the siren approached with that small twig, her expression shifted dramatically, leaving her words caught in her throat. System notification, detected a special item available for pinpoint summoning, can be used for cross-dire summoning, 14. Would you like to absorb it? In that moment, the long-dormant system unexpectedly presented Qin Chuan with a novel opportunity. After a brief period of comprehension, a look of realization dawned upon his face. Pinpoint summoning is a special form of summoning not constrained by rank or level. If Qin Chuan were to find a term to distinctly describe it, normal summoning would be akin to drawing cards, while pinpoint summoning resembles spending money for enhancements. A delightful surprise indeed. At this juncture, the siren had already reached Qin Chuan's side, and noticing his dazed expression, waved the twig before him. Your rank is sufficient, yet this frail body is rather weak. Although it may seem a waste, we can utilize the gift of the elven race to enhance it. She chattered on, and Qin Chuan grasped her meaning. Whether it was that he had overly enchanted them or some other reason, the three sisters regarded Qin Chuan as a once great being who, like them, had been sealed away and weakened. Qin Chuan. Misunderstandings often arise unexpectedly and abruptly. However, he had no intention of clarifying matters. This situation was undoubtedly the most advantageous for him, particularly so when Qin Chuan witnessed the siren handing the twig into his hands. Siren, please, hasten to strengthen your body, and soon elevate the divine realm to the astral plane. Qin Chuan, have I ever uttered such words? Surely, I must have consumed counterfeit wine yesterday. At that moment, fragments of their conversation from the previous night flickered in his mind. It seemed he had invited the three sisters to visit the Xianhuang territory and even suggested they join. The most terrifying part was that they had accepted. Hiss, siren, except for my younger sister due to special circumstances. My elder sister and I cannot leave this sealed island for an extended period to venture to the Xianhuang territory. You may take this twig, but be wary of the elven race's wind chasers. As the conversation reached this juncture, Qin Chuan felt utterly numbed. He had never anticipated events would unfold in such a manner, a path he had never envisioned. Ultimately, as he departed from the small island, Qin Chuan clutched the twig, and a small cat girl hung behind him, his expression somewhat dazed. At this moment, a single thought occupied his mind. What a great fortune. Moments later, he returned to the amphibious landing craft, finally regaining his composure. Glancing at Skura, who lounged on the deck basking in the sun, he lowered his gaze to the live twig in his hand. It dawned on him, none of this was a dream. He was genuinely moved without the need to awaken. In truth, the fruitful exchanges of the previous night were not solely limited to the three sisters. Qin Chuan too had reaped significant insights. Furthermore, the knowledge he acquired was of a more arcane nature. For instance, Mitao, Gaha, Mitao, clutching his mask tightly to prevent Skura from inquisitively removing it, cast a puzzled glance in Qin Chuan's direction. Qin Chuan smiled. It's nothing, merely a small matter requiring your assistance. Observing Qin Chuan's enigmatic smile, Mitao's massive frame shuddered inexplicably. He suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Moments later, a small basin contained half a basin of blood. The owner of the blood squatted nearby, arms wrapped around himself. Recalling the scene from earlier when the blood was drawn, Mitao, a towering figure yet pitiably weak and helpless, nearly whimpered. Chapter 34. The Demands of the Four Races, Golden Elixir. Qin Chuan lifted the small cat girl and consoled Mitao, who seemed to dwell in a world where only he suffered. Do not wear that expression. Donating blood is beneficial to your health. Are you not feeling remarkably invigorated, with a clearer mind and a body brimming with energy? Really? But I feel so drained, Mitao weakly countered, clearly skeptical of Qin Chuan's words. It's merely an illusion. That is all your misconception, Qin Chuan firmly asserted, directly dismissing Mitao's objections. At that moment, he had hoisted the small cat girl by the scruff of her neck, placing her before the basin of blood. This is entrusted to you. Skura wrinkled her delicate nose, reluctantly touching her finger to the blood within the basin, only to retract it swiftly. Her movements so quick they left an afterimage. Qin Chuan even questioned whether she had truly made contact. Soon enough, the results dispelled his doubts. Observing the blood, which had previously remained at half a basin, began to rapidly concentrate. In a short time, the majority of the blood had vanished. The remaining liquid shimmered ever more brightly. And as only a thin layer remained, a yellow hue began to emerge. Ultimately, under Qin Chuan's intense gaze, the basin of blood condensed into a single drop. Golden and resplendent. Golden blood. Category, bloodline. Source, descendant of gold. Function, bloodline transformation. Allows the user to convert into a secondary golden bloodline. Advancement. Utilize the extraordinary power within the golden blood for advancement. Conditions require less than 6th tier. Evaluation. A rare ancestral blood extracted from the blood of the descendants of gold, remarkably devoid of any curse, a willing offering from the descendants of gold. Indeed, upon seeing the advancement function, Qin Chuan's spirit surged, knowing he had found what he sought. If combined with the life twig, a simple equation, 111. While these developments fell within his expectations, the subsequent notification took Qin Chuan by surprise. System notification detected a special item available for pinpoint summoning. Can be used for cross-tier summoning, 24. Would you like to absorb it? System notification. You currently possess 50 items of the same category for pinpoint summoning, unlocking summoning information for this category. Night Elves, required life twig, 11. Beast Tribe, required golden blood, 11. Human Tribe, required King S power, 01. Undead Tribe, required warm corpse, 01. Qin Chuan, are we truly beginning the struggle for supremacy? However, gazing at the summoning prompt this time, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. As long as he secured the remaining 2 special items, he could directly summon the 4 races of War 3 across tiers. Yet, the missing item left him somewhat perplexed. King S power? Is that my King S power? Isn't that hanging on my right arm? Oh, this King S power refers to something imbued with the essence of royal authority? Then it's quite manageable. As for the warm entity required for summoning the undead, that was even simpler. Isn't it just a zombie? I've encountered plenty with Uncle Geo. Is there truly a realm within this fantastical world that harbors zombies? Qin Chuan smacked his lips, ultimately deciding to disregard the matter for the time being. His foremost objective was to elevate his rank before anything else. Otherwise, when the moment arrived to gather the required items, he might find his system still uncharged, which would be most unfortunate. In the Xinhuang territory, the Lord's mansion stood as a recently constructed edifice, primarily due to Qin Chuan's weariness of residing in the factory. Now was not the time to dwell on such considerations. He summoned Skura, who was bustling about in various rooms, and after a thorough inquiry into its usage, he released it. Subsequently, he procured the golden blood extracted from the blood of Matao. This substance could not be ingested directly. It required a blend with certain herbs to neutralize it and unlock its extraordinary powers. Otherwise, one could only imagine the predicament Qin Chuan would have faced upon transitioning into a minotaur. Fortunately, these herbs were readily accessible within the Xinhuang territory. The Xinhuang Mall in Mai City was not only a means for Qin Chuan to amass wealth, but also a conduit through which he engaged with the human world. Each day, the Night Eagle helicopter transported not merely gold coins, but also a considerable assortment of other items. Herbs comprised a significant portion of this cargo. Most of these were appropriated by the combat laboratory for research purposes, with large-scale cultivation of herbs and the genetic training of knightly techniques already yielding some results. The most notable achievement was that the newly enlisted soldiers in the barracks were no longer starting at the first tier, but rather at the second. Furthermore, certain basic herbs were now being trialed for cultivation. Considering the necessity of procuring the required herbs, Qin Chuan stroked his chin in contemplation. He deemed it a wise strategy to assign Matao to work in the combat laboratory. Of course, his primary role would be as a subject of research. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Chuan began to concentrate. He added a pinch of sage, followed by a touch of sunflower, and then a dash of enhanced honey. Alas, he had added too much. Qin Chuan sighed as he discarded the dark concoction before him. Thankfully, he had refrained from including that drop of golden blood. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. It was no great concern. He could always have Matao prepare another batch. Meanwhile, Matao, having reached the entrance of the combat laboratory, suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine. Gazing at the imposing doors before him, an uneasy sensation washed over him. Just as he prepared to leave, an astute researcher from the laboratory spotted him. With a broad smile, the researcher approached. Well. If it isn't the valiant Minotaur Matao, it's been a few days, and you still look as dashing as ever. Come in. Everyone has been waiting for you. Dazed, Matao stepped into what he would later refer to as the Den of Sorcery. Concurrently, Qin Chuan commenced the second attempt at concocting the golden potion. This time, he approached the task more methodically, utilizing a balance and measuring cylinders borrowed from the laboratory. Fortunately, the formula did not include vague terms like a pinch as one might find in traditional Chinese recipes. Otherwise, it would have driven Qin Chuan to madness. Whether he would have lost his mind was uncertain, but Matao would undoubtedly suffer from a lack of nourishment first. Fortunately, the second attempt proceeded smoothly, and the potion was soon complete. He refrained from consuming it immediately. After all, a double-blind trial had yet to be conducted, and what if something went awry? It would be prudent to hand it over to the Sioux Army's combat laboratory for further examination. After all, they possessed extensive experience with genetic pharmaceuticals. 3 days later, a shimmering golden potion rested in Qin Chuan's hands, ready for injection. He addressed the eager doctors waiting outside. Although the formula indicated that it could simply be consumed, instruments had revealed that intravenous injection would optimize its efficacy. He had no intention of wasting it, having already verified the safety of the potion. Now was not the moment for hesitation. As the golden potion was gradually absorbed, Qin Chuan could distinctly feel his physical strength surging uncontrollably. This was an irrational elevation of cellular power, enhancing his bodily integrity and forcibly breaking through barriers. Yet, Qin Chuan relished it. There was no need for elaborate finesse. A direct approach sufficed. If only the pain could be alleviated. With the monitoring instruments nearby, Qin Chuan could clearly observe the cells within him voraciously absorbing the factors from the potion. They were splitting apart, not just the cells. He felt as though his very body was on the verge of fracturing. In that moment, his consciousness began to blur. Did the potion also possess hallucinogenic properties? This was the last thought flickering through his mind. On the vast expanse of the earth, countless monstrous beasts roamed. As he gazed upon them, they collectively knelt towards a central region, where a colossal figure towered, obscured by an endless array of glowing motes. This beast bore an unusual appearance, with fearsome horns adorning its head and a tail reminiscent of a cedar tree. Its thighs were interconnected by sinewy tendons, its bones resembling bronze tubes, and its limbs akin to iron rods. With a deafening roar, mountains soaring thousands of meters into the sky erupted, crashing towards the luminous motes enveloping the creature. Some motes evaded the oncoming assault, while others were too slow to avoid it. However, judging by their demeanor, they seemed hardly affected, merely clinging to the peaks, immobilized. Yet, the beast's onslaught did not cease there. The mountains that collided with those motes soared through the air, hurtling directly into the creature's gaping maw, devoured without a single chew. In that moment, one of the motes blazed with intensity. A voice of divine wrath resonated from within, declaring, "Baiman, you are aware of the dangers posed by the divine aberration. Sealing it is imperative. Even if a part of your bloodline originates from it, you must," roaring in defiance. The beast disregarded the words, akin to a colossal hand of fate sweeping through, leaving chaos in its wake. And then, all descended into darkness. Within the void, Qin Chuan's consciousness gradually sharpened. He had witnessed everything from the perspective of that colossal beast, and the shock it instilled within him was beyond articulation. What transpired thereafter? Perhaps no one would ever know, yet based on his calculations, the strength of those motes must have equated to that of deities. Baiman clashing with the divine? At this moment, Qin Chuan comprehended that this was likely the bloodline memory contained within the golden blood. Though he had glimpsed merely the tip of the iceberg, the impact it made upon him was ineffable. Under such power, even the extraordinary seemed insignificant. How then would he decide his own fate? Unbeknownst to him, the desire to pursue strength intensified within. As his consciousness returned, Qin Chuan opened his eyes to find a circle of anxious faces surrounding him. Almost every prominent figure within the Xianwang territory had gathered. Nearby stood Kailei, the Fox clan priest, who was currently assessing Qin Chuan's condition, drenched in perspiration. No one understood better than he the dire consequences that would befall their orc trading party should anything happen to Qin Chuan. Although it might not directly concern them, there were still threads that could be tugged. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan awaken, a wave of elation washed over him. The demeanor of the crowd was no different from his own. The soldiers lowered their raised rifles, while Tanya discarded the C4 in her grasp. Even Yuri, who had maintained a perpetual smile, relinquished control over the nuclear launch silo. Everything seemed to revert to a state of tranquility. At that moment, Qin Chuan had no time to concern himself with the behavior of those around him. He slowly rose from the platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals. A glimmer of gold flashing momentarily in his eyes before vanishing without a trace. However fleeting this golden light was, its impact was nothing short of astonishing. The red alert soldiers and Tanya felt only a brief spike in alertness, as if they were being scrutinized by some terrifying behemoth. In stark contrast, the few beastmen displayed far more exaggerated reactions. Kohler trembled violently, losing his balance and toppling to one side. Mi Tao, along with several other Minotaur warriors, simultaneously assumed the same position. Thud! They bowed their heads to the ground. This primal pressure, stemming from their very bloodline, was indescribable. Even a nearby catgirl, seemingly unaffected, let out a startled meow, her tail shooting upright as she darted back several meters. Yet, her curiosity soon took over, and she peered at Qin Chuan as if he were a stranger. Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at this, beckoning her over. Once the catgirl confirmed his identity, she dashed back towards him with the swiftness of the wind. At this moment, the others also regained their composure, rising to shout, "We have seen the Lord. How long have I been unconscious? Did anything significant occur during my absence?" Nothing major happened in less than a day, Tanya reported as she stowed her pistol away. Qin Chuan exhaled in relief, thankful that no calamitous events had transpired. While gently stroking the fluffy ears of the catgirl, he waved his hand, saying, "Understood. You may leave now." "As you command, Commander, my lord," they replied. Once everyone had dispersed, he ruthlessly shooed away the reluctant catgirl. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could fell a bull with a single blow. At this moment, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier. Typically, consuming the golden elixir would only elevate one to the second tier at most. This time, the results were extraordinary. He must have chosen the injection method, fully absorbing the elixir's power. However, such a method was only available to him. In this world, even extraordinary beings could not guarantee the absence of residual pathogens within the elixir. He then turned his attention to his most pressing concern. System charge, 60. Observing this integer, Qin Chuan felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, he quickly dismissed this feeling from his mind. As the saying goes, one must maintain momentum, After the initial surge, energy wanes. And eventually, it dissipates. Now is not the time to lose focus. In the next moment, a branch appeared in his hand, the branch of life. Compared to the complexity of the golden elixir, this was much simpler. Aside from direct consumption, any other means would squander its power. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan plucked the solitary green leaf, akin to a flea on a bald head, from the branch. He carefully stored the bare branch before placing the green leaf on his tongue, allowing its vital essence to gradually permeate his being. Unlike the violent energy of the golden elixir, the power of the life leaf was far gentler. It enveloped him like a spring breeze, alleviating the pain from his rapid growth. Qin Chuan felt as though he had returned to the womb, until a familiar scene unfolded once more. Within the boundless, hazy hall, an exquisite visage emerged, as if she were gazing at Qin Chuan across an infinite expanse of time and space. Her cheeks puffed, and through gritted teeth, she proclaimed, "I have found you, shameful thief." Chapter 36, Transcendence, Subbase, Countdown. "I have found you, shameful thief." With that declaration, the vision of the stunning woman, along with the scene, abruptly vanished. The imagery appeared abruptly and ended just as swiftly. Nonetheless, from the elongated ears of the figure, Qin Chuan discerned her identity. An elf. He recalled the origins of the branch of life, feeling a pang of realization. Had he truly stumbled into a significant predicament? Quickly shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. Having made his decision, he had anticipated the consequences, and he felt no regret. The only consideration now was the timing of the elven pursuer's arrival. Rather than fixating on that, there were pressing matters to address. System charge, 90. The enmity and pursuit of the elves did not perturb him, but this news caused his expression to sour. Was such meticulousness truly necessary? Was it really so rigid as to cap the increase at 30%? In exasperation, he turned his gaze to his entire personal interface. Qin Chuan. Territory, Xianhuang territory. Race, descendant of Yanhuang. Tier, 3rd tier knight, moonlight. Subordinates, Tanya, Yuri, allied soldiers, 50. Soviet mobilization troops, 70. Rhino tanks, 10. Grizzly tanks, 10. Laser tanks, 6. Apocalypse tanks, 3. Weapon, blade of murder. Skills, crescent dash, moon's descent, pale explosion, half moon slash. Talent, summon 1,000 armies. Trait, unique, charge, 90. Skipping over the talent charge that was painfully suffocating, Qin Chuan focused on the other data. First and foremost, he had reached the 3rd tier. The knight skills previously constrained by tier limitations could now be utilized. Furthermore, his main weapon was confirmed as the Blade of Murder, a divine artifact, which was duly recorded. As for his deployment, it suggested an inclination towards an overwhelming force. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Orders were to be dispatched to the barracks, the Iron War Machine Factory, and the Replication Center to train and manufacture at full throttle, regardless of the cost. He aimed to expand his forces. Before the impending crisis, he needed at least a regiment of troops. Conservatively estimated, that would amount to over 1,000 men. The path of overwhelming force was officially underway. Upon issuing the command for troop expansion, the entire Xianhuang territory commenced operations at an overburdened capacity. Ideals were bountiful, yet reality was stark. As the saying goes, fortune hides within disaster, and disaster lurks within fortune. At this juncture, Qin Chuan received both good news and bad news. The good news was that a new cutting-edge technology building within the Xianhuang territory had finally been completed, the transdimensional teleportation device. According to reality, the technological development of the Allies had been somewhat distorted. The early unmanned transdimensional mining vehicles had already begun to possess transdimensional capabilities. However, despite Qin Chuan's efforts to bring in a vehicle for the combat laboratory's research, nothing had materialized. Now, with the emergence of the transdimensional teleportation device, the clarity of this technological research was finally coming into focus. Or rather, this had transcended the realm of technology. This was pure mutation. The core technology of transdimensional teleportation did not lie in the equipment itself. Astonishingly, it was rooted in the controllable mutation of personal genes. After unlocking this technology, by harmonizing genes, warriors capable of wielding the powers of time and space could be created. The power of time and space was an exceedingly advanced force. In the realm of the Holy Spirit continent, there exists a power that can only be wielded by deities. Even those who have yet to ascend to the sacred domain find themselves devoid of the qualifications to even graze its periphery, particularly in reference to the collective of mages. This underscores the extraordinary nature of such technology. Naturally, the paths of these two factions diverge, and one cannot definitively declare one superior over the other, especially considering the myriad shortcomings of the time-traveling soldiers, exorbitant costs, frail physiques, and prolonged durations for both movement and attack. Nevertheless, this does not in any way diminish their worth. Were it not for the exceedingly low success rate of genetic modifications, coupled with the unpredictable dangers that may arise, Qin Chuan would have contemplated undergoing such transformations himself. However, the inability to undergo modification does not pose a significant obstacle, as, upon unlocking this technology, he can still harness the powers of time and space through various auxiliary means. This, without a doubt, is a technological marvel of epical significance. Calming his mind and having reviewed the good news, it was time to turn to the bad tidings. A mere glance caused Qin Chuan's expression to darken. Resource. Mine, nearing depletion, remaining reserves. 1. Just as misfortunes rarely come alone. He had just issued commands for troop expansion, and the Western Mountain Mine had delivered a backstab. The depletion of the mine signifies a substantial loss of territorial resource income. Relying solely on shop revenues and business dealings barely suffices to sustain the daily operations of the Xianwang territory. As for troop production, that was an unattainable dream. This situation was indeed disheartening. Although the absence of a mine allows for the harvesting of stone and timber as alternative resource points, the yield is a mere fraction of the former. Unlike other lords, whose resource consumption is gradual and manageable, every action, be it construction or troop conscription, devours resources at an alarming rate. The urgency to generate new resources is palpable. Approximately 2 weeks later, through Qin Chuan's relentless endeavors, good news began to pour in. He finally set aside the small hill in the western mountains and directed his gaze towards the north, where the Judgment Mountains span the horizon. Time-traveling mining vehicles, armed mining sites, and soldiers from the time-traveling faction, all forces capable of resource extraction, were dispatched. The ultimate result did not disappoint. Despite the unexpected loss of 2 mining vehicles, a mine was discovered. According to assessments, the mine's reserves were quite substantial. Though it posed some challenges, it ultimately alleviated the immediate crisis facing the Xianwang territory. If this was merely quenching thirst, the next piece of news was undeniably exhilarating. Days turned into 3, then 3 more. Do you know how Qin Chuan spent these 12 days? Although he felt a slight sense of relief upon discovering the mine in the Hengduan Mountains, he was acutely aware that this was only temporary. If the issue were not resolved comprehensively, the scarcity of resources would inevitably resurface in the Xianwang territory. In the end, upon witnessing the carefree little cat girl, inspiration struck him. The journey of the Xianwang territory was destined for the stars and the seas. While opportunities among the stars were scarce for the time being, the seas were another matter. Qin Chuan boarded the Nighthawk helicopter and returned for the second time to the Isle of Seals. The Siren sisters, Celine and Calypso, welcomed his arrival with great delight. After a brief conversation, Qin Chuan disclosed his intentions. In a bid to establish a foothold, he sought to create a sub-base for the Xianwang territory on the island. Celine, of course, had no objections, especially upon learning that Qin Chuan would frequently visit the base. Calypso, though somewhat proud and insisting that her garden should not be disturbed, refrained from outright refusal. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. He had long harbored the desire to establish a sub-base but had yet to find a suitable location, particularly over the ocean. Any uninhabited island could serve as a potential site, yet the risks involved were simply too great. With Celine and Calypso residing on the Isle of Seals, safety was assured. Even the sacred domain would find it challenging to penetrate. As the amphibious landing craft, laden with base construction vehicles, set sail, Qin Chuan was ready to unfold his grand plans. Suddenly, a line of green characters appeared before his eyes. 240-0000. After a moment's breath, the numbers flickered. 239-5959. Qin Chuan froze momentarily. Then his expression changed dramatically. This was the countdown to the Black Tide. Chapter 37 Prelude. The Fall of Deities, Blossoming Chaos. 239-5955. Has it truly been this long since his rebirth? Qin Chuan felt a haze descend upon him. The tension that had just loosened now tightened once more. Though he had prepared for every conceivable scenario, the memories of the Black Tide were profoundly etched in his mind, laden with fear. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it head-on. Come on, Ollie. With the channels for resource acquisition somewhat resolved, the Xianwang territory experienced little respite. The barracks had expanded to 4, operating at full capacity to train various units. The Steel War Vehicle Factory worked tirelessly to enhance production. At this moment, those remaining in the Xianwang territory became acutely aware of the shift in atmosphere. When they approached Qin Chuan to inquire about the situation, he did not conceal the truth. A crisis threatening the entire world was imminent. We must be fully prepared before their arrival. Indeed, Qin Chuan spoke no falsehoods, nor did he exaggerate. This so-called Black Tide encompassed an unfathomable scale, targeting not merely the lords of Earth. All of this was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the starry realm, an indescribable shadow loomed ominously. This shadow was exceedingly strange, and no one knew when it had arrived. It was only upon drifting to the outskirts of the Holy Spirit continent that its presence was acknowledged. Or rather, it was not humans who discovered it, but a deity. The so-called all-seeing oracle, the third eye of prophecy, the god Saphras, was the first to sense something amiss. How magnificent! How terrifying! The end of the world. Brandishing a staff adorned with an eye at its center, he stood at the periphery of the shadow, seemingly driven to madness, muttering incomprehensible incantations. Yet, he failed to notice that the shadow quivered with imperceptible ripples. Mere seconds later, it expanded suddenly. Saphras, caught off guard, was engulfed entirely by the shadow. Creak. A faint sound echoed as the black mist seemingly satiated, returning to its previous stillness. However, this trivial act, inconsequential to the shadow, sent shockwaves throughout the world. In this era of peace, the fall of a deity was enough to incite a cataclysm across the globe. Endless gazes of scrutiny emanated from the celestial realms, their inhabitants stunned as they beheld the miniature divine realm belonging to Saphras plummeting toward the mortal plane, their astonishment beyond articulation. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon the shadowy mist. What is this? In the Xianhuang territory, even at midnight, the lights shone brightly, and all facilities operated tirelessly. At that moment, the exuberant voice of Rose pierced the atmosphere. Wow, look at the shooting stars in the sky. She excitedly pointed upward, where a brilliant light illuminated the night sky. Her exclamation roused the inhabitants of the Xianhuang territory from their reverie. The duration of this meteor shower far exceeded her expectations, even after everyone had stepped outside. The remnants lingered in the sky. Anlin's eyes sparkled like tiny stars as she extended her delicate hand, seemingly attempting to grasp the brilliance suspended in the air. Indeed, it was a breathtaking sight, a rarity in the night sky, as Hall remarked with rare admiration. I think so too, North agreed enthusiastically. However, in stark contrast to their reactions, the expressions of the others were rather peculiar. The usually vivacious and playful catgirl seemed startled, cowering behind Qin Chuan, tugging at his sleeve, her tail quivering anxiously. The foxman Kohler wore a grim countenance, murmuring, I wonder which lord it is. Qin Chuan too was transfixed, his gaze fixed intently on the fading light, his expression grave. He mused inwardly. At this moment, the gods must have realized the presence of the Black Tide's outpost. Unfortunately, the resolution to this predicament was far from straightforward. It signified the impending doom of the entire world. Observing the myriad of beings within the realm of Xianhuang, he suddenly inquired, what are your beliefs? Princess Melike, Prince Shirek, Nubian. The crowd chimed in, Qin Chuan nodding intermittently. In the realm of the Holy Spirit, those devoid of faith were exceedingly rare, often deemed sociopathic. Upon death, their souls were condemned to be entangled within the wall of the faithless. At that moment, the boisterous Rose abruptly asked, My lord, what do you believe in? Is it in Lord Mishra or Prince Azuz? Or perhaps the Lady of the Moon? Qin Chuan shook his head, turning towards the Lord's mansion, his voice carrying from afar, What I believe in is beyond your comprehension. As for why Mi Tao is among us, well, he has not been awakened at all. The fall of a deity had a far greater impact than anticipated. The most evident manifestation was among the spellcasters protected by the god of prophecy in the southern regions of the Holy Spirit continent. The hall was filled with lamentations and weeping, tears streaming down every face. Yet, the essence of life lies in adaptability. On this day, no fewer than 5 churches revised their doctrines, expressing their willingness to embrace the followers of the former god of prophecy. This wave signified a merging of beliefs. As time flowed swiftly, with the countdown in his line of sight dwindling, Qin Chuan's mood grew increasingly urgent. In this cold and unfamiliar world, only Nizi remained. Only the elite forces forged from factories constructing defensive facilities, barracks, steel mills, and shipyards could offer Qin Chuan a semblance of warmth. Amidst the countdown akin to the tolling of doomsday bells, there were indeed tidings of good fortune. In the city of Mijue, alongside the first Xianhuang Mall, several branches began to open one after another. These ventures were not limited to weaponry, but encompassed daily necessities, food, clothing, and shelter, truly encompassing all aspects of life. The Xianhuang territory, with its comprehensive production chain, delivered a decisive blow to both light and heavy industries in this world. Now, even in the event of a resource depletion crisis, there would be no need to face a dire situation like the last. If these developments were anticipated, the opening of branches in other cities came as a delightful surprise. Of course, achieving this step would not have been possible without the assistance of the nobles from the city of Mijue. Thus, Qin Chuan exchanged some trifling benefits and a few specialties from the Xianhuang territory. These investments yielded boundless resources in return. Among these shops, the most surprising for Qin Chuan was the opening of the Xianhuang Mall in the capital city of the Fran Kingdom, the City of Light. This was not merely the establishment of a shop, it signified that the Xianhuang territory had already acquired professionals adept in management. Although they may lack combat prowess and go unremembered, they shared a common identity, spies. Chapter 38, Scheming, Countdown 24 Hours. The spies of the Allied forces. As a unique special unit, they were devoid of any weaponry and thus possessed no combat capability. Yet, their value lay not in battle, but in their unexpected contributions, achieving remarkable outcomes. For instance, the sprawling Xianhuang Chamber of Commerce, spanning multiple cities, provided Qin Chuan with a continuous influx of resources and a tightly woven network of intelligence. In modern warfare, information warfare is of paramount importance. Although the rapid industrialization of the Xianhuang territory may seem to overshadow the medieval Holy Spirit continent, our side possesses formidable mechs, while the enemy is not complacent either. Supernatural forces are not to be underestimated. Hence, information holds significant value. Furthermore, These spies were integral to a grand plan of Qin Chuan's. Time flew swiftly. Within the span of merely a week, the formidable entity of the Xianhuang territory expanded its strength unabated. The footsteps of the black tide drew ever closer, and every second became increasingly precious. During this period, the local forces of the Holy Spirit continent were not entirely oblivious. Whether gleaning information from the Void Lords or receiving cryptic edicts from the divine realms, they began to sense an unsettling shift. The three great empires and the divine church had all, to some degree, contracted their influence, biding their time. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan in the Xianhuang territory was far from idle. He coordinated the manufacturing development across the territory while reopening the long-neglected World Chat channel. Due to the impending black tide, the Earth Lord was among the first to receive the news, yet few took it seriously. As soon as he opened the channel, the astute comments that emerged left Qin Chuan astounded. He felt an urge to ask these individuals, under the black tide, do you still not understand? Unfortunately, it was evident that they remained oblivious to the impending challenges they faced. After much contemplation, he refrained from hasty action, instead pondering what he might gain from this process. Ultimately, he accessed the forum interface of the World Chat channel. Moments later, a new post appeared on the interface, Things You Must Know Under the Black Tide. To be frank, the title was unremarkable, even lacking allure. A novice intern from the UC Shock department could craft a more enticing headline. Not to mention those savvy marketing accounts adept at leveraging social media, particularly in the current chaotic state of the forum. Following the publication of Qin Chuan's survival manual for otherworldly lords, some keen individuals had noticed a loophole. Posting it could yield resource points. They did not expect to garner as much as Qin Chuan, but the mere act of engaging in discourse could earn them invaluable resource points, which they deemed a profitable endeavor. Thus, a new generation of otherworldly media personalities emerged, seeking to thrive through this means. Some even went so far as to abandon their territories, wandering the continent to gather captivating information. Alas, among these individuals, very few reaped any rewards. They sought to exploit the Earth Reborn Lord's goodwill, but no one was foolish enough to fall for it. Apart from a few substantial individuals, such as the wanderers who convey intelligence about this world, the vast majority of people are left with nothing, merely indulging in their own cleverness to no avail. However, thanks to these individuals, the Lords of Earth have gleaned considerable information regarding the Holy Spirit continent. Coupled with exchanges with local forces, this has birthed some remarkably adept individuals. The vanguards of the era are never in short supply, regardless of the world. The sole consideration is whether they can sustain their momentum. Of course, these individuals can only be regarded as latecomers, as the formidable mountain looming over everyone remains unchanged. Qin Chuan's post had scarcely been published for a few seconds before it was discovered. Initially, it was merely a handful of individuals treating the World Chat channel as a platform for internet entertainment, mindlessly flooding the thread without even reading its content. However, once someone recognized the name of the poster, the entire World Chat channel erupted. Looking up to the big shot in the front row. Big shot, you look familiar. Oh my goodness, the big shot has finally appeared. We thought you had ascended to godhood. Whoa, brother Qin Chuan, I've encountered danger here. I'm so frightened. Can you come to save me? The one above is sending a distress signal. I've been struck with uremia. I'll go first. Amidst this banter, some finally took the time to read the content of the post. The overwhelming shock rendered them momentarily speechless, until someone tentatively inquired, is what is stated in this post true? That black tide. I thought it was just a few minor monsters. We were just about to grind some levels. Wake up above. Have you seen the number and strength of the monsters? Do you really think this is a game? Impossible. This must be fake. If it were real, how could my militia possibly withstand it? This has to be a joke. Doubt, fear, and even a sense of resignation flooded the thread in an instant, until they laid eyes on the final line of the post. All the above content is true, my compatriots. Strive to survive. Should you encounter a crisis, you may seek assistance, and I will dispatch help to rescue you. Of course, my power is limited. Those seeking rescue must sign a contract under the witness of Earth's remaining will with the Xianhuang territory. The truth is finally revealed. While the preceding content served merely as an exposition, the final statement encapsulated Qin Chuan's core intention. The population deficit in the Xianhuang territory is alarmingly vast. Despite having numerous troop types, this does not signify a healthy mode of growth. The limitations are too great. No matter how versatile the Red Alert forces may be, there are many tasks they cannot perform or find inconvenient. What Qin Chuan requires is a stable populace to augment the Xianhuang territory's numbers. Thus, the problem resurfaces. Given his current cooperative relationship with Myhua City, it would not be a challenge to arrange for the relocation of a few villagers from the nobility to the Xianhuang territory. Yet, what use does Qin Chuan have for these illiterate farmers? Would it not merely amount to an initial night right? According to statistics from data enthusiasts in his past life, the literacy rate across the Holy Spirit continent does not exceed 0.01. Even some minor nobles' second sons might lack the qualifications to pursue education. Undoubtedly, these illiterates lack any value as residents of the Xianhuang territory. Conversely, the compatriots from Earth differ greatly. Despite their own shortcomings, the 9-year compulsory education is not without merit. In the context of the Holy Spirit continent, this equates to an average scholar, capitalizing on the opportunity presented by the black tide. It is timely to recruit those on the verge of losing their territory. They gain their lives, while Qin Chuan acquires free labor, a win-win situation. Naturally, Qin Chuan has devised countermeasures to address potential shortcomings among these individuals, as mentioned in the post's final note regarding signing contracts under Earth's remaining will. It has been said, the signing of a treaty is often merely a prelude to its violation. However, if this contract is breached, the consequences could be far more intolerable than death. Although this method may not necessarily need to be employed, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies, especially in such a fantastical world. With this, the preparations in response to the impending black tide have reached their conclusion. Qin Chuan felt he had maximized his potential in every conceivable aspect given the current circumstances. After all, he has never claimed to be a strategic genius without fail. Countdown to the black tide. 240,000. Chapter 39. Dark clouds over the city, uninvited guests. The countdown is at 24 hours. At this moment, the Xianhuang territory has entered a state of full alert. No one is permitted to enter or exit. The beastmen, merchants, aside from a few remaining in the Xianhuang territory as tools, have been sent back to their tribes by Qin Chuan. The steel and construction factories within the territory have gradually ceased production, as Qin Chuan must ensure sufficient power supply to the defensive facilities. The light spire towers and magnetic storm coils are significant consumers of electricity, especially considering the number Qin Chuan has constructed. Reality diverges from games. Damage is not constant. And the more abundant the electricity, the greater the potency of these facilities. With the nuclear power plant, nuclear reactor, yet to be completed, every kilowatt of electricity must be utilized judiciously. As for why the nuclear power plant is not yet operational, Qin Chuan has his own considerations. It is not due to a lack of resource points. A mere 2,000 resource points are trivial for the current Xianhuang territory. Nonetheless, although the technology for nuclear energy generation in red alert is remarkably advanced, it still harbors certain unpredictable dangers. Should a leak occur, the Xianhuang territory could easily find itself rebranded as Fukushima. Even if there is no leak, given the characteristics of a nuclear power plant, any mishap or attack could lead to catastrophic atomic explosions. It would be quite the irony to successfully defend the territory only to be obliterated by a catastrophic explosion of one's own making. This, too, is why Qin Chuan is reluctant to establish a nuclear power plant within the Xianhuang territory. However, the deficit in electricity is far too significant. It is certainly not feasible to forego construction, which necessitates selecting an optimal location. The site Qin Chuan currently favors is the Sealing Island where the three sisters reside. This site would not adversely affect the divine beings who have transcended mortal life. Their presence would greatly enhance safety, making it a beneficial arrangement. The only consideration remaining is the question of timing, whether the power plant can be completed before the black tide arrives. As for the distance being too great, the transmission of electricity is not an issue. Do not inquire, just know it is advanced technology. Each building in red alert serves as a hub for power transmission, with an extensive range. With this thought in mind, and noting the time before the black tide approaches, he decided to head out and inspect the construction progress. Traveling to the Sealing Island is no longer as cumbersome as it once was when utilizing amphibious landing craft. Although the use of a hypertemporal transmission device to pinpoint the location of the Sealing Island allows for direct teleportation, such a journey carries ambiguous risks of vanishing within the chaotic currents of time and space. Until the technology is fully matured, Qin Chuan is not prepared to tempt fate. However, not being able to teleport instantaneously does not imply that his speed will be slow. The Nighthawk helicopter stands ready at all times. Countdown. 12 o'clock, 00. The Island of Seals. Qin Chuan sat within the Night Eagle helicopter, gazing out at the landscape. At this moment, although it was still noon, even the naked eye could discern that the sunlight projected from the astral realm had considerably weakened. Moreover, a faint crimson glow enveloped the sun's rays, casting an eerie reflection upon the ocean, rendering the vast waters akin to a grotesque, churning pool of blood. Qin Chuan's gaze drifted towards the boundless starry sky, his heart echoing with contemplation. At this juncture, the deities must surely feel at a loss, he mused. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. The Night Eagle helicopter descended in the central area of the Island of Seals. Here, the construction site was still bustling with activity. Notably, through Qin Chuan's directives, the Allied and Soviet forces combat laboratories were collaborating seamlessly, resulting in a construction base that perfectly amalgamated the characteristics of both factions. To categorize it solely as either the Allied or Soviet forces was no longer fitting. Thus, Qin Chuan opted to rename it the Red Alert Base, simple and comprehensible. He surveyed his second base. The architecture here, in comparison to the Xianhuang territory, was undoubtedly much less intricate, as this site merely served as a supplement rather than a primary investment. At this moment, the framework of 3 large boiler-like nuclear power plants had been established. Though the pace was not particularly swift, having been under construction for a considerable time. Skipping the estimation, it appeared somewhat implausible to complete it before the impending black tide. However, Qin Chuan was not overly anxious. He had not yet reached the point of relying on a nuclear power plant for salvation. At that moment, a very down-to-earth melody wafted through the air. La la la, today is a good day. All that I wish will come to fruition. Qin Chuan, observing the approaching Siren and Celine from afar, felt a pang of regret for teaching Siren the new song. I intended for you to be grounded, not to commune with the underworld. Qin Chuan, are you here to see this grand chimney? Siren asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, though Celine did not voice it. Her eyes reflected a similar curiosity. Not at all. Primarily, I came to check on the two of you. Qin Chuan keenly sensed the glint of danger in their eyes and swiftly navigated the conversation. Tonight, significant events may unfold. Remain vigilant. Oh, the two nodded in understanding. Celine suddenly seemed to recollect something and inquired, do you know who the fallen sovereign from a few days ago was? This query had already been answered in his past life. Although he was unsure of her motives for asking, he replied directly, the third eye, the god of prophecy. Celine's expression shifted as realization dawned. Lord Saphras. The trio conversed for a while longer, primarily with Qin Chuan advising the two to remain attentive. The primary target of the first wave of the black tide was to hunt down the Void Lord reincarnated on Earth. He was uncertain whether this sub-base would be attacked. Its defensive capabilities were evidently inferior to those of the Xian Huang territory, leaving their safety reliant on the two of them. The two women readily agreed. And Qin Chuan then returned to the Xian Huang territory. At this time, less than half a day remained until the arrival of the black tide. Strangely, although it was merely early afternoon, the sunlight had dimmed to an almost imperceptible level. In many areas, gusts of wind stirred up small whirlwinds, lifting fragments of sand and gravel, which clattered against the structures within the Xian Huang territory. It seemed that even the blazing sun, usually unyielding, had taken an early leave that day. Dark clouds churn like ink, white rain dances like beads upon a ship. At that moment, uninvited guests arrived just outside the Xian Huang territory. Countdown, 059, 59. Chapter 40, The Elves Strike, The Black Tide Arrives. Crescent Bay Coast. An oddly shaped wooden ship was making landfall. The vessel was not large. Its bow and stern were nearly symmetrical, tapering to a point, with a gracefully smooth curve connecting the two. Remarkably, the ship bore no scars from axes or blades, as though it had naturally grown into this form, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship. Even more astonishing, as the wooden boat approached the dock, from its cabin, a mere 5 meters in length, emerged a dozen individuals clad in hoods, absurdly more outrageous than a Wuling Hongguang. To top it off, the leader raised a hand, and the small ship rapidly diminished in size until it was no larger than the palm of his hand, which he then stowed away. The hooded man lifted his head to reveal a handsome visage and proclaimed, the one who harmed our mother lies not far ahead. Tribe members, proceed with caution. Understood. He shall surely experience the wrath of nature. The despicable thief will be brought before the Elven court for judgment. After a brief uproar, order was restored. The leader removed his hood, revealing elongated ears that unmistakably identified him as an elf. This individual was part of the Windrunners squad dispatched by the Elven clan upon discovering the misuse of the leaves from the Tree of Life. Their travel-worn appearance indicated they had been adrift at sea for some time, and today, they had finally arrived at Crescent Bay. At this moment, one of the Windrunners, a woman with a longbow slung across her back, suddenly perked up. She pointed towards the brightly lit shipyard and remarked, I sense a gathering of dolphins and squids over there. Could there be a sea druid, perhaps one from our clan? The leader shook his head. Remember our purpose. Do not divert your attention. Once we have dealt with our matters at hand, we may send someone to investigate, but they may not necessarily be our kin. With that, he tightened his cloak against the wind, shielding himself from the tiny particles of sand. Observing the apocalyptic scene surrounding them, he sighed, this is the wrath of nature unleashed. With that, the group moved swiftly through the darkness, their target, the fully alert Xian Huang territory. Countdown, 004, 59. At this moment, Qin Chuan was conducting the final mobilization of the troops within the Xian Huang territory. Where are the Allied forces and the Soviet mobilization troops? Commander, ready at all times. Wherever your sword points, that is where our guns shall aim. Qin Chuan nodded, surveying the nearly 1,000-strong combined forces, his gaze shifting to others. Orders rained down. He continued coordinating the various units. Tank divisions, secure all critical points, ready for immediate heavy fire support. Luminous beam, apocalyptic squads. Be prepared to eliminate elite units from the black tide. Repair vehicles, engineer multifunction infantry vehicles, stand by for tank repairs. Tanya, lead the SEAL team for free operations, guarding against any potential infiltrators. Rocket flyers, provide aerial support for the Qin airship, ensuring comprehensive air cover. Engineering teams, monitor the maintenance of the watchtower cannons and machine gun bunkers, ensure coordination with the luminous beam tower and the magnetic storm coil power consumption. The combat laboratories, didn't they have a plan for the giant cannon? Why hasn't it been constructed yet? It seems we cannot rely on them. Anti-air infantry and multifunction infantry vehicles will form a mobile unit, in conjunction with anti-aircraft artillery and Patriot missiles, ready to defend against any aerial assaults. Ultimately, when Qin Chuan completed the final mobilization for battle, he was astonished to discover the formidable state of the armed forces in Xuanhuangling, which had seemingly reached such heights unbeknownst to him. It was regrettable that the shipyard had been completed too late. The aircraft carriers and battleships had yet to be constructed, for otherwise, their firepower would have been even more comprehensive. Nevertheless, the current situation afforded Qin Chuan some relief from his anxieties regarding the impending black tide and the inadequacy of their firepower. At present, all that remained was to await the unfolding events. At this moment, the elven windrunners had arrived at the periphery of Xuanhuangling. The environment had grown exceedingly dark. Even with the elves' extraordinary vision, they could only discern vague, boundless shadows. Especially in this howling tempest, the towering, undulating walls resembled a nameless beast in slumber. Even these seasoned windrunners felt their hearts race at the sight, teetering on the brink of despair. "My lord Amalon, what should we do?" One among them implored the leader for guidance. Amalon gazed into the murky shadows ahead, then cast a glance back at the elves' ashen faces, gritting his teeth as he commanded. "Summon the druid to scout with the cat owl. If the situation proves untenable, we shall make our decision then." "Yes, almost immediately." A cat owl emanating a green glow materialized above their heads. This creature was a summoned being, bound by a time limit. They wasted no time, instructing the cat owl to soar through the air towards the distant shadows. The druid within the windrunner ranks understood well, promptly sharing the owl's perspective with everyone. As the cat owl drew near, the colossal form began to take shape. However, just as they were about to discern its details, a sudden, faint sound reverberated, causing a sharp pain in their minds, and they completely lost their vision. The druid who had summoned the cat owl was most affected. He let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, managing to utter, "The cat owl has been slain." This revelation was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back for the elves. In unison, their eyes turned to Amalon, who clenched his jaw, ready to reluctantly issue the retreat command. Alas, it was too late. The countdown to the black tide began. In an instant, an eerie crimson light enveloped the heavens and the earth. Strange symbols materialized above all things. In the air, on the ground, on the trees, and even upon the faces and bodies of the people. In various human cities and villages, individuals exchanged terrified glances, as though they had glimpsed demons from the depths of hell. Though the meaning of these bizarre symbols eluded comprehension, even the most illiterate peasant could sense the aura of ruin and despair they exuded. A similar scene unfolded within Xuanhuangling. However, due to Qin Chuan's prior warnings, the populace, though astonished by the symbols, had mentally prepared themselves and did not succumb to panic. In the previous life, no one had unraveled the mysteries accompanying the black tide. Yet, based on widely accepted speculations, the black tide heralded the end of the cosmos, transcending the confines of a single city or region, spreading throughout the multiverse, even constituting a universe-level cataclysm within the multiversal crystal wall. Unstoppable, irreversible, unavoidable. Returning his thoughts to the present, Qin Chuan noted that Xuanhuangling remained composed and nodded slightly. He inquired, "What was the activation of the anti-aircraft artillery just now?" Reporting, "Commander, we detected an approaching bird, which triggered the automatic firing of the anti-aircraft artillery," shouted the soldier, his voice barely overcoming the howling winds. Taking this in stride, Qin Chuan continued, "Excellent. Maintain this alertness. The real challenge lies ahead." His words seemed to invoke an immediate response. As a torrent of crimson light cascaded from the heavens above, the sanguine radiance transformed into countless luminous particles, descending upon every corner of the Holy Spirit continent. Directly above Xuanhuangling, a beam of light, dark as blood, plummeted from the skies. Chapter 41. May heaven protect our emperor. Ever victorious, bathed in glory. As the crimson light approached, it became evident that it was no mere illumination. Instead, it revealed monstrous forms, grotesque and terrifying. They almost completely obscured every direction around Xuanhuangling, blotting out the sun. Qin Chuan activated the holographic projection of the Air Command Center, clearly discerning the silhouettes of these creatures. He was no stranger to the appearance of these black tide monsters, not merely due to his memories from a past life, but because he recognized them: zombies, wraiths, abominable beasts, sentient machines, chaotic aberrations, puppets of extraordinary practitioners, horrific spore aggregates. Their diverse classifications and myriad forms rendered any attempt to unify their visual representation futile. Countless individuals had sought the origins of the black tide, yet all had met with failure. The consensus concluded that the so-called black tide was a cosmic mechanism for eliminating chaos and disorder, reducing entropy to zero. It was akin to the natural phenomena of wind and rain in planetary environments. However, when such phenomena expanded to an infinite scale, they birthed the indescribable scenario of the black tide. The monstrous minions spawned from this tide drew upon the remnants of worlds it had previously annihilated. Of course, All of this was speculative conjecture from later generations. Many such theories existed. The truth of the situation remained an enigma. Returning to the present. Upon witnessing the full visage of these black tide monstrosities, Qin Chuan had an impulse to exclaim an expletive. Did the black tide truly consider humanity as mere fodder? He distinctly recalled facing a similar situation in his previous life, which, while still terrifying, paled in comparison to the current ordeal. Otherwise, how could a single knight, Lin Wei, have led him through the fray? Yet, as he surveyed the scene before him, it was evident that they were vastly more powerful than before, especially the three-eyed, tentacled creature at the center of the monstrous horde, which sent a jolt of dread through Qin Chuan's very soul. Its presence was akin to a realm beyond the Holy Spirit continent's classifications of sanctity. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan banished the negative emotions swirling in his mind. If they believed that this would suffice to breach Xuan Huangling, they were sorely underestimating their own capabilities. He gazed at the monstrous sea beyond the city walls and decisively commanded, execute Plan A. Activate the weather control device at maximum power, generating spherical lightning targeting the horde before Xuan Huangling. The rationale behind selecting this superweapon was evident. They could not simply hurl nuclear bombs indiscriminately. For the outcome of such an action was uncertain. What was clear was that it could lead to substantial self-damage. The weather control device was derived from the American HARP project, categorized as a weather weapon. One could argue that it did not even belong strictly in the realm of weaponry. The generation of lightning storms was merely an ancillary effect. However, the potency of this effect overshadowed its other capabilities. For instance, the manipulation of localized weather phenomena. If wielded judiciously, it could unveil unimaginable benefits in realms such as agriculture and navigation. As Qin Chuan's thoughts meandered, the weather control device had completed its energy accumulation. Above the already dim half-moon valley, a chilling, icy blue radiance suddenly flickered. Tendrils of electrical energy entwined and coalesced in the air like a dragon in flight. In tandem, a true clap of thunder struck down. At this moment, the elves beyond the Xianhuang domain found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Previous forays had cost them their last chance of escape. The Wind Chaser team was now utterly engulfed in the abyssal sea of the black tide monsters. These decayed abominations from the world of oblivion showed no regard for any martial ethics, charging forward and overwhelming the elves. As one of the few elven squads active in the outside world, the Wind Chasers were naturally formidable in combat. Notably, their leader, Amalon, was a formidable 8th-tier blade dancer, capable of navigating the Holy Spirit continent with ease. Even powerful churches and empires would grant them leniency, considering their elven lineage. However, the circumstances had drastically shifted. The black tide monsters harbored no concern for elven heritage, surging forward with reckless abandon. While the lower-tier monsters posed little threat, their sheer numbers became a vexation. Yet, the black tide was not comprised solely of lowly creatures. As the members of the Wind Chaser team found themselves in peril, Amalon remained motionless, fixated on the purple eye with 3 tentacles at the heart of the black tide, trembling so violently that he could barely steady his longsword. Captain, someone from the Wind Chaser team cried out in desperation. They had just repelled the onslaught of the undead tide when a grotesque beast, stitched together from various limbs, barreled towards them. The fragile line of defense the elves had formed crumbled like parchment before this abomination. Witnessing this, Amalon could no longer restrain himself. His blade pierced through, leaving a trail of devastation. Radiant streaks of light appeared, and the abomination offered no resistance as it was dismembered, its scattered limbs covering a 10-meter radius. At last, the area was momentarily stabilized. This did not imply that the black tide monsters had retreated. Rather, they were now scrambling for the remnants of the dismembered creature. Amalon, however, remained undeterred, his gaze still locked on the purple eye, his expression shifting dramatically. He bellowed, "Flee at once." Alas, it was too late. A blasphemous whisper echoed, "Elves, simple, chaotic, yet distinct, a valuable entity." As the words faded, a violet rift materialized, stretching rapidly from the ground towards the elven squad. Although they nimbly evaded, the rift suddenly unleashed a powerful pull. Approximately half of the elven members were consumed by the rift, disintegrating into the finest molecules. Oh, the great dissolution! Amalon gasped for breath, as if he might expel his very lungs. His voice trembled with a madness born of despair, having seemingly abandoned all hope of escape. The purple eye continued its murmurs. "Thank you for your, donation. I shall respond to your pain." With that, a wave of deathly silence coalesced into a purple light within the eye. Just as Amalon closed his eyes to await his demise, he abruptly sensed something amiss. The anticipated attack had not arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the purple tentacled eye had mysteriously distanced itself. Scanning the battlefield, he saw it positioned at the periphery of the monstrosities, seemingly evading something. In the next instant, he comprehended what it was avoiding. A tempest of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating everything on the battlefield. These bolts differed from the commonplace. In addition to orange and red, they radiated yellow, purple, blue, brilliant white, and ghostly green halos. Despite their varied appearances, the outcome remained consistent: annihilation. Correspondingly, a distant roar akin to a tsunami echoed forth. God save our emperor. Ever victorious, basking in glory. Chapter 42, Blood Knights, Terrifying Automatons. The overwhelming might of the thunderous onslaught nearly eradicated 90% of the black tide monsters on the battlefield. However, as it was not a total coverage strike, some remnants inevitably remained. Particularly, these stragglers were formidable entities among the black tide creatures. Prepare to fire. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the real-time holographic projection from the Air Command Division. He was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of the elven squad, but quickly discerned their identity. He had little inclination to concern himself with their motives. The significance of that was now secondary. In stark contrast, his attention remained riveted on the purple eye with 3 tentacles. Meow, Qin Chuan, this is... Ah, yes. The corrupted god of prophecy, Qin Chuan replied to Skura in a tone devoid of inflection. Yet, within, his mind was anything but tranquil. Is this a cruel jest? He was aware that the god of prophecy had been consumed by the black tide the moment it descended, falling into oblivion within the astral realm. He even surmised that the entity had been corrupted into a black tide monster. But corruption aside, it should not have sought him out. Although the god of prophecy was merely a lower deity with diminished divine power, he had, at that moment, entirely lost his divine status, and his consciousness had shattered. Despite the cumulative circumstances, one fact remained unchanged. He was still the youthful, corrupted version of the god of prophecy. It was once said, beneath the gods, all are but ants. Qin Chuan found himself uncertain whether the current strength of the Xianhuang domain could withstand the onslaught of a fallen deity. Yet, he had no alternative. Qin Chuan roared, fire at will. Exert every effort to eliminate the living forces of the black tide. With that command, the dormant Xianhuang domain erupted into life. Erupting flames, destructive lasers, and the thunderous roar of gunpowder cascaded from the towering walls down upon the black tide below. Like an avalanche, like a tsunami, like the heavens themselves collapsing. The explosive light illuminated the already dim sky. The remaining members of the Elven Wind Chaser team scarcely had time to rejoice in their narrow escape before they were dumbfounded by the saturation of firepower. Is this a forbidden spell? A divine technique? Is the 7th divine war about to commence? What a terrifying power. Was this the enemy faced by these loathsome monsters? By this day, the elves had come to realize that they were merely collateral damage. The black tide monsters had never aimed at them from the outset. The two opposing forces, be it the defensive towering walls or the offensive grotesque beasts, could obliterate them with a mere breath. Stop dawdling. Run. Amelon's voice, still retaining traces of humanity, snapped them back to reality. No one understood the ferocity of this offensive and defensive clash better than Amelon. This was a war beyond the realm of mortals. Now was the moment to flee while neither side had noticed these insignificant beings. If not now, then when? As for the branches of the Tree of Life, they had long since been cast aside. On the other side, Qin Chuan observed the rapid annihilation of the black tide's formidable forces by his own troops, nodding in satisfaction. This is the way a proper engagement should unfold. Out of the corner of his eye, he also noted the frantic escape of the elven members, contemplating the possibility of conversing with them in the future, should they manage to survive. He quickly retracted his thoughts and focused on the scene before him. The flames continued to ignite relentlessly, while the prism towers and magnetic storm coils incessantly reduced swathes of black tide monsters to charred remnants. Countless ashen limbs littered the ground, and the nauseating stench of burnt flesh wafted through the air above Crescent Valley. It seemed as though everything was progressing favorably. Yet, Qin Chuan's mood remained taut, devoid of any relaxation. Much like how the retreating tide reveals who is truly exposed, the monsters that had managed to endure under the saturation of the Xianhuang territory were not to be trifled with. Under Qin Chuan's scrutiny, he noted that even the most ferocious of these creatures were merely hollow shells, their demise merely a matter of time. 3 entities required his attention. The purple tentacled eye formed from the corruption of the god of prophecy, the white worm that voraciously consumed everything, including lasers, soil, gunpowder, and even tangible substances. The headless blood knight, brandishing a spear and mounted on a skeletal steed. The power of the former is self-evident, despite its shortcomings. It still harbors a sliver of divine essence. The latter too, however, should not be underestimated. The white worm was somewhat manageable, displaying no formidable aggression thus far, merely consuming indiscriminately. The concern lay in the fact that any attack reaching its vicinity would be directly devoured, should it ever decide to act. Oh, has it already begun to stir? Then there is nothing to worry about. Before him, the white worm appeared to have gorged itself, its maw yawning to an exaggerated width, occupying more than half of its body. Countless armored, scaly grotesque creatures surged forth from its gaping mouth. Fortunately, the strength of these monsters did not significantly differ from that of the other black tide creatures, allowing Qin Chuan to exhale with slight relief. He instructed the internal forces of the city to maintain a focused watch, simply needing to ensure the consistent spawning of monsters. As for the final headless knight, It required immediate resolution. Although it was evident that lasers and bullets could inflict damage upon the knight, its speed was alarmingly swift. It moved with such velocity that bullets struggled to keep pace. This knight appeared to be a particularly irritable figure in life, far from the survivalist tendencies of the purple-eyed beings and white worms. After sustaining a wave of attacks, it charged forward on its skeletal steed, spear in hand, barreling toward the Xianwang territory. The skeletal horse galloped upon the city wall, defying the laws of physics as it ran at a 90-degree angle, as if traversing level ground. In the next moment, the knight leapt into the air, tightening the reins as it landed upon the city wall. This was the first creature from the Black Tide to breach the walls of the Xianwang territory during this battle. With its crimson spear aimed forward, it obliterated obstacles and a machine gun fortress in an instant. As the spear reversed direction, it charged toward the few prism tanks that were slowly retreating. Clang, clang, clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed as the spear struck the tank. Regrettably, nothing transpired. A rust-red iron curtain enveloped the majority of the tanks, rendering the seemingly indestructible spear ineffective. The superweapon's iron curtain device provided absolute defense. However, the knight quickly discerned a flaw. There were 10 tanks on the city wall, yet the iron curtain only shielded 9 of them. The last tank, undoubtedly, was obliterated by the spear's thrust. Alas, this was not a victory, but a trap. As the Grey Bear tank exploded, hundreds of steel spiders erupted from within. They cascaded through the air like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, swiftly targeting the knight's skeletal steed, latching onto it. Boom! Transformed into terrifying robots equipped with self-destructing explosive trucks, they initiated their self-destruction sequence in an instant. With a mournful wail, the skeletal steed was reduced to fragments. Looking at the scattered bones, it seemed the two were now irretrievably separated. This was undoubtedly grim news for the knight. His horse was gone. Chapter 43, Time Freeze, The Descent of the Moon. The horse had perished, leaving only remnants behind. The headless blood knight, left with no choice, had to transition from cavalry to infantry. This was the distinction between those with and without mounts. Even so, his onslaught, whilst less fierce than when he first ascended the city wall, remained an unstoppable force. With mere thrusts of his spear, the headless blood knight sent numerous tanks and bunkers flying as if swatting away insects. He honed in on a specific direction, charging forth. There stood Qin Chuan. Any creature of the Black Tide possessed a keen instinct for identifying its target for extermination. Under the manipulation of the Black Tide, this instinct had but one outcome: relentless pursuit until death. The people of the Xianwang territory were not about to grant him that opportunity. The cold, hard steel could not thwart him, so there were those who would shield their lord with their very flesh. At this moment, the headless blood knight was a mere 1,500 meters away from Qin Chuan. Yuri, standing beside Qin Chuan, slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. However, until his face turned crimson from oxygen deprivation, he felt no discernible movement. Commander, his mind was a chaotic whirl, unable to penetrate the tumult. If I were to forcefully take control, I would be the first to succumb to madness. As Yuri spoke, blood oozed from his ears and nose. In the midst of their conversation, the Blood Knight sustained further wounds from the territory's defensive mechanisms, yet this only seemed to enhance his ferocity, his charge accelerating. Distance, 1,000 meters. The next moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. This path is blocked. I am of the Bloodhoof tribe. Matteo? The image revealed Matteo bellowing, his already robust form suddenly swelling to a towering height. He appeared to be at least 3 men high, wielding a massive copper pillar etched with battle markings. The totemic pillar sliced through the frigid night air with a howling sound, hurtling toward the charging headless blood knight with tremendous force. Boom! Bang! 2 thunderous sounds erupted, one from Matteo striking empty air, the totemic pillar creating a deep crater in the ground, and the other from the knight sweeping Matteo aside with a spear, crashing into the power plant 100 meters away. The blood knight remained cold and unyielding, saying nothing. Distance, 500 meters. At this proximity, aside from Qin Chuan maintaining his composure, the rest of the individuals in the Xianwang territory could no longer remain still. Tanya hastily exclaimed, "Commander, please board the helicopter to the subbase. I will lead the SEAL team to intercept." The trio of Rose, Norsen, and others echoed her sentiment. Yes, yes, we should retreat for now, and once we grow stronger, we can. Even Skura, who had shivered behind Qin Chuan since the Black Tide first descended, shared the same thought at this moment. This grotesque creature is terrifying, comparable to Qin Chuan at his peak. Let me take you away. I can run very fast, meow. Listening to the soothing voices that whispered in his ears, Qin Chuan gazed upon the resolute faces of the Red Alert Legion within the base. He inquired through the broadcast, "What is your choice?" "We are willing to die for our commander. We are willing to die for our commander." The thunderous chants echoed in his ears, so intense that he could hear them clearly without a radio. At this sight, a faint smile graced Qin Chuan's face. There is no need for such fervor. He then turned and commanded, "Activate the space-time transmission device and envelop the target." Understood. Commander, leave it to us. The super weapon department, already prepared, responded with excitement. As an irregular ripple appeared, the space-time around the Blood Knight abruptly stagnated. Just when Qin Chuan pondered whether to send him to the Church of the True God or to the Abyss of Death, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Within the area shrouded in space-time, although the Blood Knight's movements were halted, they had not ceased entirely. The Crimson Spear trembled incessantly, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. Qin Chuan frowned, surprised by the Knight's unexpected resilience. Despite witnessing the Knight's relentless slaughter, his displayed combat prowess merely reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, far from the threshold of the sanctum. How could he resist the laws of frozen time? It appeared that the Blood Knight had a remarkable past, though his origins from a world destroyed by the Black Tide remained unknown. Now was not the time to ponder the adversary's background. Having achieved a hard-won advantage, Qin Chuan would not allow the foe to escape easily. Attack with all your might. Focus on delivering high-quality, effective strikes. His command ignited a surge of fury within the ranks of the Xianhuang territory, previously suppressed by the Blood Knight's arrogance. The Knight had become, without a doubt, a target for slaughter. If not now, then when? In an instant, bullets and lasers flew, steel clashed with flesh. Even Mi Tao, who had been struck aside by a spear, had risen. Clutching his totemic pillar, he began to pound on the Blood Knight. Akin to a whack-a-mole game or a carpenter shouting, 80 strikes. The Knight's defenses, already weak, began to degrade under such relentless assault. Observing their flow, Qin Chuan felt intrigued. Clearly, the Blood Knight had lost all capacity for resistance, and a few strikes from him seemed entirely justifiable. With this thought, Qin Chuan rubbed his hands together and stepped out from his residence. He unsheathed a rose-hued short sword, which was soon enveloped in a radiant moonlight. This was a knightly technique he had seldom practiced since mastering it. This technique was called the Descent of the Moon. The solitary bright moon illuminated all around. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan unleashed it, only to sense something amiss. He abruptly looked up into the sky. Due to the previous lightning storm, the accumulated dark clouds had dissipated, revealing a hidden round moon. However, under the eerie red glow, the originally pristine white moon had transformed into a sinister blood moon. At the moment Qin Chuan executed the Descent of the Moon, an extraordinarily brilliant light emerged from the moon, racing towards the Holy Spirit continent. Initially, this light did not target the Xianhuang territory, but aimed for the continent's center. Yet, midway, it seemed to sense something and split off a concentrated beam of moonlight, hurtling straight towards the Xianhuang territory. In an instant, the aurora descended from the heavens, merging with Qin Chuan's Descent of the Moon, striking the immobilized Blood Knight. With a whoosh, the Knight, previously barely holding on, was struck by an unbearable force, causing his entire form to begin unraveling. Ultimately, he transformed into light. Not the kind from the M78 nebula, but true moonlight. Qin Chuan was astounded. Was this material conversion? What scientific principles lay within? Yet, he quickly dismissed the naive thought of seeking scientific explanations in this fantastical realm. While the Blood Knight had been resolved, the time for relaxation had not yet arrived. The black tide indicated that 2 more beings of comparable strength remained. After instructing the troops to remain vigilant and prepare for battle, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the radiant moonlight speeding towards the continent's center. This entity had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Did this also imply that the calamity of the saints would arrive even sooner in this era? Shaking his head, he cast aside that thought. The future would unfold in due time. For now, he needed to focus on the present. Chapter 44. Knowledge arises from decomposition. Beyond the high walls. Due to the need to guard against the incursion of the Blood Knight, the firepower unleashed within the Xianhuang territory had diminished significantly. In this brief interval, the monstrous entities spawned from the white worm had begun to take form. Qin Chuan gazed in frustration, as if to say, "Do you truly believe you are sending troops?" Was he playing a tower defense game? Coupled with the lurking threat of the Sapphires' corrupted form, this matter required urgent resolution. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Concentrate firepower and eliminate the white worm's progenitor." Understood. The firepower from the Xianhuang territory surged to unprecedented levels. Not only did the ground forces intensify their efforts, but the rocket-flying soldiers also coordinated with anti-aircraft weaponry to dispatch the few airborne monsters, while the Kinov airship hovered above the white worm, commencing unrestricted bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosive sounds filled the air, completely enveloping the white worm from all sides. However, as the dust settled, its grotesquely adorable form remained intact. It seemed to mock, as if to say, "Is this merely a scratch?" This was undoubtedly a provocation to Qin Chuan. Infuriating. He seethed. What can be tolerated? If not this? Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Calculate the distance between this ugly creature and the Xianhuang territory. Determine a safe range for our nuclear weapons. And deliver all of them straight into its gaping maw." The nuclear missile silos acknowledged, as calculations were made in conjunction with the combat laboratory. After a brief moment, several Black Hawk helicopters, standing by in the command center, took to the skies. Their mission was simple: deliver the payload. East Wind Express, delivery guaranteed. Seconds later, several round warheads were precisely hurled into the mouth of the white worm. Boom. The first muffled explosion resonated, resembling not a nuclear detonation, but more akin to the sounds of indigestion. The white worm's features contorted, a wisp of smoke escaping from its mouth. This discovery settled Qin Chuan's anxious heart. As long as there was a reaction, all was well. The worst fear was an absence of response, since the nuclear bomb had an effect. Regardless of whether the white worm's belly connected to an alternate dimension or Doraemon's pocket, Qin Chuan had resolved to obliterate it, especially since this time he had more than one nuclear bomb. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled explosions echoed, distorting the white worm's visage into a grotesque form. Ultimately, such endurance seemed to reach its zenith. The creature's body swelled rapidly, akin to an overinflated balloon, soon towering over the walls of the Xianhuang territory by several meters. What happens if a balloon continues to inflate beyond its limits? Boom. The sudden explosion of white worms caught everyone off guard. As their fragmented bodies scattered, they unleashed countless miniature white nematodes. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow at the sight and swiftly crushed a nearby worm beneath his foot. It appeared these smaller creatures lacked the formidable defenses of their progenitor. The only concern was their sheer numbers. With this thought in mind, he promptly issued orders to eliminate every last one of these pests without exception. Qin Chuan felt reassured. With the presence of the radar and the adept human detector, Yuri, he had no doubt that these diminutive worms could evade detection. Even if a few slipped through, he reasoned, having dispatched them once, he could certainly do so again. There was nothing to fear, having neutralized the threat posed by the white worms. Qin Chuan's attention shifted to the final obstacle in his path, the youthful version of the corrupted deity, Saphras. The peculiar behavior of this large-eyed entity was intriguing. Despite being the most powerful among the monstrous throng, it had only taken action against the group of elves at the outset, spending the remainder of the time observing coldly from a distance. This was evident during the Blood Knight's incursion into the Xianhuang territory and their concentrated assault on the white worms. Qin Chuan found himself perplexed by the creature's intentions. He was tempted to ask, "Why are you here?" Unfortunately, existing intelligence indicated that beings corrupted by the black tide possessed little to no independent consciousness. Within their chaotic minds, only destruction remained constant. Yet, it was baffling that this large-eyed entity did not seem driven solely by annihilation. Otherwise, it would have attacked long ago. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Qin Chuan decided to engage in conversation. The next moment, his voice resonated throughout the Xianhuang territory via the loudspeakers. "Saphras, what is your purpose?" Upon hearing the name Saphras, the purple eye visibly reacted. It rolled its eye whites towards the loudspeaker on the distant city wall, curiosity flickering within its gaze. It murmured, unexpectedly. "A realm rich in information. Let me see what secrets you harbor." Communication was indeed possible. Qin Chuan confirmed his prior suspicions. Whether this was due to the creature's relatively recent corruption by the black tide or an inherent resistance mattered little. The fact remained, dialogue was feasible. Qin Chuan's voice continued to emanate from the loudspeaker. "Information? Are you in pursuit of such things? I happen to know numerous locations laden with endless secrets. I can direct you to them." With a casual demeanor, he lured Saphras, unburdened by any psychological reservations. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, 3 tendrils at the base of Saphras's eye brushed against its surface, seemingly pondering the question posed by Qin Chuan. Nonetheless, it quickly responded, "The information here seems non-transferable. I require a closer inspection. What do you wish to observe? How will you do so?" Qin Chuan inquired. "Knowledge is derived from disintegration. While you disintegrate, the lamentations will amplify the breadth of information," Saphras replied. At this juncture, Qin Chuan understood that further dialogue was unnecessary. Given a face and refusing to acknowledge it, it was time to act decisively. With Qin Chuan's command, the artillery that had just annihilated the white worms sprang back to life. Unfortunately, its effectiveness was alarmingly limited. Unlike the passive response exhibited by the white worms, Saphras was much more proactive. Beams of purple light emanated from its eye, disintegrating incoming attacks into the minutest particles. "Great disintegration technique," Rose exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Chuan shot her a glance and shook his head. "No, it's the disintegration technique." Both were lethal techniques invented by Mishra, often confused with one another, yet their distinctions were stark. If the disintegration technique could be likened to the fatal Avada Kedavra, capable of obliterating all existence, then the great disintegration technique was akin to a forceful compression of everything, pushing all enhancements to a staggering 99. In light of Saphras's costless use of the disintegration technique, any material attempting to approach him would be obliterated. The creature appeared dissatisfied with Qin Chuan's explanation, asserting, "Disintegration technique? No, that woman Mishra understands nothing of disintegration. I shall name it the life-form disintegration ray." To prevent this creature from continuing its arrogance, Qin Chuan felt it was time to deliver a decisive blow. Initiate the Xianhuang territory's most formidable tactical system. Chapter 45, The Scheme of the God of Prophecy, the Black Tide's Demise. The whispers reminiscent of a hellish echo resurfaced. "I require more samples. Only then can I acquire greater knowledge." With that, a purple beam of death, imbued with the essence of annihilation, coalesced before its eye. In an instant, this ray surged towards the high walls, dissolving the previously robust concrete and steel into dust. Ultimately, a massive 3-meter-wide hole appeared, through which the scenes of the Xianwang territory could be seen, revealing a power plant behind the walls, now obliterated. It cannot continue, Qin Chuan thought. This unfathomable disintegration ray was utterly preposterous. After laboring tirelessly to accumulate resources, he could not allow this large-eyed entity to erase them in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chuan resolved, it is time to deploy the Xianwang territory's strongest forces. A single decisive strike is imperative. With a grinding sound, the treads of the vehicles rolled over the battlefield's decaying corpses, deftly evading the incoming beams of death. The vehicles bore an unusual design. While they clearly resembled multifunctional infantry carriers, the empty honeycomb turrets had been removed, leaving only a slender pipe. This slender conduit raised doubts about its capacity to withstand the detonation of artillery shells. In truth, their weaponry was not based on gunpowder. They were, in fact, hypertemporal battle vehicles. A collaboration between the combat laboratory and the hypertemporal teleportation device had birthed this ultimate breed of soldiers by merging multifunctional infantry carriers with hypertemporal soldiers. Although they had lost the ability to leap through space at will, they had circumvented the lengthy adaptation period that typically followed temporal displacement. Most crucially, when combined with certain technologies, they became invincible. At that moment, 9 hypertemporal battle vehicles approached within a mere 200 meters of the large-eyed entity, effortlessly traversing the path cleared by the earlier ray. This distance was already the limit. Any further advance would undoubtedly result in disintegration by the deadly beams. However, this range fell well within the attack radius of the hypertemporal battle vehicles. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he issued a direct command. Activate the Iron Curtain device to shield those 9 hypertemporal battle vehicles. With a hum, the order was executed. A layer of rust-red energy enveloped the battle vehicles. Sensing something amiss, Saphras activated a disintegration ray, attempting to engulf the squadron. As the light dimmed, the vehicles emerged unscathed. The absolute spear met the absolute shield. It appeared that the Iron Curtain had triumphed. However, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. The Iron Curtain device was only effective for a mere 45 seconds, which meant he had to eliminate the threat posed by Saphras within that fleeting time frame. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's command, 9 hypertemporal war chariots sprang into action without hesitation. A verdant azure light erupted from the slender tubes at the front of the vehicles, targeting Saphras' corrupted form. The speed of light was evidently beyond the comprehension of that large, bulging eye, yet it had the option to disband. Regrettably, as it was enveloped by the azure rays, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. The flailing tendrils, too, began to lose their vigor. Subsequently, the second, third, and all the way to the 9th beams of light emerged. The very fabric of space and time here had come to a standstill. This stasis was unlike the prior hypertemporal teleportation of the Blood Knight. Now, all others could attack at will. However, any assault would undoubtedly rupture this stasis, thereby liberating Saphras. If the adversary was given a chance to prepare, replicating this moment of success would prove exceedingly difficult. Qin Chuan was not inclined to take such a risk. He opted for the most prudent course of action, to transport this corrupted entity into the most turbulent area of the temporal chaos, where obliteration was most pronounced. That was a realm of harsh void. 10-9-8. As the temporal turbulence intensified, the resistance of that large eye gradually waned. At last, as the most ferocious surge of temporal chaos swept in, Qin Chuan suddenly observed that the eye, which should have been devoid of any power to resist, began to thrash violently. Ah, the endless darkness of the void, I have arrived. With that proclamation, it did not even require the intervention of the hypertemporal chariots to drive it. It voluntarily forced open the rift. The violet eye, together with its trailing tendrils, swam toward the pitch-black fissure like a grotesque tadpole. Ultimately, as the rift closed, in the fleeting moment of the violet glow's disappearance, Qin Chuan seemed to perceive a gaze directed at him from the other side. Gratitude? Amusement? This revelation astonished Qin Chuan for an entire year. Was this intentional on its part? Recalling the events surrounding Saphras, Qin Chuan noted that aside from damaging some facilities in the Xianwang territory, it had not slain a single soul. Clearly, it possessed the capability. With its unstoppable disintegration ray, even a slight adjustment in aim could have severely crippled the Xianwang territory. Yet, it chose not to do so, maintaining a defensive stance throughout. Even the sole disintegration ray aimed at the Xianwang territory seemed designed to clear a path for the hypertemporal chariots to pass through. Saphras, was this all part of your scheme? Qin Chuan suddenly recalled its former title, the God of Prophecy. Had it foreseen this very moment? He deemed the likelihood of this scenario to be exceedingly high. Although Saphras was merely a deity of feeble divine power, a deity remains a deity. In Qin Chuan's recollections from his previous life, even amidst the world's impending doom, where stars fell like rain, there were scarcely any deities that were consumed by the black tide upon a mere encounter. Thus, it appeared that Saphras had recognized the terror of the black tide, opting to join forces rather than resist, ultimately retreating to a void beyond the black tide's reach. Exhaling softly, Qin Chuan dismissed these thoughts from his mind. Regardless of whether his speculations held truth, the predicament of the Xianhuang territory had, in effect, been alleviated. Gazing at the battered city walls and the hellish sights beyond, he realized there was much to be tidied up in the time to come. This was not a matter of urgency. Qin Chuan's gaze flickered. Now that the first black tide was drawing to a close, there remained one task yet to be accomplished: to feast upon the living and elevate oneself. The first step, to target those Earth Lords engulfed in despair. He recalled that among them were several remarkable individuals who could greatly aid the development of the Xianhuang territory. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom region, the boundless black tide monsters surged like an unrelenting tempest of the deep sea, relentlessly assaulting a courtyard barely covering a few acres. From the shattered fences and fields beneath these black tide beasts, it was evident they had achieved some measure of victory. Now, they simply needed to annihilate the Lord's Hall before them to complete their mission of hunting down the wanderers. At this moment, a roar echoed. Today, though I may perish, there will come a time when you too shall taste the same bitterness. The source of this voice was not from the struggling Lord's Hall, but rather from among the throng of monsters. Looking closer, one could see a man drenched in blood, his body riddled with wounds. Despite this, his spirit remained remarkably buoyant. He wielded a great sword, cleaving the diminutive monsters before him in half, laughing maniacally. Come on, you filthy creatures, your master awaits you here. Yet, judging by the blood flowing from his wounds, it was clear that his endurance was waning. Just then, a mechanical notification resounded in his ear, akin to a celestial melody for this man. Your distress signal has been received. Chapter 46, The 72 Earth Fiends. Your distress signal has been received. Reinforcements from the Xianhuang territory are on their way. Please select a location for their arrival. The man was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, a lurking shadowy assassin inflicted another wound upon his heart. There really are reinforcements. Let them descend directly. With that, he spun around with his dual swords, clearing a swath of space. He then glanced down at the dagger embedded in his chest, scoffing disdainfully. A mere fatal wound. Do you think you can kill me? In that moment, a divine light surged in his eyes, and he charged forth into the horde of black tide monsters. However, it was all too evident that while his great sword remained sharp, the force behind his swings had diminished considerably. The black tide monsters, sensing hope, began to recklessly surge forward, intent on overwhelming the man completely. The next instant, just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the swarm, a ghostly blue light suddenly illuminated the air above the territory. Allies, the Hypertemporal Legion greets you. Let us escape this place. The man turned to see an oddly clad individual in full protective gear appearing above his territory. The man exclaimed, "What? You are the reinforcements, just one person? Surely. You jest. I only need one to take you away. The only thing to consider now is whether you, my ally, accept the contract." As the hypertemporal soldier spoke, he glanced at the encroaching black tide monsters once more, retrieving two items from his protective suit. One was a hypertemporal orb radiating an azure hue, a product of the latest research from the combat laboratory and hypertemporal team, capable of freezing the surrounding space for a short duration. However, its use was rather cumbersome, making it exclusively a tool for hypertemporal soldiers at present. He hurled the orb to the ground, causing the space within 100 meters to suddenly freeze. Following that, the hypertemporal soldier produced another item, stating, "Before deployment, the commander mentioned that while he had already briefed you, it is imperative to reconfirm whether you are willing to sign the contract and accept the employment and constraints of the Xianhuang territory." At this moment, the man's eyes widened as if they were copper bells, radiating a lightning-like confusion. He did not comprehend how this individual had managed to accomplish such a feat, but suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something. "Confirm, is your Lord Qin Chuan?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the man spoke without hesitation. "I sign." He did not even glance at the content of the agreement. Bound by the contract with the Xianhuang territory for 3 centuries, it stipulated that after 300 years, if both parties reached an accord, the contract could be terminated. The final interpretation of this contract shall belong to Qin Chuan. Agreement reached. This agreement is under the supervision of the will of Earth. Party A, Qin Chuan of the Xianhuang territory. Party B, Lin Xiao. A similar scene unfolded in other locations as well. However, most individuals did not possess the formidable combat prowess of Lin Xiao, making their circumstances considerably more arduous. In some territories, the lords who sought help had fortuitously perished just as the transdimensional soldiers arrived. Fortunately, the act of summoning assistance did not compel the transdimensional soldiers to remain stationary. They could directly teleport away upon sensing something amiss, just as they departed with those who had escaped their territory. Ultimately, when all the transdimensional soldiers returned, they brought back a mere 72 individuals. This rescue was not random. It was the result of Qin Chuan's meticulous selection. These 72 individuals were all validated by their character and abilities in Qin Chuan's previous life. Most, like Lin Xiao, possessed extraordinary talents in specific domains. Though people are ever-changing, the existence of that contract meant that the negative impact on the Xianhuang territory was negligible. With all matters understood, Qin Chuan turned to the individuals before him and gestured, I understand you require rest. Please, take your time. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow. Not only did these individuals need rest, but they also required time and space to contemplate their situations. They gazed at Qin Chuan's retreating figure, then looked around at the futuristic architecture, all feeling somewhat bewildered. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. At that moment, several individuals in tailored suits approached them, led by a bald man, smiling warmly. It was Yuri and his team of spies, an undeniably professional ensemble. Oh, thank you. Is this truly the Xianwang territory? Indeed. Please follow me. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask along the way, and I shall address them. Thus, this group of bewildered individuals, having just lost their territory, commenced their first night in the Xianwang territory under the guidance of Yuri's professional team. Thus was established what would later be known as the terrifying organization of the 72 earthly fiends. The following day dawned bright and sunny, as if the horrific war that had transpired on the Holy Spirit continent the previous night had never occurred. Only the lingering stench in the air served as a reminder that everything had indeed happened. Lin Xiao awoke early, or rather, one might say he had not slept at all. His injuries had received rudimentary treatment. Though he was adorned with bandages and had endured a sleepless night, he surprisingly appeared remarkably vibrant. Yuri stood at the door, beaming, and could not help but marvel at Lin Xiao's current state. What a remarkable specimen. This thought had lingered in Yuri's mind ever since he reviewed Lin Xiao's injury report the night before. Greetings, I am Yuri, responsible for the daily management and coordination of your 72 members, as well as psychological support. Hello, I am Lin Xiao, he replied, scratching his head, feeling as if something was amiss with his name, but he dismissed it. Subsequently, Yuri began to show him around the Xianwang territory. As they toured, Yuri provided explanations. This is the power plant, and here is the ore refining facility, and over here. The more Yuri spoke, the more perplexed Lin Xiao appeared, until they reached the Lord's mansion, at which point he could no longer contain himself. Red alert. Upon uttering this, he immediately apologized, sensing he had misspoken. No, that's not what I meant. Please, do not misunderstand. However, contrary to his expectations, Yuri merely maintained his cheerful demeanor and replied, I understand what you are thinking. There is no need for concern. For us, the commander is our creator, and you need not reference any games. After all, isn't your innate talent for infinite fury similar? Of course not. I see now, Lin Xiao responded, realizing his misunderstanding. Yuri chose not to elaborate further and pointed towards the Lord's mansion, saying, All right, the esteemed commander is waiting for you inside. Please, go in. Chapter 47, Destiny and Fate, 3 Treasures of Deception. In the heart of the Xianwang territory, within the Lord's mansion, a vast conference room was filled to capacity. Luxurious leather sofas, standardized tables and chairs, and a holographic projection serving as the presentation screen adorned the space. Everything evoked a sense of surrealism in the 72 individuals, reflecting on their arduous journey to the Holy Spirit continent, where they had to forage for survival. They now regarded their lives in the Xianwang territory as a return to modern society. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have chosen to join us, you are now bound to the Xianwang territory. We shall rise or fall together. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate for Qin Chuan to discuss either the carrot or the stick. Every individual who signed that contract should comprehensively understand their circumstances without excessive emphasis. Furthermore, among this group of 70-odd individuals, not a single one was foolish. The necessary ideological education would naturally be provided in due course. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true heart, and this holds true regardless of gender. As dawn broke, despite the blood and tears that the previous night had contained, the new day arrived as expected with the rising sun. The first black tide's desolation allowed the lords who had arrived from Earth to witness the brutal reality of this world for the first time. It was not a game, nor a mere jest. It was a genuine struggle for survival. The previous frivolities and trivialities had become a thing of the past. In the World Chat channel, while it remained lively, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically from previous days. Those who survived found themselves in varying situations. Some had narrowly escaped due to the lesser intensity of the black tide's assault, while others had reluctantly abandoned their territories and become wanderers. A few, with assistance from local factions, managed to retain their territories. These 3 categories of individuals were undoubtedly fortunate, for many others were now left voiceless. At this moment, a frequently asked question in the World Chat channel was, is anyone still alive? Oh, they died. Regarding this, Qin Chuan neither intervened nor interfered. People must grow, after all. He even observed a few individuals frantically questioning him as to why he had not saved them. Such clowns earned nothing but his disdain. In a good mood, he would retort, am I your father? In a less favorable mood, he would simply ignore their messages and proceed with the process, blocking them to prevent them from seeing his posts and updates, a comprehensive service. As the sands of time sifted, only those who could endure until the end would shine like gold. For now, this was merely the first wave. With this thought, Qin Chuan closed the chat interface and directed his gaze beyond the high walls. There, The 72 newly inducted members of the Xianhuang territory were undertaking their inaugural task, cleaning the battlefield. Originally, the Red Alert soldiers excelled at such tasks. Yet Qin Chuan still commanded that these individuals take the lead. The rationale behind this decision was twofold. On one hand, it underscored the principle that the Xianhuang Legion does not harbor idlers. Every individual must manifest their worth. On the other hand, it delved into the realm of the metaphysical. Regardless of past or present, Qin Chuan found himself grappling with a particular concept, fate. According to the memories of his former life, the 70 carefully selected individuals joining the Xianhuang Legion were undoubtedly destined for greatness. Each one, in due course, achieved remarkable feats. However, in this lifetime, the presence of Qin Chuan introduces an unpredictable variable. If they are indeed the chosen ones, then what of Qin Chuan himself? Whether or not one believes in such notions, Qin Chuan nonetheless dispatched them. After all, fortune favors the bold, does it not? Thus, as time elapsed, numerous bodies were transported into the Xianhuang Legion, subsequently deposited into the Gene Replication Center, where they were decomposed and converted into resource points. This alone yielded no less than several 100,000 resource points for the Xianhuang Legion. Of course, this constituted an unexpected windfall and was not a sustainable source of income. Qin Chuan was far more concerned with other elements. A single egg of a creature. System notification, a special item suitable for targeted summoning detected, can be used for cross-dire summoning, tier 13. Would you like to absorb it? A new targeted summoning item. Judging by its location, it likely originated from the previous white worm. Regrettably, this solitary egg did not belong to the same system as the previous 4. Lacking the requisite 50, Qin Chuan could not glean further information regarding its value. He had no choice but to set it aside. In contrast to this, the other 2 items proved to possess considerable practical value. Item: Crimson Edge Spear. Rank: Blood Artifact, Gold. Source: Blood Arena World, consumed by the Black Tide. Function: Sharp, pierces the void, absolute rebirth. Evaluation: a weapon of ill omen from a realm of immense combat prowess. Please refrain from pairing it with a shield, as it would be a mismatch. This was the very spear wielded by the Headless Blood Knight. If this item had been within Qin Chuan's expectations, the next artifact was entirely beyond his imagination. It resembled a staff adorned with a central engraving of an eye. Strangely, this eye appeared almost lifelike, seeming to gaze back at him from any angle. Item: Staff of Saphras. Rank: Divine Artifact. Source: Gift from the God of Prophecy, imbued with Saphras's unique skills. Function: Prophecy, Life Disintegration Ray, 6, Void Teleportation. Evaluation: a gift from the God of Prophecy, who comprehended all. It not only serves as a formidable staff, but also as a coordinate for Saphras to aspire to return from the void once the Black Tide is quelled. Qin Chuan mused. How audacious of Saphras to think he could return after fleeing like a cornered dog, filled with schemes, and yet still wish to reclaim his role as the God of Prophecy? Qin Chuan found himself wanting to ask, have you always been this audacious? Setting aside this brave individual, Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction in acquiring a divine artifact, especially since it felt as though it had been given freely. With these 3 items in hand, Qin Chuan gazed upon the 72 individuals with an increasingly benevolent demeanor. He was uncertain whether this bore any relation to the elusive concept of fate, yet it indicated that these 72 were not mere idlers. Reflecting on their past talents and developments, Qin Chuan began to formulate plans for their future placements. Meanwhile, a beleaguered group, gazing at the rising sun, bore expressions of lingering trepidation. This group was none other than the Elven Windrunners, having narrowly escaped from the Xianhuang Legion's periphery. Captain, should we return to that place? Amelon inquired, his face etched with concern as he glanced back at the significantly diminished number of his comrades. Recalling the terrifying scene witnessed beyond the high walls the previous night, causing him to tremble involuntarily. No, not yet. Given our current strength, it would be challenging to negotiate peacefully with that group of thieves. We need allies. It is said that humans have a kingdom system. Let us first visit their realm and have the king introduce us to their leaders. That would ensure our safety. Chapter 48, The Year of Turmoil. The Cataclysm of the Saints. Buzz. A beam of piercing silver light, as thick as an arm, shot forth, reducing the steel target ahead to fine dust. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Although the life disintegration ray emitted from this staff differed in color from that of Saphras, and its range contrasted starkly with the larger purple beam, the essence remained unchanged. As long as the target was struck, no body had yet been discovered capable of resisting this ray. At last, he comprehended why Saphras claimed this was not a disintegration technique. To be fair, it truly was not. Unlike the non-targeted nature of disintegration spells, the life disintegration ray was distinctly aimed. Once a target was locked in, upon release, the ray would pursue the essence of that life force relentlessly. With this understanding, Qin Chuan confirmed one crucial point. If previously it was said that Saphras had a 99% chance of going easy on him, now it was a certainty. Otherwise, he would need only a few rays to significantly diminish the ranks of the Xianhuang Legion. Regardless of the process, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Qin Chuan benefited. After meticulously testing the 6 daily replenished life disintegration rays from the staff of Saphras, Qin Chuan designated it as a decisive strike, a trump card for critical moments. Oh, another meteor. Anlin's voice echoed from a distance. Qin Chuan looked up to see a dazzling fireball streaking across the sky above. A daylight meteor. Observing its trajectory, it was heading directly over the Xianhuang Legion, traversing from north to south, crossing the Judgment Mountains, destined for the southern kingdoms. However, the inhabitants of the Xianhuang Legion remained remarkably composed in the face of this phenomenon. Oh, another meteor. Yes, yet another one. From the collective indifference displayed by the crowd, it was evident that this was not the first meteor to grace the skies in recent days. Each night, numerous beams of light fell from the astral realm, scattering across the spirit holy continent. Yet, to call it a meteor shower would be misleading, as these meteors did not fall simultaneously but were distributed across various moments. The people of the Xianhuang Legion were not the only ones unfazed. Even the local populace of the continent had grown accustomed to the erratic meteors flitting through the night sky. Many knowledgeable individuals from other worlds began to enlighten the masses about them. However, for those discerning enough, these meteors represented an unspeakable terror. Each meteor signified a deity residing within the celestial realm. The fall of meteors heralded the twilight of the gods. At this moment, in stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor of the Xianhuang Legion's inhabitants, Qin Chuan regarded the daylight meteor with a grave expression. The malevolent essence of brutality, fear, conflict, and hatred emanating from the meteor allowed him to discern clearly which deity it represented: Bane, the god of tyranny. Unlike the previous multitude of weaker deities boasting only minor divine powers, Bane was a genuine powerhouse. Even among the pantheon, he occupied the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The descent of such a formidable deity signified that this calamity was beyond the reach of mortals or even gods to avert. The deities descended from the celestial realms, transforming into earthly saints, unleashing an endless catastrophe. This was the cataclysm of saints. In a previous life, some referred to this as the best of times and the worst of times. In the former context, it was indeed a time of revelry for ambitious individuals, earthly heroes, and the capable. To encapsulate it succinctly, the slaughter of gods and the path to enlightenment commenced in earnest. No other era had rendered the slaying of deities so straightforward. Deprived of their divine realms, although the transformed deities retained considerable strength, they were no longer invincible. Conversely, the latter context, the worst of times, was marked by the arrival of the gods, plunging the world into a turbulent era. This was a celebration for the valiant, yet a purgatory for the powerless. The powerless here is not a derogatory term, but rather a broad reference to all ordinary individuals who found themselves swept along, undoubtedly unfortunate. In this age, a lack of power constituted the gravest sin. It was only after the meteor faded from the daylight that Qin Chuan withdrew his contemplative gaze. At present, he could only hope that under the external pressures of the black tide, these deities and humans would exercise sufficient restraint. Although the outcome remained uncertain, without unification, they harbored no hope. The arrival of the cataclysm of saints inadvertently reignited Qin Chuan's spirits, which had relaxed after weathering the first wave of the black tide. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Both the Xinhuang domain and his own strength necessitated rapid growth. At the Red Alert base, there was no need for hesitation. Taking advantage of the current abundance of resources, they commenced a fervent recruitment drive. First, a modest target, to amass a division of troops, around 10,000. Beyond that, the unlocking of technologies could not be neglected. Super cannons, mind control devices, lunar landing technologies, and outer space exploration. Qin Chuan must make comprehensive preparations for the impending tumultuous years. Moreover, although the first wave of the black tide had subsided, the timeline for the next arrival loomed near. On the Isle of Seals, when Qin Chuan returned to this place, the facilities had been substantially completed. The sisters Seliphi and Siren stood by his side, their expressions etched with worry. The recent frenzied meteor showers had genuinely frightened the two of them. Observing their demeanor, Qin Chuan inquired, "Have your elders descended?" The sisters shook their heads, unwilling to elaborate further on the matter. Respecting their silence, Qin Chuan continued, "Under the spread of the black tide, none of the celestial deities will be spared. However, you need not fret. An early descent and focus on safety should ensure your well-being." After his words, seeing them still shake their heads, Qin Chuan, while curious about their parents' identities, chose not to pursue the topic further. Redirecting the conversation, he asked, "Has the nuclear power station been completed?" Upon hearing this, Seliphi nodded, her expression somewhat grave as she replied, "I sensed a tremendous explosive force within. Should it erupt, it may rival divine sorcery. Have you truly tamed this power?" Noticing her concern, Qin Chuan reassured her, "Of course." This statement was far from mere bravado. The technological application of nuclear energy within Red Alert had reached a remarkable level of maturity. Even nuclear waste was non-existent, let alone any behavior akin to that of the Sakura nation. Hearing this, Seliphi nodded, albeit with lingering skepticism. Qin Chuan then continued, "During this period, I may embark on an extended journey and will be unable to return here for a while. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Siren appeared visibly alarmed. "You won't leave and never come back, will you? You promised to teach me the King of 100 Songs, the one that goes, Laksudi, Dai Dai Wa, Yao Cheer Sumcha." "Stop," Qin Chuan interjected, halting her from venturing further into this precarious topic with a serious tone. "This song must not be sung recklessly. Besides, my domain is right here. I will undoubtedly return. During my absence, I will rely on you both to keep an eye on the place." With that, the two reluctantly acquiesced. All right, having arranged matters in his domain, Qin Chuan was now ready to extend his reach into the grand era of the Holy Spirit continent. Chapter 49, The Heart of Greed, The Fall of Divine Authority. When Qin Chuan returned to his territory once more, the relevant personnel were already awaiting him. Presently, the Xianhuang domain was progressing to a point where he no longer needed to micromanage every detail. All he needed to do was devise a plan, oversee the grand scheme, and the remaining tasks would naturally be handled by others. For instance, the 72 individuals newly integrated into the Xianhuang domain were not simply being coddled. Firstly, it was imperative to avoid nurturing idleness. Each individual must demonstrate their value, a principle applicable to anyone, including the previously inducted Rose and the 3 members of the Adventurer Squad. Another reason was to ensure that these individuals' talents and potential fortunes were not squandered. Therefore, Qin Chuan, relying on his memory, dispatched the vast majority of them to various tasks. The Xianhuang domain provided them with comprehensive support, striving to facilitate their swift growth. Even so, the current environment for growth was vastly superior to that of their previous lives. Ironically, Qin Chuan now worried that his excessive interference might inadvertently restrict these individuals. However, he soon dismissed this concern. Each person had their own destiny. If they truly faded into mediocrity akin to the tale of Zhuang's lost potential, it could hardly be blamed on anyone else. At worst, they could spend their lives working for the Xianhuang domain to repay their debts. After setting aside this thought, he began to inspect the current team. The convoy consisted of a base vehicle, a streamlined mobile laboratory, elite SEAL team members, apocalypse tanks, and low-altitude rocket troops. This was the configuration for Qin Chuan's upcoming expedition. Of course, there were also a cow and a cat, primarily as precautions against threats from extraordinary powers. To be frank, the combat capabilities for this mission were already overflowing. Yet, he still prepared meticulously, as it was the onset of chaotic times, and prudence was always prudent. Should they encounter a deity transformed into a human saint, their modest numbers would be of little use. Yet, caution was always wise, at least. It would ensure a more dignified end if the worst came to pass. Baba, Qin Chuan spat twice, casting away the disconcerting thoughts swirling in his mind. The Holy Spirit continent was vast. Encountering an arriving deity would not be so easy. Murphy's Law begone. In the next moment, he waved his hand and commanded the team before him, set forth. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Fran, the City of Light, as the capital of Fran, the City of Light is known by many other names, such as the City of Lanterns and the Flower Capital. The primary reason for this is its ancient culture of flowers, where blossoms bloom year-round and lights never extinguish. At this moment, a weary team had arrived here. Indeed, it was the Elven Gale runners who had departed from the Xianhuang domain. They lacked the disposition to admire the scenery of the City of Light, hastening onward. Under the guidance of the palace guards, this group of individuals hurried towards the royal palace. As they traversed the bustling commercial district, they encountered a shop teeming with patrons, the raucous din nearly obstructing the nearby thoroughfare. Such congestion, of course, could not deter them. Swiftly weaving through the throng, the leader, Amalon, inquired with curiosity, "What is that place, and why are there so many people?" The guard, with a hint of disdain in his tone, replied, "That is the Xianhuang market, renowned for its myriad rare trinkets. Though recently opened, it boasts staggering profits that even His Majesty the King envies." Xianhuang. Upon hearing this term, the entire elven entourage experienced a moment of alarm. Though preoccupied with their journey, they were acutely aware of the name associated with a previous terrifying force. Could there be a connection? There was no time to ponder this question as they soon arrived at the royal palace. At that moment, King Charles XIX of France had prepared a banquet in anticipation of their arrival, clearly valuing the visit of the elven envoys. Unfortunately, the elves were hardly in the mood for pleasantries. "Your Majesty Charles, the situation is as follows. To the north of your kingdom lies a territory known as Xianhuang." As he elaborated, a look of astonishment crossed the face of Charles XIX. When Amalon requested him to act as an intermediary for introductions, he readily acquiesced. After the banquet concluded and the guests departed, Charles XIX summoned his court ministers in his study. "Have we determined which noble family governs this Xianhuang territory?" he inquired. "No. It seems it does not belong to any noble lord of our French kingdom," came the response. Hearing this, Charles XIX perked up. "And the Xianhuang market?" the minister replied. "According to reports from the city of Myue, it indeed belongs to the Xianhuang territory." "Excellent," Charles XIX exclaimed, rising to his feet with a thump of his thigh. "Notify the imperial guards. The Xianhuang territory has offended the elven race. inciting astonishment among our allies. Seal all shops within the Xianhuang market, command the guards of Miyu City, and take control of the Xianhuang territory. The court minister was taken aback and hastily cautioned, Your Majesty, you must reconsider. The elves have claimed that the Xianhuang territory possesses formidable military strength. If this is not handled properly, Charles XIX dismissed his concerns with a scoff, retorting, Such exaggeration. Where's the truth in their claims? Are we to believe in divine spells and curses? I suspect these elves are merely seeking excuses for their own shortcomings. A mere wilderness territory cannot withstand the might of the French Empire. At this point, he appeared reluctant to overstate his position, adding, even if they could withstand it, could they resist the entire elven race? You are overreacting. Cease this prattle and execute my orders. The minister, trembling, looked up at Charles XIX, whose eyes gleamed with avarice, realizing that persuasion was futile and left in resignation. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and his companions sat within a modified mobile command center, originally a combat laboratory. This vehicle, stripped of its manufacturing capabilities, served as a fully equipped luxury RV, transforming into a comprehensive villa, albeit somewhat stifling during the journey. They were traversing the border of the French kingdom, crossing through one or two principalities. It was anticipated that they would reach their destination within a day, the Holy Empire, the location of Qin Chuan's previous reincarnation. In this new life, he found himself in the northern reaches of the French kingdom, whereas in his last incarnation, his starting point was within the Holy Empire. Returning to familiar ground, his objective was clear. Following the conclusion of the first wave of the Black Tide, a cataclysmic event had transpired nearby. Though he lacked the power to intervene previously, the circumstances had drastically changed upon his return. While he could overlook many things, this matter was of utmost importance. It was a complete divine essence. He was determined to claim it. Chapter 50. Art is Patrick Star. The convoy continued its journey. Upon crossing the border of the Holy Empire, one of the most powerful nations in the spirit realm, they encountered no hindrances. Not only were there no obstacles, but numerous nobles also extended invitations to Qin Chuan to visit their territories. Those residing in these remote regions understood well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Especially upon seeing the procession of mechanized constructs and patrolling soldiers overhead, many sought to ingratiate themselves with Qin Chuan, eager to curry favor. Their eagerness was palpable, bordering on absurdity. Disinterested in these individuals, Qin Chuan observed their sycophancy towards the powerful, understanding how they oppressed those beneath them. Accelerating their pace, they encountered no further trivialities along the way. The journey, initially planned for a day, was completed in half that time. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Chuan did not lead his team directly to the objective. The timing was not yet right. That entity could only be approached at a specific moment. Seizing the opportunity, he took a rare moment of leisure to revisit the site of his former arrival, standing beside a small creek. Gazing at the serene surroundings, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. When he first reincarnated, he had known nothing and hastily chose this place as his domain. Yet, the area lacked developmental resources, and the nearby Deepwater City loomed ominously. After the arrival of the Black Tide, everything was reduced to ashes, leaving him to wander as an adventurer. Though he had gained some notoriety, ascendance remained elusive. Now, given a second chance, it was time for change. Within Deepwater City, as the tanks of the convoy rolled through the city gates, the fervor of the city ignited. Qin Chuan declined the invitations from the nobles, opting instead to rent a courtyard to settle down. At this juncture, the time-traveling soldiers within the team immediately began pinpointing the coordinates of their location. With precise coordinates established, future transportation through time-space technology would become considerably more convenient. Of course, that was a matter for another time. For now, pressing matters took precedence. In the afternoon, spies dispatched to gather intelligence returned to report to Qin Chuan. Commander, we have sifted through all the bard's information within the city. Based on your provided details, we have preliminarily identified the target. Here are the specifics. With that, he handed over a card. Qin Chuan accepted the card, noticing it was densely packed with text. Name, Vander Wainfos, self-proclaimed. Personality, mad, devoid of reason. Threat level, unknown, pending further investigation. Known history, entered Deepwater City 5 days prior, now lacking basic rationality. Previously frequented the Deepwater Tavern but was expelled for delusional ramblings, now wandering various locales in Deepwater City. Note, it has been reported that he was seen harassing and bullying others. The next day, mutilated bodies were discovered in the sewers, presumably attacked by some reptiles. Current location, Hot Spring Plaza. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with insight as he tucked the card away. Well done. Suddenly, the countdown began. On the 5th day, only 2 days remained until the completion of the 7-day soul wandering period. The divine essence would also be extracted at that time. However, the next 2 days should not be wasted. Amidst the resounding drums and the crackling of firecrackers, a scene reminiscent of a bustling crowd unfolded. The Xianhuang Mall, the first multinational store of the Holy Empire's Deepwater City branch, officially opened its doors. Standing on the 2nd floor, Qin Chuan observed the throngs of people outside, his expression filled with intrigue. This store served as a strategic foothold for the Xianhuang territory within the Holy Empire. After all, its location was still too far from the heart of human society. At that moment, he noticed a commotion at the back of the crowd. A voice murmured, "What is art? Who let this beggar in? Get lost." This was followed by impatient shoving. "Tell me, what is art?" This time, the voice's owner was clearly agitated, his singular tone overpowering the surrounding noise. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon a man covered in dirt, wearing a gray circular halo atop his head, and carrying a silver harp on his back, a typical bard's attire. It was him. Qin Chuan instantly recognized that this was his primary target for the mission. Cautiously, he activated his visual interface. Name, Vanderwinfosp. Race, deity, deceased. Rank, 13th order, weakened divine power. Divine office, art, reptile, life cycle. Essence, sword of song, lost, evolution ring. Art harp, wandering soul existence countdown, 21, 24, 18. Evaluation, a deity who met an unfortunate demise in the Black Era, leaving behind only a wandering soul imbued with obsession. If you can grant it liberation, unimaginable rewards await. Of course, you may choose to inherit his legacy after his dissolution, but that is not a favorable outcome. You will randomly incur one of the curses of the three: art, reptile, or life. A curse, you say? Initially, he had planned to wait for the 7-day duration of the soul's wandering to conclude before directly claiming the inheritance. Yet now, it seemed there were unforeseen paths to consider. How does one liberate another's obsession? By reciting the Great Compassion Mantra? Or perhaps through a physical exorcism? However, upon seeing the 13th order rank, Qin Chuan promptly dismissed that idea from his mind. Although he was a wandering soul, it did not negate the fact that he remained formidable. Therefore, cunning was the only recourse. Thinking of this, he looked down at the soon-to-be ousted Vander and instructed, "Bring him to me." "As you command, Commander." Moments later, the disheveled Vander was brought before Qin Chuan. With a smile, Qin Chuan inquired, "I noticed you seemed puzzled earlier. Would you care to share your thoughts?" "What is art?" Vander seemed oblivious to his question, repeatedly murmuring the same phrase. Qin Chuan, unfazed, thought it was only natural for a deceased being to harbor some eccentricities. He replied directly, "Art is a cultural expression that utilizes various means or mediums to shape images and create atmospheres, reflecting reality and conveying emotions." "What is art?" Qin Chuan. "What is art? Is that all you can say?" The repetition was driving Qin Chuan to the edge of exasperation. Having lost all hope, he casually responded, "Art is an explosion. Art is Patrick Star. Yet, do you perceive art as mere destruction? And what is Patrick Star?" Chapter 51, Midnight, the Temptation of Divinity. In the Xianhuang Mall branch of Deepwater City on the border of the Holy Empire, Qin Chuan pointed at the holographic projection of a nuclear explosion and, addressing Vander, endeavored to impart his understanding of art. "Behold, this is art." "Art is a mushroom?" Vander appeared bewildered. "Certainly not. This is merely one of its expressive forms. The essence of art lies in the unity of three critical aspects: the unity of image and rational comprehension, the unity of emotional experience and logical cognition, and the unity of aesthetic activity and ideological consciousness." As Qin Chuan spoke, he even contemplated presenting a performance of postmodernist art. Alas, his lack of audacity held him back. While he spoke, he observed Vander's expression, doubting that such platitudes could truly sway a deity. Yet, to his surprise, his words seemed to resonate. If that were the case, he should amplify his efforts. Fortuitously, his amateurish approach meant that if a successful art master skilled in motivational rhetoric were present, Qin Chuan suspected they could very well revive Vander. That was unlikely, merely a figure of speech. Ultimately, as Qin Chuan spoke until his throat grew parched, Vander's eyes finally sparked with a glimmer of reason. "You are right. In the face of such malevolent darkness, one cannot rely solely on the gentle beauty of art, but must also wield fire." With that, he suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his stare on Qin Chuan. "You came specifically for me, didn't you?" Qin Chuan. He longed to deny it, but the certainty in Vander's eyes rendered him speechless. Vander, seemingly unconcerned, smiled at Qin Chuan, and then remarked curiously, "You are quite peculiar. I seldom encounter individuals like you. You are the peculiar one. Your entire family is peculiar." Qin Chuan thought to himself, yet maintained a smile, replying, "Your Excellency jests. What is peculiar about me?" Vander shook his head. "A voter of Lady Moon, the gaze of the sea, and the aura of that old mystic Saphras. It's rare to see such an unusual mortal like you. But I suppose these matters are irrelevant to a dead man like me." With that, he turned his gaze out the window, expressing a tinge of regret to Qin Chuan. "I would have liked to witness this so-called explosive art." "And what was it? Patrick Star? Is that how it's pronounced?" "Alas, since you desire it, then take it." As Qin Chuan pondered the meaning of those words, he suddenly observed a strange transformation in Vander. A peculiar, multicolored lizard apparition emerged from him, dissipating into scattered fireflies that slowly faded away. Take it, Vander murmured. And as his voice echoed for the last time, Qin Chuan realized this would be the final instance he would hear it. A complex array of emotions surged within him. Although his primary aim in coming here was indeed Vander, Now that the items lay before him, he felt a pang of melancholy. Their essay saying, "The ungrateful are merely pretentious." Casting aside his pretentiousness, Qin Chuan succumbed to the reality of the moment. Tears in his eyes as he savored the spoils. Indeed, this luminous crystal must be the divine essence. And this ring and harp, divine artifacts. Excellent treasures. I must secure them swiftly. Qin Chuan temporarily refrained from activating his data interface, deciding to examine them later. For now, he needed to make a hasty exit. What a farce. The final traces of a deity passing away would never be so mundane. Upon exiting the building housing the Xinhuang Mall, he beheld the entirety of Deepwater City aglow with a myriad of fireflies. As people injected these fireflies, they revealed countless shimmering images: ants, crocodiles, snakes, turtles. In addition to these reptiles, an array of musical instruments and notes can be observed, creating a dreamlike and exquisite atmosphere. However, the price paid for this beauty is the complete erasure of all traces of a divine presence in the mortal realm. At this moment, Qin Chuan finds himself devoid of the luxury to appreciate this captivating tableau. He raises his gaze to the heavens, where the sky remains clear and serene. Yet, deep within, he comprehends that this tranquility is merely superficial. An impending cataclysm is poised to engulf the entirety of Deepwater City. The fall of the divine realm. The target is right here. This is not merely the descent of deities, but rather a colossal expanse of land. A moment's contemplation reveals the catastrophic consequences should such a massive domain plummet to the earth. While it may not equate to a calamity akin to the extinction of the dinosaurs, rest assured that no one within a radius of hundreds of miles shall escape unscathed. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Qin Chuan establishes communication with the Xinhuang realm and promptly summons the time-traveling soldiers, preparing for an escape. How enchanting! At that moment, a sudden sigh resonates in his ear. Qin Chuan turns abruptly to find a figure standing before him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. It is a young woman adorned in a simple yet elegant dark silk mage robe. Her luminous, translucent skin and cascading black hair complement each other beautifully. A gem-encrusted corset cinches her waist. Noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, she turns to meet him with curiosity. "Do you not find it beautiful?" "Indeed, you are," Qin Chuan responds. Somewhat perplexed by her sudden presence, yet an urgent warning blares in his mind. This individual is formidable. "You may call me Midnight." "Midnight?" Qin Chuan stumbles momentarily, but as realization dawns, he cannot help but raise his voice in astonishment. Among the powerful women who tread the mortal realm, only one favors the name Midnight, Mistra, the goddess of powerful magic. In simpler terms, Midnight is the earthly manifestation of Mistra. Goodness! How could he have known that the fall of a minor deity like Vander would attract such a prominent figure? What could be her purpose for coming here? Midnight brushes a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then turns her gaze back to Qin Chuan with curiosity. "You seem to know who I am." Qin Chuan, feeling sheepish and somewhat helpless, replies, "I could pretend I don't." "That won't suffice." A glimmer of amusement dances in Midnight's eyes, as if she sees through him. "You interdimensional beings are quite peculiar." Qin Chuan refrains from inquiring further about her remark, and Midnight continues, "It appears Vander is rather pleased with you. Do you wish to inherit the divine position of the god of art and reptiles?" In that instant, Qin Chuan's mind races with thoughts. He senses that if he nods in affirmation, she will undoubtedly assist him in claiming the divine title. For any mortal in this world, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Without question, Mistra possesses the power to facilitate this. Yet, Qin Chuan hesitates. His reluctance stems from an oddly superficial concern. The title of reptile lacks elegance and prestige. Of course, this is a jest, primarily. He fears that becoming a deity would stunt his growth, confining him to that realm for eternity. After all, he lacks a chat group. Then, Midnight's next words reach him. "Of course, choosing this path means you will be irrevocably bound to this world, and the uniqueness of your otherworldly existence will dissipate. Moreover, I refuse." Qin Chuan's response is resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Why? Midnight's confusion is palpable at Qin Chuan's rejection. "I am still young. I do not wish to lose my drive to strive so soon." His words resonate with a firm conviction, reminiscent of a young man turning down the patronage of a wealthy benefactor. "Oh, well," Midnight replies, taken aback. "Then I shall take my leave." With that, she turns to depart, leaving Qin Chuan bewildered. Did she come merely to relieve him of his burdens? Indeed, the very next moment, Midnight gestures toward the sky, and the barely visible comet vanishes into thin air. "Since you do not wish to inherit this divine position, I shall reclaim this divine realm. After my true form descends, I will also require a piece of spatial equipment, and this will suffice." Qin Chuan contemplates a question. Is it typical to regard a divine realm as mere equipment? But then, considering her immense power, it seems trivial. May your joy endure. With a fresh perspective, one might argue that Midnight has averted a disaster. Qin Chuan shifts his attention away from her. Just before she departs, she inquires, "So, farewell then. Will you seek the moon? You may join me." "No need. I have matters to attend to." Qin Chuan firmly declines. "Then farewell, and may your martial fortune flourish." May your magic be boundless. After exchanging these parting words, Qin Chuan watches as Midnight's figure gradually fades, leaving behind what appears to be an object. He picks it up, a tome with a cover adorned with 7 blue and white stars arranged in a circular pattern, from which red mist flows. Additionally, a simplistic drawing of a smiling face is sketched beneath a phrase that reads, "On the day of the fall of art, bestowed upon Qin Chuan by midnight." Qin Chuan flips through the book several times, scrutinizing it until he discerns the words interwoven within. The entire volume is inscribed with the phrase magic. This is the Book of Magic from Mistra. It is undoubtedly not the original. That would be in Mistra's possession. This is a limited edition signed by the goddess of magic. Splendid. Yet another avenue of inheritance. Qin Chuan quickly stows it away, reveling in his unexpected fortune. Within Deepwater City, a calamity dissipates silently, so swiftly that most inhabitants remain oblivious. Even those who witness the divine realm falling from the sky quickly avert their gaze upon realizing Mistra's intervention. This woman is no benevolent figure. As for Qin Chuan, he contemplates a particular notion. Many have casually mentioned a specific term in his presence, more accurately, a name. The Lady of the Moon. Piecing together all the information, a singular name emerges in Qin Chuan's mind, the moon goddess, Surin. Astonishingly, it is neither Diana nor Luna. How vexing. However, as the most ancient deity of the Holy Spirit continent, Surin was born alongside the first serene and tranquil moonlight, one of the very first deities to emerge at the dawn of creation. She is often referred to as the Silver Lady or the Lady of the Moon. Although she currently possesses only moderate divine power, no one dares to underestimate her. The adage goes, "Old but not dead is a thief." No one knows what secrets and schemes she might harbor. As Qin Chuan ponders, he recalls that the only connection he has to her might be the legacy of the Moonlight Knight he once received from Lin Wei. Is this what has drawn her attention? Unsure of how to express his feelings, Qin Chuan decides to set the matter aside. He does not linger in Deepwater City for long. Upon acquiring the divinity he had orchestrated, he bid farewell to this place. The journey back was incomparable to the one he had taken to arrive here. For the Xianhuang territory, which had now unlocked the technology for transdimensional teleportation. As long as the coordinates were set, the boundaries of space were drawn infinitely closer. In the blink of an eye, the air of Xianhuang territory enveloped him once more, accompanied by several thunderous booms. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the tank, his brow furrowed in confusion. What was the source of this tremendous noise? Nearby, soldiers awaiting his return stepped forward to report. "Commander, General Tanya is currently repelling external threats and defending the territory." His puzzlement deepened. From where had these external threats emerged? As he pondered this, Qin Chuan soon found himself in an open area, confronted by the source of the earlier cacophony, 2 towering steel edifices. The artillery mounted atop began to charge slowly, and he witnessed projectiles, faster than any missile, being launched. The shells pierced the clouds, targeting an adversary far beyond the limits of ordinary human sight. These were colossal defensive structures, the great cannons. Qin Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the team at the combat laboratory would actually fabricate such a contraption in his absence. However, he had been somewhat prepared. They had previously mentioned having ideas, and now it was merely the fruition of their efforts. But what exactly were the great cannons targeting? Before long, he spotted Tanya above the cannon's barrel, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, let loose upon the rats in the gutter. Fire." Qin Chuan thought to himself, observing her demeanor. She had taken on quite the commanding presence. The only lamentable aspect was that these great cannons were not of Italian design. "Get down immediately." "Who allowed you to stand atop the cannon?" After shooing Tanya away, it wasn't long before a throng gathered within the combat laboratory. Through brief inquiries, Qin Chuan gleaned the situation. "So, you mean to say that shortly after my departure, someone arrived at Xianhuang territory demanding control?" Tanya reported, "Indeed. Those individuals have now fallen under the control of that charlatan Yuri, awaiting your orders." Qin Chuan, lacking the inclination to deal with this matter, replied bluntly. "No need for any disposition, simply execute them. Have you gleaned any information?" At this juncture, Yuri stepped forward, stating, according to the interrogation results, they were acting under the orders of King Charles XIX of the Franconian Kingdom, accused of provoking the elves and shocking our allies. It is said that a great army follows. Shocking our allies? Qin Chuan chuckled in disbelief. From this single translated term, he understood the nature of the Franconian Kingdom. They were indeed obsequious to foreign powers while striking ruthlessly within. This was consistent with his understanding of the nobility in this world. The lives of elves were valued, while those of humans evidently were not. Contemplating this, he had already formed a resolution, yet still posed a question. Then, what is the target of the great cannon's bombardment? Is it the enemy reinforcements? No, came the reply. The great cannons are targeting the city of Midsummer. Chapter 53, The Great Cannons Assault the City. The War of Xuanfa begins. The city of Midsummer? Qin Chuan frowned. He did not comprehend why they would bombard Midsummer City when their aim was to repel the invading Franconian Empire's forces. After the others explained, he finally understood the sequence of events. According to the relationships among the nobility in this world, the king was merely the highest-ranking noble of the Franconian kingdom. His army would require time to reach Xianwang territory. During this interval, the first to arrive at Xianwang territory to seize the opportunity were none other than the nobles of Midsummer City, who had previously collaborated amicably with Xianwang territory. While others might remain unaware of the burgeoning wealth of Xianwang territory, these individuals were acutely aware. Such vast assets, the daily revenue of Xianwang commerce, could rival the accumulation of a century's worth of a noble's fortune. Under these circumstances, although they feared the military might of Xianwang territory, their greed and jealousy rendered them incapable of restraint. Thus, the king's order to eliminate was serendipitously aligned with their desires. Not seizing this moment for gain would be unconscionable for them. Consequently, the nobles of Midsummer City assumed the role of vanguards, acting as precursors to the king's agenda. Regrettably, they misjudged the strength of Xianwang territory. When they arrived with their personal troops, accompanied by numerous similarly avaricious low-tier adventurers from various guilds, they knocked on the gates of Xianwang territory. In Qin Chuan's absence, the gates remained firmly shut, unwilling to admit such a rabble. However, upon learning that the feared alchemist Qin Chuan was not present, they were emboldened by their audacity. After failing to trick the gates open, they made the most regrettable decision of their lives, to besiege the city. Their intent was to forcibly breach Xianwang territory's defenses and invade, looting and pillaging within. The subsequent outcome was evident. The towering walls of Xianwang territory, impervious even to the black tide, were beyond the reach of these disorganized throngs. They could not even leave a scratch upon the walls before being decimated by the emergency defense mechanisms that were activated. Ultimately, after leaving behind hundreds of corpses, they fled back to Midsummer City in a state of panic. Yet, how could the inhabitants of Xianwang territory allow such audacious transgressions to go unpunished? However, a conundrum now constrained them. Despite the treachery displayed by the Midsummer City denizens, Qin Chuan's absence left them without commands to pursue and annihilate the assailants. Drawing a parallel to the mechanics of a certain strategy game, to betray an ally and engage in open fire required a declaration of war by the commander. This principle applied here as well. Without Qin Chuan's orders, they could not venture forth to obliterate their foes. Midsummer City, having aided Xianwang commerce in establishing trade routes, was begrudgingly categorized as an ally. Although they had acted treacherously, attacking Xianwang territory first, their utter incompetence had resulted in zero damage, no chickens even slain. This did not meet the conditions for severing the alliance and declaring war. Yet, when had the people of Xianwang territory ever endured such humiliation? Although they longed to teleport and detonate trucks to obliterate the entirety of Midsummer City, this would undeniably fall under the category of breaking the covenant to attack, rendering it unfeasible. Just as this pent-up fury found no outlet, good news arrived from the combat laboratory and construction facility. The great cannons had been constructed. As a defensive structure, while the great cannons boasted formidable power and long range, their primary purpose was defense. I defend my territory, striking a bit further, and accidentally hitting our ally, Midsummer City, seems quite reasonable, does it not? Upon hearing all this, Qin Chuan's expression was one of incredulity. You truly excel in your craft. The distance from here to Midsummer City spanned hundreds of miles, and to claim this as mere territorial defense was indeed impressive. The people of Xianwang territory turned to Qin Chuan, presuming he was displeased, and one explained, "Commander, please rest assured. We understand that there are many fixed assets of Xianwang territory within the city. We have deliberately avoided targeting those shops to prevent any damage to our assets. The primary target for bombardment is the walls of Midsummer City. Moreover, we have chosen to engage in battle only during the daylight hours, granting the defenseless civilians of Myos City the opportunity to escape under the cover of night." This leaves Qin Chuan utterly speechless. Only one phrase encapsulates his current sentiment. You truly are a remarkable bunch. Commander, under your leadership, we excel. The crowd echoed in unison. Qin Chuan, however, was reluctant to shoulder the blame for this situation. Having grasped the unfolding events, it was now time to await his decision. Though the Xianwang territory had developed peacefully thus far, it did not imply that he was some kind-hearted gentleman. Now that the enemy had approached their very doorstep, to refrain from retaliation would be incongruous with his character. Everyone, heed my command. Qin Chuan's voice rang out, prompting all present to stand at attention, awaiting instructions, while someone nearby activated recording equipment to capture this moment. The kingdom of Fran, in its insatiable greed, has waged an unjust war against our Xianwang territory. I hereby declare war in the name of the Lord of Xianwang. Through the loudspeakers, Qin Chuan's declaration echoed across the skies of Xianwang territory. This proclamation ignited the pent-up frustrations of the assembled individuals. Let the battle commence. Yura, Yura, Yura. Crush them. Historical records would later note, the Xuanfa War had officially begun. War is not a mere banquet or a literary endeavor. Analyzing the strengths of both sides and formulating a comprehensive strategy is the only path to victory. In the operations laboratory, all the key figures of the Xianwang territory had gathered. The foremost question arose as Qin Chuan directly inquired. What losses have we incurred in our Xianhuang markets distributed across various regions? This was his primary concern. While the defenses of Xianhuang territory were as solid as a fortress, the markets were situated within enemy territory. The pressing worry was whether the adversary had thoroughly plundered the Xianhuang markets, leading to substantial losses. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's inquiry, someone promptly reported, "Commander, the losses to the Xianhuang markets have been minimal. The moment we received intelligence from our spies, we summoned all personnel back from the markets. The goods within the markets had also been retrieved via transdimensional transport back to Xianhuang territory. Yet what?" Qin Chuan furrowed his brow in inquiry. Due to the peculiarities of transdimensional transport, approximately 1/10 of the goods were lost in the chaotic flow of time and space and cannot be retrieved. Unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was genuinely enraged. Were those lost goods mere commodities? They represented gold coins, vital resources for the development of Xianhuang territory, and were essentially Qin Chuan's lifeblood. A murderous intent was resolved. Orders rained down. Instruct our spies operating outside to infiltrate the enemy's intelligence networks and report on their movements at all times. Rocket troops are to scout and ascertain the enemy's main force movements. The Qin of airship is to take flight. Chapter 54, Conspiracy, Airships, Surrender. Under Qin Chuan's leadership, the Xianhuang territory sharpened its blades, poised and watchful, while others were already losing their composure. In the underground chamber of the city lord's residence in Myhua City, Norton sat at the head of a round table with a grim expression, surrounded by a crowded assembly of nobles and representatives from various guilds. "How many commoners remain in the city?" Norton inquired darkly. "They have all fled. What about those long-distance mages from the Xianhuang territory?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of hisses resounded around him. The esteemed mages would not involve themselves. It was the same as before when they ventured to Xianhuang territory, and they had long since departed. Then someone began to speak, but appeared to recall something, letting out a sigh. "Regrettably, those common folk fled swiftly. Yet why do they refuse to spare us?" The reason they did not mingle with the populace to escape was not for altruistic reasons. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of inability. The Xianhuang territory had already recorded their identities. Others could flee, but they could not. Each time they attempted to escape, the massive cannons would turn their barrels against them, the explosive shockwaves driving them back into the city like cattle. As this occurred repeatedly, even the ordinary citizens of Myhua City began to understand. The enemy's focus was on the rulers of Myhua City. Even if they attempted to flee under the cover of night, they did so discreetly, avoiding gatherings and refraining from escaping alongside the nobles. Consequently, Myhua City had become a veritable ghost town. Boom. Another violent tremor reverberated, causing those in the chamber to struggle to maintain their footing, with loose earth crumbling from above. Norton could no longer maintain his composure, shouting towards the door of the chamber, "What is happening?" What transpired? Shortly thereafter, a terrified guard rushed in. Panic etched on his face. "My lord, the enemy's long-distance magic is attacking the city lord's residence. It has already collapsed." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the underground chamber could no longer remain still, each jostling to escape, fearing they might be buried alive. Upon reaching the surface, new anxieties arose as they gazed skyward, dreading the prospect of the long-distance magic raining down upon them. One individual shouted angrily, "Weren't they only targeting the city walls? Why have they suddenly attacked the city itself?" This person struggled to find the words to adequately describe the enemy's actions. Yet Norton, at this moment, experienced a revelation, murmuring, "The decision-makers have returned. Master Qin Chuan has returned." At this, he abruptly raised his head and addressed the guards before him. "Send someone to the Xianhuang territory. I must see Master Qin Chuan. I am but a pawn in this situation." The others regarded his demeanor with disdain. With one mocking him, "It's too late to think of such things now. We have attempted to negotiate peace these past few days, and what was the outcome?" Those individuals were unable to approach the Xianhuang territory, being hunted down from 1,000 meters away by alchemical devices. In my view, we should await the arrival of the kingdom's army. At that point, the humiliation from the Xianhuang territory will be tenfold. Others still clung to their fantasies until... What is that? The crowd turned to follow the direction of his finger, witnessing a scene forever etched in their memories. The banners blotted out the sky. Hundreds of blue lights, akin to mosquitoes, surrounded an unfathomably terrifying behemoth. A colossal form, sturdy framework, and impenetrable shell. A massive shadow loomed over half of Myhua City. The powerful engines and propellers at its rear churned the air violently, shredding the clouds above into a chaotic mess. Even more despairing for the people of Myhua City was the slow, deliberate advance of this monstrosity. Every passing moment deepened their hopelessness. What is this? A dragon? A floating city? The body of a demon? The realm of deities? Such questions raced through the minds of the people in Myhua City. Yet, regardless of what it was, it promised only despair and annihilation. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan, standing in the airship, found his mood far from pleasant. He had anticipated that the airship's speed would be sluggish. Yet he never imagined it would be this tortuously slow. Even his 80-year-old grandmother would outpace it on a leisurely stroll. Standing beside him, Yuri noticed the commander's displeasure and offered words of consolation. Commander, there is no need for anger. I have heard that the operations laboratory is diligently researching ways to integrate the unique energy factors of this world to expedite the flight speed of our airships, and perhaps even achieve their transdimensional transport. However, the laboratory is overwhelmed with tasks and lacks sufficient engineers, so this endeavor will require time. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and commanded, then we must recruit and train a sufficient number of engineers. We must advance our technology without delay. Understood. At that moment, the reconnaissance rocket soldier relayed the latest intelligence. Commander, no threats to our aerial units have been detected within the city of Myhwa. Shall we proceed? Advance. And bring me the loudspeaker. I need someone to address the crowd. Yes, sir. For the inhabitants of Myhwa City, the anticipation of destruction was far more agonizing than the destruction itself. As they beheld the menacing airship, looming above them like a small fortress, fear rendered them nearly speechless. They yearned to surrender, yet there was no one to whom they could yield. Just then, a thunderous proclamation echoed through the air. Citizens of Myhwa City, cease your futile resistance. Lord Qin Chuan has arrived. With him, the skies of Myhwa shall shine bright, and peace will return to the realm of France. Upon hearing the unique call to surrender, Norton and his companions exchanged glances, ultimately kneeling in unison, raising a white flag. We surrender. At noon, Qin Chuan, stationed at the temporary command center on the ground, caught sight of Norton and the others. Unable to contain himself, Norton immediately shouted at Qin Chuan, Master Qin Chuan, I wish to buy my life. We feel the same, they echoed. However, Qin Chuan did not rush to respond, but rather observed them with keen interest. Foolishness. If I were to kill you, would not your riches become mine? Norton and the others gasped in shock, about to utter more when they suddenly lost control over their bodies at a mere gesture from the bald man beside Qin Chuan. They stared in horror at the bald figure. Is he truly a rare mental illusionist? In the next moment, Qin Chuan commanded, hold them. Extract every piece of information they possess. I desire to know the details of the forces of the Kingdom of France. Chapter 55. V3 Rocket, Justice Descends. After seizing the entirety of Myhwa City, a mobile command vehicle was deployed at the former site of the Lord's Manor. He intended to transform Myhwa City into the forefront of the Xianhuang territory's military base. It was not in his nature to remain stationary and be attacked. The previous Black Tide was one thing, but he could not allow just anyone to reach the gates of Xianhuang territory as if it were a public restroom, coming and going as they pleased. Thus, relocating the main battlefield was imperative. One of the reasons for choosing Myhwa City was this very purpose. He required ample strategic depth, and Myhwa City could serve as an excellent stronghold. After extracting considerable information from the nobility of Myhwa City, combined with intelligence gathered by spies for verification, it was easily confirmed that the Royal Army of France was on its way to the northern border. As for the detailed military configuration, it was rumored to be led by one of the Kingdom of France's 3 high-level professionals, Karl. The troops were lightly equipped, primarily composed of cavalry. As they sought to travel swiftly, this indicated their lack of concern for the Xianhuang territory. Even the high-level professional dispatched was merely a pawn of Charles XIX, motivated by the desire to safeguard his own interests. After confiscating the entire Xianhuang marketplace with little to show for it, he surmised there must be a traitor among his ranks, prompting the hasty retreat. In such a grand environment, the army's demeanor was evident. Along the way, the troops indulged in feasting and merriment within the noble territories, with their commander frequently attending lavish gatherings, lost in a haze of luxury. They did not appear to be on a crusade, but rather on a leisurely excursion. Were it not for the persistent urging of Charles XIX herald, they might have dawdled for an entire year over such a short distance. While these individuals lived leisurely, Qin Chuan was far from idle. He had waited 3 days in Myhwa City, witnessing the construction teams transform the city into a bastion of war, and his patience had worn thin. The impending clash loomed large, while the enemy frolicked along the way. How could he endure this? Especially after discerning the army's leisurely march. He felt an acute sense of frustration. Ultimately, he resolved to take the initiative. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense, a sentiment he wholeheartedly embraced. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. The border area between the northern and central regions of the Kingdom of France was a vast plain known as the Sunset. This land belonged to the Duke of Lionheart, who supplied the Kingdom of France with 70% of its war horses. Upon the arrival of the expeditionary forces from the capital, Light City, they were compelled to temper their arrogance. The Duke of Lionheart was not to be trifled with. Not only was he a high-level knight, but the Lionheart family wielded influence throughout the Kingdom of France, rivaling the increasingly weak royal family. The leading general had little desire to linger here. After requisitioning some supplies, they established camp on the plain, waiting to hasten their passage the following day. Meanwhile, on the boundary of the Sunset Plains, Qin Chuan led the vanguard of the Xianhuang territory, positioned atop a small hill, awaiting the completion of a nearby construction site. Thanks to the ready availability of materials and the maturity of their technology, the construction proceeded rapidly. Soon, a radar station was erected. Trace the enemy. Initiate the holographic projection. In a matter of moments, a vast overview of the plains was projected before Qin Chuan. There was no need for meticulous searching. The extensive encampment of the enemy forces was immediately evident. Disorganized and chaotic, lacking organization and discipline. And this was the elite force of the Kingdom of France. Even Qin Chuan, an outsider, perceived the dire straits of this nation. Yet, despite such a state, this country had managed to maintain a legacy of miraculous artifacts for over a millennium. Qin Chuan could only marvel. Such a magical world could only exist in a realm like this. Returning to the matter at hand. The enemy's choice of the endless plain as a staging area may have provided them with expansive views and fresh air. However, for Qin Chuan, it represented a perfect bombardment zone, one from which escape would be impossible. Bring forth my prized possession, Qin Chuan commanded, and from the amphibious landing craft emerged several uniquely designed vehicles. The V-3 rocket vehicles, one of the combat units of the Soviet Army, capable of launching massive long-range attack rockets, providing effective cover while inflicting significant damage upon enemy forces. As a siege weapon, it excelled at targeting structures and stationary enemy units. Notably, its range surpassed that of the largest cannons. Well, it is a rocket after all, which is only reasonable, especially in this reality. The V-3 rocket could carry much more than just rockets. Loading nuclear warheads was a standard procedure. Indeed, if one desired, even humans could be launched into the fray. The only lamentable aspect is that the rocket, soaring through the sky, is susceptible to interception by the adversary. However, observing the demeanor of the Fran army, it appears they possess no means to counteract it. This, indeed, is the first wave of gifts that Qin Chuan has bestowed upon the enemy. Justice descends from the heavens. Upon the vast plains, a sumptuous pot of horse meat simmers, a delicacy specially sent by the Duke of Lionheart. One that the ordinary soldiers certainly do not have the privilege to partake in. At this moment, seated nearby, are three notable figures of this troop: General Derek, the court's patron, the high-ranking practitioner Master Karl, and the visibly troubled messenger, Baron Joseph. Derek slices off a piece of horse meat with his short sword, savoring it with delight. The texture is firm, a true delicacy of the mortal realm. The old Duke truly knows how to procure fine goods. Do not just sit there, come and taste it. Baron Joseph, there's no need for that grim visage. After a good rest tonight, we shall march with full vigor tomorrow. It is merely a trivial matter of the Xianwang territory. Upon hearing this, Baron Joseph's expression softened slightly. It is not my impatience, but rather the urgency of His Majesty the King. Derek, with a smile, offers him the horse meat, saying, I understand. It is merely a longing for another's wealth. When the time comes, you too may select some for yourselves. Suddenly, Karl, who had remained silent, underwent a drastic change in countenance. He sprang up from the ground, frantically unsheathing his sword and scanning the surroundings. Master Karl, what ails you? Derek inquired. Karl, his face stern and tinged with dread, shouted, There is danger. A peril of annihilation. I have escaped from a dragon's lair, yet never felt such terror. Where is the danger? Where is it? The other two exchanged bewildered glances. Master Karl, could it be that you are overly anxious? We are within the Duke of Lionheart's domain, surrounded by tens of thousands of troops for protection. Unless the Duke intends treachery, there is no cause for alarm. Karl paid him no heed, muttering, There is no escape. The odds of survival are slim. Why is this happening? Just as they were mulling over this, several rockets had already reached the skies above their camp. Chapter 56, The Honor of Death, The Shame of Life. On the small hill, the individuals of the Xianwang territory gazed at the still serene army encampment projected in hologram, some filled with confusion. Particularly, the now almost personal guard of Qin Chuan, Mitao. Perhaps it was Qin Chuan's imagination, but over these past few days, he felt this oaf had grown significantly taller. Resembling a small mountain, Mitao observed the V-3 rocket launcher reloading and glanced at the hologram, scratching his head as he inquired, What is this weapon? Why is there no reaction from over there? Qin Chuan replied with a smile, No rush, let the rockets fly for a while. In truth, although the rockets launched by the V-3 were not particularly swift, it was merely relative. The primary reason was the considerable distance involved. Yet, no matter how far, there would always come a day of arrival, especially for rockets equipped with high-precision cluster warheads. Within the encampment of the Fran Expeditionary Army, in the core area, while the other two were puzzled by Karl's behavior, they suddenly witnessed him, who had been acting madly moments before, come to a standstill. He gazed upward with intense focus, murmuring, So the danger comes from above? No wonder. The other two, still bewildered, looked skyward. Indeed, several faint sparks flickered in the air. Those were the rocket's tail thrusters. The flames moved at an astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching the camp's zenith. Then, with a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted. Fireworks shot into the sky, an unstoppable shockwave, and shattering metal fragments. All transpired in an instant. The once peaceful encampment was abruptly transformed into a hell on earth. My eyes. What is happening? A forbidden spell? Divine magic? Has the abyss come upon us? Woe is me, I do not wish to perish. O Lord of Light, may you grant your protection. The explosive force of a single rocket turned the military camp into utter chaos. The frantic whinnies of horses, the cries and prayers of men, resonated like a grand symphony. And that rocket was merely the overture of this orchestral performance. Boom, boom, boom. With the ceaseless, deafening explosions, the symphony reached its climax. The camp transitioned from a state of uproar to an eerie silence. Only after several minutes did the distant sound of whirling rotors signal the conclusion of this dreadful performance. Qin Chuan emerged from the helicopter, surveying the desolation before him with not a flicker of emotion. Compassion is never reserved for foes. After a preliminary assessment of the V3 rocket's might, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to command the main forces to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, he suddenly sensed a movement. His gaze fell upon a charred figure at the center of the camp. Is there still a survivor? The moment Mitao noticed this person, he immediately positioned himself in front of Qin Chuan. As for the other significant guardian that Qin Chuan relied upon, Skura had bolted far away the instant he stepped out of the helicopter. The little cat, repulsed by the stench, had no desire to linger. Qin Chuan scrutinized the charred figure, his attention drawn to the gem-encrusted longsword in his possession. Are you the swordsmanship master Karl of the Fran Kingdom's court? The charred figure did not respond but stepped out from the still-burning encampment, leaving a trail of scorched footprints, ultimately halting 30 meters away from Qin Chuan. It was not that he did not wish to advance further, but rather his instincts warned him that any further movement would invite a lethal strike. He stood firm, his voice rasping like metal scraping against metal as he inquired, "Is this your doing? Why have you attacked us?" Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, regarding the man's desperate demeanor, and retorted, "Shouldn't that question be posed by me to you?" Karl, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. "So it is. Xianhuang possesses such strength. Why remain in the northern territories? It is no wonder he speaks thus, even without mentioning that godly long-range attack." The orc and catgirl beside him exude an aura of extreme danger. Especially the catgirl. Karl felt that even in his prime, he would hardly stand a chance against her. Such power, yet it remains nameless. Soon, a realization dawned upon Karl. After this encounter, the opponent's name would surely spread far and wide, yet the price for that would be their very lives. Contemplating this, Karl's expression grew solemn. He then raised his long sword, executing a flourish, and bowed to Qin Chuan, stating, "I am Karl, a 7th-tier swordsman of Fran. Please enlighten me." Qin Chuan, witnessing this, was not particularly astonished. His protracted conversation with the man stemmed from seeing that he had little time left to live. Now observing his demeanor, it appeared he sought a more honorable demise. As the art of war states, there is honor in death and disgrace in life. But why should Qin Chuan fulfill this desire? Just as he was about to order the immediate execution of his foe, he suddenly noticed Mitao's body shifting. The 6th-tier totem warrior of the Bloodhoof tribe. Mitao Bloodhoof. As Mitao concluded his statement, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, turning his gaze towards Qin Chuan. The yearning in his eyes, concealed beneath his mask, was unmistakable. Qin Chuan, recognizing his intent, readily acquiesced with a nod. Why not indulge him for a while? Upon hearing this, Mitao could no longer suppress his excitement, letting out a battle cry as he charged towards Karl. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained speechless for a considerable time from his position at the rear. This foolish bull appeared to have spent considerable time mingling with the mobilized troops of the Soviet army, even picking up their battle cries. The outcome of this confrontation was all but predetermined. One side was akin to a candle flickering in the wind, sustained only by the last vestiges of hope, while the other was fortified and brimming with power. Even with a tier difference, it would be exceedingly difficult for Karl to achieve a last-ditch counterattack. The disparity between the 6th and 7th tiers was far less pronounced than that between the 9th tier and the Sanctum. Furthermore, if Mitao found himself in peril, would Qin Chuan's side simply stand idly by? There is a time and place for martial ethics. Qin Chuan had never considered himself a person driven by a strong sense of honor, and this sentiment only intensified after he became a lord. Ultimately, with Mitao's furious roar, half of Karl's body was shattered by the totem pillar, leaving no survivors in the camp except for Qin Chuan and his companions. This battle concluded in victory. In the War of the Arcane, the first battle saw Xianhuang triumph completely. As the subsequent forces arrived to secure the battlefield, Qin Chuan was just about to press F to enter the tank and return to the Xianhuang territory. At that moment, the radar detected a group swiftly approaching from a distance. This was hardly surprising. The commotion caused by the V3 rocket was impossible to overlook. However, what astonished Qin Chuan was that among the approaching figures, he recognized an unexpected acquaintance. This realization caused him to halt his departure and stand still, eager to discern their intentions. Chapter 57, The Elves' Reconciliation and the Lionheart Duke. Clop, clop. The hooves came to a halt as the newcomers paused at another end of the battlefield. Gazing at the scorched earth before them, the group could hardly conceal their shock. "By the grace of the Lion God, has the Inferno invaded?" exclaimed a burly elder in disbelief. Quickly, one of his companions refuted his assertion. "No, this is not an Inferno invasion." His expression grave, he contemplated something dreadful. He spoke slowly. "This is the response from the Xianhuang territory." "Xianhuang territory?" Is that the region you had me introduce you to? Do they possess such strength? The elder queried, astonished. Indeed, and this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Their true might is. As he spoke, it seemed he had triggered some unpleasant memory, leaving the latter part of his sentence unuttered. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from afar. Who approaches? State your name. The group turned to see a steel war vehicle slowly traversing the prairie. A young man on the tank scrutinizing them intently. Beneath his dark eyes lay an air of examination. The muscular elder furrowed his brow. Stealing a glance at the armored vehicle before retorting, that question should be directed at you, outsider. This is the territory of the Lionheart family. What brings you here? Oh, it is merely the Lionheart Duke. I beg your pardon. I have come to your land solely to eliminate an enemy. As he spoke, the tank advanced toward the group. However, much like their previous encounter with Carl, both parties maintained a respectful distance. After all, Qin Chuan had recognized one individual among their ranks. His threat was far greater than Carl's, and should any situation arise, he would immediately utilize time-space teleportation to escape. Seated within the tank, Qin Chuan spoke, Elf. I recognize you. You once visited beyond my territory. As he gestured toward the individual who had conversed with the Lionheart Duke, he continued. You are the lord of that territory. In stark contrast to Qin Chuan's composure, Amalon appeared quite taken aback. He dismounted from his steed, his speech somewhat frantic. My lord, I did not realize it was you. There are matters I must explain to you. Witnessing his demeanor, not only was the Lionheart Duke taken aback, but Qin Chuan was also somewhat surprised. He was curious to hear what Amalon had to say, prompting him to declare, Speak, I am listening. Amalon, calming himself, carefully chose his words before slowly stating, the war initiated by Charles XIX was solely his personal decision. When we first sought him out, we merely wished for him to introduce us to you. He alone placed the blame on the elves. This war has nothing to do with me or the elves. Upon hearing this, the Lionheart Duke also grasped the sequence of events. Observing the infernal scene behind him, a smile broke across his aged face as he exclaimed, Ah? So it was all a misunderstanding? Then let us clarify everything. At that point, he abruptly shifted his tone, addressing Qin Chuan. Esteemed lord of the Xianhuang territory, I have heard of the illustrious reputation of the Xianhuang market. Might you be interested in establishing a few branches in my territory? I would wholeheartedly support it. In response to their remarks, Qin Chuan refrained from hasty replies. Amalon's words had caught him off guard. He had initially believed the elves had backed themselves into a corner. Yet, he never anticipated that they could now maneuver so freely. And what of the Lionheart Duke? Was he truly so adept at diplomacy? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He softened his expression for a moment and nodded at both parties. I understand. As for the matter of the Xianhuang market, someone will naturally discuss it with you later, Duke. Elf, it seems you still have something to discuss with me? In truth, Qin Chuan had already surmised the topic at hand. The issue regarding the branch of the Tree of Life remained unresolved. Yes, Amalon hesitated briefly but eventually nodded. He had not forgotten the task assigned to him by his kin. Seeing this, Qin Chuan nodded and waved his hand, board the vehicle. We shall discuss further at our destination. As his words fell, a tank rolled up beside Amalon. Without hesitation, Amalon climbed aboard. However, the elderly Lionheart Duke, seemingly eager to join the fray, squeezed in alongside him. Qin Chuan chose to ignore this. Yet, while entering was easy, departing would prove far more challenging. Once the two tanks were positioned together, he commanded, initiate time-space teleportation. With a flash of light, the tanks vanished from the location, leaving behind only the flustered attendants of the Lionheart family and members of the Elven Windrunners. Within the Xianhuang territory, Qin Chuan emerged from the tank. Back at his stronghold, he felt far less apprehensive. Here, even if the sanctum stirred unrest, he could demonstrate his might. Meanwhile, Amalon and the Lionheart Duke exited the tank, both wearing expressions of daze. After regaining their composure, they exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. This is a group teleportation. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies instinctively lowered slightly. At that moment, Qin Chuan spoke. Let us proceed. We must convene in the meeting room. The two dared not utter a word, silently trailing behind Qin Chuan. Moments later, in the meeting room, what? The branch of the Tree of Life was created by those so-called black tide monsters? Amalon exclaimed in shock. Qin Chuan maintained an impassive expression, stating, I merely suggested the possibility of such a scenario. Skura stumbled upon it by chance. You may inquire within your clan. The black tide, ever the scapegoat, seemed perfectly suited for the role. Although the moment had not yet arrived for the black tide to shoulder the blame for everything, it appeared that time was fast approaching. The deities of the astral realm were collectively coerced into the mortal world by the expanding black tide, and this alone was sufficient to cast any blame upon it. Amalon appeared somewhat hesitant, observing that Qin Chuan's demeanor did not suggest deceit, leaving him uncertain whether to trust him. To believe would contradict the orders given to him by his clan, yet to disbelieve left him at a loss for action. This indecision persisted until he heard Qin Chuan utter the next words. If you do not believe, I can return this branch of the Tree of Life to you. However, as Qin Chuan spoke, he produced the branch, drawing the attention of everyone present before swiftly concealing it again. Return it? What a jest! As a vital component for summoning, Qin Chuan would certainly not relinquish it. He continued, I have discovered a method to rejuvenate this branch. You would do well to consult with the Elven clan at your earliest convenience. Amelon found himself momentarily speechless, having just reached out for it. Chapter 58. The Blitz on 13 Cities, King of the North. Ultimately, in the matter of the Tree of Life branch, the status quo remained unchanged. Amelon, half convinced, resigned himself to the reality of the situation. Of course, this was fundamentally a reflection of the comparative strengths of both parties. Otherwise, would one truly believe the elves lacked temperance, engaging in calm discourse with you? Having temporarily pacified the elves, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze towards the burly elder. This fellow had been poking and prodding since his arrival, resembling an inquisitive child. Even Qin Chuan pondered if he was a distant relative of Lu Laolao. Upon sensing Qin Chuan's scrutiny, the elder became invigorated. Oh, by the grace of the Lionheart God, look at this table, these chairs, this wall. Qin Chuan regarded him quietly, as if beckoning him to commence his performance. Finally, the elder expressed his thoughts candidly. Make one for me too. Fearing Qin Chuan might refuse, he added hastily. Money is no object, as long as it's exactly the same. Qin Chuan. The conference room was hardly an extraordinary venue, and after satisfying the elder's shopping desires, their conversation veered into unpredictable territory. In this meeting place, one could even discuss serious matters. The topic was first broached by the Duke of Lionheart. He asserted that given the formidable power of Qin Chuan's Xianhuang territory, it ought not remain reclusive, but should venture forth. Qin Chuan concurred, casting a meaningful glance at the elder. The Duke felt a chill run down his spine and quickly clarified, I mean, you could direct your efforts towards the Fran royal family. We are allies. Lord Qin Chuan, you surely have no intentions regarding the Sunset Plains, do you? It is desolate, devoid of anything but wild grass. Noticing the elder's exaggerated reaction, Qin Chuan decided against further teasing him, stating, my current mission is to lead our forces out of Xianhuang with that very intention. So, Duke, where do you believe would be most suitable? With that, Qin Chuan summoned a holographic projection of the surrounding area. The elder, upon hearing this, felt a measure of relief. He gazed in astonishment at the projection, fully aware of its strategic significance as a noble descended from the battlefield. Just as he was about to echo his earlier sentiment, requesting one for himself, he caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan's dangerous expression. The elder swallowed hard, wisely refraining from mentioning it again. As he surveyed the map, he pointed out several cities. If the Xianhuang territory possessed sufficient military strength, Stigmata City, Rose City, and Clear Spring City could all be captured. Securing these cities would solidify one's standing in the north. The elder spoke with fervor, only to see Qin Chuan smile and shake his head. Qin Chuan pushed aside the elder's hand, swinging his arm in a wide arc over the map, encircling the entirety of the north in a bold red circle. Qin Chuan declared, children make choices. I desire them all. The elder was rendered speechless. Seizing the moment of Qin Chuan's enthusiasm, he discreetly shaded a minuscule portion of the Sunset Plains within the red circle, marking it for his own. The following day, Qin Chuan prepared to fulfill his promise. After witnessing the feeble combat capabilities of the Fran Royal Army, he felt emboldened to take bolder steps without fear of repercussions. To prevent external interference and ensure a swift resolution, he commanded the Xianhuang army to deploy 80% of its forces along 12 separate paths, targeting the remaining 12 cities in the north. Qin Chuan had already established the operational directive from the outset, Blitzkrieg. The next day, before the sun had even set, victory was declared across the board. The forces of Xianhuang descended upon 13 cities. The additional city, naturally, was the initial capture of Myua City. Many of the cities were taken with scarcely a fight. The Duke of Lionheart, witnessing this spectacle, marveled, the King of the North has been born. Days later, in this land still steeped in the medieval productivity of Europa, while many aspects appeared somewhat antiquated, the infusion of fantastical elements rendered it not entirely lacking. For instance, the dissemination of information. Although news of Qin Chuan's dominion over the entire north could not be updated in real time, it gradually spread with the passage of time. Charles XIX, while publicly recognized as the king of the Fran kingdom, was, in reality, merely a noble, albeit the most powerful noble within the realm. His control over the domestic landscape was far less stable than that of a centralized authority. This was evident from the contents of the Fran Daily. Ever since Charles XIX issued the edict to strangle the Xianhuang territory, the headlines of the Fran Daily changed daily. Day 1. The despicable thieves from the north are about to face the kingdom's judgment. Day 2. The blood-sucking Xianhuang marketplace is now closed throughout the realm. Day 3. The Fran expeditionary forces are set to strike a fatal blow to that provincial territory. Day 4. The Xianhuang troops annihilate the expeditionary forces on the Sunset Plains. Day 5. Lord Qin Chuan captures 13 cities in a single day, devouring the entirety of the north. Day 6. The Supreme King of the North, Lord Qin Chuan, is leading his army towards the City of Light to reclaim his glory. When Qin Chuan obtained these newspapers from the Mage Guild, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity. The jokes of Fran never go out of style. However, the newspapers were not entirely incorrect at that moment. The forces of Qian advanced in an unstoppable manner toward the City of Light. The aerial rocket troops provided air support, the Qin forces advanced steadily. Tank battalions established a central command, and the infantry coordinated their operations. The newly minted aircraft carriers and shielded cruisers sailed the seas, riding the winds and waves. One could only imagine the immense psychological pressure this formidable army exerted upon the lords along the way. The atmosphere was rife with tension. Of course, this was not the whole picture. Some astute nobles engaged in speculative endeavors. Rather than recoiling from the Qian army, as if it were a venomous snake, they greeted it with open arms. As the saying goes, slaughter the cattle and sheep, prepare the wine, open the city gates to welcome Qian. Rejoice as Qian arrives. A true reflection of reality. For those who sought to ingratiate themselves, Qin Chuan did not adopt an attitude of icy rejection, leaving behind small tokens of gratitude. Not only these individuals, but even the fortified cities with their gates firmly shut, Qin Chuan did not force his way through. It was not that he could not, but rather that he chose not to. The cities under his command need not be numerous, for the current realm of Qian. The 13 cities in the northern territories were already sufficient to sustain for a considerable time. An unrestrained expansion of territory might lead to a cumbersome situation. It is far wiser to proceed with steady and measured steps. However, abstaining from further territorial expansion did not imply that he would neglect to settle accounts with the kingdom of Fran. For instance, at this very moment, he stood before the gates of the City of Light. Chapter 59, The Noble Assembly, A Game of Power. The gates of the City of Light did not possess the grandeur Qin Chuan had envisioned. Instead, they appeared somewhat unrefined. Merchants and common folk streamed through the side entrance, as they lacked the privilege to enter through the main gate. Yet at that moment, a small group engaged in jovial conversation stood at the sparsely populated main entrance, warmly welcoming Lord Qin Chuan's arrival with hearty laughter. The Duke of Lionheart wore an unmistakable smile as he led a contingent to greet Qin Chuan at the main gate. At this time, the forces of the Qian territory were still 3 days' journey from the City of Light. However, Qin Chuan had arrived ahead of the main army, bringing along a few companions. This was not due to impatience, but rather because the Duke of Lionheart had specifically informed him that a noteworthy spectacle was to be staged in the City of Light over the next 2 days, inviting him to witness it. Although initially indifferent to such amusements, Qin Chuan's interest piqued upon learning more details. He nodded towards the Duke of Lionheart and turned his gaze towards the individuals behind him, all of whom displayed sycophantic and obsequious smiles. Qin Chuan understood. These people were fully aware of his status, and the Duke had not even attempted to conceal it. Yet he wondered, would Charles XIX remain oblivious to his ostentatious entrance into the City of Light? Qin Chuan had indeed prepared to disguise his identity for infiltration. Upon entering the city, he voiced his curiosity. The Duke of Lionheart let out a hearty laugh and explained, Charles XIX is not the Emperor of the Holy Empire. You overestimate his control over the City of Light, Lord Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded, choosing not to dwell on this matter any further. Once inside the city, he politely declined the customary invitation to a banquet, opting instead to rest in a courtyard that had been prepared in advance. The following morning would herald the prelude to the grand performance, and he had no desire to miss it. The next day, in the City of Light, at the Palace of Aish. This was the venue for the noble assembly. Charles XIX sat at the head of the central round table, his expression darkened. It was evident that he had been summoned to this place early in the morning, and his mood was far from pleasant. Whether he sensed the impending outcome or was simply irritable upon waking remained uncertain. However, based on Qin Chuan's observations from his corner, the latter seemed unlikely. Indeed, Qin Chuan had effortlessly infiltrated the heart of the kingdom of Fran's power. Remarkably, he encountered no scrutiny during his entrance. This alone revealed the absurdity of the current power structure in the kingdom of Fran. Noble democracy? Absurd. As the presiding figure of the noble assembly, Charles XIX lacked the authority to declare, if there are matters to address, please present them. If not, the assembly is dismissed. The first few individuals to rise had been prearranged, posing a few inconsequential questions, which led the meeting into a momentary silence after extensive discussion. Subsequently, Qin Chuan noticed the Duke of Lionheart signaling to a slender figure in the corner. The individual, with a cough to clear his throat, stood up slowly. Lords, I have something to elucidate. As he spoke, he approached the main table, ultimately standing directly across from Charles XIX. At this moment, the assembled nobles began to register the significance of this development. The plot was about to reveal its dagger. Their gaze did not linger on this individual, or even on Charles XIX, but rather shifted towards several prominent nobles, the Duke of Lionheart, the Duke of Battleaxe, and the Marquis of Crescent Moon. These seasoned figures maintained their stoic expressions, leaving others unable to discern the source of this unfolding drama. Upon reaching Charles XIX, the man showed no sign of intimidation by his sovereign's menacing demeanor. Sir Hawk, do you have something to articulate? Charles XIX suppressed the urge to decapitate the individual before him, his voice taut with restrained fury. The gentleman known as Sir Hawk did not rush to reply. As someone accustomed to such delicate situations, he possessed ample experience in navigating the treacherous waters of parliamentary disputes, understanding the importance of timing. His gaze swept over the assembly, noting the attention focused upon him, and he nodded in satisfaction. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Until, that is, his eyes landed upon a striking figure with dark hair and eyes. The legend of this visage had recently captivated the City of Light. Hiss! Sir Hawk instantly froze, his composure shattering. The words he had prepared caught in his throat. Why is this esteemed individual here? Sir Hawk? Marcus, are you listening? If you have nothing to say, then kindly return to your seat. Charles XIX's impatience grew more palpable with each inquiry. Sir Hawk, finally snapping back to reality, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, struggling to avert his gaze from that direction. Internally, he mused, it seems my words can afford to be more vehement now. With that thought, he spoke up, regarding the unjust war initiated by the king. I trust everyone has heard some whispers. As his words echoed, the hall fell into an abrupt silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of Charles XIX. The assembly awaited Sir Hawk's continuation, and he would not disappoint their expectations, proclaiming, the great king of the north, the forces of Qin Chuan, are already at our doorstep. We must provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Allow me to clarify, this matter bears no relation to my Hawk family. Bang! Charles XIX slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding noise as he rose to his feet, furiously admonishing Sir Hawk, you, the Hawk family, have only you present in the City of Light, residing in the church. What message does Marcus seek to convey? Sir Hawk, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, toyed with his palms and replied, the number of individuals in the Hawk family and my place of residence are of little significance. What matters is that someone must bear the responsibility to quell the anger of the king of the north. With that, he cast his gaze across the assembly, pointing at several individuals. You? Or are you prepared to shoulder this burden? Those whom he indicated instinctively took a step back, once staunch supporters of the monarchy. The impending threat of the Qin Chuan forces now rendered them hesitant. Sir Hawk Marcus continued, thus, it is imperative that someone pays the price for the instigation of this war. Observing his articulate discourse, the expressions of those present varied widely. The members of the royal party remained silent, while the others began to discern the underlying nuances of the situation. Some individuals, with expressions of uncertainty, were evidently calculating something, while others even ventured to voice their support. Ultimately, it was Charles XIX, whose complexion grew increasingly grim, who forcefully intervened to conclude the discussion. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it myself. The meeting is adjourned. With that, he swept away, leaving only the nobles of the kingdom of Fran behind. Observing this, Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation, preparing to depart. Due to his distinctive appearance, he had garnered the attention of more than just Sir Falcon. In the brief span of time, no fewer than 10 individuals had approached him. As he made to leave, the Duke of Lionheart chuckled softly beside him. What do you think? Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Rest assured, he won't escape. The identity of he was clear to them all. Qin Chuan offered no reply. However, as he strolled out of the noble assembly hall, he sensed something amiss. Turning back, he noticed that the assembly's nobles had inexplicably formed two lines under the Duke of Lionheart's guidance. Following Qin Chuan's gaze, they all bowed in unison. We bid farewell to your excellency, the king of the north. Qin Chuan, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the assembly, he observed two brightly colored birds chirping merrily in the willow tree nearby. It seemed they too were welcoming a new player entering the power game within the kingdom of Fran. Chapter 60, Hot Pot, Morning Light, and the Bishop. The following day, Qin Chuan indulged in hot pot and sang merrily in the courtyard of the city, utterly unconcerned about any marauding bandits. This was authentic hot pot, a delicacy he had scarcely experienced since arriving in this realm. The City of Light offered an abundance of ingredients, satisfying his culinary cravings. The only shortcoming was his inability to find sufficiently spicy peppers, thus he had to make do. As for the singer, she was certainly noteworthy. In the current Qin Yellow City, there was but one individual with such artistic flair and leisure, the newly liberated siren. Ever since the black tide surged forth, and the deities descended upon the mortal realm as saints, the sealing powers on the island of seals had gradually weakened. Now, it was enough for the sisters to create a passage for one to leave. Rumor had it that the siren had won a game of chance against Celeb, thereby earning the opportunity to venture out. Hot, 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 hot. The little cat girl, Skura, reached for the slices of meat in her bowl, only to yelp in pain from the heat, before being pulled aside by the siren for a lesson. Yet, Qin Chuan suspected the siren's displeasure stemmed from her song being interrupted. Watching the playful antics of the two, a smile graced his face. He then turned his gaze to the Duke of Lionheart, who sat silently, diligently shoveling meat into his mouth. What do you think? Will Charles XIX devise any means to turn the tables? The Duke of Lionheart replied. Turn the tables? Absolutely impossible. Unless he were to dig up the remains of his 1,000-year-old ancestor, even the major churches would not spare him. Wait, the churches? It seemed he suddenly grasped something, his brow furrowing. Qin Chuan inquired, are you suggesting that the Church of the Morning Light might intervene? It is said that this was once the site of the morning light god's descent, and the monarch of Fran is a saint of the morning light god. So, the church. His words were cut short by a gentle voice that resonated nearby. God loves the world. We, the shepherds, shall uphold absolute justice. What person is that? The Duke of Lionheart abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the entrance. At that moment, a figure clad in white robes, adorned with gemstones depicting a sunrise, appeared before them, a quintessential priest of the morning light god. Judging by the design of his holy insignia, this individual undoubtedly held a significant position within the Church of the Morning Light. Qin Chuan had already been informed of a visitor's arrival, which was why he had intentionally steered the conversation in this direction. However, the Duke of Lionheart had received no prior notice and was now utterly astonished at the sight of the newcomer. Bishop Emile, what brings you here? As he spoke, the Duke of Lionheart rose from his seat to express his respect. Bishop Emile returned the gesture and then said, upon hearing of the King of the North's arrival in the City of Light, in accordance with the Lord's will, I have come to pay my respects. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Qin Chuan and the others. However, that single glance nearly caused him to lose his balance. The little cat girl Skura, believing he had come to snatch food as well, leaped onto the table, obstructing his view of the hot pot. The siren, seemingly disinterested, tugged at Skura's tail, attempting to pull her down from the table. Bishop Emile's eyes, imbued with the morning light's piercing gaze, instantly discerned the identities of the two divine offspring. He struggled to divert his gaze from them, turning instead to the host of the gathering. Bang! Just a single glance, and he could no longer maintain his balance. Crashing to the floor with a thud. You, how embarrassing. Falling at such an age. I could stand firm. Skura, having just been subdued from the table, mercilessly mocked him. Yet, Bishop Emile did not dare to retort. Observing the scene before him, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. He had not forgotten Emile's earlier words. What did it mean to act in accordance with the Lord's will? If these clerical niceties were merely formalities, it would be one thing. However, if it were indeed a divine oracle, why had he attracted the attention of the morning light god? Another formidable power. At that moment, Bishop Emile regained his composure. He hastily rose from the ground, dusting himself off, and respectfully stated, "It is an honor to meet you, the apostle of moonlight, the benefactor of magic, the new star of art, foretold in prophecy." Stop. First, tell me who you are. Qin Chuan interjected, cutting through the pompous titles to get to the heart of the matter. Emile was momentarily at a loss for words, muttering, I am Emile. Very well. Qin Chuan nodded, continuing, your identity? Bishop of the Morning Light Church, in the Fran Kingdom's diocese. Emile appeared to be compliant, ready to answer any inquiry. Sensing his willingness, Qin Chuan felt confident that the ensuing dialogue would unfold smoothly. Thus, he adopted a tone of leniency in exchange for candor, pressing on. Did you come here of your own volition, or were you guided by the divine oracle of His Majesty the Dawn King? Divine oracle? Emile's eyes widened in surprise. But upon seeing Qin Chuan's calm demeanor, he stammered, I have not received any divine oracle. After all, the Fran diocese is but a small parish. Even if there were an oracle, it would be directed to the Holy Empire or the Radiant Empire. Having said that, he seemed to feel that this statement weakened his standing and added, however, I believe that my presence here today to meet such a noble individual must surely be guided by divine providence. Qin Chuan muttered under his breath, phew. You gave me quite a scare. He had thought he had unwittingly done something to draw the attention of the morning light god. After all was said and done, it was merely Emile's bluster. Indeed, one should never overestimate the integrity of those who wield words. Having come to this realization, Qin Chuan felt considerably less apprehensive. I understand now. So what is your purpose for coming here? Though Qin Chuan's demeanor was evidently somewhat abrasive, Emile dared not express any dissatisfaction. He elucidated. I have heard that you intend to take action against Charles XIX within the next 2 days, which is why I have come to pay my respects. Rest assured, our Morning Light Church shall not meddle in worldly affairs. We can only wish you success in your endeavors. With that, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the Duke of Lionheart. Ultimately, without much prompting from Qin Chuan, he took his leave with a rather glum countenance. Undoubtedly, Emile's arrival alleviated the final concerns for both Qin Chuan and the Duke of Lionheart. As night fell, this game reached its climactic peak. Chapter 61, A Desperate End. The King's Guillotine. Before the Morning Light Church, Charles XIX exited through the grand doors, his expression clouded with discontent. After knocking for an extended period, he received no response. This was not only the case here, but in other churches as well. At that moment, he received a disheartening report. Your Majesty, Duke Battleaxe, Marquis Crescent, and Duke Goldfinch all claim to be unwell and unable to meet with you. They seek to witness the downfall of my house Bohem. Charles XIX replied darkly. The guards, noticing the change in his demeanor, cautiously inquired, should we return to the palace? I refuse to believe that a mere trifling matter like the Xianhuang territory could be blamed on those elves. Charles XIX retorted in fury, turning towards his carriage. Along the way, those who drew near could hear him muttering words steeped in resentment, such as, accursed elves, the aristocrats who kick a man when he's down. If only the Xianwang territory weren't so formidable. This litany of grievances persisted until he arrived back at the palace. At that moment, 10 empty carriages awaited him. Charles XIX mused, the wealth the royal family so carefully amassed for social obligations has been returned untouched. Wait a moment. He scrutinized the carriages and sensed something was amiss. Why are the carriages empty? Have they acquiesced to my demands? But the herald did not convey such news. The court guard, whose head was bandaged and blood seeping through, stammered, "No, your majesty, we were robbed. Multiple times." What? Charles XIX's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt a wave of darkness wash over him, trembling as he said, You did not display the royal crest on the carriages? How could there be brazen thieves? No, how could there be thieves within the City of Light, where the royal family's wealth has accumulated over centuries? We did display the royal insignia, but those thieves claimed that robbing royal property was exhilarating. With that, Charles XIX spewed a mouthful of blood. The relentless blows he had endured over the past few days had rendered him utterly unconscious. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? What has happened to you? Meanwhile, within the manor, Qin Chuan regarded the 3 carriages of treasures with an enigmatic expression, scrutinizing the few allied spies before him. I instructed you to infiltrate and gather intelligence, not to engage in thievery. You are tarnishing the reputation of my Xianwang territory. No one saw us, right? The spies, adorned in gold and silver, hastily explained, Commander, you must not underestimate us. Before the operation, we disguised ourselves as others, ensuring no one recognized us. We merely sought to give Fran a lesson. Unfortunately, our numbers were too few, and we could only retrieve 3 carriages. Qin Chuan observed the royal insignia on the goods that had not been entirely erased and, with a resigned nod, conceded, very well. Suddenly, a guard's report reached Qin Chuan's ears. Someone is here. Shortly thereafter, upon seeing the items the visitor brought, Qin Chuan could no longer maintain his composure. Ha! Lord Qin Chuan, come and see what I have brought you. The Duke of Lionheart exclaimed, beckoning those behind him to set down the goods. Unable to contain himself, Qin Chuan asked, the wealth Charles XIX intended to use to bribe the nobility and the church? How do you know? The Duke of Lionheart responded, taken aback. Without answering, Qin Chuan pointed to the partially erased royal insignia on the cargo. The Duke of Lionheart's spies had indeed been far more thorough in their efforts. They had attempted to remove the insignia, but some remnants remained. Well, we did try to erase it, but not entirely, the Duke admitted awkwardly, glancing at the direction Qin Chuan indicated. The underlings were careless, but let us overlook these minor details. I must say, I have seen that the Fran royal family has indeed invested heavily this time. Charles XIX will likely be beside himself. Indeed, he is already choking on it. Qin Chuan murmured, aware that the spies from the kingdom had already returned with intelligence, positioning him ahead of these noble factions in terms of information acquisition. Yet, these nobles were remarkably ruthless. Initially, he thought it was excessive for the spies to return with 3 carriages, but to his astonishment, the nobles had taken everything. Not a single hair was left for Charles XIX. Lord Qin Chuan, you need not feel any psychological burden. This is merely compensation owed to you. Aside from the 3 carriages snatched by the unidentified thieves, everything else is here. Qin Chuan waved his hand. All right, I understand. Have it all sent to the warehouse along with the items from the back courtyard. Altogether, the Duke of Lionheart was momentarily perplexed, but followed the soldiers toward the inner quarters. These treasures were of immense value, and he dared not allow them to leave his sight before handing them over to Qin Chuan. It was not that these nobles were saints, unconcerned by wealth. Rather, no one dared to lay hands on Qin Chuan's possessions. Upon reflection, it was clear they had traveled great distances from the northern territories, and they could not return empty-handed. These nobles assumed that if Qin Chuan did not receive satisfactory compensation from the Fran royal family, the ones who would suffer would not be the royal family, but themselves. Under this overarching premise, coupled with the Duke of Lionheart's stringent vigilance, no one dared to reach for these items. They had been seized from the royal family and delivered intact to Qin Chuan's estate. Moments later, the Duke of Lionheart returned to the hall, wearing a rather peculiar expression. I had intended to say that the first to take action was exceptionally valiant, setting a commendable example. Otherwise, we might not have dared to act ourselves. Who would have thought? Cough. It was merely the indiscretion of the underlings. Now, allow me to discuss your plans. Qin Chuan did not wish to linger on this matter, swiftly changing the subject. The Duke of Lionheart, seasoned and astute, chuckled. We plan to begin preparations tonight, at dawn. Dawn. Charles XIX groggily opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. He quickly sensed that something was amiss. This was certainly not his chamber. A wave of aches coursed through him, as if a veil of blackness obscured his vision. This was not an illusion. He shook his head frantically, but the sack covering his head was not easily cast off. He attempted to move, only to realize that his hands were bound behind him, and his legs were similarly restrained. He tried to shout, yet his mouth was gagged with a cloth, producing only muffled sounds. At that moment, those beside him seemed to notice his movements. One approached and landed a heavy blow on his shoulder, sending him staggering before saying, "Be honest, dawn is nearly upon us. And there is little need to wait much longer. Chapter 62. 3 shots on the table, the regicide. Dawn. Why must one await its arrival? Charles XIX was perplexed by this term and could scarcely comprehend the reason for his current predicament. These individuals would not even address him as Your Majesty. Alas, the blows from those beside him were severe, and before he could struggle much, he was brought down to the ground, groaning in pain. How infuriating! Charles XIX swore that once he regained his freedom, he would see these two hanged. No, he would have them beheaded. For one who had been raised in opulence from a young age, this experience was akin to a nightmare. He even thought, this is indeed a nightmare. Time trickled by. Yet the nightmare that belonged to Charles XIX showed no signs of abating. A faint glimmer of morning light seeped through the crevices of the black head covering his head. But rather than heralding salvation, it deepened his despair. This was because, as time passed, he discerned that a commotion had erupted around him. The clamor reached his ears, indicating that this was not a confined space. Oh, is another about to be executed? I must rush home to call my father to witness. Look at his attire. He must be a noble. Truly, a cause for delight. The entire city is under martial law today. I wonder what has transpired, as taverns closed earlier than usual. It is because the Northern Army has arrived outside the city. Have you seen them today? Truly formidable. Alas, I wonder how the Northern Lord will treat us. It's all that greedy dog of a king's fault. If only it were he facing the executioner. Each utterance pricked at the sensitive nerves of Charles XIX. No, it cannot be. It absolutely cannot. How could they dare? Do they not fear? Despite his inner denial, he could not alter the reality surrounding him. When the black hood was removed from his head, blinding light cascaded from the heavens above, and he recognized his location. The Dawn Square, the fabled descent of the Dawn God, Rosanda, upon the material realm, also the venue for the grand festivals of the Fran Kingdom. Yet most significantly, it was the site where political prisoners of Fran faced their executions. Now it was his turn. His gaze swept across the crowd. Noting the astonished expressions on the faces of many spectators, it was clear they recognized him. Moreover, as whispers flitted between them, the news spread to even more. The first stirrings of unrest among the populace commenced. Regrettably, he held no hope that these citizens would come to his rescue. In their eyes, Charles XIX saw only excitement, joy, and even cheers. What a pack of foolish commoners, he thought bitterly. By this time, his mood had unexpectedly calmed. He held his head high, his gaze unwavering. This astonished the surrounding crowd of commoners and nobles alike. Is this truly their greedy, cowardly, utterly inept king? Charles XIX paid no heed to their scrutiny. He kept his head aloft. There, he recognized several acquaintances and a figure he had never met but loathed deeply, a person with black hair and black eyes. The execution did not drag on. The appointed time had arrived, and someone began reciting the verdict. In a nation, a king is a source of danger. He may disrupt the peace of the realm, undermine freedom, or both, and for the sake of securing the Fran Kingdom, the nation must survive, and thus, Charles must perish. The entirety of the verdict flowed like a stream, eloquent and unending. At times it coaxed gently. At times it denounced with fury. At times it ridiculed and mocked, all while maintaining coherence, rhythm, and a resonant cadence, showcasing the full power of language. Furthermore, it employed an abundance of rhetorical devices, including repetition, parallelism, metaphor, rhetorical questions, and exclamations, rendering the speech emotionally rich and vibrant. It was evident that it was crafted by a masterful hand. Even Charles XIX, upon hearing it, felt a twinge of guilt for his existence. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting rashly, for he knew he still possessed one final opportunity for a reversal. Indeed, as the conclusion of the oration echoed, the moment had come. The execution commenced. The colossal guillotine was raised in the square, and as Charles XIX was escorted beneath the blade, he still held no despair. Until the voice of the executioner rang out. Does the condemned have any final words? It was time. Now was the moment. As the soldiers beside him removed the cloth from his mouth, Charles XIX shouted with all his might, I have something to say. His voice rose and fell, as if he had summoned all his strength for this singular moment. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the beleaguered king. Such declarations before execution typically served as mere formalities, with few escaping their fates regardless of what they proclaimed. No matter how flowery the words, a single dismissal from the executioner would see the proceedings continue unabated. At this juncture, Charles XIX disregarded all other concerns. He merely hoped that what he was about to utter would instill a sense of dread in those before him. A modest goal, 3 statements that would compel these people to bow before him in reverence. Before I proceed with my words, I shall dispel a long-standing rumor that the Fran royal family are the saints of the Dawn God. This is merely a fabrication to save face. With his first utterance, Charles XIX ignited a tempest in the square. People had anticipated pleas for mercy, perhaps furious accusations, but none could have foreseen him casting aspersions upon his own family. What could be his motive? Charles XIX did not concern himself with the expressions of the crowd, and continued with his second statement. In truth, the bloodline of our forebears does not stem from saints. Rather, It is the very opposite, derived from the demons of the abyss. A greater uproar ensued. Yet Charles XIX pressed on, unleashing his ultimate gambit. If I perish, before my soul returns to the abyss, I can offer myself as a tribute, summoning the infernal realm. At that moment, not only I, but all of you shall perish. With these 3 proclamations, an eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. The populace was uncertain of the veracity of his words, casting their gazes toward the execution platform. This hidden secret of the Fran royal family, concealed for a millennium, was simply too astonishing. Not only the commoners were oblivious to it, but the nobles too were left in the dark. The Duke of Lionheart, skeptical, glanced toward Qin Chuan. Momentarily at a loss, after a brief pause, he hesitantly proposed, "Shall we detain him for now? It would not take long to ascertain the truth." Qin Chuan shook his head, unable to bear the sight of Charles IX's increasingly deranged smile. He spoke bluntly. "I am quite curious to see what the demons of the abyss truly look like." With that, disregarding the terrified gazes of those around him, he raised his gun and aimed at the rope binding the guillotine's blade. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The blade fell with a resounding thud. Charles IX's head soared into the air. The soldiers on either side who had been restraining him were splattered with blood, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The regicide was now firmly in position. Chapter 63, The Blood Battle of the Abyss, the conclusion. Following the severance of Charles IX's head, the square plunged into a momentary silence. People appeared incredulous. The king, who had ruled the kingdom of France for over a millennium and wielded absolute power, had perished just like that? Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a dramatic turn. With a sharp crack, a blood-red shadow swiftly drifted away from the headless body of Charles IX. This shadow bore a striking resemblance to Charles IX, but exhibited subtle differences. It sported horns atop its head and a tail trailing behind. If one were to inquire about its identity, the answer would be clear: a demon. Indeed, it was a fiend from the depths of hell. Where's the priest? Where's the holy man? Someone screamed in terror, recognizing the ominous significance of this apparition. Even Qin Chuan found himself intrigued, his gaze fixed upon the spectral figure. The shadow that emerged from Charles IX seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, casting a venomous glare upon the gathered crowd, its gaze lingering particularly on the nobles and Qin Chuan himself, as it uttered a chilling proclamation. All traitors must die. Just as it seemed poised to continue, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Bang, bang, boom. Gunfire and cannon fire echoed, emanating from the Xuanhuang army station nearby. Following Qin Chuan's orders. What a jest! Who among the dignified would wait for the villain to finish their monologue? Amidst the thunderous gunfire, the blood-red demon's shadow suddenly erupted, forming a halo that enveloped the sky above the Dawn Square. Within this halo, grotesque silhouettes began to materialize. Frowning, Qin Chuan looked skyward, inquiring of the transdimensional department whether this phenomenon could be sealed. The response he received was a resounding negative. It could not be closed. This was partly due to the transdimensional department's primary focus being on interdimensional transport rather than sealing and closure, and partly because they had discovered that on the other side of the timeline, efforts were underway to stabilize this portal. Thus, Qin Chuan reluctantly abandoned the idea of sealing it and redirected his thoughts to preparing for combat. As the halo widened, the crowd surrounding the square descended into chaos. Countless individuals screamed in terror, with many heedlessly fleeing in all directions. The horror of hell had seeped into their very souls. Observing this, Qin Chuan, in an effort to prevent a stampede, called for a megaphone. There is no need for panic. It is merely a portal to hell. I, Qin Chuan, assure you of your safety. His voice, resonating with an air of authority, momentarily alleviated the tension among the crowd, though their eyes remained fixed in fear upon the sky. Noting this, Qin Chuan chose to disregard their panic. He had conveyed all that needed to be said, and if anyone wished to court death, there was little he could do. Moments later, the shadow in the air had coalesced into a tangible form. A door, engulfed in eerie flames, appeared suspended in the air, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. Through this portal to hell, the onlookers could glimpse the scene on the other side. Contrary to what Charles XIX had described, it did not resemble hell, but rather a battlefield consumed by blood and fire. Various forms of blood warriors clashed fiercely, driven by a desire to devour one another's flesh. This was the abyssal blood war, a relentless conflict between the demons of the abyss and the fiends of the 9 circles of hell that had raged for countless millennia. Witnessing this spectacle, the populace, who had only just settled, erupted into screams once more. Yet Qin Chuan merely furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore the unfolding chaos. Until suddenly, a report reached his ears. Commander, the super weapon is deployed. Shall we proceed with the launch? Without hesitation, Qin Chuan commanded, launch. Target the portal to hell before us. Understood. With the words barely spoken, several beams of light, nearly invisible to the naked eye, flashed from outside the City of Light, swiftly converging upon the recently opened portal to hell. The unfortunate participants in the abyssal blood war were completely oblivious to the impending doom. Only a few demons had just begun to notice as the Blood Warriors continued their savage assaults. However, in the next instant, boom! The super weapons of the 21st century technological civilization descended upon them from above. The speed of the attack left no time for any demon or fiend to react, particularly as Qin Chuan had deployed not just one, but multiple super weapons as a precaution. Several nuclear bombs and the most powerful storm of lightning unleashed devastation across the battlefield of the Abyssal Blood War. Even those demons and fiends renowned for their survival in extreme conditions could not withstand such a combination of assaults. In an instant, the entire battlefield was ravaged, with no creature surviving, from the high-ranking demons to the abyssal worms. Even the very fabric of the hellish realm where the blood war had ignited showed signs of subtle damage. On the other side, the inhabitants of the City of Light gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene beyond the portal. Just as they believed the tumult had come to an end, a furious roar erupted from the other side of the hellish portal. Who dares to cast divine magic upon the battlefield of blood war? The gods, or those swine from the primary realm? The master of that layer of hell had been stirred. It remained unclear which demon lord or archfiend had been disturbed. However, these matters were of little concern to Qin Chuan at that moment. Commander, the spatial instability has reached a critical point. We can forcibly destroy this transmission coordinate. Destroy it. Qin Chuan commanded without hesitation. What a jest. Their leader had emerged. Should they not act? Would they wait for retribution? Given that this entity was qualified to instigate a blood war and the authoritative tone of the query, it was evident that it belonged to the tier of divine beings. He had no inclination to engage with such a formidable presence. As soon as Qin Chuan's command was issued, the portal to hell began to shatter without warning. The enraged figure on the other side unleashed dark flames that shot forth from the portal just before its complete annihilation. The flames blazed fiercely in the air, voraciously consuming the surrounding atmosphere. Yet, with the destruction of the portal, the flames, like a tree uprooted, lacked the strength to persist, dissipating into wisps of smoke. I shall remember you. This was the final message from that formidable presence. Thus, the prologue to an epic war of hellish dimensions invading the primary realm came to an abrupt conclusion. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the air, and an overwhelming radiance emanated from every corner of the City of Light. Qin Chuan turned his astonished gaze towards the source of the vibrations, and upon realization, he felt no surprise. After all, it was a matter of long-standing enmity. Minutes later, much like how police officers always arrive at the scene after events have transpired in films, the clergy from various churches hastened to the scene. Among the hurried figures, Qin Chuan immediately spotted Emil, whom he had encountered before. The man before him was no longer the kindly old man of yore, but had transformed into a strikingly handsome elder. A crown, the size of a baby's fist, floated above Emil's brow, and glimmers of light coalesced behind him into a pair of wings, while he wielded a meteor hammer in his grasp. His overall appearance was nothing short of peculiar. Upon arriving at Dawn Square, he cast a serious gaze over the crowd, and upon noticing the area where the portal to hell had manifested, his pupils constricted, and he quickly located Qin Chuan straight ahead. In an instant, his taut emotions were released. Ah, it turns out it is Lord Qin Chuan who is here? How could I, one of these infernal little rascals, have fled in such a disheartened manner? Chapter 64. Do gods bleed as well? In the Dawn Square, those nobles were taken aback by Emil's obsequious demeanor. For heaven's sake, you are a bishop of the church. In many respects, you are even more esteemed than a king. Might you exhibit a modicum of dignity and refrain from such servility? Yet, Emil was indifferent to their thoughts. Did these individuals not comprehend the terrifying nature of Qin Chuan? The ocean, magic, moonlight, prophecy, and art. Even if those deities were to reincarnate, it was unlikely they could rival the fearsome presence of this young man. If it were not for the ecclesiastical layer enveloping him, Emil would have leapt at the chance to cling to his leg. At that moment, Qin Chuan surveyed the square, which was gradually calming down due to the arrival of the church's clergy, and gave a reluctant nod. You have arrived just in time. Please maintain order here. As for what transpired, let the old duke brief you on it. If nothing significant occurred, I shall take my leave. With that, he disregarded their expressions and departed without a backward glance. In the ensuing days, the entire kingdom of Fran was engulfed in tumult. The southeast was in utter disarray. As the epicenter of this storm, the City of Light was undoubtedly at the heart of the chaos. The royal family, which had ruled Fran for over a millennium, was revealed to be a den of demons infiltrating human society. No news could possibly be more sensational than this. In an instant, regardless of its veracity, all blame was heaped upon the Fran royal family. Was there a mining disaster a few years back? Surely it was the demons wreaking havoc. Was the southern grain yield poor? The wicked spells of the demons. Is your rice jar empty? The demons have stolen it. Did the countess betray her husband? The demons have beguiled her. It must be said, the self-destruction of Charles XIX has ignited a fervor for demons. Many people were hearing the name of the infernal demons for the first time, without even knowing what it entailed. Yet through this publicity, everyone became aware of the malevolent, oozing entity. What? You say it isn't true? Did you not hear that the daughter of the aunt and uncle of the granddaughter of the third uncle next door had her flowered pants stolen by demons? Demons. Exceedingly wicked. In a flash, the nobles busied themselves shifting their own sordid affairs onto the demons, while the populace delighted in discussing amusing tales related to these fiends. Furthermore, bards began spinning stories on the subject, which unsurprisingly thrived and became immensely popular in taverns. In such an environment, the tasks of some individuals became increasingly burdensome. Take for instance the nobles of the City of Light, and the clergy from various churches. Though Charles XIX had left no trace behind, his very soul sacrificed, the royal family still had members left, despite the fact that there was temporarily no heir to the throne. Given the chaotic private lives of the nobility, who could say for certain? What if a few illegitimate offspring emerged from some corner? Such a possibility was highly likely. Even disregarding this, relatives and friends still needed addressing. The kin of the Fran royal family, from the last generation and the one before that. This matter was akin to a dog pulling at the intestines of a sheep, unraveling an entire mess. One could not rule out the possibility of a sudden explosion revealing two members with infernal demon bloodlines. In such a scenario, should the wielders of power lack sufficient acumen, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, it is no wonder the church acted so ruthlessly. They adhered to a principle: better to kill the wrong than let the guilty escape. Truly, a complete annihilation of 9 clans. All related individuals were purged. To ensure the thoroughness and absolute execution of this cleansing, both the Holy Empire and the Radiant Empire dispatched a team of punitive knights from the church. Qin Chuan had previously attended a scene where these individuals operated, killings, shifting to the next target, and continuing to kill. There was no communication, no compassion, no humanity. It could be said that these punitive knights had transcended the definition of humanity, becoming mere instruments of slaughter. This was the power wielded by the church in this world. Following this confrontation, at least a third of the ruling class represented by the previous nobility of the Kingdom of Fran was eradicated. Consequently, a vast power vacuum was left in its wake. Qin Chuan had initially planned to return home after resolving his current affairs, for he had a multitude of matters awaiting him in the Xianhuang territory and the northern borders. However, the power vacuum in Fran held him back. On the day of the solstice, at the former location of the Noble Council, the clang of a copper hammer striking a gong decisively set the tone for this meeting. The Kingdom of Fran, effective immediately, would undergo reform. There would be no more kings, and a parliamentary electoral system would be fully implemented. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the hall from all directions. This meeting was undeniably more lively and legitimate than the last, as it included not only nobles, but also a plethora of other representatives. For instance, clergy from the church, representatives from various professional guilds, and even merchants involved in commerce. The expressions of the attendees varied. Some were as dark as storm clouds, while others were flushed with excitement. At its core, there was but one reason for this. The interests of the groups they represented were undergoing some transformation in this meeting. Take, for example, the clergy whose faces were grim. Losing the king, they were undoubtedly displeased. The divine right of kings applied in most countries on the Holy Spirit continent. Losing the king signified the loss of their legitimacy in national politics. Although various organizations might still give them some respect, what would happen in 10 or 100 years? The professionals and merchants undoubtedly rejoiced at gaining a degree of voice, yet one must not forget that this is a fantastical world where extraordinary abilities manifest. Deities remain the Damocles sword hanging over everyone's heads. As for the nobles, while their immediate interests appeared unchanged, in the long run, they would suffer losses. However, people's perspectives seldom extend so far. They only see the present, which presents a seemingly joyous conclusion. At the very least, they had already reaped the immense benefits resulting from the downfall of the Fran royal family. The hidden mines of darkness, buried in the shadows, would only reveal their results when they erupted. Of course, it was also possible that such an explosion would never come to pass. Next, let us invite the first chairman of the Fran Parliament, the King of the North, Lord Qin Chuan, to take the floor. As the voice echoed, Qin Chuan was surrounded by the crowd. He surveyed the assembly with an expression of mild disdain, but chose not to elaborate further. He succinctly stated, "Our struggle has been a success. Everyone has obtained what they sought. Thus, let us conclude this meeting. I am merely an interim chairman. Anyone with differing opinions may voice them, as I must return to the north." "Oh no, dear chairman, it is precisely because of you that we have achieved this outcome." Indeed, the chairman was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of Fran. A flood of insipid flattery washed over him, eliciting a frown from Qin Chuan. He could not be bothered to engage with these individuals any longer and decisively ended this tacitly understood gathering. The meeting was adjourned. Sooner or later, I shall let you all taste the iron fist of the proletariat. Qin Chuan reminisced about the significant events of his past life. That incident, it is not far from occurring. Is it? This time, he intends to observe. Do gods also bleed? Chapter 65. The sun rises as usual. The sun rises as usual. Qin Chuan stepped out from the mansion of the Xian Yellow territory, gazing at the crimson sun in the east. After dealing with the trivial matters of the City of Light, He did not engage in disputes with those individuals. Once he secured his rightful share, indeed, the most substantial benefit, he teleported directly back to the Xian Yellow territory. To be honest, Qin Chuan's motivation for visiting the City of Light was quite straightforward. It was a quest for vengeance, and there was no shame in that. Ultimately, he achieved his objectives perfectly. However, the process of realization unfolded like a wild stallion breaking free, completely unexpected. Nevertheless, it was ultimately for the best. He had garnered sufficient social standing for himself and the Xian Yellow territory, along with an immeasurable bounty of material gains. Wealth and gold coins amassed in one pile, mining territories in another, and castles and courtyards in yet another. Upon closer examination, Qin Chuan found himself in possession of a considerable amount of resources. Contemplating this, he silently recited a thought, opening the territory interface, and then his personal interface. Territory interface, Xian Yellow territory. Lord, Qin Chuan. Subordinate territories, 13 cities of the northern region. Scattered castles and courtyards. Buildings, minor. Defensive structures, minor. Resources, 31 mining sites, 16 hunting grounds, including resources from subordinate territories. Number of official residents, 108. Note, the 13 cities of the northern region and courtyards are not included in official resident count. Producers, transdimensional mining vehicles, 50. Armed mining vehicles, 5. Farmers, 1531. Note, subordinate territories. Tax revenue, 23, 454 resource points per day. Operations, 12,000 resource points per day, Xian Yellow Mall. Military, Allied soldiers, 2,000. Soviet mobilized troops, 1,000. Grizzly tanks, 100. Rhino tanks, 100. Multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles, 40. Prism tanks, 20. Apocalypse tanks, 20. Rocket soldiers, 80. Black Hawk aircraft, 16. Kin of airships, 20. Nighthawk helicopters, 10. Pending collection, none. Resource points, 455, 332. Honor points, 2. Evaluation, youth, establishing a nation? The kind where everyone is a soldier. Qin Chuan pondered. Has it unknowingly developed to this extent? It must be said that Qin Chuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he beheld the multitude of troops. Given the current strength of the Xian Yellow territory, it was not far-fetched to say that they could annihilate a single nation, let alone confront the 3 great empires head-on. Ahem. That would be impossible. Even with advantages, one cannot underestimate the accumulation of thousands or even tens of thousands of years of an empire's history. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was relatively satisfied with his accomplishments. Given the explosive growth of the Xian Yellow territory's capabilities, surviving the second black tide 2 years hence would be a trivial matter. The second black tide, unlike the first, would not be directed solely at these earthly lords, but rather at the entire world. As the Tao Te Ching states in Chapter 5, heaven and earth are impartial, they treat all beings as straw dogs. This does not imply that heaven and earth regard all beings as dogs, but rather that they view all things equally, neither favoring nor condemning any particular entity. Thus, the subsequent black tide would not specifically target anyone, nor would it selectively spare anyone. Humans, elves, beastmen, and even deities would all fall within its predatory grasp. Qin Chuan's so-called resistance against the black tide merely meant he could safeguard himself. The impending black tide would be an event of unparalleled significance and transcendence. After all, even if certain factions achieved localized victories, no one could maintain an independent existence amidst the global spread of the black tide. Unless one fled from this world, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. The black tide would inevitably pursue them, just as had been the fate of the earthly lords in the past. In his previous life, upon understanding the essence of the black tide, many on the Holy Spirit continent likened the earthly lords to harbingers of disaster, akin to a comet. While this perspective was not entirely erroneous, it was undoubtedly skewed. Regardless of the presence of earthly inhabitants, the arrival of the black tide would yield the same outcome. It was merely a matter of time. At its core, the discussion returned to the initial topic. Weakness is the original sin. Shaking his head, Qin Chuan shifted his thoughts away from this line of reasoning and focused on the newly unveiled personal panel. Qin Chuan. Territory, Xian Yellow territory, including subordinate 13 cities of the north. Race, descendant of Yan and Huang. Rank, peak 3rd stage, Moonlight. Subordinates, minor, refer to territory troop types. Weapons, Blade of Murder, King Slayer, Dual Pistols, Staff of Saphras. Crimson Edge Spear. Skills, Crescent Strike, Descent of the Moon, Pale Explosion. Special items, Art and Reptilian Divinity, Mishra's Grimoire, Evolution Ring. Talent, Summon 1,000 troops, Characteristic, Unique. Charge 95. In contrast to the remarkable development of his territory, the advancement of his personal attributes appeared rather modest. He had merely acquired a few divine artifacts. A golden legend, a divine spark, and a grimoire. Upon reflection, that was indeed not insignificant. Qin Chuan contemplated for a moment. In terms of personal rank, he had been remiss during this period, primarily due to the mentality fostered by the summon 1,000 troops system. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that breaking through from the third to the fourth stage was not merely a one-stage leap, but rather a transition from a low tier to a mid-tier. It was somewhat amusing to consider the caliber of individuals Qin Chuan typically interacted with. Conversations flowed with deities, and low-tier beings were seldom encountered. Yet, his own rank, while the abilities of a lord are not primarily assessed by individual strength, was indeed somewhat lacking at the third stage. He intended to shift his primary focus toward this aspect moving forward. Yet, if he were to be forced to endure a tedious grind, he would certainly be unwilling. Who would prefer to follow a slow and steady path when a shortcut was available? If rapid progress was his goal, he happened to possess several items capable of aiding him in achieving this objective. As for the weapons, setting aside the Blade of Murder, Crimson-Edged Spear, and Staff of Saphras, which covered close, medium, and long-range combat, ensuring he had no weaknesses, the current reality was that Qin Chuan was not even required to take action. The enemies had been obliterated under the formidable artillery of the Xin Yellow territory. The collection and ornamental value of these weapons outweighed their practical utility. To say they were pearls gathering dust would be an understatement. However, if one could eliminate foes from 1,000 miles away, why would one wish to engage in close combat? That would be madness. Just as Qin Chuan was about to disregard these concerns, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Why was there an additional item in his weapons inventory? Name: Kingslayer. Type: dual pistols, handgun class. Quality: rare, pink. Source: manufactured by Red Alert Arms Factory. Infused with remnants of Kingslayer's fortune. Function: slay kings, absolute focus, ends in 3 shots. Special: contains a trace of the Lord of Purgatory's power. Can serve as a fixed-point summoning beacon. Review: a masterpiece firearm from the Red Alert Armory. The imaginative Lord once envisioned naming them Ebony and Ivory. Although this aspiration remains unfulfilled, their role in delivering the final blow to the infernal devil, which bore the weight of the kingdom's fate, has bestowed upon them mysterious powers, enabling them to effectively combat mythical creatures. After perusing the introduction, Qin Chuan finally comprehended. Were these indeed his 2 handguns? It was remarkable that they had transformed merely due to the demise of Charles XIX. This world was truly magical. The sole regret was that they still bore no name of Ebony and Ivory. He felt that this lingering will of the earth was deliberately testing him. Qin. However, the delightful surprise was that these weapons contained a trace of royal power. This was undeniably an unexpected boon. It is worth noting that despite scouring the royal palace of Fran, Qin Chuan had found nothing regarding this royal power. This twist of fate was akin to finding light in the shadows. Stowing the pair of guns away, Qin Chuan contemplated dyeing them black and white at a later date. From now on, they would be called Ebony and Ivory. He declared, even the arrival of Jesus would not change that. Chapter 66. You have your magic web, and I have my national power grid. Setting aside the kingslaying handguns, Qin Chuan resumed his overview of items beneficial for his current rank advancement, ultimately honing in on 2 particular artifacts: the art and the reptilian divine authority, the Grimoire of Mishra. Qin Chuan opened the Grimoire of Mishra, and the first line on the cover immediately caught his eye. On the day of the fall of art, bestowed upon Qin Chuan at midnight. This phrase undoubtedly reminded him of a prefix title Emil, used to refer to himself, the favorite of magic. Did this imply that he possessed the potential to become a mage? Since acquiring the grimoire, Qin Chuan had merely skimmed its contents. However, after a thorough examination this time, he could only exclaim, Auntie, I wish to strive harder. The spells within this grimoire were not merely a matter of legality. They were indeed of the rarest kind, possessing extraordinarily high permissions within the magic web. What is the magic web? To put it plainly, if spells are akin to various applications, a typical mage must comprehend the essence of spells, diligently studying them, much like a programmer who turns gray at 25. In contrast, the magic web represents a mage who can directly download pre-developed programs from the App Store, created by others, the goddess of magic. Mages and sorcerers are quite similar, both revered as spellcasters, yet their essences diverge significantly. As the conspiracy theory surrounding the magic web suggests, it was specifically crafted by the goddess of magic to prevent successors from challenging her dominance. After all, how could one utilize another's creations to contest their creator? This conspiracy theory holds considerable sway among mages, as it is well known that the goddess of magic ascended to divinity after vanquishing the previous magic god. Thus, those mages utilizing the magic web may dominate traditional mages in the early to mid stages, yet they are often looked down upon. Nevertheless, as the number of individuals engaging with the magic web continues to grow, this perception has begun to shift. After all, might makes right. Do you look down on me? Then I shall strike you down. That said, within one of the 3 great empires, the Arcane Empire, the dispute between these factions persists. Oh, and the so-called parliamentary system of the Fran Kingdom is merely a plagiarism of the Arcane Empire, a grotesque amalgamation. Returning to the present, when Qin Chuan discovered that the grimoire Mishra gifted him served as an entryway to the magic web, he briefly contemplated rejecting it. After all, both his previous and current education had instilled in him that only knowledge mastered by oneself is truly one's own. Yet, a mage must comprehend magic. Just as a refrigerator must possess refrigeration capabilities. The entertainment industry's influencers were outraged. After meticulously studying the mechanics of the magic web, Qin Chuan shouted, "Delicious." Without hesitation, he connected to the magic web's port. It was evident that the permissions granted to Qin Chuan by the goddess of magic were substantial. From the initial stage of zero-level cantrips to the forbidden spell level of meteor showers, everything was at his disposal. There were even a few rare divine spells included in his selection. All of these fell within Qin Chuan's usage rights. Now, a question arose. While he had secured access to the magic web, his hardware and bandwidth were rather wanting. However, Qin Chuan felt no concern. He had contemplated this matter thoroughly when making his decision. His choice to embrace the magic web was not solely due to laziness, though that was a slight factor, but primarily because he had realized in that moment what he could gain from it. First and foremost, regarding the use of the magic web, given his mere third-tier strength, he lacked the requisite magical energy. Even with a complete transformation, he could only manage a fireball at best. But let us not forget, his reliance was never on personal strength alone. The entire territory, with its boundless resources, served as his robust support. Not to mention, by utilizing the newly acquired divine authority as a power source, he could resolve the majority of issues encountered while connecting to the magic web. This approach, in the realm of Xinxia, is termed external elixir. In the realm of science fiction, it is known as an auxiliary power source. In the realm of the mysterious, it is referred to as an external energy organ. Qin Chuan hastily retracted his increasingly nauseating thoughts and pondered what more he could extract from the magic web. One cannot fault this child for desperately grasping at opportunities. He was simply terrified of poverty. Before long, he conceived another superb method to utilize the magic web. It is, after all, a network. You have your magic web. I not only possess the internet, but also my national power grid. This was not a mere jest, but rather a fact. Power was abundant in the Xianhuang territory. Moreover, with the gradual completion of nuclear power plants, Xianhuang territory even boasted a substantial surplus of electricity. With such an abundance of power, it would be wasteful to squander it. He had no desire to play the role of the Thunder King. Thus, he must seek opportunities to channel it outward. If he could convert electricity into a source of magical energy, then the future would be bright. At that moment, a vivid scene unfolded in Qin Chuan's mind. When confronted with formidable black tide monsters or high-tier natives, bullets, gunpowder, and even nuclear explosions prove ineffective. At this juncture, Qin Chuan charges forth, brandishing a generator, exclaiming, "We must unite for the sake of Xianhuang." The sacred F2 electricity connects the thoughts of each and every one of us. For Xianhuang, we shall fight. Subsequently, the Xianhuang army transforms each soldier into a thunder overlord, sweeping across the battlefield. Ahem. Qin Chuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. His expression serious as he entered the operational laboratory. After granting the research personnel and engineers access to the permissions related to Mishra's grimoire, he earnestly instructed, "Study diligently and strive to construct our exclusive electric grid magic as soon as possible." The researchers and engineers in the operational laboratory exchanged bewildered glances. As Qin Chuan was about to take his leave, a heart-wrenching cry of refusal suddenly pierced the air beside him. "This is too much. I cannot endure it. I want to see the Lord. I want to go home. I want." Recognizing the voice belonged to Mi Tao, Qin Chuan was just about to inquire about the matter when a foolish bull, sensing his presence, charged through 3 gates and came to stand before him. "Lord Qin Chuan, please save me. They want to drain me dry." Qin Chuan gazed at the child, who wore a terrified expression, still trying to comprehend the situation. Turning around, he spotted a physician clad in medical attire, approaching with a syringe as thick as an arm, speaking in a soothing tone meant for children. Now, Mi Tao. Just a little longer. Our research has finally succeeded, and the syringe isn't that large. You can endure it." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Upon witnessing Mi Tao's distress, he suddenly recalled that he had, indeed, ordered Mi Tao to collaborate with the operational laboratory on its research. However, it now seemed there was a minor issue with the experiment. He lowered his gaze to the enormous syringe, exasperatedly asking, "I asked you to conduct joint research, not to perform vivisection. The target is a sentient being, not livestock. The life of a bull-headed man is still precious. Let us not be so brutal." "Exactly." Mi Tao chimed in from behind Qin Chuan, swiftly darting to take refuge behind him. It appeared he was quite terrified of the researchers, whom he could easily overpower with a single punch. Seeing his lord speak, the physician scratched his head and explained, "Commander, it's not as you think. We haven't deceived him. The research has indeed progressed, and this will be the final blood draw. We only need a tiny amount." Upon noticing Qin Chuan's silent scrutiny of the sizable syringe in the physician's grasp, the doctor smacked his forehead. "Commander, you misunderstand. The Bull Guardian's body is too resilient for ordinary methods. Only this specialized syringe can extract blood from him. Though it looks intimidating, it merely draws a small quantity." Qin Chuan remained skeptical, continuing to question, "Then why is Mi Tao reacting this way?" The physician's expression turned awkward, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He pointed at me Tao. The crux of the matter is that the bull guardian faints at the sight of his own blood. That's why he is frightened. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Faints at his own blood. But he seems unfazed on the battlefield. The issue is, the physician elaborated, he does not faint at others' blood. Only at his own. Turning to glance at the timid Mi Tao hiding behind him, Qin Chuan's gaze seemed to inquire if this was indeed the case. Mi Tao, though somewhat reluctant, eventually nodded. Ah, I see. Qin Chuan was disinclined to engage further with this amusing predicament and waved his hand dismissively. In that case, proceed with the original plan. Mi Tao, bear with it a little longer. You have my word that this is the final time. With that, he turned to the physician and added, since you claim to have achieved significant results, ensure that a detailed report of your accomplishments reaches me shortly. Having said this, Qin Chuan departed the operational laboratory, making his way back to his estate. Reflecting on his recent endeavor, although he had connected to the magic network, the primary objective of enhancing his personal strength remained unfulfilled. Indeed, linking to the magic network and harnessing the powers of divine attributes could elevate him to the status of a grand sorcerer, yet the fundamental hardware had not changed. This necessitated seeking alternatives. As it stood, the path to spiritual cultivation was obstructed. The most basic method of advancement lay in the arduous training of the Moonlight Knight's legacy. But that required time. Moreover, the connection to the goddess of the moon, Solon, seemed fraught with ambiguity, and pursuing it further posed potential risks. While Qin Chuan estimated the likelihood of danger to be minimal, it was still prudent to exercise caution. Of course, there were alternatives that did not demand time, such as locating Miss R.A. and exclaiming, Annie, I no longer wish to strive. Ahem, jokes aside, there were indeed avenues for maneuvering within this situation. However, he currently had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Thus, relying on his own abilities felt more reassuring. In light of this, Qin Chuan had already set his plans in motion. Simultaneously, while the Xianhuang territory was making waves in the kingdom of Fran, thousands of miles away, others were also progressing toward the same goal. In the Arcane Empire, at the Elemental Academy, during the enrollment ceremony led by the esteemed principal of the sacred domain, the new cohort of students solemnly took their oaths. I hereby pledge my absolute loyalty to the truth forever. Once the oath was completed, the voice of the various recording stones echoed across the hall. New students of the Transmutation Department, this way please. Prophecy Department, follow me. Just a handful of you in the Mental Illusion specialty? I'll guide you through the enrollment process. Alchemy and Constructs, come along. Among this group of students, several exhibited expressions indistinguishable from those around them. After exchanging subtle glances, they each hurried toward their respective departmental areas, who decreed that among those with absolute loyalty, there could be no few with a more nuanced allegiance. A similar scene unfolded across various organizations, all of which boasted rich historical legacies and vast reservoirs of knowledge. The spies remarked, in the blink of an eye, the knowledge that belonged to you a moment ago now belongs to the Xianhuang territory. Within the Xianhuang territory, Qin Chuan placed 3 items before him, a branch of the Tree of Life, Golden Blood, and the twin guns of the Usurper, the Power of Kings. Selecting 3 out of 4, the only item left was the perplexing warm corpse. Merely pondering this issue made Qin Chuan feel exasperated. A mere corpse, and one still expected warmth? Would tossing it into the incinerator not suffice for warmth? Unable to devise a solution, he decided to stow away the 3 items and open the long-neglected World Chat channel, hoping to glean some information from it. The atmosphere in the World Chat channel had markedly transformed since its inception. As previously mentioned, the first wave of the Black Tide had undoubtedly resulted in a reorganization. Those who were frivolous, unambitious, or merely unfortunate were now nowhere to be found. The remaining individuals, while not necessarily all elites, were nonetheless capable of standing on their own. The topics of discussion had shifted from trivial matters to how to grow stronger, how to fortify their territories, or how to survive in this tumultuous era. However, it wasn't to say that amidst this ambience, there was no room for conversation. At this stage, 2 topics dominated the chat channel. Firstly, the Xianhuang territory's sweeping conquest of 13 cities, proving the kingdom of Fran to be no match, and the emergence of the Northern King. Thanks to the propaganda from the kingdom of Fran, the name of Northern King Qin Chuan was not particularly difficult to trace. Some territories within Fran, or even those Earth reincarnators who had drifted to Fran, had heard that name which was all too familiar to them. Qin Chuan. Considering the vast cultural disparity between the 2 worlds, the probability of sharing the same name was exceedingly low. In an instant, the entire community of Earth reincarnators was swept into a collective frenzy. Many even regarded Qin Chuan as their spiritual mentor, proclaiming, a true man ought to be like this. Heavenly mercy. At the onset of their journey across realms, most individuals harbored fantasies of being the so-called chosen ones, effortlessly vanquishing the tide of darkness and trampling the gods beneath their feet. Yet, the harshness of reality soon unfolded. Not only did the tide of darkness overpower them, but even the indigenous inhabitants felt free to torment them. It was truly a scenario where anyone could emerge and trample upon them. Now, with Qin Chuan emerging as a beacon among these individuals, he undeniably stands as a living emblem. Chapter 68, The Turmoil of Nation Building. Qin Chuan, however, remains oblivious to his newfound status as a symbol of hope for the Earth's traversers. He initially glosses over matters pertinent to himself, redirecting his focus towards a topic of far greater fervor. The news that erupted was nothing short of explosive, leaving even Qin Chuan astonished. They, the lords of Earth's traversers, aspired to establish a nation. The notion of nation building, while seemingly simple, is fraught with complexities. Considering the current power dynamics of the Kingdom of Fran, there is no doubt that Qin Chuan's Xinjuan territory possesses the capability to forge a nation. His inaction stems from two reasons. Firstly, the timing is not yet ripe, and secondly, one must contemplate the nature of this world. The extraordinary manifest, deities walk among mortals, and the abyss looms ominously, with the tide of darkness ever watchful. To emerge at such a juncture would be decidedly unwise. Yet, amidst this tumult, a group of unfamiliar Earth lords boldly clamors for nationhood, appearing as though they are nearly prepared. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan could only exclaim, "Such audacity!" Their rallying cries resounded. To rely on nobility is to be of inferior stock. To depend on the gods is to be less than human. Only by relying on ourselves can we secure a brighter tomorrow. Their arrows pointed directly at the nobility and the deities. In light of Qin Chuan's past recollections, this wave of fervor seemed to have arrived prematurely. This portends that their collective endeavor may culminate in catastrophic failure, potentially inciting the first great purge of Earth's lords by the Holy Spirit continent. What will the outcome be this time? Will deities intervene once more? However, Qin Chuan is now curious about one question. Is divine blood green? In the northern region of the Kingdom of Fran, ever since Qin Chuan's name gained renown among the Earth's traversers, it has become widely recognized as his domain. Apart from the remnants of the northern region's original inhabitants, a steady influx of Earth traversers has begun to converge here, predominantly those who have lost their territories. Though they have narrowly escaped destruction, they find themselves without a place to call home. Aside from those seeking stability, the wandering traversers undoubtedly have two destinations in mind. One is the nation-building initiative led by the Southern Lords, and the other is the northern region of Fran. Naturally, those intent on carving out their own destiny will head south, while those wishing to pay homage to the emblem, seeking solidarity, will find the northern region to be their optimal choice. However, the reality may not be so intricate. Pragmatically speaking, the two regions span north and south, leading many to gravitate towards the closer option. Thus, in recent times, the northern region has witnessed a significant influx of outsiders, the majority of whom possess distinct features. With black hair and dark eyes, most of those who have transmigrated to the Holy Spirit continent are of Eastern descent. The residents of the northern region, upon encountering these newcomers who bear a resemblance to their lord, are initially filled with trepidation. Upon learning that they are kin of the northern king, their reverence for these individuals only intensifies. This alone brings immense joy to those traversers who have journeyed thousands of miles. Compared to their experiences of being regarded as outsiders and facing discrimination elsewhere, the northern region is undoubtedly a paradise for them. Of course, should anyone dare to wield power unjustly, engaging in acts of oppression, the city guard will swiftly teach them a lesson. Qin Chuan has even issued a decree in such circumstances. No special treatment for these individuals. If they violate the law, they shall be dealt with according to the rules. Punishments shall be meted out as appropriate. After addressing several incidents, these newcomers have since behaved themselves, recognizing their position. However, they are certainly unwilling to depart, as wandering is still wandering, and it makes little difference where one roams. At the very least, the living conditions here are considerably better, free from disdainful glances. Thus, the vast majority have chosen to remain. For these individuals, Qin Chuan has established a military unit named Yanwang. This group has been absorbed into his ranks. As for their treatment, it cannot be compared to the esteemed cadre of 72 Earth warriors previously gathered by Qin Chuan, and their loyalty remains questionable. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, every individual has their own value. At present, these Earth wanderers who have lost their territories cannot yet compete with the local high-ranking professionals. However, from a long-term perspective, the situation may evolve. The educational background of this group, when placed within the context of the Fran continent, would render them as scholars of high standing. While knowledge is not the most crucial factor, what sets them apart from others is that, despite their loss of territory, they continue to enjoy the benefits bestowed by Earth. With their command of language, access to visual data, and seamless communication through global chat channels, one could argue that this is akin to each individual possessing a compact version of a system. Even if circumstances were dire, they could serve as messengers or appraisers, roles in which they would excel. Thus, it is implausible for any traverser to starve. The power of the Xinjuan territory grows ever stronger. In the southeastern region of the Holy Spirit continent, this area lies almost at the southernmost point, yet it does not appear remote. It borders the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire, serving as a junction for both realms. In the past, numerous trade caravans would pause here. However, at present, it has transformed into a festive haven for Earth's denizens. Within a tavern, A group of individuals engages in light-hearted banter. By his mother-esque grace. Did you not see that noble-esque countenance? He turned pale with fright. He even attempted to accost that little girl, oblivious to his brother-esque past. What did my brother do before? He was part of the martial arts brigade. Ah, my brother is indeed fortunate. Even in this world, his skills guarantee a decent living. As for me, I am but a programmer. Don't be disheartened, brother. There are those who fare worse than you. Look at that fellow drowning his sorrows. Before his traversal, he was merely an internet novelist. Oh, I've heard of him too. Writing web novels, and rumor has it he never received any pressure to update or comments on his work. The poor soul. Who could argue otherwise? But if we were to speak of the best, it must be our leader Qin Chuan. TSK, exuding dominance, striking down 13 cities. That news is old. I heard just a couple of days ago. He sent a king to the guillotine. A true man should be as such. What a pity that this place is too far from Fran, otherwise we could invite him to partake in great endeavors. Come now, do you truly think he would accept an invitation? Let us not forget. The 16 lords would never agree to that. As they continue to engage in lively conversation, the merchants nearby listen in bewilderment, feeling as though they are surrounded by a sea of cryptic jargon. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates from outside, and the tavern door is kicked wide open. The first to enter is a knight clad in full armor, holding a round disc that begins to illuminate with a myriad of lights, aimed directly at the group of boastful individuals. It is indeed this group of heretics. Take them away. Chapter 69, The Angelic Judgment. Without affording the group any time to react, the knights adorned with sacred insignias surged forth, swiftly subduing everyone in a matter of mere seconds. The entire episode transpired in less than 10 seconds. Among the reincarnated souls from Earth, a few managed to comprehend the situation and attempted to resist, but alas, it was all in vain. Despite having resided in this world for several months, even the most gifted individuals, endowed with extraordinary abilities, stood little chance against the native enforcers of violence. Not to mention, these violent factions are of the highest caliber, even on the Holy Spirit continent. The knights arrived with haste and departed just as swiftly. Before the patrons of the tavern could grasp what had transpired, they had already vanished. Such scenes were not confined to this tavern alone. At that very moment, across the various corners of the Holy Spirit continent, the church's militant factions were mobilizing. Some extremist factions even issued extermination decrees, declaring that all lords from the void were to be purged as they were deemed the poison of the faithless. The conflict between the Earth Traversers and the native forces of the Holy Spirit continent had erupted on a grand scale for the first time. Presently, it was evident that the Earth Traversers were thoroughly defeated. They were still far too weak, lacking the strength to contend. In the northern region of Fran, within the Xinhuang territory, Qin Chuan gazed at the tumultuous world chat channel, lamenting that what was destined to come had indeed arrived. Although this period was significantly earlier than in his previous life, the Earth Traversers were now even more vulnerable. He pondered the butterfly effect of his rise and what catalytic influence it might have had. It was quite probable that witnessing his triumph over a native nation, even gaining absolute dominion, had bolstered the confidence of those individuals. However, seeking reasons at this juncture was futile. The conflict had already ignited. The root of the discord lay in the clash of differing worldviews and educational backgrounds. Faith, freedom, such matters were utterly irreconcilable. Unless one side fell, this affair would remain unresolved. At this moment, the flames of conflict had already spread to the northern region. The vacant territory at the intersection of the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire was now alive with activity. The reincarnation of Earth Traversers into the Holy Spirit continent was akin to the stark differences of Qin Chuan's past and present. Their locations were purely a matter of random probability. Yet, as the law of Mo Fei suggests, where there is a probability, it shall inevitably manifest. Amplifying this probability across the entire cohort of reincarnated beings in the Holy Spirit continent, the frequency of coincidental occurrences increased markedly. For instance, initially, there were 28 territories united as one. Even the farthest among them was no more than 100 miles apart. Yet now, only 16 remained. The vanished territories had mostly succumbed to the black tide, with others disappearing under mysterious circumstances. Within this microcosm, after countless intrigues, they ultimately formed a loose alliance. Aptly named, Southern Park. The alliance's original purpose was merely mutual assistance, but upon hearing news of Qin Chuan's remarkable prowess, certain ambitions could no longer be restrained. Eventually, during a proposal, all 16 members unanimously voted to establish a nation. At this moment, the 16 lords, alongside several Earth Traversers who had come to join and became integral to the core, sat together in a grand hall, where goblets clinked and the atmosphere thrummed with fervor. Some voices rose above the din, recounting recent achievements. Within a week, over 800 compatriots have pledged their allegiance. Our ranks are swelling. And a lawyer among us has formulated a comprehensive new national legal code. Victory is within our grasp. Who among the nobles dares to contest us? Laughter erupted. Let us not speak of such things. All men are born equal. We are not establishing a nation for the sake of ruling. but purely out of disdain for those loathsome aristocrats. Truth be told, indeed, they have shown me the utmost depths of human malevolence. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Is there still humanity? The assembly, with diverging thoughts, either feigned decorum or expressed sentiments, creating a lively atmosphere. However, regardless of their motivations, they were at least progressing towards a common goal. Amidst their discussions, they even began contemplating whether to prefix their newly established nation's name with republic or democracy. At this juncture, through the World Chat channel, they finally grasped the unfolding events. Someone slammed their fist on the table, exclaiming, "These dogmatic churches! Feudal superstition! How dare they seize us? The so-called deities ought to be swept into the annals of history. Should we not rescue them? I've heard that most of our brothers who came to join have been." A hush fell over the room. Even the least discerning among them understood the disparity between themselves and the local forces. It was precisely due to this vast gulf that they had chosen to unite. Yet now, with the alliance still unformed, the enemy had already advanced upon them. It was not that they lacked effort. It was simply that the enemy was too cunning. However, they soon found themselves devoid of the luxury to ponder the necessity of rescue. Soldiers wielding spears stumbled into the hall, trembling as they reported, "El Lord, outside, the church." The crowd gasped and hurried outside. What awaited them was a sight that left them stupefied. Thousands of soldiers brandishing heavy tower shields surrounded them in layers upon layers. Through the gaps in the shields, the sharp tips of spears could be seen glinting ominously. Following that were thousands of fully armored knights and archers. They hastily produced makeshift telescopes to observe, revealing that at the heart of the military formation, hundreds of priests reciting various scriptures, alongside bishops clad in holy vestments, stood ready. Such a scene had once transpired when the inhabitants of this realm first encountered the Earth Traversers. Yet compared to now, it seemed but a trivial matter. If that occasion was merely to guard against the potential havoc wrought by beings from other dimensions, then this time, it was a thorough extermination of those daring to infringe upon the church's interests. Indeed, the Earth Traversers had not merely violated church interests. They were directly undermining the very roots of the institution. What unsettled these traversers further was the realization that the church's army, which could obliterate them with a single charge, had merely encircled them, seemingly biding their time for something. They soon discovered what that something was. The previously protected priests and bishops within the military formation seemed to have ceased their chance. In the next moment, immense wings of light unfurled in the heavens. The holy angelic judgment. The aurora descended, illuminating the surrounding area for 1,000 miles, while the church's encircling forces remained stoic and unyielding. In stark contrast, the Earth Traversers found themselves ensnared in the blinding radiance, akin to snow meeting the searing sun. There were no screams, no struggles. Everything appeared frozen in time. The faithless have been extinguished, return. With a single command, the church's army reversed course. Meanwhile, the Earth Traversers, frozen as if engulfed by light, disintegrated into wisps of ash, vanishing completely from existence. Thus, on this day, the 16 territories of the southern lands were utterly annihilated. In this realm, 53 reincarnated travelers from Earth have had their very souls purified, leaving no trace behind. Additionally, tens of thousands of other travelers, captured by various churches across the continent, are on the brink of facing their judgment. Simultaneously, in the northern territories of Fran, Qin Chuan encounters representatives of the church. Chapter 70, Storm Knight, British Sniper. In the city of Stigmata, a cadre of church knights stands off against a group of individuals. Behind the knights, chains bind a dozen black-haired, black-eyed individuals, the Earth travelers of this city. This group either glares at the knights with eyes full of rage or casts desperate glances skyward. Above, a squadron of rocket aerial soldiers hovers, poised for attack. Although the church knights pose little threat to the airborne rocket soldiers, they remain unperturbed. The alchemical devices wielded by the aerial soldiers, while powerful, cannot penetrate the enchanted armor they wear. What truly concerns them is the ominous presence of several alchemical creatures, each the size of a house, exuding a palpable danger from various directions within 100 miles. The apocalypse tanks. While smaller gray bears could be easily torn asunder by a single charge, these formidable behemoths are not to be trifled with. Indeed, they had previously clashed with the patrolling soldiers of Qin Chuan territory while capturing these Earth travelers who had joined the 13 cities of the north. The outcome of that encounter had undoubtedly favored the church knights, as the firearms wielded by the mobilized soldiers posed no significant threat to their armor. Even bullets that managed to penetrate the seams of their armor were unlikely to inflict serious harm unless they struck vital areas. As for the cooperative defense of the Grey Bear tanks, despite their intimidating appearance, a single cross slash from the knights was sufficient to shatter them. This undeniably inflated the arrogance of the church knights. The army under the Northern King's command had been heralded by the populace as celestial warriors. Now, they appeared no more formidable than any other force. Until they encountered the true hardliners of this city, the apocalypse tanks and rocket aerial soldiers. Once more, they commanded, release the hostages and disarm. Hands on your heads. This was the scene Qin Chuan arrived at, having received word of the situation. What has transpired? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the standoff between the church knights and the chained individuals behind them. At that moment, someone rushed out from a nearby building to report to him. Commander, this unidentified army has launched an attack against us. They are threatening us with hostages. Please give the order for decisive action. Attacking us. Qin Chuan keenly seized upon that phrase. Indeed, Commander, we have suffered 6 casualties among the mobilized soldiers, and 1 gray bear tank has been permanently damaged. Currently, we have secured the surrounding buildings and can unleash our firepower. Enough. Bring me a megaphone. Upon hearing of his soldiers' losses, Qin Chuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. He scarcely allowed the allied soldier to finish his report before snatching the megaphone from him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the church knights. Knights, state your purpose for being here. The knights found themselves in a precarious position, knowing that their superior had arrived upon hearing the call. One stepped forward, declaring, "We are knights of the Storm Church, acting under divine command to apprehend the unfaithful of foreign realms. Our mandate is sanctioned." Understood, Qin Chuan interjected dismissively. "Then what do you perceive me to be?" Without affording the knight a chance to respond, he cast aside the megaphone and inquired of his nearby soldiers. "What is the strength of our forces stationed in Stigmata City?" 5 Apocalypse tanks, 12 rocket aerial soldiers, 200 mobilized soldiers, and 100 allied troops, the soldier replied swiftly. Qin Chuan calculated rapidly in his mind. These forces should suffice to eliminate what appeared to be merely mid-tier church knights. Yet should the adversary retaliate fiercely, it could lead to unnecessary losses on their side. If the battlefield were not within the confines of the city, he might have even contemplated launching a heavy bombardment. Suddenly, he recalled the news he had just received from the Territorial Combat Laboratory. He promptly ordered, "Contact Xinjuan territory and summoned the newly recruited troops." Understood. While Qin Chuan awaited a response, the Storm Church Knights began to grow restless, pondering the implications of his last statement. Could it be that he too was one of them? Nonetheless, they had indeed heard rumors of the Northern King's unusual appearance. This thought made them somewhat wary. However, even so, the Church Knights held little concern for their own safety. Even if, hypothetically speaking, the Northern King himself were an unfaithful foreigner, they remained untroubled. This was not due to any inflated sense of superiority over the entirety of the North, but rather stemmed from their confidence in their own identities. They did not believe, nor did they think it possible, that anyone would dare oppose them, fully aware of their standing as Church Knights. In declaring themselves, the Knights represented not only themselves, but also the Church and the Divine. Even the most reckless nobles would think twice before challenging the Church, especially since the Storm Church was under the esteemed gaze of the powerful Talwa crown. On the other side, Qin Chuan comprehended their misplaced confidence. It was precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to summon the new troops from Xinjuan territory. Buzzing. 9 multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles materialized before Qin Chuan through a transdimensional transport. The soldiers within the vehicles saluted him, removing their hats. These are the British snipers. Although the Allied soldiers and the mobilized troops were proficient marksmen, capable of remarkable accuracy, they could not compare to the lethal precision of a trained sniper at extreme distances. The British snipers, armed with AWP sniper rifles, boast an effective range of up to 1,400 meters. In layman's terms, that is nearly 3 miles. While it might still be a considerable distance to achieve a headshot from 800 miles away, it is nonetheless astonishing, particularly given their remarkable lethality. As indicated by data from the combat laboratory, any mage not yet in the sanctum or warrior not yet of higher rank could be fatally threatened by these snipers. Of course, circumstances involving armor or magical shields would require individual consideration. Currently, the Knights of the Storm Church were undoubtedly outside the purview of such considerations. Qin Chuan summoned the snipers before him and assigned them their task. "Do you see those tin cans? I summoned you to eliminate them with a single shot. If possible, preserve the lives of the hostages." Understood. The snipers, upon receiving their orders, dispersed in search of optimal firing positions. Moments later, as confirmations of readiness reached Qin Chuan's ears, he took a deep breath. In a voice devoid of embellishment, he announced the commencement of a conflict that would shake half the continent. Open fire. Boom. Within several buildings, flames erupted from the muzzles of the firearms, brilliant even amidst the muffling of suppressors, their distinct reports echoing far and wide. The armored knights of the Storm Church fell one after another, their numbers extinguished in the northern territories of Fran. However, this was not an ending, but rather the prologue to something far more tumultuous. A greater storm was brewing amidst the crisis. Chapter 71, The Heretic Qin Chuan and the Northern Crusade. The Knights of the Storm Church were utterly annihilated. This calamity did not unfold in the wilderness nor in some obscure, hidden place. It transpired under the watchful eyes of the populace in the city of Stigmata. This was not merely poking a hornet's nest. It was akin to rubbing the face of the Storm Church into the dirt. Previously, the Knights had made quite a stir with their abductions, and the subsequent standoff with the garrison of the Xianhuang territory only heightened the tension. The gaze of nearly half the city was fixed upon this spectacle, contemplating concealment. There was a method to achieve this, indeed. one could summon Yuri to perform mass mind manipulation on the entire city, erasing the memory of this event. Yet, such a course of action would likely create countless madmen and fools. After all, mass psychological control posed a formidable challenge even for Yuri. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was not inclined to take this route. His reluctance stemmed not from an overabundance of confidence in fending off the Storm Church's retaliation, but rather from the inevitability of the truth surfacing. The very existence of the Earth Travelers captured by the Church would ensure that his name spread far and wide. The desire to continue hiding and developing in obscurity had become an impossibility. For the first time, Qin Chuan stood opposed to the formidable powers of the Holy Spirit continent. What of the royal family of the Fran Kingdom, you ask? They were but a trivial force. Although Qin Chuan had long been prepared for this eventuality, he could not help but lament that this day had arrived too soon. Given a little more time, he could have paved the way for the entire Holy Spirit continent to be laid bare before him. Upon recognizing the irreconcilable discord and the unavoidable conflict, Qin Chuan swiftly mobilized the entirety of the Xianhuang territory. This time, his objective was not merely to amass troops, although he would not neglect that aspect. The primary strategy this time revolved around something else entirely. With the aid of interdimensional transportation, every construction facility and base vehicle tirelessly labored throughout the corners of the Holy Spirit continent to erect a singular structure, nuclear missile silos. He was prepared for a cataclysmic confrontation at a moment's notice. Regrettably, despite the relentless research conducted in the operational laboratories and shipyards, the development of nuclear submarines remained in its early stages and was not yet ready for deployment. The primary obstacle was not a technical one, but rather the formidable threat posed by the creatures lurking in the depths of the ocean. Even with the protection of dolphins and octopuses, the peril remained significant. After all, one could not expect the deep sea to be inhabited solely by SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star. As Qin Chuan readied himself for war, news of the annihilation of the Storm Church Knights in the northern territories of France spread like wildfire. Concurrently, various churches received intelligence regarding the leaders of these foreign void lords. All of this propelled the names Xianhuang Territory and Qin Chuan into the limelight. The humiliated Storm Church was the first to respond, joining forces with the Tyranny Church, the War Church, and the Suffering Order. Dozens of church organizations collectively issued a proclamation, declaring the Lord of Xianhuang, Qin Chuan, to be a heretic. Simultaneously, they issued a decree to commence the Northern Crusade. The church's armies, the secular kingdom's forces, and various guild professionals were summoned to action, their purpose, to annihilate the Xianhuang territory and execute, capture and judge, the heretic Qin Chuan. In an instant, Qin Chuan's name echoed across the expanse of the Holy Spirit continent. Countless individuals seized this opportunity to familiarize themselves with him. Curiosity, curses, pity, and condemnation mingled in a cacophony of emotions that would not harm Qin Chuan in the least. He, of course, received news of the so-called Northern Crusade, but this was entirely anticipated. In contrast, another rather absurd piece of news left him speechless. Upon the announcement, the Fran Council swiftly stripped him of his position as chairman, simultaneously declaring that they had no connection to Qin Chuan. They claimed that their previous collusion had been a matter of necessity, coerced by Qin Chuan's overwhelming military power. And now, with his true nature laid bare, they hastily distanced themselves from him. Furthermore, those nobles, in a haphazard gathering, even mobilized 30,000 private troops to join the church's Northern Crusade, eager to contribute to the eradication of the heretic. Upon reading this, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He was tempted to unleash a few nuclear weapons upon the City of Light and these nobles' territories. However, compared to the buzzing flies surrounding him, the predatory beast lurking behind posed an undeniably greater threat. As the saying goes, one must endure minor irritations to achieve greater goals. Thus, Qin Chuan resolved to send out sniper spies to eliminate those most vociferous in their condemnation, replacing them with spies in their stead. Damn it. To hell with the long-term strategy. If the buzzing flies were bothersome, he would swat them down and focus on dealing with the true predators. Qin Chuan had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. Amidst all these distasteful matters, there were also instances that warmed Qin Chuan's heart. World Chat Channel. You have 589, 382 resource points awaiting collection. Would you like to claim them now? Upon seeing this message, Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. Over 6 million. Goodness. Had resources truly fallen from the heavens? Soon, he realized that these were not resources miraculously bestowed upon him, but rather the collective support of all the Earth travelers. At this moment, aside from those fortunate enough to remain hidden or those who had lost their territories and were evading capture, the majority of Earth travelers had been apprehended by the Church. Now, they awaited the capture of their heretical leader to face judgment together. The gallows or the flames awaited them, drawing ever closer. In this context, Qin Chuan stood as the last hope of the entire village, the singular beacon of resistance, embodying the collective faith of all. Yet, at this moment, what could they do to aid Qin Chuan? Their only contribution lay in offering nearly all their meager resource points to him. transforming these points into bullets that would relentlessly strike down upon the ignorant natives. Qin Chuan was not alone in this battle. Chapter 72, Defensive Fortifications, Arrival. 6 million resources fell from the sky. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for how to feel. It was important to note that those Earth Lords, along with the displaced travelers, lacked the efficient means of resource point acquisition that the Xianhuang territory possessed. Each individual contributed only a modest amount, tens, hundreds, and rarely even reaching 4 figures. Yet, despite this, the cumulative total exceeded 6 million. Qin Chuan could only accept this heartfelt gesture. Although he currently had no shortage of resource points, once war erupted, the resource point income of the Xianhuang territory would surely suffer significant constraints. Not to mention the immediate impact, the earnings of the Xianhuang Mall were already heavily affected. It is worth noting that, with the cautionary tale of the former royal family of France in mind, the nobles now seem to lack the audacity to take action against the Xianhuang Mall and those mines. Although the Xianhuang territory appears to stand no chance of victory in this war, their proximity to the conflict makes them apprehensive about being dragged down by Qin Chuan's last-ditch counterattack. When it comes to the art of feigning effort, they are truly adept. While the church is mobilizing an expeditionary force, Qin Chuan is diligently preparing for the impending war. The construction of nuclear missile silos across various regions has not been neglected. This is crucial for ensuring ultimate victory, representing an indispensable decisive force. The choice of nuclear silos over weather control devices primarily stems from the fact that, in this era of manifest extraordinary powers, weather and all things are remarkably easy to manipulate. Indeed, many deities have dominion over such forces. Thus, selecting weather control devices would be unwise. Conversely, nuclear fission is rooted in the fundamental rules of the universe, impervious to divine alteration. Moreover, it is characterized by rapid activation and immense explosive force, making it an unparalleled deterrent. Naturally, while this serves as a trump card, preparations for conventional warfare are equally essential. Qin Chuan has issued orders to establish the Photonic Great Wall. The so-called Photonic Great Wall is not overly complex. The term Great Wall requires little elaboration. Qin Chuan intends to encircle the magnificent northern frontier with a modified mobile red alert-based vehicle. At this juncture, no one dares to admonish him. Your Majesty, wonders lead to ruin. This endeavor is anything but futile, considering the current world's predominant combat capabilities. While many advanced practitioners can indeed soar through the skies, the battlefield remains predominantly composed of knights. The wall serves as the most effective means of hindrance against them. Additionally, other defensive measures such as caltrops and pit traps are indispensable, with the legendary iron caltrops being scattered generously beyond the northern walls. This meticulous effort is driven by a singular purpose: to ensure that the Northern Expeditionary Army leaves their horses behind. Afterward, whatever fate befalls these individuals is at Qin Chuan's discretion. However, passively enduring blows has never been Qin Chuan's style. The designation Photonic in the Great Wall's name is intentional. Along the wall, at regular intervals, luminous towers and magnetic storm coils will be established. Beyond their primary defensive function, they serve an even more significant purpose: to mitigate the wall's vulnerabilities, particularly against high-level practitioners and aerial units. While anti-aircraft guns and Patriot missiles can address the aerial units, high-level practitioners pose a more formidable challenge. However, the luminous towers possess a mechanism that allows them to transfer light energy between each other, thereby amplifying their offensive capabilities. Imagine the sheer power if the entire wall were adorned with luminous towers. Even the sanctum would feel their wrath. As for the deities, we shall analyze each specific situation. Should the odds be insurmountable, Qin Chuan has a grand gift prepared for the gods. The defenses of the Photonic Great Wall are but one aspect, as scattered-based vehicles leverage transdimensional transport to establish nuclear missile silos worldwide. The Xianhuang territory has not neglected its production and training efforts. Various military units are being summoned and trained from numerous barracks, while steel factories operate around the clock, fervently churning out troops. Amidst this scenario, Qin Chuan identified an issue. The Half-Moon Valley, the very gorge previously mentioned, was becoming somewhat cramped. Initially, the Xianhuang territory occupied a relatively western expanse. However, as development progressed, the construction within the Xianhuang territory grew increasingly dense, gradually extending towards the central and eastern regions. Now, the entire Half-Moon Valley has been filled to capacity. Under normal circumstances, this might have posed a challenge for Qin Chuan. Yet, with the entirety of the northern frontier conquered, there is no longer any concern about spatial limitations. In ancient times, there was the concept of land enclosure. Now, Qin Chuan employs tanks for territorial acquisition. Multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles and rocket infantry scout the terrain as several base vehicles emerge from the Half-Moon Valley. Utilizing the Judgment Mountains as a backdrop, an awe-inspiring steel city begins to take shape. Moving forward, Qin Chuan plans to gradually relocate facilities from the Half-Moon Valley to create a more expansive space. Beneath the Judgment Mountains, in the nascent steel city, Qin Chuan gazes at the towering structures and contemplates the urban planning of this new city. Meow? Huh. Initially, Qin Chuan thought it was Skura, that little cat girl, come to cause mischief once more, but upon turning, he indeed saw a cat. This feline, devoid of any mice nearby, sauntered gracefully in a straight line. It seemed to have caught Qin Chuan's gaze, its languid eyes meeting his with an inexplicable allure. Goodness! Qin Chuan felt a strange sensation. Perhaps his prolonged solitude had led him to find even a mere cat to be strikingly beautiful. Nevertheless, he quickly redirected his attention to a more pressing matter. Where did this cat come from? It couldn't possibly be Skura transformed, could it? Yet, he distinctly recalled that Skura's ears and tail were black, while this creature before him was a white cat. Qin Chuan, I have come to visit you. The familiar voice reached him, and only upon hearing it did Qin Chuan recognize the figure of his guest. It was midnight. The enigmatic lady had arrived. The title of Misra encompasses the mystic lady, the mother of magic, and the lady of sorcery, among others. After exchanging greetings, although Qin Chuan was curious about the purpose of the magic goddess's visit, he could not help but inquire about the elegant white cat leisurely roaming about as if it were at home. Is this cat yours? Midnight smiled gently in response to Qin Chuan's question, reaching out to scoop up the graceful white cat that was contentedly grooming its delicate pink paws. One might say that. I rescued her from Sarah. Isn't that right, Karis? Qin Chuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was no wonder he wore such a look. Midnight's statement was laden with profound implications. First and foremost, the mention of two names. Sarah, a figure who, strictly speaking, held some connection to Qin Chuan. It had been previously mentioned that in the early days of the world's creation, the chaotic void merged two beautiful goddesses, who became one another's yin and yang. The existence formed from light and creation is none other than Suluan. In stark contrast, the embodiment of darkness and destruction is Sarah. Unlike the currently moderate divine power of the moon goddess Suluan, Sarah, known as the goddess of the night, wields undeniable, formidable, divine strength. Truly, a case of differing fates for similar beings. In comparison, the name Karis bears no such grand legacy. Karis, the goddess of cats and dance, of lesser divine power. In other words, this white cat is a deity? Chapter 73, Regulation, her cat. Qin Chuan shifted his gaze from the feline to Midnight, or perhaps Misra. After all, he was uncertain whether Misra had fully descended in the guise of a saint at this stage. Of course, the distinction between the two is minimal. While Qin Chuan found Midnight to be more approachable, it was evident that both names represented the same entity, merely differing in levels of power. It would be best to address her as Misra. Thus, what could be her purpose in seeking him out? Seemingly perceiving Qin Chuan's inquiry, Misra spoke directly. Having heard of the discord between you and Talas, I am willing to mediate. Qin Chuan, are you serious? We were on the brink of a brawl. And now you propose to act as a peacemaker? He pondered over Mishra's words before finally looking up to inquire. Are you confident in persuading the god of storms? Mishra shook her head and replied, Talas is among the most obstinate of the deities, so I fear it may be futile, but I can guarantee your safety. Then forget it. Qin Chuan declined Mishra's well-meaning offer, unwilling to entertain such mediation. Having resolved to showcase their strength, he saw no room for retreat. However, Qin Chuan found himself curious about Mishra's sudden mention of this matter. Mysterious lady, do you have something you wish for me to do? In every transaction, there exists a reciprocal nature. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. It is implausible that she would approach him without ulterior motives. As anticipated, Mishra, adjusting her hair, lifted the white cat. I need you to look after Zyraze for a while. She is currently. Look after. Qin Chuan's astonished exclamation interrupted her unfinished sentence. From the sudden rise in his tone, it was evident how he felt at that moment. He had not forgotten that this white cat was a bona fide deity. To care for a divine being? What audacity! Seemingly reading his thoughts, Mishra candidly explained, No, Zyraze has encountered some issues. She is no different from an ordinary cat at present. With that, she gestured to her head. Qin Chuan understood immediately, recalling her earlier words. This cat had been toyed with by Shar. Indeed, it seemed that the gods were quite adept at play. After a moment of serious contemplation regarding the advantages and potential crises of having an additional white cat in the realm, he nodded in agreement. With a cat girl already residing there, he was indifferent to the addition of another. If this could secure Mishra's friendship, it would be an unequivocal gain. Seeing Qin Chuan acquiesce, a radiant smile spread across Mishra's face, illuminating the surroundings with a newfound brightness. This was no mere illusion. As an embodiment of magic, her every movement could influence the elemental shifts around her. Had Qin Chuan possessed artistic talent, capturing this moment would likely result in a masterpiece titled The Smile of Mishra. Returning to the present, Mishra, now in high spirits after Qin Chuan's agreement to care for the cat, remarked, I suddenly recalled the magic tome I gave you last time. It has several deficiencies that I would like to rectify. This was evidently a favor being extended to Qin Chuan. In this context, should he exclaim, Annie, I no longer wish to strive, it would likely result in his immediate demise at her hands. Moreover, the focus had shifted to magic, rendering Qin Chuan somewhat awkward. He had relegated that tome to the combat laboratory for study. In response, he could only fabricate. I left it in my bedroom, poring over it throughout the night. It was quite enlightening. Upon hearing this, Mishra's smile grew even brighter. I knew you would grasp my intentions, unlike those from the Arcane Empire. Her statement piqued Qin Chuan's interest. Does the Arcane Empire relate to your current visit? Mishra, after a brief moment of thought, replied directly, indeed. I am preparing to visit the Arcane Empire for a divine debate. I have never obstructed a mage's ascension. They have merely employed misguided methods. Under such circumstances, it is naturally inconvenient to bring Xyres along. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Certainly, if you are to debate, it is not a mere brawl. Even though Xyres possesses a modicum of divine power, she is still just a cat, which does not alter the essence of the situation. If Mishra were to take her along, the nature of the matter would certainly change. Very well then, should you find yourself outmatched by Talas's followers, you may choose to surrender, and I shall come to redeem you. Remember to care for Xyres. With that final remark, Mishra vanished from sight, leaving Qin Chuan and the white cat exchanging glances. It seemed that with the familiar figure gone, Xyres appeared somewhat anxious, her expression towards Qin Chuan a mix of adorable ferocity. Alas, it was of no consequence. Qin Chuan reached out and grasped her by the scruff of her neck. Exiting the room, he summoned a messenger. Go fetch Skura and inform her that I have found a companion for her. With no knowledge of cat care, Qin Chuan resolved to let them fend for themselves. Before long, Skura appeared before him. Upon their meeting, her nose began to twitch incessantly, as though detecting an unpleasant scent. Stop sniffing, here she is. Qin Chuan lifted Xyres. Their amber eyes met, and each recognized the other. Xyres elegantly licked her pink paw, seemingly oblivious to any hostility. However, Skura's fur bristled. Her tail raised high as she angrily declared, You have another cat. Qin Chuan, what on earth is this? Seeing Skura's agitated state, he could only explain, This is not mine. It belongs to someone else, and I am merely looking after her for a time. Is that so? Skura cast a skeptical glance at Qin Chuan, disbelief evident in her expression. Yet, with no alternative, she accepted the reality. All right, you two go play. With pressing matters at hand, Qin Chuan tossed the white cat towards Skura, eager to usher them outside. Xyres, unfazed by the suddenness, executed a swift turn and landed deftly atop Skura's head. Meow, get down. Skura could not tolerate such an indignity, yet despite her best efforts, she found herself unable to dislodge the cat from her head. Even in a diminished state, Xyres' divine essence remained unchanged. Although the seals on the three sisters were gradually weakening due to the black tide, their powers were slowly returning. However, they remained powerless against the deity. At that moment, Xyres stretched her tongue to lick her upright black cat ears. Skura suddenly lost her composure and rushed out, her face flushed. Qin Chuan watched the scene in bemusement, feeling as though the little girl harbored some peculiar feline affliction. Nevertheless, with no further interruptions, he finally found a moment of peace. After completing the planning for the new city, he would officially prepare for the impending conflict against the Church's Northern Crusade. Chapter 74, The Lionheart's Submission, Tactical Experimentation. Time flew by. Under the Church's persistent urging, the vanguard of the Northern Crusade had now been assembled. One might not say it was truly assembled, but rather pieced together from various national forces. Apart from the 30,000 troops from the Kingdom of Franks, which had recently pledged their loyalty, the other nations merely contributed token forces, each providing a small contingent. Of course, the combat prowess of these troops was not comparable to that of the Franks. Although few in number, their quality overshadowed that of the farmers who comprised the latter's ranks. For instance, in the neighboring Kingdom of Druk, although the valiant legion of professional soldiers did not arrive in full force, a few thousand did make their presence felt. Similar conditions prevailed in other nations, as everything was merely a response to the Church's edict. As an old adage once stated, this world belongs to you, and to me. Yet ultimately, it remains the realm of the divine. The multitude may rise and fall, but they cannot escape their destined fates. In a person's lifetime, only two certainties exist, death and faith. The former can be prolonged through various means, yet the latter is inescapable. Even if one pretends to be a mere follower of some deity, even if that deity be a malevolent one, no one would raise an eyebrow. But to lack faith altogether? That is impermissible. One must believe in something, no matter how trivial. The genesis of this war lies in this very principle, and the mobilization of surrounding kingdoms is a direct consequence of it. At this moment, a vanguard composed of 18 kingdoms, numbering 100,000 soldiers, loitered just outside the Sunset Plains. Observing their demeanor, Qin Chuan even contemplated naming the new city in Xianyuan territory as Hulao Pass. Alas, he lacked the presence of Lu Bu. Presently, these vanguard forces merely needed to traverse the Sunset Plains to secure the northern borders. Yet not a soul dared to take that step. The reason was simple: fear. The intelligence networks among the nations were far from inept. The previous annihilation of the Fran royal army in the Sunset Plains served as ample proof of the region's perilous nature. Even now, despite the Church's incessant urgings, none dared to initiate action. Faith belongs to the gods, Yet life belongs to oneself. Thus, on either side, the sunset plains became a dividing line. To the north, Qin Chuan was constructing the photonic Great Wall and erecting prism towers and colossal cannons. To the south, the vanguard forces of various nations remained stationed, too fearful to cross even a single step beyond the threshold, until, at last, someone could no longer contain themselves. Early one morning, Qin Chuan found himself confronted by a figure shrouded in a black robe. Frowning, he inquired, "Duke Lionheart?" "It is I," the figure replied, revealing the familiar visage of the elderly man known to Qin Chuan. The duke's expression was one of awkwardness, as if he were unsure how to navigate the fraught relations between their parties. The Fran kingdom had unhesitatingly betrayed Qin Chuan, and as a prominent noble, his clandestine approach was undeniably suspect. Yet, he had no other choice but to meet. Qin Chuan, however, was not overly preoccupied with such concerns. The factions were distinct, each serving their own interests, and calculations were undoubtedly at play. What truly occupied his mind was the purpose of this visit at such a sensitive juncture. Without hesitation, the Duke addressed Qin Chuan's curiosity. "My Lord Qin Chuan, I can provide detailed intelligence regarding the vanguard forces, their troop strength, their encampment locations, and more." The Duke continued to speak fervently, seemingly on the verge of disclosing the entire operational details of the vanguard. His sudden shift in conversation left Qin Chuan momentarily taken aback. What was this? Was his personal charisma so compelling that individuals would seek him out unbidden? At this moment, perceiving Qin Chuan's silence as disbelief, the Duke offered a wry smile and clarified, "Do not misunderstand, my Lord Qin Chuan. I opposed your expulsion from the council from the very beginning. But you understand the circumstances." Qin Chuan remained noncommittal. Flattery was a common currency, yet it did not constitute a valid justification. Sensing Qin Chuan's scrutiny, the Duke sighed and continued, "I cannot bear the burden of sustaining 100,000 troops stationed just beyond the sunset plains. This is not merely about the soldiers. It also encompasses the horses. The provisions for such a vast number of men and beasts fall solely upon me, and I can no longer continue to provide." Qin Chuan nodded, recognizing this as the crux of the matter. The peculiar nature of military campaigns in this world often meant that nations would contribute minimal resources and supplies. The logistics along the route relied heavily on the villages and nobility encountered along the way. This time, the onus fell upon Duke Lionheart. However, Qin Chuan harbored reservations regarding the Duke's claims. While he acknowledged that supplying 100,000 troops would be strenuous, he believed he could manage with some effort, albeit at a cost. The rationale behind the Duke's visit to the northern territories was plausible, yet lacked sufficient depth. It was likely that he feared a conflict would lay waste to the entire sunset plains, resulting in utter calamity for the Lionheart family. Therefore, the Duke's aim in seeking Qin Chuan was to preemptively stave off hostilities beyond the sunset plains. This little scheme was clear to Qin Chuan. "I understand. You may leave now. You agree?" the Duke exclaimed in surprise. "I will consider it," Qin Chuan replied, withholding a definitive answer, leaving the Duke to depart in disappointment. The intelligence provided by the Duke, while significant, was not indispensable. After all, was the command center, the radar, and the spies mere decorations? The information he brought merely filled in gaps that were otherwise difficult to ascertain, and was not of great consequence. Qin Chuan was not inclined to alter his plans lightly. After all, having already faced hostility once, he pondered, "What concern is your survival to me?" Yet, the vanguard forces held considerable potential in Qin Chuan's eyes. For instance, they could serve as training fodder. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering detonations nearly obliterated the vanguard encampment. Gaping holes, each several hundred meters wide, appeared at the heart of the camp. The cavities brimmed with blood and dismembered limbs. What transpired? Divine retribution? Oh God, what is this? Was it a forbidden spell cast by a sanctum mage? Chaos erupted within the encampment as all eyes turned in terror toward the gaping chasms. They resembled portals to hell, and none dared to approach. Among the ranks, some soldiers recalled similar attacks, hesitantly murmuring, "This seems to be an assault from the northern Xinhuan territory?" This statement ignited a frenzy within the camp. The North? How could that be? They possess such formidable firepower. It is conceivable. Otherwise, how would they dare challenge the church? That makes sense. At that moment, officers from various nations, their faces etched with fear, emerged to restore order. It is merely this. This is the most potent strike from the north. Everyone disperse. Do not congregate. Xinhuan territory. Qin Chuan surveyed the holographic map before him, nodding in satisfaction. The attack from the temporal explosive truck was commendable, though the yield was somewhat lacking. Next time, he would require high explosive munitions. What tactical experiment should follow? Commander, transport a small mountain above their heads to test the limits of item size during temporal relocation. Chapter 75, Miniature Terror Bots, Vanguard Dispersed. Boom. The sound of explosions resonated once more, catapulting the expeditionary vanguard camp into the air. However, the emotions of the soldiers at this moment were far from the initial excitement and terror. They were now rendered speechless. To describe their state vividly, one might say they resembled walking corpses. The soldiers stared blankly at the source of the explosions, refraining from approaching or making noise. This was a lesson learned from the fate of those who had previously been executed for their loud outcries. The nobles and commanders busied themselves with damage control, tallying the casualties, their faces grim as the grave. The entire camp was engulfed in an eerie silence. Were it a typical army from the age of cold weapons, a mutiny would likely have erupted by now. Unfortunately, such a notion is unfeasible in the current world. The leaders of high-ranking professionals can easily suppress any insubordination among their subordinates, leaving no room for rebellion. Nevertheless, it is an undeniable fact that the morale of the vanguard army has plummeted to negative levels. The commanders from various nations gathered once more to deliberate on their next course of action. Two choices lay before them: to venture into the Sunset Plains and strike directly at the Northern Territory, or to retreat and bide their time. Truth be told, this group undoubtedly leaned towards the latter. The torment of recent days had instilled a profound fear within them. Could they truly overcome the Northern Territory's Qin Chuan domain? Yet, a pressing question arose. What should they do upon retreat? Their respective homelands might not be overly critical, as they are all compatriots. However, what of the church? How long would it take for the main force of the Northern Expedition Army to reach Fran? Someone inquired. It was said that they had just assembled their troops. But even the swiftest of the Griffin Knights would require a week. A week? Could we endure for that long? The meeting suddenly fell into a profound silence as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Ding! A sudden, clear sound interrupted the stillness. Emanating from a commander seated at the head of the table. Eyes turned towards him, revealing that the sound was produced by his armor. Due to the relentless training from the Qin Chuan domain, some more cautious commanders had truly taken to sleeping in their armor. At that moment, the commander, noticing the collective gaze upon him, furrowed his brow and looked down, only to find a silver spider, no larger than a fingernail, perched upon his chest. Just as he reached out to swat it away, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Before the astonished eyes of all present, the tiny spider, seemingly aware of its discovery, moved with astonishing speed. In less than a breath, its 8 legs propelled it with remarkable agility, transforming it into a streak of silver that darted straight into the commander's mouth. A pall of dread washed over the assembly. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, as though they had witnessed a most terrifying scene. Several individuals began to pat themselves frantically. Yet, it was too late. The spider's actions had seemingly sounded an ominous signal. Countless silver streaks erupted from the tents. It was hard to believe that such a confined space could conceal so many minute entities. The consequences of this sudden surge were utterly terrifying. The silver spiders infiltrated every orifice of the hapless individuals, moving with a predatory intent that defied description. Within moments, blood began to seep from the nostrils and ears of nearly 90% of those present, a grim indication that survival was slipping away. Only 1 or 2 among them radiated a blinding light, attempting to disperse the malevolent swarm. Yet their efforts proved futile. While they may have been adept at dealing with external foes, they were powerless against the insidious invasion of their own bodies. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard army's command was obliterated. The culprits, miniature terror machines. In the Northern Territory, New City, Qin Chuan observed the scene before him through a holographic projection, marveling at the development. The combat laboratory is impressive. They have managed to create such diminutive terror machines, which has sparked numerous ideas in my mind. If we could make them even smaller, perhaps down to the nanoscale? Beside him, the engineer explaining this new weapon noted the commander's interest and quickly elaborated. The emergence of the miniature terror machines is primarily due to the unique technologies and materials of this world. The spellbook you provided us played a significant role as well. But we still have a considerable journey ahead to reach the nanoscopic realm. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from pushing further. To be candid, utilizing the vanguard army for continuous experimentation with new tactics and weapons has yielded many pleasant surprises for him. The miniature terror machines were merely one of them. However, blissful moments are often fleeting. Following this battle, the upper echelons of the vanguard army were nearly annihilated. Even if a stray 1 or 2 survived, they could hardly influence the overarching situation. As for the ordinary soldiers, their morale was crumbling, teetering on the brink of collapse. This process required little effort on Qin Chuan's part. He merely observed the unfolding events. Thus, the appetizer before the grand feast had been savored. What lay ahead was the main event. The outcome did not deviate from Qin Chuan's expectations. With the rulers of the vanguard army swept away, the surviving tens of thousands disbanded in utter chaos. In the absence of control, their singular desire was to flee this infernal land, putting as much distance between themselves and it as possible, vowing never to return. A fitting description of their retreat emerged among the populace: the Great Expedition Escape. Concurrently, the Church's forces from the central region of the Holy Spirit continent received news of the vanguard army's defeat. This revelation took them completely by surprise. They had believed that a mere territory within a small kingdom would pose little challenge, even if these individuals hailed from a foreign void and possessed some peculiar abilities. The combined might of the 18 nations vanguard army should have been easily conquerable. In fact, the Church's forces had presumed that their own main contingent was merely a formality. Upon their arrival, they would effortlessly reap the rewards of victory. The current outcome was clearly unforeseen. Consequently, their previously leisurely pace hastened considerably. Were it not for the exorbitant costs associated with transporting so many troops by the various churches' teleportation circles, they might have even considered a direct teleportation. Since the teleportation circles were rendered impractical, they resorted to rapid marching. Ultimately, within 5 days, the vanguard army's forward units had reached Fran's borders. Unsurprisingly, all were airborne troops. They had learned from the misfortunes of the vanguard coalition and did not rush to attack the backdrop immediately. Instead, they diligently sought suitable positions to station themselves, awaiting the arrival of the main forces, determined to achieve victory in a single decisive blow. Chapter 76, The Dawn of Nuclear Detonation, The Power of the Gale. In the Northern Territory, the electromagnetic Great Wall stood completed. What remained was the continuous addition of light spires and various defensive structures. Furthermore, the defenses within the wall could not be neglected. The most crucial aspect was the colossal cannons. Such monumental defensive edifices could not be as ubiquitous as the light spires. However, considering the range and power of these massive cannons, their numbers could not be scant. Qin Chuan's preliminary plan was to establish 50 of these cannons, effectively controlling the area beyond the Northern Territory's walls. After all, there is a saying, within range lies the truth. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Qin Chuan had no desire to taste the bitterness of fear. Thus, he must bolster his firepower as much as possible. Standing atop the Great Wall, he cast his gaze over the boundless plains before him. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered. How much of this vast prairie would remain after this encounter? Indeed, if the Duke of Lionheart were to overhear such musings, he would likely weep. The sound of artillery echoed, boom, 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 reverberating through the air. Qin Chuan gestured to activate the projection, revealing a great bird plummeting from the sky, felled by their fire. Shaking his head, he issued a command, send a few men to retrieve the griffin's carcass. It would make for a hearty addition to tonight's feast. Preserve the bones and lungs for the combat experiments. I've heard they are eager to enhance the Black Hawk fighter jets. Upon receiving the orders, the messenger swiftly spotted several small black figures advancing in the distance. At this moment, there was little danger. The aerial forces of the Northern Expeditionary Army were far bolder than those of the hodgepodge vanguard from various nations. While they dared not directly assault the northern borders, their high mobility allowed for considerable reconnaissance. Regrettably, all had perished atop the Great Wall. It is worth noting that Qin Chuan had prepared more than merely the light prism towers atop this electro-optical barrier. Numerous Patriot missiles and anti-aircraft guns stood ready, all aimed at safeguarding against these aerial forces. As the impending battle loomed ever closer, Qin Chuan murmured to himself, soon, very soon. The ground trembled beneath the weight of countless soldiers and their steeds, surging forward with remarkable speed. Among these mounts, several were notable draconic breeds. The formation featured several core groups, each guarded by knights clad in exquisite, intricately designed armor. These were the current leaders of the major churches. At the forefront was the Storm Church, the most powerful and numerous in this deployment. Unlike the other churches that protected their clergy with carriages, the Storm Church had opted for a more direct approach, deploying the main force of the Punishment Knight Order, led by none other than one of the 3 cardinal archbishops of the Holy Empire, Ambrose. Among them stood the illustrious Light Vanguard, Ozer. Ozer was his name. With Light Vanguard as his title, he had surpassed the 9th tier, stepping into the sacred realm. His rank, 11th tier. Not only him, but the cardinal archbishop was also a priest of divine domain, albeit without a title. This was the very reason they remained steadfast in their confidence despite the setbacks faced by the vanguard. With such formidable strength, this group could rightfully proclaim, beneath the divine, none can rival us. How far is it to Fran? Has the Griffin Knights relayed any intelligence? The archbishop inquired. We should reach it by tomorrow. However, they reported an inability to gather intel, sacrificing over a dozen lives in the process. May they eternally enjoy wine and honey in the Lord's storm kingdom. Before the prayer could conclude, Ambrose abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky. There, a dark, oval metallic object, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled toward them at a rapid pace. Initially dismissive, he soon felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him. As the black metallic shape approached within 1,000 meters, Ambrose's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone, be vigilant. Activate the strongest defenses. Defend, defend, defend. A thunderous roar shattered the air, piercing eardrums before the sound transcended human hearing, rendering it eerily silent. A blinding light erupted above the army, casting a creamy white hue, while from afar, it appeared as a brilliant gold. The clouds overhead, however, were tainted a deep blue-green, contrasting starkly. The relentless bombardment continued. The nearly 10,000 troops at the periphery were vaporized without a trace, leaving only charred remnants behind. As this force of destruction spread to the heart of the army, they scrambled to mount a basic defense, surpassing human limits in their neural responses. Alas, it was all in vain. Their raised tower shields melted away, the temperature soaring as their skin flushed crimson, ultimately extinguishing all signs of life. A cloud of black ash swirled, obscuring the vision of the majority. As this battalion teetered on the brink of annihilation, radiant beams of light erupted from their center. Light's sanctuary, storm barrier, sacred bulwark, shielding light. In a fleeting moment, numerous defensive divine arts were unleashed. The collision between these protections and the mushroom cloud's detonation created a chaotic tug of war. Ultimately, as the mushroom cloud began to dissipate, several robed figures within the ranks simultaneously spat blood. Some even found their formerly dark hair turning prematurely gray at the roots. They had sacrificed their lives to invoke spells beyond their capacity, barely managing to withstand this nuclear assault. Yet this was merely a greeting gift from Qin Chuan. The amassed nuclear reserves were never intended for these individuals. He estimated that a single nuclear bomb would not annihilate them entirely. Rather, he aimed to instill fear and drive them away. The longer the delay, the more thoroughly the Xianhuang territory could prepare. Should they fail, it would be of little consequence. The situation would revert to its original state. In truth, the expeditionary forces had indeed devolved into discord over this incident. Strategic retreat, regrouping, or advancing. Each faction clung to its own stance, unable to convince the others. This impasse persisted until the appearance of two figures from the Storm Church. Ozer and Anrogas stood before all. Ozer's demeanor was icy as he unsheathed his sword, cleaving the table before him in two without uttering a word, casting a cold gaze at the others. Anrogas, in contrast, radiated a more gentle presence. Esteemed colleagues, let us continue our advance. Should the divine take offense? His eyes widened slightly as his authoritative voice resonated. Storm decree, divine art, power of the tempest. Upon utterance, all present felt their bodies lighten, as though they could take flight with a mere thought. Accelerated movement, bolstered by divine art, would surely lead them into Fran's territory by nightfall. Chapter 77, The Great Cat's Claw, the Lich. In the northern realm, Xianhuang territory, Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction with his probing attack. As anticipated, a single nuclear bomb was insufficient to dismantle the Northern Expeditionary Army. However, the bomb was not without merit. It revealed the upper limits of these foes. The sacred domain. There were no divine beings present. This indicated that while one bomb would not suffice, a multitude certainly would. Presently, the Xianhuang territory was replete with nuclear reserves. Yet, he felt no urgency to confront the main force of the Northern Expeditionary Army immediately. A swift resolution would only accelerate their response, ushering in a new wave of assaults. Conversely, prolonging the encounter would favor his own side. Thus, he would bide his time, preparing for a thunderous strike. A few days later, as the main forces of the Northern Expeditionary Army settled into the territory of the Fran Kingdom, the Xianhuang territory was met with an unwelcome visitor. The purpose? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, eyeing the peculiar young man before him, his entire being radiating wariness. The young man flashed a smile, turning his gaze to the surroundings, and declared, "Such an astonishing territory. It is evident that you possess some formidable power. Surrender this power to me, and I shall bestow upon you unimaginable rewards for a lifetime." Qin Chuan, is this person mentally sound? Nevertheless, from his words, he discerned the reason for this individual's arrival. The small gift he had previously bestowed upon the Expeditionary Army, the ensuing chaos, and the casualties of the Northern Expeditionary Army were impossible to conceal. This led to an unexpected outcome. Those who initially believed the Xianhuang territory to be easily vanquished suddenly recognized a critical oversight. Such a powerful method, being an alchemical artifact, if harnessed, could yield tremendous advantages. It was evident that the young man before him was one of the few aware of this. His audacity was remarkable, daring to infiltrate the Xianhuang territory and confront Qin Chuan directly. Without a doubt, given Qin Chuan's current standing, he was utterly defenseless before someone of an unknown rank. However, he possessed his own means and was unafraid of the other's assassination plot. A faint smile crept across his face as he taunted, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." With that, he swiftly communicated with the belt at his waist. In an instant, Qin Chuan's figure vanished from the room. The temporal spatial belt. Although Qin Chuan could not activate a gene sequence akin to that of a temporal soldier, it did not imply he was incapable of wielding such power. Whether through his frequent movements in vehicles or this instance, the temporal spatial belt, as a piece of combat equipment used by Tanya, was easily damaged yet undeniably a marvel. It granted the wielder a fleeting opportunity to evade, unbound by distance. The mental control and instantaneous activation of these two attributes allowed the user to extricate themselves from perilous situations in most cases. For instance, at this very moment, upon Qin Chuan's appearance in the construction yard, a report was swiftly delivered. "Commander, the Temporal Spatial Legion has suspended the time-space of your residence. The intruder has nowhere to flee. Try to capture him alive. Have Yuri and the others extract intelligence. If danger arises, eliminate him on the spot." Understood. As the heat of the moment subsided, Qin Chuan activated a holographic projection, revealing everything within the Lord's manor before his eyes. The sinister young man, upon realizing Qin Chuan's disappearance, sensed something was amiss and attempted to flee. Yet, before he could escape the confines of the Lord's manor, he was frozen by the temporal spatial legion. Even in such a predicament, he managed to maintain a slow struggle against the temporal freeze. The ability to resist the stasis of time and space surpassed the 9th rank. Qin Chuan's earlier caution proved prudent. The current situation was straightforward. Although the sinister young man could struggle within the realm of frozen time, he posed no significant threat. The remaining question was merely how Qin Chuan would deal with him. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly felt an anomaly. Meow? A cat's cry echoed, followed by an overwhelming shadow enveloping the lordess manor. As a cloud of dust billowed forth, a massive pit appeared before everyone, resembling a colossal paw print. This pit does indeed resemble a cat's claw. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan understood who was responsible. Only 2 individuals in the territory could have caused this. Indeed, 2 cats. As the dust settled, Qin Chuan beheld 2 diminutive figures, one slightly larger than the other. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, pondering the mischief these 2 had conjured. Without warning, the small cat girl appeared before Qin Chuan, a tiny white cat perched atop her head. Who did this? Qin Chuan inquired. Meow? His question went unanswered. Instead, the small white cat lounging atop Skura's head responded with an air of arrogance. This meow captured Qin Chuan's attention. Big brother Qin Chuan, Xia Ruiz is showcasing her giant cat paw. So it was you. Qin Chuan lifted the small white cat closer to his eyes, locking gazes with its amber orbs. I intended to capture him for interrogation, but your mighty paw has slain him instead. Now, regarding my house, how will you compensate? Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. A barrage of meows almost compelled Qin Chuan to mimic the sounds of a cat. Unable to comprehend the feline language, he turned his gaze towards Skura, who served as a translator. Indeed, Skura did not disappoint him, conveying. Xia Ruiz says that the individual was merely the shell of a lich. She did not kill the person entirely. Furthermore, she and Mishra detest liches. And she has already informed Mishra through the pantheon. As for the compensation, Skura paused, hesitating under Qin Chuan's inquisitive gaze, before continuing. She said that your shabby house is worthless. Qin Chuan, he would not allow his extortion scheme to falter so easily. Is that an ordinary house? It is my beloved abode, a sanctuary for my cherished friends and brothers. Countless sleepless nights have been spent within its walls. Meow meow meow. The small white cat suddenly erupted in indignant meows. In a flash of light, before Qin Chuan could react, he found the cat's presence vanished from his hands. Looking down, he saw that the white cat had scurried back atop Skura's head, presenting its backside to Qin Chuan as if to say, "This cat does not wish to converse with you." Skura remained dutiful in her role as translator. Mishra will compensate you. Oh well then, Qin Chuan sighed, shaking his head in regret. He finally recalled that this was someone else's cat. Nonetheless, this exchange confirmed a fact. Mishra had previously mentioned that Xia Ruiz had been rendered akin to an ordinary cat by the night goddess Shar. Observing the vast cat-paw-shaped pit before him, he mused, "This is what you call being no different?" Indeed, his mother, Insusu, was right. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she could be. Goddesses were no exception. Chapter 78. You are courting death. Having resolved the matter of the lich, Qin Chuan's thoughts were still not entirely diverted from the incident. Failing to extort the small white cat led him to contemplate extorting Mishra, something he did not desire but had now embarked upon. Fortunately, there were no immediate updates from Mishra, allowing Qin Chuan to shift his focus elsewhere. Truth be told, he ought not to be distracted, for this was a time of war. The Church's Northern Expeditionary Army had now entered the Sunset Plains. Their encampment bore no resemblance to that of the previously scattered vanguard forces. They did not dare to step foot into the Sunset Plains. This was not due to cowardice, but rather an inability to proceed. They had made attempts, but even approaching the northern border was impossible. They were repelled by the bombardment from miles away. Among them, Ozer had once considered a bold, solitary advance. However, after he cautiously evaded the range of the colossal cannons, he found himself besieged by a relentless barrage of patriotic missiles and anti-aircraft fire. Indeed, he could have braved through these assaults into the northern realm. Yet, he heeded the instinctual sense of impending peril and chose to retreat to a safe distance. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate once more. This was a scenario that Qin Chuan relished. He wished for this impasse to endure for eternity, until a new piece of intelligence jolted him into alertness. The counterattack could commence. Across the boundless ocean, a gargantuan vessel surged forth, cleaving through the waves. Marine creatures dwelling beneath the surface gazed in horror at this metallic behemoth, which they deemed akin to a small continent, trembling in trepidation. Countless diminutive warplanes ascended and descended from the deck, scouring the surrounding waters. This was the epitome of the naval might of the Allied forces in red alert. The aircraft carrier. It differed from its real-world counterparts. Not only did it boast an immense size, but each Allied aircraft carrier was also equipped with a fully operational miniature military factory. The purpose of this factory was straightforward, to produce carrier-based aircraft. Whenever an aircraft was damaged, a new one could be constructed in a remarkably short time. A truly absurd capability. This aircraft carrier had been dispatched by Qin Chuan long ago, and now it finally bore fruit. Simultaneously, after experimenting with the power of aerial teleportation, Qin Chuan found himself atop the carrier's deck. He stowed away his binoculars and pointed towards the distant massive island, inquiring, "Is this confirmed? Is this the headquarters of the Storm Church?" Behind him, the head of a spy organization stepped forward to report, "Commander, it is indisputable. According to our investigations, the Storm Church possesses two cores. One is the cathedral headquarters within the Holy Empire, serving as a facade, while the true power of the Storm Church resides on this island." Qin Chuan nodded, raising his binoculars once more. This time, under his deliberate scrutiny, he indeed observed several flags emblazoned with the emblem of explosive lightning. This was the sacred insignia of the storm god, signifying that he had arrived at the right location. He then remarked, "Regrettably, we only have one aircraft carrier. The shield destroyer has yet to arrive, but that is of little consequence." At this point he, wary of prolonged delays, directly inquired, "Which nuclear missile silos are closest?" Someone reported, "WMD-5, WMD-9, WMD-17, WMD-43. "Good." Qin Chuan promptly commanded, "Relay the order to activate these silos. Launch all reserves, set the timing, and ensure they reach the island simultaneously. Obliterate that island." "Understood." On that day, the weather was fair and bright. On Storm Island, seagulls glided leisurely over the water, and flags adorned with lightning fluttered in the breeze, seemingly proclaiming the might of the Storm Church. After the daily prayers, the clergy of the Storm Church engaged in idle chatter. "I wonder how Lord Osser and Lord Enrogas are faring. I also wish to punish those rural lords, alas. I was not selected." "Huh. I see you long to venture to the mainland. Spare me the excuses. I am not seeking leisure. I merely wish to spread my lord's glory further." "Enough. I have heard that the coalition of 18 nations has already failed. Those heretics are no trifling matter. How formidable can they be? If I were to intervene, cease your idle talk and continue praying. Those in the tribunal have been acting as if mad, capturing transgressors left and right. Be wary not to be caught yourselves. I know not the reason. Indeed, but I have heard that a significant figure is involved." "How grand could such a figure be? The Pope does not possess such grandeur." "Hush. Pray, labor, patrol." Everything unfolded as usual. Even the patrollers, despite their diligence, had long since drained their enthusiasm from the repetitive actions year after year. Furthermore, no one believed anyone would dare to offend the Storm Church. What they failed to notice was that beneath the clear azure sky, dozens of charming, flame-tailed metallic ovals were swiftly approaching Storm Island. By the time the high-ranking practitioners of the Storm Church could see them, the circular missiles carrying nuclear warheads were already less than 1,000 meters from the island. "What are those? A new type of flying magical beast?" someone asked, perplexed. "Who knows? But we cannot allow them to approach the sanctified island. They are accelerating. Prepare to intercept." Before the words had fully escaped their lips, within mere seconds, the missiles suddenly accelerated, reaching near supersonic speeds as they soared above Storm Island. Among the vigilant defenders within the island, only a scant few reacted in time. They took to the skies, attempting to intercept the dark projectiles in their view. "This is Storm." Before they could finish their sentence, the two nuclear warheads they were tethered to detonated without granting them a moment to react. A towering mushroom cloud erupted from the heavens, its resplendent light eclipsing even the midday sun. The two explosions acted as a signal of devastation. And within less than a second, the nuclear warheads reached their designated targets, completely engulfing the island. No. The cacophony of explosions coalesced into a resounding toll of doom, heralding destruction. As a furious cry emanated from the island's center, multiple nuclear warheads detonated across Storm Island. Gale, blinding light, earthquakes, tsunamis. Everything unfolded like a scene from the depths of hell, manifesting throughout the island. In the face of such destruction, the sanctified realm, the transcendent ninth tier, and ordinary mortals were rendered indistinguishable, merely a matter of endurance duration. Yet, through the real-time panoramic map, Qin Chuan discovered an unexpected anomaly. Although half of the island had collapsed, and the sight of seawater inundating the terrain was already apparent, a faint layer of light enveloped the church at the island's center, steadfastly protecting it, impervious to the chaos raining down from the outside world. At that moment, the previously wrathful voice reverberated once more from within the church. "You are courting your own demise." Chapter 79, Codename, Godslayer. "You are courting your own demise." With the booming voice echoing, Qin Chuan nearly believed he had beheld a colossal egg. Soon after, he spotted a figure as grand as a mountain, one-eyed, broad-shouldered, with a lengthy beard. This giant was currently propping up Storm Island, striving to prevent its submersion. This was the culmination of his efforts over millennia. At that moment, from 1,000 miles away, Qin Chuan was taken aback upon recognizing the identity of this figure, the storm god, Taros. He had not anticipated his arrival. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Taros' emergence was already beyond expectation, yet also within the realm of his foresight. Witnessing this formidable entity stabilizing Storm Island, Qin Chuan's thoughts began to shift. Dispatch orders. Let all missile silos with coverage to this location deplete half of their nuclear reserves, targeting this giant before us. Understood, Commander. At this moment, As Talos manifested his colossal form, he stabilized the small island while relentlessly scanning the vicinity for adversaries with his singular eye. Regrettably, his search yielded no results. The surrounding weather seemed to transform in tandem with his emotions, unleashing a colossal thunderstorm that mercilessly battered the sea's surface. This tempest was not summoned by Qin Chuan. Rather, it was an undeniable manifestation of Talos' divine domain. This also served as one of the reasons he refrained from employing this superweapon against his foes. With a command from Qin Chuan, innumerable concealed nuclear missile silos began to spring into action. The unmanned island upon the sea, the small hills along the continental coastline, and even the basins in the heart of the continent, all were sites of nuclear missile launch bases constructed in recent days. Although the range of the missile silos did not encompass the entirety of the battlefield as seen in the original Red Alert game, it could, in light of the vastness of the Holy Spirit continent, cover half of it. This time, Qin Chuan did not demand synchronized strikes from these nuclear missiles. Soon, the first wave of attacks from the surrounding unmanned islands commenced. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive sounds erupted from the immense form of Talos, the blinding light of the detonations momentarily impairing Qin Chuan's real-time surveillance. It was only when the brilliance subsided that he could discern the situation before him. To his astonishment, Talos remained utterly unscathed. These scattered nuclear missiles hardly inflicted any damage, barely even ruffling his garments. Could it be that his ultimate weapon was ineffective against deities? Qin Chuan found himself grappling with existential doubts. Just as disappointment began to wash over him, a new revelation struck. The small island he had been supporting in his grasp seemed to lose its strength and succumb to the sea as he relinquished it. Enraged, Talos surged forward, his titanic form propelling itself across the water as if impediments did not exist. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Chuan felt an urge to cry out, "Damn it, Diga, light giant! Come and combat the monster." Alas, this world harbored no such champion, and thus, no one came to his aid against Talos. As for Talos' trajectory, it was unmistakable. "Commander, our WMD-43 nuclear missile base is situated there." Qin Chuan instantly comprehended his intent. Damn, he was seeking vengeance. Notify everyone to evacuate the WMD-43 base immediately, along with the nearby installations. However, when it came to the base itself, he declared, let him dismantle it. This proclamation carried an air of ostentation, yet simultaneously, his heart bled within him. But what could he do? He could hardly charge forward to engage Talos in close combat. He was neither a 1 nor a 0, and such a confrontation was utterly unnecessary. In the brief exchange between them, Talos, like a mountain, had already reached the small island housing the WMD-43 nuclear missile base. With a resounding thud, his method was straightforward. He raised his hand and pressed down. Accompanied by wind and thunder, destruction reigned. The entire unmanned island was decisively plunged into the depths of the ocean, obliterated from existence. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan felt a surge of relief that he had ordered the evacuation early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At this moment, as Talos annihilated the island, the second wave of attacks swiftly followed. His brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion flashed in his remaining eye, as if he could not fathom why. Despite his intention to eradicate the foe, it felt as though it was insufficient. Realizing this, Talos pivoted once more, hastening towards another direction. His speed was such that he collided with a nuclear missile mid-route, causing it to detonate. Nuclear weapons, it seemed, were utterly impotent when faced with a deity. And this was merely a deity manifesting in the material plane. Qin Chuan found himself disinclined to critique the situation any further. He was even too weary to tally the number of missiles launched. The reality was that, in the presence of Talos' formidable divine power, these armaments bore the semblance of mere firecrackers, lacking any gravitas. In truth, nuclear weapons were far from as ineffective as they appeared. The suffering of Talos was known only to himself. He was oblivious to whether these attacks stemmed from some divine art or alchemical contrivances, yet their potency was undeniable. His divine power was being rapidly depleted. This was dreadful news, especially as he descended in the guise of a saint and was unable to receive replenishment from the divine realm within the astral plane. He had to ascertain the locations of all enemy attacks. Talos vowed to annihilate his adversary in the most merciless manner imaginable. In the uncharted depths of the ocean, Qin Chuan watched in exasperation as Talos once again dismantled a nuclear missile launch base, feeling utterly drained of any desire to voice his frustration. By the heavens, is that a base he has uprooted? Those are resource points, the very essence of Qin Chuan's existence. Yet, this was not the worst-case scenario. The gravest concern loomed. Should he fail to vanquish Talos or induce his slumber this time, the Xianhuang territory would face catastrophic ruin. Though Qin Chuan had feverishly constructed base vehicles and devised plans to fragment his forces, this was the final recourse. A choice made now would signify defeat. He was resolute in his refusal to fail. At this juncture, Talos was on the verge of reaching the 7th nuclear missile launch base, and Qin Chuan could no longer endure the tension. He activated the contingency experimental plan, codenamed Godslayer. Understood. At this moment, Beyond the 7th nuclear missile launch base upon the ocean, Talos' figure re-emerged. He gazed at the base with a vexed expression, refraining from immediate assault, instead employing his divine consciousness to scan the area. Indeed, once again, it was devoid of personnel, leaving behind only some alchemical apparatus. His fury escalated towards madness. Trapped in a state of bewilderment, akin to a swordsman gazing into the void. Well, although he possessed no sword, at that instant, a new wave of nuclear bombardment descended, further igniting his already simmering rage. Talos had previously attempted to evade the explosions of these alchemical devices with notable success. However, it proved futile, based on his tests. The difference in damage between being directly struck and maintaining a distance was negligible. In fact, the expenditure of his divine power might even increase. Of course, this was also related to his failure to retreat far enough. In summary, due to this reasoning, he estimated the quantity of the incoming alchemical devices and deemed the threat manageable. He resolved to stand his ground, preparing to meet the onslaught head-on. Yet, he was unaware that this assault entailed far more than mere nuclear missiles. The long-sealed blade for slaying gods had been drawn. Bloodless, there would be no return. Chapter 80. Pardon, the blade of murder in its complete form. As a series of explosions unfolded, Talos exhibited a look of resignation. This indicated that he had let down his guard. In truth, while today's events had ignited his ire, he was far from being cornered. Currently, it was a scenario where the formidable alchemical devices and his divine power reserves were depleting each other. But that did not imply he needed to stand idly and endure the blows. If push came to shove, he could easily find a cavern deep underground. How could these nuclear missiles withstand him? The reason for the current standoff lay in the vanity that plagued him. He was unwilling to retreat without even catching a glimpse of his opponent's face, and thus he slinked away in disgrace. Should this news circulate, he would be utterly humiliated among the divine beings. It was precisely this reason that fueled his obsession. However, faced with the current predicament, he was compelled to ponder whether he should temporarily withdraw from the fray. After all, the cunning of his adversaries had far surpassed his expectations. He found himself contemplating which deity had ensnared him in this trap. Was it Shangtia, Idas, or perhaps Losanda and Shuni? Of course, the likelihood of Gun being involved was not insignificant. Beyond that, he rubbed his temples, unable to discern the truth amidst the multitude of his enemies. After all, as a member of the chaotic evil faction, he had earned a notorious moniker among the gods, the vengeful tyrant who repays every slight. At that very moment, unbeknownst to him, an oval metallic object cracked open, yet no thunderous explosion ensued. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Lost in thought, Talos remained oblivious to the fleeting rose hue that flickered past him, until, in an instant, a blade sliced through his divine barrier as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, piercing his resilient eyelid and rupturing his colossal eye, sending shockwaves straight into his brain. In a heartbeat, the excruciating agony compelled him to howl in torment, clutching his remaining eye as he rolled frantically on the ground. Ultimately, he tumbled into the boundless ocean. His massive form began to shrink at an alarming rate, returning to the size of an ordinary human. Only then did the lethal rose-hued blade reveal its presence. No, this cannot be. How is this even possible? Talos cried out in madness, sensing something amiss, and his frantic shouts echoed through the air. But soon, he realized that such cries were utterly futile, and he promptly knelt upon the surface of the sea. O newly birthed god of slaughter, I beseech your mercy. I do not comprehend what has provoked your wrath. Yet I apologize for my unknown transgressions and am willing to pay the price. All I request is that you spare my life. I can become your subordinate deity, possessing potent divine power to aid you in your endeavors. A torrent of pleas for mercy poured forth from his lips, stripping away the dignity of his formidable divine status. It was no wonder he was so distraught. The god of slaughter. Many gods had borne this title, yet all had met their demise when faced with collective opposition. However, during their reign, they were truly unstoppable, slaying gods and demons alike. From the celestial deities to the abyssal demons, there was none they dared not confront. Yet, they indeed possessed the ability to act. Should they be vanquished by other gods, be it imprisonment, sealing, or eternal slumber, it did not equate to permanent death for deities. Even the slightest chance could offer them a path to resurgence. But the god of slaughter was different. Should they be slain, it meant true death, where the physical form is obliterated and the soul consumed, leaving not a shred behind. At this moment, witnessing the divine weapon of slaughter incessantly siphoning his divine essence and soul, Talos was utterly frantic. In the far distance, at the limit of observable range, Qin Chuan beheld this scene unfold. Although the sounds from the image did not reach him, a team that had thoroughly studied the language of this world was providing real-time translations. When the words of Talos appeared before him, Qin Chuan's expression turned peculiar. He even questioned whether the translation had been erroneous. Yet such a possibility was minimal. Combined with Talos's current demeanor, it aligned perfectly with his utterances. Thus, Qin Chuan could not help but scoff. Your formidable divine power is rather pathetic, isn't it? It's not merely about strength, but rather about spirit. It seems the more treacherous the individual, the more they crumble at the last moment. Truly an accurate adage. Observing the frenzied struggles of Talas in the image, Qin Chuan finally adopted a serious demeanor. He had no intention of intervening. Spare him? What a ridiculous notion. He, a mere low-tier lord, seeking to collect a strong divine servant? Preposterous. To prevent any last-ditch retaliation from his opponent, Qin Chuan resolved to remain at least 1,000 miles away until he was absolutely certain of Talas's demise. In truth, he did not have to wait long. Soon, the intensity of Talas's struggles began to wane. I curse you. The words of the curse had scarcely left his lips when his corporeal form gradually disintegrated, transforming into streams of blood-red light that were consumed by the murderous blade. The ethereal apparition that manifested in place also met the same fate, that being his divine soul. Seeing this, Qin Chuan remained unhurried, continuing to wait in place for a considerable time. Ultimately, it was not that he could not wait any longer, but rather that the blade of murder could not endure the wait. The blade, slowly sinking towards the ocean floor, seemed to sense that its master had no intention of reclaiming it. Suddenly, the short sword shot up from beneath the waves. The tip of the sword hovered in the air, as if discerning its direction. Subsequently, it transformed into a stream of rose-hued light, darting straight towards Qin Chuan's location. The speed was such that even the holographic projection merely depicted a fleeting line. Qin Chuan. He had barely finished his incredulous thoughts when a gust of wind swept towards him. The rose-hued short sword made a sudden halt before him. Coming to a steady stop, the hilt trembled, as if seeking recognition, or perhaps inviting Qin Chuan to grasp it. This sword has come alive. Qin Chuan was taken aback, and his imagination began to envision himself soaring through the skies on the sword. Strangely, it seemed that the blade sensed his thoughts. With a whoosh, it appeared directly beneath his feet. Utilizing this newfound power, he indeed took off awkwardly into the air. Goodness! At that moment, he could not help but exclaim a beautiful phrase in his native tongue. Riding the sword and sailing with the wind, vanquishing evil across the realms? However, he quickly leapt down from the blade. It was not that he did not wish to continue, but rather that he was now eager to ascertain the state of the murder blade. Murder blade. Grade, Divine Artifact. Function 1, Slay Gods. Function 2, Soul Absorption. Function 3, Sword Spirit. Function 4, Wind and Thunder Power. Absorb the power controlled by the Storm God. Function 9, Concealment. Cannot be discovered by means such as prophecy. Evaluation. This weapon has slain numerous deities, and after the execution of the Storm God, its formidable might has been further unveiled. Chapter 81. Conclusion of War. Now that I've come, the murder blade. After slaying him, it indeed underwent a tremendous transformation. The newly awakened sword spirit aside, the specific might of the wind and thunder power remained unknown. The slaying of Talas seemed to have completely unlocked all its functions. As Qin Chuan attempted to wield the sword, he heard the faint rumble of thunder in the air. Stepping out of his chamber, he reached the doorway only to discover something amiss. Not only was there a hole in the wall, but when the murder blade flew to his feet, eager to be lifted, he was standing on a solid steel plate. Looking back, he indeed found a small dent on that steel plate. Qin Chuan gazed at the long sword in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. At this moment, the sword spirit displayed a newfound sentience. It feigned to be an ordinary sword, oblivious to the surrounding perils. Qin Chuan, of course, would not hold the sword spirit accountable for such trivial matters. To dwell on this now would merely be tantamount to taking advantage of a situation while feigning innocence. Upon reaching the deck, Qin Chuan gazed out at the distant sea and made a vigorous gesture. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, and the writhing serpents of electricity spread across the ocean's surface before finally dissipating. Is this the power to summon wind and thunder? Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the cabin to issue a command for their retreat. As for the other functionalities, there would be ample time to explore those later. The most pressing matter at hand was to flee swiftly. Talas had fallen here, and his divine realm, suspended in the astral plane, was undoubtedly in turmoil. Previously, when the god of art and reptiles, Vander, had perished, his diminutive divine realm was absorbed by Mishra, preventing any calamity. But now, there was no Mishra to intervene, and Talas' divine realm was incomparable to Vander's feeble divine power. If the storm god's realm were to collapse into the sea, it would herald an unprecedented tsunami. That night, upon Qin Chuan's return, news emerged that would ignite the entire sacred spirit continent. The so-called destroyer, the king of storms, Talas, had fallen. This news reverberated throughout the sacred spirit continent, and to say it was akin to an 18-point earthquake would not be an exaggeration. The magnitude of his demise was so great that it was impossible to conceal. Not to mention the sight of the storm divine realm plummeting from the astral plane. The simultaneous disappearance of divine blessings from all the priests of the storm church was enough to indicate something was amiss. Notably, this referred to all. It is essential to understand that even deities, when sealed or dormant, can still respond to their followers. Such a complete lack of response could only imply one thing. In an instant, the entire continent was engulfed in terror. The news of deities descending as earthly saints was not difficult to ascertain, although many were already aware. Those who needed to know had indeed learned the truth. Everyone understood that this was a prime opportunity for god-slaying. However, among the speculated list of deities likely to fall first, Talos' name had never been mentioned. Terrifying. Regrettable. It instilled fear. Yet it also ignited joy. Deities are not invincible. Countless ambitious souls and powerful beings were already preparing their schemes. This was not a favorable development for those deities who had descended to the material plane. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of Talos' slayer. However, the truth had yet to spread, leaving only a few individuals or deities to glean hints from the sparse evidence. All that awaited them was astonishment. This news was bound to escape the confines of secrecy. It would not be long before the tales of the Xianhuang territory and all that pertained to Qin Chuan would echo throughout the world. At this very moment, in the northern territory, the Xianhuang territory, the tumult caused by the storm divine realm's descent from the astral plane was monumental. Although it occurred deep within the ocean, the shockwave was sufficient to reverberate throughout the sacred spirit continent. Just to illustrate, even the Crescent Bay, located thousands of miles to the east of the Xianhuang territory, experienced a phenomenon of seawater rushing back. It goes without saying that the coastal regions along the edge of the continent must be inundated. Of course, none of this concerned Qin Chuan in the slightest. He had notified the shipyard to remain vigilant and subsequently tuned in to the live broadcast in the command center. The methods employed to combat tsunamis in this fantastical, extraordinary world were indeed different from those in a mundane, magicless realm. The various strategies employed by kingdoms across the continent truly broadened Qin Chuan's horizons. After observing the excitement on that side, he shifted his focus. The Cross-Expeditionary Army. Now, in the wake of the storm god's Talos' demise, the Storm Church, which served as the brain of the expeditionary force, was thrown into disarray. Given this situation, Qin Chuan saw no reason to continue to play house with these individuals. He commanded, relay the order to prepare all military resources and ready the entire army for deployment. Understood. On this day, the vast army of the Xianhuang territory departed from the northern city walls, officially proclaiming its existence to the world. An unstoppable torrent of iron surged across the sunset plains, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure that left onlookers breathless. Duke Lionheart trembled within his family, lacking even the courage to greet them. Fortunately for him, the forces of the Xianhuang territory had no interest in acknowledging him. The Xianhuang army, while not excessively large, comprising merely over 10,000 soldiers and several thousand tanks, evoked a shock far surpassing that of the Cross-Expeditionary Army's countless tens of thousands. At this moment, the Cross-Expeditionary Army was mired in chaos, entirely unaware of the impending arrival of this force. It was only when the Xianhuang army closed in within mere miles that the long spears and artillery encircled them, prompting the members of the expeditionary force to finally grasp the gravity of their predicament. Had they truly been surrounded? Upon realizing this, countless individuals within the expeditionary ranks felt an incredulous disbelief. Even in the face of their troubles, how could the Xianhuang territory dare to encircle them? Alas, the reality had unfolded before their eyes, especially as many scoffed at the Xianhuang territory's audacity. The iron tide of the Xianhuang army delivered a resounding slap of reality to their faces. Rocket Team, prepare for the first volley. This rocket team bore no resemblance to Musashi, Kojiro, or Miao Miao, nor did they have the likes of Dayo. They mobilized armed forces that had undergone combat readiness checks, primarily utilizing V3 rockets, supplemented by other long-range units to provide pinpoint strikes at mid-range. In just one wave of bombardment, the Expeditionary Army's camp was utterly decimated, proving even more fragile than the vanguard forces of the previous 18-nation coalition. This was something Qin Chuan had not anticipated. Although he had anticipated that this mission would not require the use of nuclear weapons or similar superweapons, he had not expected the enemy to be so weak. With Kinov's airship and Black Hawk fighters already en route, the question loomed, should they unleash a strike or hold back? Perhaps another wave of bombardment was in order? After all, they had come this far. Chapter 82, The Attitudes of the Gods, Eternal Blazing Sun, Qin Chuan. As the smoke cleared, the long chains had ensnared the remaining tens of thousands of the Expeditionary Army. The war, before it had even begun, had already reached its conclusion. It was a one-sided affair, to say the least. After testing the V3 rockets, the Shield-class cruiser-S long-range missiles, radiation engineers, and even the experimental portable laser guns on the Xianhuang side, the chaos within the expeditionary camp was beyond description. After all, Qin Chuan was no demon. He had yet to deploy any of his superweapons. Ultimately, after capturing the last remnants of the opposing force led by the sanctified domain of Ozer, this war was declared over. This outcome was hardly surprising, for Qin Chuan's original target was never them. What appeared to be a formidable expeditionary army was merely a paper tiger. The only noteworthy aspect was the few scattered individuals within their ranks who had transcended the 9th tier of sanctity. However, the remaining sanctuaries of the church, who had come merely to observe, now recognized the futility of the situation and surrendered unceremoniously. As the core of the expeditionary force, the Storm Church's sanctuaries found themselves bereft of their divine status. No, they had lost their sanctity entirely. With the complete fall of the storm god Talos, all priests and clergy of the Storm Church were stripped of their powers. Even the nightly beacon of light, Othel, plummeted in rank, let alone the mere priests. Bereft of divine grace, they were rendered less capable than ordinary farmers. As for Othel, who still retained his 9th-tier strength, although the Xianhuang territory lacked sufficient high-end capabilities, they had no recourse against such overwhelming numbers. The divine cat they had raised at home could not compare. Now, with the encroaching black tide, the power of the sealed island was utterly shattered. The Siren Sisters, once imprisoned, had reclaimed their peak strength. The weakest among them, the kitten-like Scylla, possessed 9th-tier prowess, while the other two were even more formidable. One had ascended to the sanctuary tier, and the eldest sister, Scylla, of divine lineage, had restored her rank to 12. This level held an official designation in the spirit continent, demigod. It was no wonder that in a previous life, she could incite such significant upheaval with her romantic notions. With their presence, the expeditionary force's deficiencies in high-end extraordinary combat power would be mitigated to some extent. Thus, the prospect of any turnaround for the expeditionary army was rendered bleak. Yet, as Qin Chuan surveyed the tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers, he found himself in a quandary. Emulating the reckless tactics of the 18-country expeditionary vanguard could be one approach, but it would undoubtedly incur significant losses. Who was Qin Chuan? A figure capable of astonishing audacity. He could hardly overlook this opportunity, but with so many individuals, he could not simply sustain them without purpose, even if he ordered them to mine. Could their efficiency rival that of a red alert mining vehicle? It seemed imprudent to expend resources on them without a return. Should he adopt the strategy of the infamous General Bai Qi and orchestrate a mass slaughter? He felt no moral qualms, for war has never been sacred. If the opposition had chosen to attack the Xianhuang territory, they must prepare for all possible outcomes. However, he soon dismissed this ludicrous notion. Slapping his thigh, a brilliant idea struck him. Why not transfer all these individuals to the Gene Replication Center, converting them into resource points? After all, Qin Chuan was not a monster. While Qin Chuan pondered how much these individuals could contribute in terms of resource points, a familiar visitor interrupted his scheming. Observing the newcomer, he inquired, "Mysterious lady, what brings you here this time? Has your journey with the arcane empire gone smoothly?" Mishra did not rush to speak. Instead, she tossed him a peculiar box. The material of the box was unusual, feeling cool to the touch, crafted from a metal that Qin Chuan could not identify. In Mishra's presence, he refrained from activating visual data analysis to discern the box's contents, fearing he might glimpse something he should not. Ahem, of course, that was not the only reason. As a powerful deity of magic, he was uncertain whether she could perceive his prying gaze. The likelihood was high. He did not wish to jeopardize their delicate relationship over such a trivial matter. The soul box of the Lich, Mishra informed him, clarifying its nature before addressing Qin Chuan's inquiry. My debates with the mages of the Arcane Empire were abruptly halted due to the recent upheaval. Upon uttering this, a glint of brightness flickered in her eyes as she regarded Qin Chuan with a peculiar expression, speaking in an incredulous tone, though Talos was despised by the gods. His vitality was closely tied to his power, and you managed to. Hearing this, Qin Chuan sensed impending trouble. Had news of this otherworldly event spread so swiftly? He wished to keep the fact of Talos' demise concealed for as long as possible, as revealing it could easily place him in opposition to the Pantheon. In his estimation, the longer this information could remain under wraps, the better. Yet, Mishra's tone suggested it was common knowledge. He hastily launched into a denial. I did not. Please do not make baseless accusations. Mishra, bemused by his frantic denials, responded with a proverb akin to if you wish for something to be unknown, do not act upon it, her eyes twinkling with amusement. You need not panic, it is not a grave matter. Many celebrated Talos' death. Do not underestimate the god's awareness of worldly affairs. This cannot be hidden. Mishra's words shattered Qin Chuan's illusions entirely. Resigned, he decided to confront the situation directly. Then what is your stance? Disdain? Or, as he spoke, he noticed Mishra's gaze towards him was rather peculiar. Why would you entertain such thoughts? Having calmed his emotions, Qin Chuan saw no reason to prolong the conversation. People often speak of the idea that those who harm their kin will not escape retribution. Surely the gods will not. Of course not. Mishra interjected decisively. You need not regard this matter with such gravity. While it bears some significance, the outcome is not as you imagine. Currently, over half of the gods in the astral realm were once mere mortals, although divine killings have decreased in recent years. Do you understand how I ascended to become the goddess of magic? Upon her remarks, Qin Chuan immediately grasped the implications. Recalling Mishra's ruthless past, he was eager to steer the conversation to a close. However, Mishra continued unabated. Overall, this incident is fortuitous for you. Do you know how they currently refer to you? What do they call me? Qin Chuan's curiosity was piqued. Eternal Radiance. Eternal Radiance? Qin Chuan echoed in confusion. Indeed, it is a manifestation of your formidable attack style. Resembling an exploding miniature sun, Mishra explained. Grateful it was not a title of the god of slaughter. Qin Chuan internally sighed in relief. According to Mishra's earlier assertion, the divine reaction to his slaying of Talos was muted, yet their understanding of the manner in which he executed the act was not as comprehensive. It was not merely a lack of clarity. They were aware only of the initial explosion, while the fatal blow delivered by the blade of murder remained shrouded in obscurity. This was likely due to the blade's inscrutable nature. Should the gods come to know of this, it would surely complicate matters. Noticing Qin Chuan's silence, Mishra assumed he was dissatisfied with the title. She promptly remarked, "This designation is quite pleasing, nearly on par with my own title of Mysterious Lady." After saying this, she tilted her head, exposing her fair neck, as if taking pride in it. To speak plainly indeed, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement with the title. After all, reflecting upon the myriad of bizarre epithets attributed to the deities, such as the Third Eye and the Destroyer, there was always a hint of rusticity. The title Eternal Blazing Sun splendidly sidestepped this peculiarity. Once this matter was concluded, Qin Chuan noticed Mishra still standing in place, indicating that her visit had ulterior motives. Prompting him to inquire directly, "Might I ask if the mysterious lady has other matters to address? Xiaoruisi seems to have recovered. Just look at her," he added. Mishra shook her head. "Xiaoruisi appears to cherish this place. Let her remain here for now. As for other matters." At this point, Mishra's demeanor became solemn. "I have come once again as an envoy." "An envoy?" Qin Chuan echoed. "Indeed. What are your intentions regarding the captives?" Caught off guard by Mishra's sudden inquiry, Qin Chuan hesitated. Naturally, he could not straightforwardly express his desire to return those individuals to nature to contribute to the construction of the Xinhuang territory. So he merely replied vaguely, "I haven't decided yet." Mishra seemed to discern his unspoken thoughts and articulated, "Surely, you do not intend to send them all to the underworld? I advise against such a course of action, as it would not only affect the perception of the Holy Spirit continent towards you, but also influence your alignment." "Of course not," Qin Chuan replied, maintaining his composure, while internally grappling with the implications of Mishra's words. The notion of others' perceptions was something he typically disregarded. Yet the latter concern warranted caution. The concept of alignment pertains to the Holy Spirit continent's judgment of any being, good, neutral, evil. These factions can be further subdivided into lawful, neutral, and chaotic, forming a 9-grid alignment system. Lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good, lawful neutral, true neutral, chaotic neutral, lawful evil, neutral evil. Chaotic evil. These classifications are not swayed by individual will, but are determined by the fundamental essence of the world, with no hierarchical distinction. For instance, the storm god Talos belongs to the chaotic evil alignment. However, this evidently influences the judgments of individuals on the continent, as well as the world's will. Qin Chuan considered himself far from a paragon of virtue, finding it difficult to align with good. Yet, he certainly did not wish for his alignment to plummet into chaotic evil. After all, while he could disregard others' opinions, the world's will was a different matter. Presently, he still enjoyed the remnants of Earth's lingering consciousness. Thus, he promptly abandoned the notion of converting these captives into source points. But why had Mishra broached this topic? "I understand now. So your purpose for coming is..." Qin Chuan began. Mishra nodded. "Thus, I have arrived as your envoy." Qin Chuan remained silent, allowing her to complete her statement. Mishra continued, "I am here as an envoy. Those deities wish to redeem their followers, excluding those from the Storm Church. They claim to be caught in the storm rather than willingly opposing you, and are prepared to pay a price for this. To find light amidst the darkness." Upon hearing Mishra's words, Qin Chuan felt invigorated. "What do they offer for redemption?" Mishra, with a hint of amusement, inquired, "What do you desire? Given your standing in the mortal realm, there should be little you lack." "Lack? How could I lack anything? Perhaps start with 100,000 pounds of star steel. A few pieces of divine essence, and some artifacts," he replied, listing his desires. Stop. Mishra interjected, exasperated. "You know what those items entail. The gods would likely prefer you to eliminate these individuals altogether." Qin Chuan, undeterred by the awkwardness, reasoned that one should ask for a high price to negotiate down. He was about to elaborate further when Mishra interjected, "All right, I will negotiate on your behalf. That will suffice for now. I must take my leave." With that, as though fearing Qin Chuan would persist in his inquiries, she vanished from sight. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, "Was that necessary?" Name, Lich's Soul Casket. Type, Undead. Quality, Extraordinary Artifact. Source, crafted by Lich Vizaro over 3 centuries. Function, Soul Preservation. The casket can hold the souls of living beings. Indestructible, the casket is impervious to destruction, preserving the essence of the stored beings. Special, this casket contains a fragment of death and vitality, enabling a corpse to retain a semblance of warmth. Evaluation, Vizaro's signature item. It appears to hold significant relevance for you. In that moment, Qin Chuan did not grasp the crucial utility of this item. The next instant, a prompt resonated. System notification, detected a special item suitable for pinpoint summoning. Qin Chuan exclaimed, "It's it. The warm corpse. The final piece of the puzzle for the new summoning." In his eagerness, he did not pause to ponder why the Lich's soul casket was referred to as the warm corpse. He hastily retrieved the other 3 items he had preserved for so long. The branch of the Tree of Life, Golden Blood, the Kingslayer, Royal Power, and the newly acquired Lich's Soul Casket, Warm Corpse, Power of Death. System notification, detected special items suitable for pinpoint summoning, 44. Insufficient energy for summoning, please recharge promptly. Damn. Qin Chuan immediately accessed his personal panel, observing the summoning energy at 99. He felt a surge of frustration he could hardly articulate. Alas, I now await my rank upgrade. Life was arduous, Qin Chuan sighed. Chapter 84, Divine Power Crystal, Honor Points. In the days that followed, Qin Chuan diligently dedicated himself to his training. Neglecting his training was not an option. It was akin to having merely a trace of blood left in a crystal while the enemy's barracks revived. The ability to manipulate people's mentalities was undoubtedly at max level. During this period, Misra did not make a subsequent visit. However, the name Eternal Blazing Sun gradually resonated throughout the Holy Spirit continent, attributed to his remarkable achievements. Due to his glorious feats, the people on the continent even dared not utter his name directly, preemptively bestowing upon him a taste of divine treatment. He was referred to as your Eternal Blazing Sun. In no time, legends about him reverberated across the continent. Numerous bards composed catchy poems about him, circulating in the major cities of humanity. A deity among mortals. This was the title bestowed upon him by the people of the Holy Spirit continent. Little did they realize the true extent of Qin Chuan's rank. Otherwise, they would surely regret their words. However, through the proliferation of rumors, the tale of his vanquishing the storm god Talos evolved into epic narratives, securing his name in the annals of Holy Spirit continent history. At this juncture, a substantial fortune flooded into the Xianwang territory in the northern borders of Fran, the ransom from the gods. When Misra delivered this substantial bounty to the northern borders, she departed without even meeting Qin Chuan. Perhaps she feared he would attempt to swindle her. As Qin Chuan, alongside the people of Xianwang territory, transferred these treasures back to their domain, he could not help but grumble. If there were a service platform, he would undoubtedly lodge a complaint against Misra. The delivery person was utterly careless. A formal complaint is imperative. However, upon witnessing the contents of the package, Qin Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. A bountiful harvest. The divine artifacts he had previously mentioned were, of course, non-existent. After all, the gods are not foolish. Yet, he was bestowed with an abundance of magical metals. With these materials, the scientists and engineers in the combat laboratory would undoubtedly have their hands full, propelling the technological advancements of the Xianwang territory significantly forward. In addition to these items, there were numerous unexpected treasures. Name, Divine Power Crystal 17. Type, Extraordinary Object. Quality, Legendary, Golden. Source, crystals formed from the condensation of divine power by the gods. Function, Restoration, can replenish expended divine power. Advancement, each divine power crystal allows a being below divine rank to ascend 1 tier, rank 13. Evaluation, an astonishing extraordinary object. However, it may induce elemental chaos in the user. What a serendipitous windfall. Qin Chuan gazed intently at the dozen or so crystals before him, his thoughts racing. The gods were willing to part with such treasures? It is important to note that, in this current era, most deities have descended in the form of saints. Unable to recover their divine power through their realms, nothing could be more valuable than these crystals. Though Qin Chuan was unsure of how Misra had extorted them, he could surmise a few possibilities. According to the gods, their followers were merely coerced by the Storm Church, suggesting that the divine powers they wielded were likely feeble. Predominantly weak divine powers were likely common, with few even possessing moderate divine strength. Thus, in the face of Qin Chuan's formidable power as the Eternal Blazing Sun, they were undoubtedly aware of their limitations. The so-called magical metals and materials were mere trifles. It was these divine power crystals that held the key to alleviating Qin Chuan's ire. With this realization, Qin Chuan contentedly accepted the divine power crystals. Given his current third-tier status, he was in dire need of such resources. The quantity of these crystals was certainly sufficient to elevate him directly to the peak of the demigod tier, just beneath the divine rank. Therefore, the only concern remaining was the mixed elemental properties of the crystals. These crystals originated from various deities, each representing distinct elemental powers, and using them recklessly could spell disaster. Hence, how could he transform them into usable assets? The combat laboratory was out of the question, based on their current technological capabilities. Attempting to handle anything associated with the divine was akin to chasing shadows. Perhaps seeking a trade with Misra, or even more directly, approaching the moon goddess Surin for an exchange. Even a 2-for-1 trade would be acceptable. The sole obstacle now was how to establish contact with them. Surin was a lost cause, but what of Misra? Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Chuan. His territory housed a genuine divine cat. Meow, meow, meow. These words came from the divine cat Sherries of the Xianwang territory. According to the translation by Skura, it was revealed that Misra never required divine power crystals. She could freely wield any magical element, with her divine power directly linked to the magic network. As for Sherries herself, She lamented that all her divine power had been expended, leaving her stuck in feline form. If Qin Chuan didn't mind, she could take a divine power crystal and do nothing but observe. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan firmly declined her request. What a ridiculous notion. He could barely spare enough for himself. It had always been about him reaping the benefits from others. After sending Sherry's and Skuro away, Qin Chuan fell deep into contemplation. This avenue had seemingly reached an impasse, necessitating alternative strategies. Suddenly, another name resurfaced in his mind. He began to attempt communication. The residual will of Earth. As a wave of enigmatic information coursed through his thoughts, Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Upon learning the operational method, he decisively proclaimed, "Transform all divine power crystals into honor points. Conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Current honor points, 19, 2 from Earth, 17 from the divine realm." Indeed, divine power not only embodies elemental essence, but also represents a manifestation of rules. Otherwise, it would not be so precious. The honor points Qin Chuan previously acquired were based on a similar concept, albeit from a different realm. Nonetheless, their effects were identical. Honor points could also facilitate direct advancement. Realizing this, Qin Chuan slapped his thigh in exasperation. Why wasn't I informed sooner? It was no wonder he had been slow to grasp the concept. Honor points were exceedingly rare, and having never encountered them in his past life, he was oblivious to their precise applications. But now, such concerns were behind him. His mind was consumed with a singular desire. Deep blue. No, whatever it may be, just grant me some enhancements. Chapter 85. An End, a New Beginning. With the body of a mortal, he achieved demigod status. 6 months later, the entire northern region of Fran had been transformed into a futuristic city. This future did not merely signify a surpassing of the medieval technological standards of the Holy Spirit continent. It embodied true futuristic technology. The innovations produced by the Red Alert Combat Laboratory not only elevated the entire Northern Territory to industrial modernization, but even surpassed it. Of course, such monumental progress was inextricably linked to the current standing of the Xinhuang territory on the continent. The renown of the eternal blazing sun was on the rise, casting a watchful eye over the entire continent. The spoils from slaying the storm god Talos encompassed not just the reparations and resources acquired at that time, but also an incredibly formidable long-tail effect. First and foremost, the fame garnered from this achievement. The terrifying martial prowess of the Xinhuang territory compelled the entire continent's inhabitants to take heed, particularly in this world, where divine authority reigned supreme. Anything related to it stood at the zenith of the hierarchy. The ability to slay a being of formidable divine strength, regardless of Qin Chuan's methods, warranted the utmost respect. Where there is one, there is another. Who could predict what treasure Qin Chuan might unveil next? Thus, not only the denizens of the material realm, but also the deities who descended as earthly saints from the astral realm would grant Qin Chuan and the Xinhuang territory a degree of reverence. Consequently, following this campaign, Qin Chuan not only secured the ransom from those deities, but also claimed their spoils. As for the contents of those spoils, they were the wealth accumulated by the Storm Church over thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Churches, land deeds, a portion of followers, along with all their societal resources. Everything was fully entrusted to the Xinhuang territory, with no one daring to utter a single word of dissent. In this context, the strength of Qin Chuan's dominion swelled to unprecedented levels. Within the Holy Radiant Empire, the presence of Xinhuang was pervasive. Even in the so-called faith-restricted Arcane Empire, Xinhuang markets flourished. Although the territories directly under Xinhuang's rule comprised only 13 cities in the northern Fran region, its influence spanned the entirety of the Holy Spirit continent. Thus, some even refer to it as the Fourth Empire. To such hollow titles, Qin Chuan has never paid much heed. His current concern revolves solely around one matter: the northern frontier, the City of Summer. The so-called City of Summer is that newly established city beyond the Half-Moon Valley of the Xinhuang territory. Qin Chuan named it Summer, both as a reminder of his origins and as a tribute. After all, aside from the possibly mythical you, the word summer holds profound significance for him. Standing atop the tallest building in the city, Qin Chuan gazes down over the entire expanse. Having ascended to the 12th tier, igniting the divine flame, and achieving demigod status, he stands as arguably the strongest mortal, surpassed only by those elusive saints whose appearances are but fleeting. Although his visage has not dramatically changed, an aura of formidable power and sanctity radiates from him. It is widely believed across the entire Holy Spirit continent that he is the one poised to ascend to divinity at any moment. Yet, he understands that with the dark tide engulfing the entire star realm, even the deities themselves cannot return to their realms, let alone elevate their divine nations into the star realm. This possibility has been sealed off from the very beginning. Qin Chuan's gaze is distant, clearly not focused on the present. He opens the territory interface. Whispering softly, he observes the monumental changes in the territory panel. He disregards the familiar elements in front of him, directing his attention to the newly birthed 4 sub-territories: Stormwind City, Orgrimmar, Silvermoon City, Shadow City. These 4 cities are home to the human, orc, night elf, and undead races respectively. Notably, Stormwind City is established in the very location where the Earth Lords initiated their uprising in the southern park, positioned at the junction of the 3 great empires. It aptly illustrates Qin Chuan's unveiled ambitions. It is worth mentioning that following the news of Qin Chuan's slaying of Talos, those Earth Lords previously hunted by various churches were released. After this battle, over 90% of the Earth Lords became actively engaged in the Xianwang territory and Stormwind City. Qin Chuan has not overly involved himself with these individuals. They treat him as a national hero, and he reciprocates in kind. For the sake of enhancing collective strength, he does not mind if they utilize a portion of his resources for development, provided it remains within reasonable bounds. As for those who are insatiable in their demands, there is little to be said. They shall be dealt with accordingly. Regarding the large number of lords willing to relinquish their territories to join the Xianwang territory, Qin Chuan readily consents. Naturally, all necessary treaties must still be signed. To return to the main topic, aside from the Xianwang territory and Stormwind City, which serve as gathering places for humans without seeming too abrupt, he has placed the other 3 races in environments conducive to their growth. The Orc City has been established in the far western Orc stronghold, and Qin Chuan has even dispatched Mitao there. Given his current strength, he truly does not require the protection of the newly ascended high-tier Mitao. Orgrimmar offers him a broader avenue for development. It is said that this young man has been getting along quite well with Thrall recently. In contrast to the relatively stable development of Stormwind City, Orgrimmar has surged ahead with remarkable speed. Apart from the Orcish royal city, Orgrimmar has even earned the title of a new holy land. As for the Night Elves and the Undead, their placement is more complex due to their unique natures, which render them ill-suited for human society. Qin Chuan has, therefore, leveraged his prior agreements with the Elven race to settle the Night Elves in the ancestral homeland of the Elves. Throughout this process, he encountered no obstacles. What a sight it was when that group of elves beheld the Tree of Life. Their expressions were filled with sheer astonishment, nearly leading them to kneel on the spot. As for the undead, their situation was comparatively troublesome. The material plane is not conducive to their development. Thus, leveraging the fully restored sirens, Qin Chuan opened the gates to the underworld, establishing the shadow floating city directly within it. With this, Qin Chuan's preliminary strategy was accomplished. In contrast to his earlier days of destitution, armed with merely a dozen rifles and a few tanks, though perhaps not as impoverished as it seems, he now commands formidable power. Upon their summoning, be it due to being the second wave or Qin Chuan's frenzied ascension, the 4 races from War 3 manifested extraordinary combat prowess. Not only are there advanced units, but also heroes of the holy tier: humans, Archmage, Mountain King, Paladin, Blood Mage; orcs, Prophet, Blade Master, Tauren Chieftain, Shaman; Night Elves, Demon Hunter, Priestess of the Moon, Jungle Guardian, Sentinel; Undead, Death Knight, Dreadlord, Lich, Crypt Lord. If the Red Alert units excelled at lower tier longevity, the 4 races of Warcraft undoubtedly dominate in high-tier combat capabilities. They have, in essence, completed the final puzzle piece of the Xianwang territory. 2 years later, gazing at the encroaching dark tide capable of engulfing the entire world, Qin Chuan stands alongside the deities. In the eyes of different individuals, various emotions are reflected: shock, wonder, even trepidation. Yet, there is one sentiment absent: fear. Eternal Radiance, is your plan truly feasible? Indeed, as long as we collaborate earnestly to construct the eternal holy realm, we can annihilate the dark tide from a different perspective, Qin Chuan affirms. In just 2 years, with the dark tide closing in, the disputes of the material plane have become less significant. The technological prowess of the Xianwang territory has also advanced considerably. If one were to ask which aspect of the entire Red Alert technological system stands as the most formidable, it is not superweapons, lasers, or bombings. Rather, it is the weapon of time. The irreversibility of time is a universal truth, both in his previous life and in the Holy Spirit continent. Despite the myriad divine domains and responsibilities of the gods, time has always remained an untouchable taboo. Now that Qin Chuan has developed this time machine, the magnitude of the upheaval it will bring is unimaginable. Time is of the essence. Let us commence, Mishra inquires. But will we have the chance to return? Certainly. Qin Chuan's gaze sweeps over all the deities and humans behind him, his words imbued with unparalleled confidence. Let us traverse the various timelines and become the 4th calamity, delivering a true end to the dark tide. The god of dawn, Lo Shanda, questions why the 4th. What are the first 3? You shall soon witness them. Prepare to traverse the timelines. The end of the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support. Until we meet again in the next story.